Wei Lan Starfield. Supernova Era 4088, Pudong Empire. Jia United Nations. On a yacht, a woman stood at the bow. Inside, a man hugged another woman, pointing a gun at her, along with 4 or 5 other guys also holding guns. She was badly injured, teeth clenched, hand pressed against the wound on her shoulder, a wound on her leg. Blood flowing non-stop, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She was Tang Ai-ning, standing at the bow, saying with hateful eyes, "So it's you scum of men? I should have realized it sooner." The blonde woman smirked. "Ha, that's Tang Yashin," clinging to the man pointing the gun at Tang Ai-ning. Named Shi Ziyu, Tang Yashin looked smug, saying, "Ziyu never touched you from beginning to end. He was just using you to help me do a few things. How stupid are you, only figuring it out now?" Chi Ziyu, his finger on the trigger, said, "You're just a dog of the Tang family, yet you dare to bite your master. You're worthless now." Tang Ai-ning trembled, saying, "HMPH. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll definitely make you and that whole Tang family wish you were never born." With that, she leaned back, throwing herself into the sea. Chi Ziyu immediately ordered the guys behind him, "Stop her." The guys ran to the railing, looking down at the water that had become calm. Chi Ziyu ordered, "Don't let her survive no matter what. Fire. Open fire." The people on the boat frantically fired into the sea. Gunshots rang out continuously, bullets piercing straight down, causing the water to churn. The bullets cut through the water, heading straight for Tang Ai-ning. She let herself fall, looking up at the surface of the sea, thinking, "Is this the end?" Then, she dove deep into the sea. Suddenly, a glimmer of red light flickered between her breasts. Subconsciously, she looked down. That is, the blood jade phoenix her mother gave her. "Mom." She reached out to grab it. Suddenly, the jade became brighter and brighter, until it blazed. From the light-blinding Tang Ai-ning, she unconsciously covered the light with her hand. The next day, at the city hospital, her eyes moved slightly, then snapped open, opening her eyes wide, sitting up, her voice a little weak. "Where is this?" The news on TV reported, yesterday a female corpse was fished out of the sea, approximately 25 years old. This person has been identified as a commercial venomous snake, currently being pursued by the elite criminal police, she thought. That's me. Seeing her own corpse being taken away by medical staff, she didn't understand, slowly turning her face towards the mirror, asking herself, "Who is this?" She recalled the memories of the past, then thought, "So I've actually transmigrated into someone else's body." Touching the necklace my mom gave me, I said in my heart, "Mom, you're protecting me, aren't you?" Suddenly, my head starts pounding, and other memories flood Tang Ai-ning's mind. "Ow, my head hurts so bad. Are these the original host's memories?" A woman says, "Ji Yu-ning, Qin Zhang is only chasing you because he made a bet with me." The man next to her says with a scornful tone, "You really think I'd be into a dirt? Poor woman like you." Ji Yu-ning grabs onto the man and says, "That's not true. It's not true, Qin Zhang. You love me, right?" Qin Zhang throws her hand off cruelly, his face full of disgust, and says, "Wake up. If it weren't for a bet with Xiao Zhao, I wouldn't even glance at you." Ji Yu-ning turns her head, crying and running in the rain. Suddenly a car rushes towards Ji Yu-ning. Her eyes widen in fear, then she falls back onto the bed, constantly moaning. Tang Ai-ning asks, "Ji Yu-ning, did you also get played with emotionally until you died?" She clutches the blanket tightly, her voice full of hatred. Ji Yu Zhao Zhao. And Xinjiang, Ji Yu-ning looks up at the ceiling. A sinister smile spreading across her face says, "Ji Yu-ning, now that I've borrowed your body, I'll avenge your past life." Outside the door, a voice calls out, "There should be around 30 to 40,000 in here. It's all the savings your sister and brother-in-law have." Hearing the voice, she thinks in her head, "That's my aunt outside." Ji Yu-ching, Ji Yu-ning's aunt, hands a bag of money to Ji Yu-man, Ji Yu-ning's mother, and says, "But it's still not enough for Ning-ning's surgery. Should I go find your older brother?" Tang Ai-ning realizes and thinks, that's Ji Yu-ning's mom and aunt. Looks like this family's situation is pretty tough. Ji Yu-ning's mother sighs as she holds the bag of money. "Have you forgotten what your older brother's wife is like? Your sister-in-law treats money like her life. My poor Ning-ning." Tang Ai-ning sits up abruptly. "Wait a minute. How can I see through the door?" Suddenly, her eyes start pounding. She covers her eyes with both hands, then lies down on the bed, screaming, "My eyes, it hurts so much. Ugh, ah." It feels like she's falling into a bottomless abyss. In ancient times, there was a jade called the Blood Phoenix Jade, crystallized from phoenix blood, a convergence of many types of spiritual energy. Once fused with the spirit of the jade, it can nirvana rebirth, open the jade eye, create space, absorb the jade's spiritual energy, achieve immortality, and also rejuvenation. She gently opens her eyes, touches the jade on her neck, and says, "Mom, thank you. This Blood Phoenix Jade is the source for my revenge." The Blood Phoenix Jade suddenly lights up. This is. The jade slowly transforms until it completely turns white. Ji Yu-ning says in a panic, "What's this, my Blood Phoenix Jade? Why did it turn white?" She realizes something. Wait, could it be that I've already absorbed this jade? Then could it have other uses that I don't know about yet? Suddenly, Ji Yu-ning hears a whoosh, and a chair appears. She says in confusion, An hour later, she fell, and immediately screamed in fear. Tang Ai-ning fell into another space. She looked around, involuntarily wondering, "Where is this?" Her pupils contracted. A chair. Tang Ai-ning sat down, triumphantly saying, I get it now. This is the blood jade storage space. Absorbing it into my body allows me to have the jade eyes, so everything I see can be stored in this phoenix blood jade space. It really is a powerful treasure. The chair suddenly started shaking and Tang Ai-ning fell down. She woke up with a start. Mom? She rushed in frantically. Ji Yu-ning's careful watchover followed. Tang Ai-ning. The two of them rushed to the bedside to help her up. Her mother asked worriedly, Tang Ai-ning, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Tang Ai-ning stood up. I'm fine. In her heart, she pondered. It seems this blood jade needs a large amount of spiritual jade to be maintained. Otherwise, nothing can be stored inside the jade eye space. But where am I going to get the money to buy jade now, unless I go stone gambling? With this family situation, staying here for treatment will only be a waste of money. I have to find a way to earn money, she said to her mother. Mom, I'm fine. Let me be discharged. She suddenly welled up with tears, then hugged her tightly and cried uncontrollably, saying, Tang Ai-ning, don't worry about money. Money is not a problem. Mom, even if I have to collect scraps, I will definitely earn money to cure you. She was surprised. She really is a good mother. In this life, I can still receive love from my mother. Tang Ai-ning patted her mother's shoulder to comfort her. Mom, I'm really fine, Tang Ai-ning continued. Good, Tang Ai-ning. You just need to rest well. Leave everything else to Mom. Aunt Tang Ai-ning couldn't hold back her tears. A moment later, Tang Ai-ning's mother and aunt went outside. Her mother happily said, Thank goodness Tang Ai-ning is all right. Aunt Tang Ai-ning, walking beside her, said, We should still ask the doctor to check, to avoid any after effects. Tang Ai-ning was standing by the door when she heard footsteps approaching. She turned her head to look. A female doctor walked over. Tang Ai-ning. Tang Ai-ning, congratulations, it's truly a miracle that you woke up safely. Is her mother here? Tang Ai-ning looked down at the name tag. Dr. An Qian. She happily pointed in the direction her mother went and said, Thank you, Dr. An. My mom just went to the office to find you. Dr. An Qian waved her hand and said, Oh, that's good. Then I'll go there now. Then she left, suddenly stopping. A burly man wearing a lab coat followed behind the doctor. Tang Ai-ning watched. A thought struck her, suspicion arising in her heart. The man's posture is really strange. She hid against the wall to observe, her eyes piercing through the lab coat. Sure enough, that's an electric knife. That knife will release electricity as soon as it's stabbed into a person's body. The person stabbed will die instantly. This kind of dangerous weapon only circulates in the black market. Who exactly is he? Dr. Ann was being controlled by the man with the knife. She cautiously walked according to his orders. Feeling uneasy, she carefully followed. This person can get weapons from the black market and even found a private doctor for herself. Could it be that my rebirth has been exposed? Impossible. I absolutely can't let the Tang family find out. Here, Dr. An's voice trembled slightly. I'll go to the rooftop with you. Just don't do anything rash. Her hand was in her lab coat pocket, frantically dialing her phone for help. He immediately replied, Stop talking and go. Tang Ai-ning took out her phone and reported to the person on the other end of the line. Hello, is this security? There's a doctor being held hostage by a bad guy. They're heading to the rooftop. After speaking, she hung up, calculating in her heart. If it's not too serious, I don't need to call the police. To avoid exposing my identity, Dr. Ann reached the rooftop. With her hands raised in the air, she turned around and said to the guy behind her, Tang Hao, you brought this on yourself by taking bribes from patients' families and disregarding human life. Getting mad at me won't change anything. Tang Hao shouted furiously from behind, You little brat! Enough talk! Hand over 500 million. Ji Yu-ning, overhearing this from behind the rooftop door, realized, So, he's after money. Good thing it's not someone from the Tang family looking for me. Dr. Ann slowly turned around and said, I don't have 500 million. Let me call my dad. My family has money. Tang Hao pushed the doctor towards the railing and said, You can only ask for money on the phone. Don't even think about tricking me. Got it. The doctor trembled as she replied, Got it, Ji Yu-ning. Seeing everything from behind the water tank, suddenly had her eyes light up. Swish. With a sound, she stared directly at the knife in his hand, trying to control the knife, but it didn't seem to work. He held the knife to the doctor's neck. With her power failing, fear washed over Ji Yu-ning's face. She was so tired she was panting, and she slumped to the floor, muttering to herself, Crap, my jade eyes can't bring the knife into the space right now. What do I do? The doctor was in increasing danger. He stepped forward with the knife, forcing the doctor against the railing, and said, No calling the police. Hurry up. Out of options, Ji Yu-ning picked up an iron bar, slowly approached, and thought, I can't just stand by. I have to do it myself. Well, he's just unlucky. When the phone connected, Dr. An Qian panicked and stammered to the person on the other end, Hello, Dad. It's Shigidi. Dad, immediately transfer 5 million to me. Seeing the blade in front of her, too terrified, An Qian couldn't form a complete sentence. Then, the fierce man snatched the phone from An Qian's hand. Looking at the phone screen, he angrily shouted, You little liar, you weren't even calling anyone, An Qian screamed in alarm. He angrily raised the knife, preparing to stab An Qian, and growled, Go die, An Qian screamed in terror. No. Ji Yu-ning rushed forward, yelling, Stop! She gathered momentum, stomped her foot, and jumped high, her eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to strike. Both the man and An Qian were startled by Ji Yu-ning's sudden appearance. An Qian exclaimed in surprise. It's you, Ji Yuning swung her arm, slamming the iron bar into the man's neck, making him scream. Ah! An Qian fearfully squeezed her eyes shut. Over here, hurry, hurry! The police reached the door and, hearing the man's scream, rushed in and caught him. The police quickly subdued the man, warning him not to move. An Qian, still shaken, looked at him being controlled by the police, pinned to the ground, and tremblingly said, I recorded everything, you won't get away with this. Ji Yuning looked at An Qian, still so resilient despite her fear, and approvingly thought, facing danger and still like that, she's actually pretty smart. The police escorted the man away. Ji Yuning, seeing that everything was over, also turned to leave. Suddenly, An Qian called out to her, Ji Yuning, wait, I'm really grateful to you today. I want to give you a gift to thank you. A gift? No need for thanks. Ji Yuning turned around, smiled at An Qian, and said, I would appreciate it if Dr. An could give me a discharge certificate. With that, Ji Yuning turned and walked away. What a cool and strong girl. An Qian stared blankly at Ji Yuning's retreating figure, wondering, is this really someone who just went through a car accident? At the Pingmen district, Mom has already gone to school to apply for a leave of absence for you. Although Dr. An allowed you to be discharged, it's still best to rest and recuperate first, Ji Yuning's mother said gently as she opened the door. Ji Yuning stood in front of her house, looking inside the simple and rustic apartment. Her mother had entered the house and was rummaging around, tidying up. Ji Yuning recalled, thinking, clearly we are all from the Ji family, but my mom and I can only live in this old and dilapidated house. She remembered Ji Yuning's grandmother saying with contempt, Ji Yuning is just an illegitimate child, not even knowing who her father is. Ji Yuning's uncle said coldly, you can stay here, but you have to pay the rent every month. And Ji Yuning's aunt chimed in after Ji Yuning's uncle's words, all smiles, just pay 2/3 of the market price, consider it us taking pity on them. As she was drifting in her memories, Ji Yuman called out to Ji Yuning, snapping her out of it. What are you spacing out for? Come eat? Then Mom has to go to work so we can pay back your little aunt's money sooner. I made all this meat just for you today. This braised pork, Ji Yuman said gently as she cooked. Our Ning Ning will get better soon and go back to school after eating it. Ji Yuman said softly. Ji Yuning glanced at the fridge. The food inside was scarce, mostly just vegetables, she thought. Normally, we're so poor we can't even afford meat. Looking at Ji Yuman working so hard, sweat dripping down her forehead, cooking delicious food for her, this daughter of yours will definitely not let you go through such hardships again. Ji Yuning made up her mind. She said firmly in her heart, I will definitely repay my mother. I'm going out for a bit. With that, Ji Yuning darted off. Ji Yuman called after her. Where are you going? Seeing Ji Yuning disappear, she sighed. Aye. This child just got better and is already running around everywhere. When will she ever understand? On the bustling street, Ji Yuning walked among the crowded people. Looking around, Ji Yuning thought resolutely, no matter what, I'll try my luck first. Holding the few bills in her hand, she wandered around the crowded stalls. Ji Yuning thought dejectedly, sigh, it's all fake. There's not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. She continued walking down the street. As she passed a purple-haired girl, happily picking out bracelets, the girl was surprised to see Ji Yuning. Watching Ji Yuning's back, she thought, was that Ji Yuning just now? Seeing Ji Yuning in this kind of place, she wondered suspiciously, how does she have money to come to places like this? Is she here to hook up with guys? Thinking that, she put her hands on her hips and shouted, Hey, Ji Yuning, you stop right there. Ji Yuning turned her head, annoyed, thinking, who's that yelling so loudly? Looking at the girl with a mischievous grin, Ji Yuning thought, Xiao Fei. Dark memories flooded Ji Yuning's mind. Xiao Fei scribbled on Ji Yuning's desk, scolding her disdainfully. What makes a poor wretch like you think you're prettier than me? Ji Yuning could only lower her head and endure silently. Sometimes Xiao Fei would throw trash paper at her, saying gleefully, just looking at you makes me sick. Get out of my sight, the sooner the better. While Ji Yuning endured the humiliation and shed tears, others stood around watching Xiao Fei bully Ji Yuning, smiling gleefully, some even applauding her. This Xiao Fei was the ringleader who bullied Ji Yuning. Seeing the humiliating and painful memories, Ji Yuning's face hardened, her cold eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked at Xiao Fei. Glancing at the bracelet she was wearing, Ji Yuning thought to herself, that fake jade bracelet doesn't have a trace of spiritual energy. Ji Yuning crossed her arms, looked at Xiao Fei, and said with a mocking smile, someone like you is only fit to wear fake stuff. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Xiao Fei was a little incredulous. Ji Yuning dared to say such provocative words to her. She was angry. Touching the bracelet on her hand, she looked at Ji Yuning angrily and said, I didn't expect classmate Ji Yuning to be so against rich people. She looked down on her and continued, you can't afford the real thing yourself, so you think others would dare to wear fake stuff like you. Believe what you want. Ji Yuning didn't care about what she said. She turned and walked away. Xiao Fei didn't expect Ji Yuning to react like this. Damn it, she dares to ignore me. Xiao Fei stomped her feet angrily and shouted at Ji Yuning, I won't let you get away with this. 2 hours later, at the appraisal center, looking at the faint spiritual energy emanating from the bracelet in her hand, Ji Yuning thought, after wandering around for so long, This is the only thing that's somewhat decent. We'll see if it's real or fake right away. She walked inside the center. There were many precious antiques, brought by many well-dressed people who were waiting for the appraiser to determine how valuable their treasures were. Ji Yuning sat silently on the chair, waiting for her turn. The man sitting next to her, who was smoking, turned his attention to Ji Yuning. He looked at the bracelet on Ji Yuning's hand, smiled, and asked, "Is that the thing you want to appraise? How much did you pay for it?" Ji Yuning was silent for a moment, then held up 4 fingers. 4. Looking at Ji Yuning's hand, he asked with doubt, then immediately said, 40,000? You got scammed. He didn't even finish his sentence before Ji Yuning cut him off, closing her eyes and saying in a low voice, 400 million yuan? Ji Yuning's words left the man dumbfounded. He acted like he heard a joke, turning to look at the people around him and laughing mockingly. 400 million yuan, huh? Sis, no offense, but just because it looks old doesn't mean it's real. He pointed at the vase being examined by the appraiser. Look at that vase over there, that's the real deal. Looking at the vase the man pointed to, Ji Yuning said coldly, I don't sense any spiritual energy from it at all, she asked him. Modern handicraft, maybe. Right after Ji Yuning said that, the appraiser finished his examination. Pal, he said, putting down his magnifying glass and looking at the man. This thing of yours is a fake. The man was shocked and couldn't believe it, yelling, What? How can it be? Holding the vase, he couldn't accept the truth, standing up and shouting, This is a family heirloom, no way, no way. The appraiser ignored his frenzy, adjusting his glasses and coldly saying, Next? The onlookers laughed and mocked the man. Old Chiwan's words never miss. I bet your so-called family heirloom is fake. As soon as he finished, the laughter around them grew louder. Ji Yuning stood up silently and walked towards Old Chiwan. She held out the bracelet in both hands, saying, Old Chiwan, please take a look. The fat, elegantly dressed man glanced at the bracelet Ji Yuning offered, and Old Chiwan scoffed. These days, any garbage dares to be sold, huh? Are you crazy for money? You actually bought this crap? The people around them also started gossiping, saying she was young and inexperienced when buying treasures. Little girl, Old Chiwa said, wiping the bracelet. This thing is fake. Suddenly, he paused, staring at the bracelet in shock after wiping it clean. Wait a minute, Old Chino exclaimed in surprise and delight, grabbing his magnifying glass. This is Qinghua porcelain from the dynasty 800 years ago. Little friend, you found a treasure. The onlookers crowded around to get a peek, their faces also showing astonishment and envy. Everyone started buzzing and gossiping, asking in disbelief. Really? 400 million yuan, someone said. If it's from an even earlier era, it'd be worth even more. Another chimed in. 800 years ago is already amazing. It's Qinghua porcelain. Ji Yuning remained calm and cool, ignoring the commotion around her. Leaning back in her chair, she watched Old Chinao and the others examine the bracelet and said, Please help me appraise it. I want to sell it. Someone in the crowd shouted, I'll offer 30,000. Selling it to me is a steal. The fat man who had looked down on Ji Yuning earlier coldly glanced at the person who just made an offer. TCH, 30,000 for Qinghua porcelain, he shouted. 60,000. The people around them exclaimed, Oh my god, double the price. Ji Yuning looked at the scene before her, thinking, Who knew the weak spiritual energy of this thing would be so valuable? Another man was arguing with the man who offered 60,000. He said, I'll offer 80,000, old Jin. Hey, if you don't collect Qinghua porcelain, don't compete with me. Ji Yuning stood up, picked up the bracelet, and sighed. Oh dear, but there aren't many Qinghua porcelain crafts left on the market, she pondered. Maybe I should just keep it. Seeing Ji Yuning about to leave with the bracelet, old Jin got anxious and shouted, 120,000? I'll buy it for 120,000. He looked at Ji Yuning, smiling and asking, That's a sky-high price, are you satisfied? If I go any higher, I'll go bankrupt. Ji Yuning smiled secretly to herself. Her little trap worked perfectly. She turned back, happily handing the bracelet to old Jin and said, Deal. Right after Ji Yuning closed the deal, her phone buzzed with a notification. Your account has been credited with 120,000 yuan. Ji Yuning was instantly pleased. That transfer was fast. But this isn't enough capital for gambling on stones. I need to think of another way. Suddenly from a distance, 2 men were eyeing Ji Yuning with bad intentions. The scarred man pointed at her and said to his buddy, That's her. I saw her sell that bracelet for over 100,000. Hearing that, the other man chuckled. What are we waiting for? Let's go. They quickly approached Ji Yuning from behind. The scarred man put his hand on her shoulder and said in a sleazy tone, Hey, little sis. Instantly, Ji Yuning grabbed his hand tightly, snapping his arm in one swift motion, catching him off guard and causing him to cry out in pain, Ugh, AAGH. After breaking it, Ji Yuning turned away disdainfully, glancing at the man writhing on the ground, and said casually, Turns out there are still people trying to get rich by robbing in this antique market. Too bad for you guys, you ran into me. The man with the broken arm still cursed through gritted teeth. Suddenly, the remaining guy pulled out a sharp knife, pointed it straight at her, and gritted his teeth, warning, Look at your skinny body, you wouldn't want to lose a few chunks of meat or get some extra holes, huh? Hand over the money or I'll slash your face. Hearing that, Ji Yuning's eyes turned icy, and she replied coldly, Let's see if you have the guts. The man, feeling so looked down upon, got pissed and lunged at Ji Yuning with the knife, shouting, "You little bitch, tired of living, huh?" Just as he got close, Ji Yuning quickly unleashed a powerful kick to his face, coldly saying, "My money. Even if you get your hands on it, you won't be able to spend it." The guy, having a close encounter with Ji Yuning's shoe, screamed in pain. "Arg!" He trembled, covering his face that was now dripping blood, and glared at Ji Yuning, saying, You just wait." Suddenly, a boy ran up, calling out worriedly, "What's going on?" Ji Yuning heard the call and turned to look at the boy, and when she saw him clearly, he stuttered in shock. Ji Yuning. It turned out to be Mukhi, Ji Yuning's classmate. A moment later, the wailing sirens of police cars echoed, and the police quickly arrived at the scene of the brawl, arresting the two robbers on the spot. Seeing the situation resolved, Mukhi turned to Ji Yuning and asked, "I heard Xinjiang say you were in a pretty serious accident, but you seem all right." Ji Yuning replied coldly. Lucky me, she secretly sized up the boy in front of her. This Mukhi guy is friends with Xinjiang, so he's probably just another one of those dudes. Thinking that, she coldly turned to leave, not forgetting to ask Mushiket to say hi to Xinjiang. "I'm coming back to school tomorrow. Tell Xinjiang in advance so he doesn't piss his pants when he sees me," Mushiket stammered. He stood there dumbfounded, thinking, why is Ji Yuning acting so weird? Why would Xinjiang be scared if he saw her? Mukhi stood blankly, watching Ji Yuning's lonely and cold figure walking away. And the next morning at school, as the students were preparing for class, Ji Yuning had to go to class like everyone else. She was annoyed, wiping her sweat and complaining, "This body is so weak, I'm already exhausted just running from home to school. Looks like I have to step up my training." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Ji Yuning." She immediately stopped, turned around to glance behind her, and saw Mukhi and Xinjiang. Mukhi put his arm around Xinjiang's shoulder, smiling happily. "See, didn't I tell you she's completely recovered?" Unlike the cheerful Mukhi, Xinjiang looked terrified, stuttering in shock. How is that possible? He clearly saw Ji Yuning get hit. How could she be alive? Ji Yuning saw Xinjiang, and her face darkened. She stepped closer, gritting her teeth. "Surprised to see me alive? I'm hard to kill. Guess I disappointed young Master Qin." Xinjiang's face paled as he dodged, retorting defensively. "So what? Your business has nothing to do with me." Mukhi, standing beside him, looked confused and asked, "Does Ji Yuning mean your car accident had something to do with you?" "Shut up," Xinjiang, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly shouted, "Her car accident has nothing to do with me." After shouting, he immediately said, "Bye, I'm going to class," and quickly scurried away. Mukhi didn't have time to react, turned back to look at Ji Yuning, and asked, "You two?" But before he could finish, Ji Yuning snorted coldly and turned to leave. Leaving Mukhi still bewildered and confused, he scratched his head and frowned, saying, "What are these two even talking about?" Hearing that, Ji Yuning scoffed, glanced at someone who was guiltily scurrying away, and said, "Whoever overreacts the most is the one I'm scolding." The next morning, at school, Umij timidly tugged at Ji Yuning's bag, shaking her head in protest, saying, "Ji Yuning, just let it go, you can't win against them." It turned out that Xiao Feifei and her gang were blocking the way to taunt Ji Yuning. Xiao Feifei raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Our classmate Ji Yuning not only wants to be a sugar baby living off a sugar daddy, but she's also super jealous of the rich." The surrounding students started whispering, with some chiming in, Is what Xiao Feifei saying true? I didn't expect her to be that kind of person." Others spoke up in protest, "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Let's see." Ji Yuning angrily brushed Umij's hand away and said in a deep voice, "I've never gone looking for trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm a pushover that anyone can bully." Hearing Ji Yuning's confident words, Xiao Feifei and her crew immediately clutched their stomachs and laughed loudly. "Listen to that, so badass. Haha." After laughing, she continued to provoke, "Ji Yuning is just a poor pauper who doesn't even have enough to eat, yet she dares to mock my jade bracelet as fake. Isn't that just being jealous of the rich? And going to the antique market is just to find a sugar daddy?" Ji Yuning frowned in disdain, thinking to herself, repeating the same lines over and over, it's so annoying. She stared coldly at Xiao Feifei, not showing a hint of fear or hesitation that made Xiao Feifei glare back even harder. They were locked in a staring contest, neither willing to back down, until Xiao Feifei, completely losing her cool, yelled first, "You cheap trash, why are you staring at my dad like that?" Ji Yuning wasn't about to take that lying down. She scoffed back, "Isn't it you who's been staring at me? Ever since I walked into this class, your face has been non-stop bothering me, seriously." Ji Yuning covered her mouth, snickering, and said, "Don't tell me you actually like me. Too bad, I'm as straight as they come." Hearing that, the whole class burst out laughing, leaving Xiao Feifei speechless and red-faced. Furious, she yelled, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth to shreds." Unable to stand it anymore, Ji Yuning grabbed a piece of paper from her desk and crumpled it up. She said coldly, "Too noisy," and promptly chucked the paper ball at Xiao Feifei. Unexpectedly, the paper ball landed perfectly, right in Xiao Feifei's mouth. Seeing that, Xiao Feifei's posse turned pale, stammering, Xiao, how is she so amazing?" Immediately, Xiao Feifei spat the paper ball out of her mouth. She was livid, running over and screaming at Ji Yuning. "You bitch, I'm gonna kill you." Ji Yuning didn't show any fear. She coldly raised her hand and decisively slapped Xiao Feifei across the face, sending her flying backwards. Seeing that scene, everyone in the class was shocked, saying, "Holy crap, is that really the timid Ji Yuning? Did the car accident completely change her personality? This world is so messed up." Xiao Feifei's crew, on the other hand, rushed to her side, anxiously asking, Xiao, are you okay, Xiao Feifei?" After getting slapped, was completely stunned. Umig's eyes lit up, and she excitedly stood up, smiling brightly. "Ji Yuning, you're so awesome." Seeing that, Xiao Feifei angrily cursed at Umig. "What the hell are you? Who asked you to butt in?" Umig was immediately intimidated, quickly hiding behind Ji Yuning. Xiao Feifei, mad with rage, grabbed a water bottle from the desk and threw it hard at Ji Yuning, yelling, "Die, you freak!" Just then, Umig ran out and pushed Ji Yuning aside, anxiously shouting, "Ji Yuning, watch out!" Umig managed to push Ji Yuning away, so she was the one who got hit by the water bottle, crying out in pain. Ouch! Seeing her rubbing her head in frustration, Ji Yuning thought to herself, "Mig is such a kind-hearted girl. It looks like this Xiao Feifei really doesn't let anyone off the hook." She gritted her teeth, coldly glaring at Xiao Feifei, cursing inwardly. "Then don't blame me for showing no mercy." Ji Yuning quickly stomped on the water bottle that Xiao Feifei had just thrown, skillfully juggling it with her foot, before kicking it hard toward Xiao Feifei, instantly making her frantically dodge, screaming, "No! No!" But just as the water bottle was about to hit Xiao Feifei in the face, an arm reached out and caught it in time. Ji Yuning angrily looked towards the troublemaker. It was the sports representative, who stepped forward to stop her, saying, "Enough, Ji Yuning. It's only morning and you're already causing chaos in the class. Are you happy now?" Xiao Feifei was just being a bit loud and opinionated. "Did you really need to go so hard?" Ji Yuning coldly scoffed. "Ha, our class's sports representative is really managing a lot. Plenty of people saw Xiao Feifei intentionally causing trouble first, so I'm just protecting myself and my classmates. What's wrong with that?" Hearing that, the whole class nodded in support of Ji Yuning. "That's right, we all saw it." Xiao Feifei's words were a bit much. Ji Yuning today is like a different person. The sports representative ground his teeth, unable to retort. Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning continued to mock him. "You like Xiao Feifei, but she doesn't even care about you. Isn't that just hot face on a cold ass?" He panicked, saying, "Don't twist things around." Ji Yuning immediately retorted, "You're the one twisting things around? Do you even dare to ask if your goddess will accept your feelings?" Seeing that, Xiao Feifei standing behind him turned away, avoiding his gaze. Ji Yuning saw that and shook her head, coldly laughing. Trisk trisk, the sports representative was furious, yelling, "Ji Yuning, you're deliberately trying to ruin my relationship with Feifei." Suddenly, a student ran in from outside the door, announcing, "The homeroom teacher is here." Hearing the name of the homeroom teacher, he immediately puffed out his chest and glared at Ji Yuning, saying, "You just wait, I'm going to tell the teacher that Ji Yuning bullied Xiao Feifei. Let's see if you can still be so tough." Soon enough, our homeroom teacher popped into class 12A2. That dude immediately reported, "Teacher, Xiao Feifei totally got a slap from Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning even threw a water bottle at her head." Hearing that, the homeroom teacher asked in a serious tone, "Ji Yuning, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Xiao Feifei was quick to chime in. "Yesterday I accidentally ran into her at the antique market, and before I could even say a few words, she accused me of using fake stuff. Today she even provoked me on purpose and then got physical with me." Mig jumped in to defend Ji Yuning. Teacher. It was Xiao Feifei who deliberately humiliated Ji Yuning first. She saw me trying to stick up for Ji Yuning, so she chucked a bottle at my head." Ji Yuning finally chimed in. "I just wanted to kick that stupid bottle away. Who'd have thought it would perfectly hit Xiao Feifei's head? It was totally unintentional. But Xiao Feifei's evil stuff? The whole class saw that." Then the homeroom teacher turned back to Xiao Feifei and loudly asked, "Xiao Feifei, do you admit what Ji Yuning said?" At this point, she just stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. I, the homeroom teacher continued. "All right, since both of you messed up, it's your choice. Either you both get punished, or you bury the hatchet right now. Case closed." Xiao Feifei, her face dark with anger, blurted out, "Ugh, you're so annoying." Meanwhile, Ji Yuning just smirked provocatively. The two shook hands to bury the hatchet. But Xiao Feifei was still fuming inside. She gritted her teeth and whispered, just loud enough for Ji Yuning to hear, "Don't get too cocky. Next time, you're so screwed." After everything was all sorted, the homeroom teacher spoke up. "All right, everyone, back to your spots." Vu Mig worriedly asked, "Ji Yuning, you seriously messed with her this time. What if?" But Ji Yuning just asked back, "Super chill, are you scared?" Then she continued, "Just taking it will only make people walk all over you even more. It's better to stand up for yourself. This is a legal society, and as a school bullying victim, you need to be even braver and stand up." Hearing that, Mig was so moved, tears welled up as she called out, "Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning. then made a suggestion. After the accident a few days ago, I've totally had an epiphany. Mig, if you agree to be my best friend, I hope we can change for the better together and not be such pushovers anymore. Of course, if you don't want to get into trouble, I won't force you. But Wu Mig immediately agreed, her eyes sparkling. I totally will. We're besties. I absolutely won't let your kindness go to waste. At that moment, all she could see was Ji Yu Ning. Mig realized Ji Yu Ning was totally different from before. Later that afternoon, at the fancy student cafeteria, Ji Yu Ning's cousin, Ji Yu Xiao, was surrounded by a bunch of sycophantic friends gushing over her. Xiao, the watch your dad gave you is gorgeous, super expensive, right? It's gotta be like hundreds of thousands, as if Xiao would ever wear cheap stuff. Just then, Ji Yu Ning also strolled into the cafeteria and loudly announced, "Excuse me, coming through." Ji Yu Xiao's crew had their attention caught by her words. They were shocked and wondered, wait, is that Ji Yu Ning? Didn't she get run over and die? She seriously got 9 lives. They're both Ji Yu, so how can she be this broke? One of them kept sneering. It's not that she has no money, it's how dare she show her face on the second floor to eat. Another person repeated, seriously, she's got 9 lives. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Ning confidently handed the menu to Mig and asked, hey, check out what you want to eat. I made some cash, so today it's my treat. Suddenly, a gaggle of girls sauntered over from behind and asked, how can the second floor let 2 broke losers in here? That was Chen Zijiao's crew. One of them, walking beside her, sneered. Of course they walked in themselves. Duh. I bet they're here to dine and dash. Ji Yu Ning fired back firmly. Whether I'm poor or not, how is that any of your business? I spend my parents' money. What, are you paying for it? Zijiao heard that and furiously screamed, you dare sass back? What right do you even have to eat on the same floor as us? Who even are you? Didn't you hear me? You 2 broke losers, scram right now. Ji Yu Ning just smiled faintly, totally ignoring her crazy show. Seeing herself totally ignored, Zijiao couldn't control her rage and screamed, your whole family is shameless. Your mom's a, well, you know, and you, her daughter, should just GTFO of our school. Hearing that, Ji Yu Ning started to get pissed and crumpled the paper in her hand. Then she immediately turned and slapped it right in Zijiao's face. She pressed Zijiao's head into the ground and threatened in a low voice, apologize to my mom, NOW. The surrounding students started buzzing. OMG, Ji Yu Ning actually dared to hit her. So cool. Mig ran over to stop her. Ji Yu Ning, stop, don't get worked up. Ji Yu Xiao's friends came over, curiously asking, what's going on? Ji Yu Xiao arrogantly ordered, get out of the way. Suddenly, they were all shocked by what they saw. Ji Yu Xiao immediately ran over and shouted, Dao Dao, Xiao, ran to stop Ji Yu Ning, then yelled at her, you dare hit Dao Dao, are you tired of living? The students kept gossiping, hey, Ji Yu Ning's hitting someone, I don't believe it, how could Ji Yu Ning dare, it must be Chen Zijiao hitting Ji Yu Ning. But Ji Yu Ning didn't deny it, instead she provoked, yeah, I hit her, so what are you gonna do about it? Ji Yu Xiao angrily pointed at Ji Yu Ning's face and yelled, kneel down in front of Dao Dao and kowtow 10 times, or you're dead meat. A male student gently tugged at Xinjiang's sleeve and said, Xinjiang, say something to your girlfriend. Chen Zijiao started this, but Xinjiang brushed him off, replying, what's it to me? Which made the male student surprised. You, how can you say that? Just then, a girl stepped forward and joined the fun. Ji Yu Ning, oh man, you're having a rough day. It was Chu Pai Han, and as soon as she appeared, the surrounding students were captivated, excitedly saying to each other, isn't she the principal's daughter, daring to meddle in their business? Ji Yu Ning frowned slightly at Pai Han and replied, they said I'm from a poor family and don't deserve to stand in front of them? How ridiculous. My being poor is my business. How does it affect them? In her heart, she thought Chu Pai Han and the others were birds of a feather. But now she seemed to be speaking up for her. Am I hallucinating? Pai Han walked towards Ji Yu Ning, patted her shoulder lightly, and sarcastically said, if you can't get rich in this life, then you have to open your eyes wide in the next life so you can be reborn into a rich family. You know. Then she looked straight at Ji Yu Xiao and continued, because if you're still as poor as you are now, look, even if you're right, you still have to kowtow and apologize to others, right? Ji Yu Ning now had a good impression of Pai Han, thinking, Chu Pai Han seems to be mocking me, but deep down she's clearly making fun of Ji Yu Xiao, Chen Zijiao, and the other 2 angrily replied, Pai Han, you think she can be reborn into a rich family? Dream on. In this life, she's just a dirt poor girl that will step all over. But Pai Han calmly continued, not necessarily. With Ji Yu Ning's personality, I think she might be able to take care of herself one day. As for you rich kids who just open your mouths to eat and wait to die, you might become poor without even realizing it. Ji Yu Xiao angrily clenched her fists and resentfully said, Chu Pai Han, whose side are you on anyway? Don't forget your status. The crowd around them started speaking up for Ji Yu Ning. Chen Zijiao was clearly in the wrong. What's wrong with Chu Pai Han speaking up for Ji Yu Ning? I wasted my time seeing Ji Yu Xiao as my goddess. Now it turns out she can't tell right from wrong. I'm on Ji Yu Ning's side. She didn't do anything wrong. Xinjiang then pretended to step in and stop them. All right, Xiao, don't make a scene. Let it go. Ji Yu Xiao was surprised and shouted, but she hit Dao Dao. Ji Yu Ning crossed her arms and replied sternly, She deserved to be hit. Next time if she dares to talk to me like that again, I won't let her off so easily. The others were scared and didn't know what to say. Ji Zhaozhao had no choice but to turn around and accept defeat. Let's go. After it was over, Ji Yuning gently nudged Chu Paihan's shoulder and said, "Thanks." Paihan winked back at her and replied, "I just couldn't stand those people. You're very righteous." I like that. Ji Yuning looked at Paihan and her heart was filled with good feelings. So imposing, yet not arrogant, but a soft-hearted girl on the inside. She was truly a flower among those rich kids. As for Ji Zhaozhao, she had just left the cafeteria when her phone rang. It was Xiao Feifei calling. On the other end of the line, Xiao Feifei started talking. "I heard about it at the cafeteria. Want to teach her a lesson?" Ji Zhaozhao hurriedly asked. "You got a plan?" "She's different now. We can't mess with her," Xiao Feifei said confidently. "Not at school, but outside school is a different story." "Oh, she messed with me today too. How about we settle the score together?" Hearing that, Ji Zhaozhao replied with satisfaction. That day, while Ji Yuning was on her way home, a strange car sped up in front of her and screeched to a halt. The car door quickly opened, and Ji Yuning, with a glance, already figured things out. A bunch of thugs got out with weapons in hand, asking aggressively, "You, Ji Yuning." Then 3 guys surrounded Ji Yuning, one teasing, "We need 3 guys for this little chick. Look how pretty she is. I've never played with such a pretty girl." Ji Yuning's face darkened, asking, "Who are you people? Who sent you here? What do you want?" One of them used a stick to gently lift Ji Yuning's face and said, "What do we want? We'll do this and that, and then post the clip online so everyone can see your face. You got it." "You guys!" Ji Yuning angrily clenched her bag, growling, "Come at me if you ain't afraid to die." She confidently looked straight at the 3 thugs. In the night, the moon was already showing. After a while of intimidating her, the 3 gangsters found it strange that she remained calm. Why is this chick so calm? Does she have something up her sleeve? No wonder Xiao Feifei told us all to come. This chick ain't simple. Hearing the name of the person who ordered them, Ji Yuning just smirked and said, "Xiao Feifei, she really got a death wish." Ji Yuning clenched her bag, then slammed it straight into the face of the guy in front, saying, "You think you can teach me a lesson with just you guys?" After taking down one person, she started fighting the other 2. The 2 painfully clutched their wounded areas, screaming, "Ugh, aha!" One of them noticed her approaching and paled, then grabbed a random stick and pointed it at Ji Yuning, stammering, You stay away from me." Ji Yuning, filled with murderous intent, looked at him, asking, "What? You still want to fight?" Hearing that, he scrambled to his feet, running away while yelling, "No more fighting! No more fighting!" She shouted after him, "Tell Xiao Feifei that I'll take you guys on any time." The first guy she hit woke up at this time, sneaking up to her with a stick. Seeing that he was close enough, the guy jumped up, preparing to swing the stick, shouting, "Die!" Ji Yuning glanced back at him, lazily saying, "Got a death wish again." But before Ji Yuning could do anything, a dark shadow flashed past. She wondered who it was. The dark shadow punched the gangster so hard he could only clutch his stomach without uttering a sound. Then, the dark shadow raised a hand high and then hit him hard behind the neck. It turned out that the dark shadow that flashed past was a strange man, beating the gangster unconscious. Seeing a stranger, Ji Yuning cautiously turned to ask, "Who are you?" The man with a cold face only said, "That's not something you should be asking. Can you drive?" Ji Yuning looked at the man closely at this time, thinking, "Damn, this guy is too handsome," and replied, "Yes." So after thinking about it, she smelled something weird and wondered, "What's that smell? Ugh." When she got back, the table was covered in medical supplies. He was lying on the chair, wincing in pain, even though the wound was bandaged. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. Xu Jingsen entered the room and said, "The security cameras were all stolen. How strange. Who brought you back? That you're so worried about them being exposed." Hearing that, the man frowned slightly and opened his eyes, saying, "Don't know them. Just a stranger I met on the road. They stole someone else's car to bring me back." Xu Jingsen sat down on the chair, looked at him with a smile, and said, "A stranger? Seems like more than just a random stranger, huh? When I checked the security footage, I saw the silhouette of a very pretty girl." The man got a little annoyed that Xu Jingsen was asking so many questions, and turned to say, "I only told you to destroy the security footage, not to pry into my business." Xu Jingsen was clearly annoyed after hearing that and said, "Why are you getting mad? I don't know if it's because you have a special identity so you're used to protecting others, or if you've already got your eye on someone's daughter." Remembering back then, the man told Ji Yuning, "Take me to the Fenghua residence," then pulled something out and gave it to her, saying, "This is the fee." Ji Yuning grabbed it and opened it to see it was a jade stone, emerald green. She was surprised and whispered, "Spirit vein jade, and it's top quality." Then she smiled brightly and said, "Deal." Ji Yuning put the jade near her eyes to absorb the spiritual energy within it, and ran to the front of the Fenghua residence. The car gradually came to a stop. After stopping, Ji Yuning announced, "We're here." The man opened the door and stepped out. She looked and thought, "This guy's not bad looking, but his injuries ain't light either." After a while, she poked her head out of the car and shouted, "Oh yeah, this car was stolen by us along the way, and there are a lot of security cameras, so please hurry up and figure out how to deal with this first." The man didn't turn around, just replied, "Yeah, I know." Seeing that, she thought to herself, handsome on the outside, but so cold, lame. The next day at school, One of Xiao Feifei's 2 followers said, Ji Yuning really didn't come today. Feifei, you're still the best. Xiao Feifei, while putting on her powder, laughed and said, the people I find are all from the underworld. What's so hard about dealing with a little brat? 2 other students also chimed in and said, Feifei, I admire you so much. That little bitch definitely won't dare to show her face again. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the door. Ji Yuning was standing with Umig, panting, and Mukei was also sweating from exhaustion, asking Ji Yuning, do you run to school like this every morning? Ji Yuning just calmly drank her water and said, my physical strength is poor. Doing this is just for practice. The other 2 were stunned and didn't know what to say. Yunkei and Mig said in unison, poor physical strength, but you're like this. Ji Yuning didn't bat an eye after hearing that and said, let's go to class, let's go to class. Yunkei said goodbye to the 2, saying, let's run together later. Okay, Ji Yuning replied with a smile. Xiao Feifei was shocked to see Ji Yuning and slammed the table, asking, how are you here? The 2 students who followed Xiao Feifei said, isn't that Senior Mukei? Why is he with her? Could it be that Mukei likes her? Ji Yuning walked closer to Xiao Feifei and asked, if I'm not at school, then where else would I be, you bully? Knocking Xiao Feifei backward, she said, so you'd rather hang out with those 3 thugs? What are you even talking about? Xiao Feifei stuttered, totally freaked out. Ji Yuning just glanced at her, warning, you know what I'm talking about. We'll settle this debt later. Hearing that, Xiao Feifei got mad and yelled, Ji Yuning, I'm gonna fight you. 2 of her friends held Xiao Feifei back. Okay, Feifei, calm down. Her worldview is just messed up. Xiao Feifei plopped down, slammed the table, and hissed angrily, Ji Yuning, what right does a poor nobody like her have to look down on me? I'm definitely not letting her get away with this. Sitting down at a table, Ji Yuning took out the jade she got from that guy as payment the other day. She held it up, examining it closely, thinking, the spiritual energy in this jade has been completely absorbed by me, but the appearance isn't really affected. I can probably sell it for some cash. With that thought, Ji Yuning turned around and asked Mig, hey, do you know any reputable jade shops in City F? Mig gave an awkward laugh, replying, come on, you know my family's situation? How would I ever step foot in a jade shop? Ji Yuning, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and said, sorry, I forgot. I'll figure it out myself. Suddenly remembering something, Mig's eyes lit up as she asked, did you strike it rich or something? Then she whispered in Ji Yuning's ear, but I often hear Xiao Feifei and her friends talking about this one shop, something Xuan. Remembering, she blurted out, ah, Yi Kui Xuan. That's it, Yi Kui Xuan. As soon as she finished speaking, a piece of chalk flew over, smacking Mig right in the head with a thwack, making her yelp, ouch! The head teacher adjusted his glasses, reminding them, pay attention in class. No talking during lessons. Xiao Feifei and her crew glared at Ji Yuning and Mig, thinking, HMPH, you 2 idiots? After that, Ji Yuning looked at the jade again, thinking, once I sell this for some money, I'm heading to City G to gamble on stones. That afternoon, Ji Yuning arrived at Yi Kui Xuan. As she walked in, 2 employees greeted her. Welcome, esteemed customer. Welcome, esteemed customer. She strolled around the shop to check out the prices of the jade stones. This jade of mine should be worth around $1 million based on the market price. Estimating the value of the jade, she prepared to sell it. I need to sell it quickly, so I'll probably get lowballed, but hopefully the boss here won't be too unreasonable. After Ji Yuning stood there for a while, an employee came over and asked, hello, miss? Is there anything I can help you with? Ji Yuning looked at the employee for a moment without saying anything. Then she finally opened her mouth and asked, do you have Imperial Green? The employee was taken aback, then replied awkwardly, we don't currently have that item on display. If you want, Ji Yuning interrupted the employee, fumbling in her bag as she said, no, I want to sell Imperial Green. Ji Yuning took out the jade, placed it on a cloth, and said, here, get someone to appraise it. The employee immediately told another employee to call someone over. Hurry, call Xiaodong over here. We've got a rare find. Oh, okay, the other employee replied. A moment later, someone came rushing over, panting. That person was sweating profusely, asking repeatedly, really? Are you sure it's really Imperial Green? Seeing someone arrive, Ji Yuning handed over the jade, saying, take a look and see if it is. The appraiser gasped in surprise, then looked at the jade and stammered, take this. Qin Yifan held the jade in his hand. In the daylight, the Imperial Green displayed a dignified emerald green color. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Qin Yifan confirmed, this is Imperial Green, Imperial Green. What's even more surprising is that this piece of Imperial Green is top grade. Qin Yifan gave the jade back to Ji Yuning. He wanted to make the deal ASAP, but still had a question. Allow me to be so bold, but where did you get this jade? Qin Yifan's got a good head on his shoulders. Even though he really wants this jade, he's thinking things through. A silent rule in the business is to never buy stuff with a shady background, or else trouble will rain down on you. Ji Yuning took the jade, holding it in her hand. Ji Yuning knew what Qin Yifan meant, so she wasn't mad. She said, I came here because I heard good things about Yi Kui Xuan. This jade is so sparkly, with such a gorgeous green, I'm sure you know its worth. Qin Yifan felt relieved after hearing her. He understood the situation. She's right. If I miss out on this Emperor Green, who knows when I'll see one again. The way she talks, sounds like she's in the know. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Oh. If that's the case, I'm relieved. So I'll buy this jade for 10 million. Does that suit you, miss? People around them gasped when they heard Qin Yifan's offer, OMG, 10 million. Even though Ji Yuning kinda guessed the price of the Emperor Green, she was still a bit surprised when Qin Yifan said 10 million. She thought, not bad, 10 million is more than I expected. Even though this Emperor Green could sell for 2 or 3 million more, Ji Yuning didn't feel like she was getting ripped off. She just thought Qin Yifan was interesting, not trying to scam her. She happily agreed. Deal? They shook hands. Sealing the deal, Qin Yifan said happily, it's a deal. After signing the contract, the money was in hand, and Ji Yuning left. Ji Yuning stood in front of the door, holding the card with 10 million. She looked calm on the outside, but she was actually kinda nervous. She was already planning for the future in her head. With Onpai's startup money, I gotta get to City 6 to enhance stones ASAP. At school, UMIG was walking behind Ji Yuning with her notebook, still trying to wrap her head around things, saying, that question you asked the teacher was so weird, I still don't get it. Ji Yuning walked ahead, twirling a pen in her hand, and replied, MIG, just pay attention in class, and it's not that hard. UMIG couldn't help but look at Ji Yuning with envy, saying, you're so smart. Just then, Muzhoke ran towards them from behind, shouting, Ji Yuning, MIG. Mu-Ke followed behind them, scratching his head, and said, Ji Yuning, I need your help with something. Ji Yuning was a bit suspicious, tilting her head and asking, me? She said in a teasing tone. A young master like you needs my help. Mu-Ke leaned close to Ji Yuning's ear and whispered, you know martial arts, right? Teach me. Ji Yuning was startled, her face scrunching up. She pushed Mu-Ke away, saying, I don't know, get away from me. If you want to learn martial arts, go find a class. UMIG, standing behind them, couldn't help but laugh at their antics. While they were joking around, they saw Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Xin Zheng, and another guy walking over. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao let out a taunting shout, then she looked at Ji Yuning and Mu-Ke and started trash-talking. Trisk. No wonder you dared to go against us. Turns out you've already latched onto a sugar daddy, Xin Zheng chimed in. Mu-Ke, come over here. Stop messing around with Ji Yuning. Hearing these people acting like they knew everything, Mu-Ke just waved his hand dismissively, saying, we're just hanging out. I'm not as picky as you. The other guy started talking too. Mu-Ke, what's wrong with you? Why are you on her side? Is she eyeing your family's jewelry store? Ji Yuning glanced at Mu-Ke next to her, thinking, nice. He's already got his own store at this age, and a jewelry store at that. Looks like I've met a colleague. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, looking down on Ji Yuning, and said, you said one step to the sky? Meaning you're being supported by Mu-Ke, right? Relying on his status to act all high and mighty, she was getting more and more out of line. You're no different from your slutty mom, Ji Yu. Ning completely snapped when she heard that. She gripped her pen tightly, her thumb clicking open the cap, revealing the sharp metal tip. Ji Yuning was radiating murderous intent. Clutching the pen tightly, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't realized anything was wrong and was still trash-talking, oblivious to the danger. Getting pregnant before marriage, your mom gave birth to a curse. Is that what you're like? Are you planning to follow in her footsteps? Ji Yuning's hand holding the pen twitched slightly. Xin Zheng noticed Ji Yuning's hand holding the pen, and his face changed. Before Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, it was interrupted by Xin Zheng's shout of, watch out! He grabbed her collar and pulled her back, dodging the flying pen. Thwack! With a sound, the pen stuck into the wall. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Xin Zheng were still in the same position as before. When they saw the pen stuck in the wall, their faces turned pale. Just thinking that a moment later, that pen would have been in Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's head, they couldn't calm down. Mu-Ke, standing next to Ji Yuning, shouted excitedly, awesome! And you said you didn't know martial arts? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, holding her face which was bleeding from where the pen had grazed her, screamed hysterically, Ji Yuning, are you trying to kill me? Ji Yuning just ignored them, and Mu-Ke gently closed his eyes and said, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Qin Zheng already saved you, you know. When Ji Yuning opened her eyes, she saw the two people in front of her reflected in her eyes, and she thought to herself, if I really went all out, would this kind of slow-witted reaction even be worthy of seeing? Mu-Ke, still super hyped, grabbed her arm and kept saying, boss! From today on, you're my boss. Qin Zheng, who was supporting a bloody-faced Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, couldn't help but yell when he heard, Mu-Ke, can't you see she hurt Xiaoxiao? You still want to call this trashy woman boss? Mu-Ke, seeing someone mess with his big boss, couldn't help but fire back. It's because Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was running her mouth right in front of my boss. She deserved it. Qin Zheng's face twisted a bit, and he said, I've wanted to ditch you rich playboy types with your dark hearts for ages. Today's my lucky day. Listen up, everyone. Don't drag me into your shady stuff later. Mukkezit wasn't backing down either, and he shot back, my boss says no, which stunned the three opposite him. Their faces darkened as they looked at him, not knowing what to say. Xinjiang was completely enraged by Mukimi, and he angrily pointed at Mukimi and yelled, You'll regret this, Mukimi. Ji Yu Ning and Umig opposite him had to try really hard not to laugh. The other male student, seeing this, gnashed his teeth and said, I misjudged you. You just go ahead and hang out with this pauper. Ji Yu Xiao, clutching her head, still didn't forget to shout loudly before leaving, Ji Yu Ning, just you wait. I'm gonna tell my mom to kick you and your good-for-nothing mother out of my house. Ji Yu Ning burst out laughing when she heard that, and she scornfully opened her mouth. Only your family would care about that dump of a house. Her eyes and tone showed the contempt inside. Looking at Ji Yu Xiao, she thought, You think I care? Slam. The classroom door was kicked open. Ji Yu Xiao, holding her bloody head, ran into the classroom. She slumped at her desk, shivering all over. Xinjiang, comforting her, yelled at the buzzing classroom, What are you all looking at? None of your business. Xinjiang followed her into the classroom and also shouted, Stop gossiping. Ji Yu Xiao immediately called her mother and cried to her, not forgetting to twist the truth with extra spice. Mom, Ji Yu Ning's been colluding with guys at school. I just reminded her a few times, and she ruined my face. Li Huan on the other end of the line was furious when she heard her daughter say that, and she said, That little devil dared to touch you. All right, your dad and I will go find that Ji Yu man to talk. Ji Yu Xiao gritted her teeth and said, Mom and Dad, quickly kick them out of the house. Our Ji Yu family can't let those kinds of shameless people stay. Xinjiang, standing beside her, looked at his phone and said to Ji Yu Xiao, I have a way to deal with your sister. Doesn't she like to show off? I'll let her show off all she wants. She, who was on the phone, couldn't help but look up at him when she heard that. Another guy standing beside them heard this and asked, Are you planning to post anonymous insults on the school's T-board to diss her? Xinjiang's face was sinister as he said, No, I'm going to wholeheartedly praise her. The next morning, at school, Mukik he yelled as soon as he stepped through the door. Ji Yu Ning, quick, check the T-board. Ji Yu Ning was studying with Umig. Looking a little confused, everyone around them was whispering. But Ji Yu Ning was still calm. What's up? I don't use the T-board. Mu Kei took his phone to Ji Yu Ning to show her, Look at this, it's showing a challenge letter. Someone on the T-board is saying you can beat the whole school, and Hiran doesn't believe it, so he wrote you a challenge. Ji Yu Ning glanced at the phone, a little doubtful. A challenge letter. Then she thought the whole thing was pointless. How lame. But the other students seemed super hyped, excited about the challenge letter. It's Hiran, the school bully who always does bad stuff, wrote Ji Yu Ning a challenge letter. Time for some drama. The people in the classroom kept gossiping, one after another. Ji Yu Ning's skills are really amazing, and you could say she's evenly matched with Hiran. I bet Hiran will win. Ji Yu Ning has a chance too. Back in 10th grade, Hiran almost fought the whole school. How could he let Ji Yu Ning threaten his position? Moody Ki, hearing everyone gossiping, really wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. You guys, looking at the main character, Ji Yu Ning calmly sat reading her book, not caring at all, and asked, What are you gonna do? Should I find someone to reject him for you? A girl sitting at the next table saw Muki caring about Ji Yu Ning and was super jealous, saying, Why does Muki come looking for her every day and he cares about her so much? The people sitting with her glared darkly at Ji Yu Ning. Xiao Feifei's face was gloomy, and she gnashed her teeth as she looked over there, saying, Looks like Xiao Xiao wasn't wrong at all. This vixen is seducing Mu Kei and then using him to her advantage. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Someone had kicked open the classroom door. Then, the trio of Qin Xinjun, Zhang Tianping, and the boisterous Hiran in the middle showed up, yelling like they owned the place. They kept threatening the classmates, Get out of the way! Move it! What are you staring at? Hiran grabbed a classmate's shirt and yanked him hard, warning him in a super aggressive way. The protection fee you gave me last time was a little light. You better triple it next time, got it? Or else don't even dream of peace and quiet around here next month. The scared dude went pale and stammered in agreement. No problem. Bro, he ran, tossed the dude against the wall, slamming his hand on the desk with a loud BNG, looking totally vicious. Which one of you is Ji Yu Ning? The whole classroom went silent. Ji Yu Ning, being cool as a cucumber, replied without a hint of fear, That's me. Who are you? Zhang Tianping got all riled up seeing her chill attitude. Damn it, you don't know who Bro Hiran is. Hiran frowned and asked, Didn't you read my challenge letter? You underestimating me? Ji Yu Ning, still fearless, gave a polite bow and said, Oh, how honored. You want to throw down with me? Mu Kang, who'd been standing next to her, couldn't hold it in anymore, shouting, It's so messed up for a guy to hit a girl. Hiran, get a grip. Another one of Hiran's lackeys, Zhang Tianping, sneered, Ji Yu Ning knows kung fu, doesn't she? This ain't guys hitting girls, it's us honing and sharpening each other. Xiao Feifei, looking all dark and twisted, was super smug seeing Ji Yu Ning in trouble. Hey, I finally waited for this day, Ji Yu Ning. Let's see if you can still be so cocky this time. At this moment, Ji Yu Ning stood up, put her hand on Mu Kang's shoulder, and called out to him, Mu Kei, I accept the challenge. Mu Kei got worried hearing that, wanting to say something, but she gave them a firm look and made a demand. I want to add a bet. Everyone around was shocked that Ji Yu Ning accepted the challenge. thinking she'd lost her mind. Holy crap, she wants to add conditions. Is Ji Yuning crazy? Her opponent is He-ran. She's being so reckless, doesn't she know how dangerous he is? He-ran was even more amused when he heard Ji Yuning say that, saying, "Interesting. What do you want to add?" Ji Yuning stood up straight and declared loudly, "If I lose, I'll make you my big bro. But if you guys lose, you gotta make me your big bro until graduation. How's that?" He-ran was a bit taken aback and repeated the key words. "You guys, Ji Yuning, not afraid of anything," included all three of them. "Yeah, all three of you come at me at once. Save us from having to deal with one challenge letter after another. It's a waste of my time." Muke freaked out hearing her say that, worriedly calling out, "Ji Yuning." And He-ran's crew was also shocked, not believing what they were hearing. The other classmates were just as surprised, unable to understand what was happening. What did she say? What kind of terrifying words am I hearing? She's so dead, that's so arrogant. He-ran definitely won't let her off the hook. Umig couldn't stand it when she heard people talking about Ji Yuning, doubting and looking down on her bestie, so she stood up, slammed the table, and yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. Ji Yuning will definitely beat him." Ji Yuning walked over and put her arm around Umig, feeling confident, and looked at He-ran's crew, saying, "My best friend believes in me this much, so what are you guys afraid of?" Which pissed them off to no end. He-ran slammed his hand on the table and declared fiercely, 3 days after school, meet at the abandoned lot in the north, for a clear victory or defeat. 3 days later, at the abandoned construction site, people were buzzing. I saw Ji Yuning come with my own eyes. She actually dared to come, that's He-ran we're talking about. The crowd surged forward, "Hurry, hurry, it's about to start." At a pretty big makeshift arena, surrounded by a noisy crowd, on the arena, Ji Yuning was standing face to face with He-ran and his 2 lackeys. He-ran said in a superior tone, putting on an act, "You're a girl, so whoever falls to the ground first loses. Deal." Ji Yuning eyed those 3 dudes with major side-eye, then smirked like, "Oh honey, no, beat it." Then, Zhang Tianping, all pumped up, charged in like he had a death wish or something. He was barreling toward Ji Yuning like a total bull in a china shop. Ji Yuning didn't even flinch, just smoothly dodged Tianping's punch. The dude was straight up shook by her move. After that sweet dodge, Ji Yuning didn't waste a sec, landed a swift chop right on Tianping's chin, catching him completely off guard. Zhang Tianping went down hard-y, like a sack of potatoes hitting the floor. Ji Yuning put her hands on her hips, looking down at him like, "Seriously, the first one down loses rule was for your protection." Tianping was still groaning on the ground. Ugh, ah. The whole crowd went silent, frozen in place. Then, a beat later, someone yelled out, "Damn, she's strong. Totally amazing." And then the whole place erupted. "Ji Yuning's the bomb. Ji Yuning, you're my idol. Go get that top dog spot." The vibe was getting hotter than a summer day. Those 3 school bullies were turning greener than Kermit the Frog. He-ran and his sidekick, Qin Zijun, charged in together, ready to rumble. Ji Yuning shifted her feet, getting ready. She effortlessly blocked Qin Zijun's punch. Ji Yuning coldly kneed Zijun right in the gut, making him gasp and his eyes bug out. Down in the crowd, Ji Yu Zhao Zhao looked worried, saying, "She's that strong." Xiao Fei Fei next to her gritted her teeth. "No way. I believe He-ran can't beat her." Mu Kei looked up at Ji Yuning and said, "She's totally different from before." On the stage, it was just Ji Yuning and He-ran. Facing off, He-ran went for a kick at Ji Yuning's legs, but she jumped up just in time. Ji Yuning soared into the air, ready to bring the pain with a downward kick. Catching, he ran totally off guard. Ji Yuning kicked. He ran hard. He managed to get his hands up to block, but Ji Yuning's kick was so powerful it sent him flying backwards. He-ran sat on the ground, looking like he was in serious pain. He looked at his hand and cried out, "Arg!" Qin Zishun, with one eye already turning purple, looked at. He ran and yelled, "Boss!" Then he clenched his fists and glared at Ji Yuning. "I'll avenge you! You're dead!" "Qin Zijun," he roared as he charged toward Ji Yuning. But she quickly grabbed one of his arms. Ji Yuning frowned and said, "You're a natural at seeking death." Ji Yuning grabbed both of Qin Zijun's arms, turned her back to him. Hup! Ji Yuning pulled hard, flipping Qin Zijun over her shoulder. He hit the ground with a loud thud. By now, Ji Yuning had lost it. She just wanted to give Qin Zijun a serious beatdown. Qin Zijun raised his hands, begging, "No, no, no." Just as Ji Yuning's foot was about to connect with Qin Zijun's chest, a loud shout echoed from the distance. He-ran raised his hand, signaling to stop, and said, "Stop, he has a bad heart." Then, He-ran lowered his head, clenching his fist, and said, "We lost. You're our boss now, spare him." Under Ji Yuning's foot, Qin Zijun's face turned pale and he said, "Sorry, I just wanted to get revenge, sorry." Ji Yuning heard this and withdrew her foot. She reached out her hand to Qin Zijun and said, "I didn't know you were sick," Ji Yuning continued, "but wanting to win isn't an excuse for you to insult girls. I hope there won't be a next time." Qin Zijun grabbed Ji Yuning's hand with tears in his eyes and said, Okay. The fight ended, and the whole crowd shouted, "Won in just 5 minutes! That's amazing! Ji Yuning is awesome! So cool!" Ji Yu Zhao Zhao below took out her phone and recorded the fight just now and said with a sly look, "Miracle? Awesome! HMPH, Ji Yuning." On the stage, turned to look at everyone. She flashed a winner's smile, raised her hand, and declared, "Let's go grab a bite. From today onwards, I'm your leader, Ji Yuning." thought to herself. He ran as a loyal dude. These three could be useful. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ji Yuning's mom was lugging a basin of laundry up the stairs when she got a text notification. Zhao Zhao messaged me. As soon as she unlocked her phone, she gasped at the picture Zhao Zhao sent. Ning Ning, Zhao Zhao sent a photo of her fighting with Xin Zixun. The text under the photo said, Ji Yuning's causing trouble at school and getting a lesson. Hurry to the hospital or it'll be too late. The moment Ji Yu Man heard the news, her whole body went limp and she suddenly lost her footing, tumbling backward down the stairs. Ji Yuning and her crew were heading out to celebrate their victory. Let's hit up the snack street. Later, there's a new spot. Ji Yuning suddenly got a call from the hospital. I'm Ji Yu Man's daughter, what's wrong? Ji Yuning's face went pale, and she shouted, What, I'm coming to the hospital right now. With that, Ji Yuning bolted, a knot of worry in her stomach. Something happened to my mom, I gotta go. Ji Yuning, hey, Ji Yuning, wait up. Ji Yu Xiao Zhao watched them rush off into the distance, a smug look on her face. Ji Yu, man, you're so lucky to have a daughter like that, huh? Ji Yuning ran like the wind, leaving her friends struggling to keep up. Ji Yuning, leader, he ran panted. Leader, wait for us. Whoa, she's fast. Is she running or flying? Ji Yuning was so worried that she wasn't paying attention to her surroundings. She dashed across a major road, nearly getting hit by oncoming traffic. Someone yelled, Wanna die? A car almost slammed into Ji Yuning, the driver's face turning green as he slammed on the brakes, narrowly missing the car in front of him. Ji Yuning just clicked her tongue, and with lightning-fast reflexes, she braced her hand on the hood of the car, gracefully vaulting over the red car, leaving the driver in shock. Whoa, it's her. The driver of the red car recognized Ji Yuning. Xiao Ting, who was in the back seat, asked her. Ji Yuning successfully jumped over Xiao Ting's car. Xiao Ting looked at Ji Yuning and said, Hey, get in. Ji Yuning glanced at him, thinking, Isn't that the ice-cold guy? Whatever. Getting to the hospital ASAP is the priority. The car roared to life and sped off in a flash. Ji Yuning's friends chasing after her were left in the dust. Vu Mig, panting, said, That car must cost a fortune. Mooch K, wiping sweat, asked, Where do all the people Ji Yuning knows come from? He ran exclaimed. Did our leader get kidnapped? Let's go after them, Xin Zijun yelled. Duh, something must have happened to Ji Yuning's family. Let's grab a taxi to the hospital. Right, Ji Yuning's broke, we gotta help her out. With that, they flagged down a taxi. The red car was still speeding along. In the car, Ji Yuning was on the phone with a service nurse. Yeah, help me book a VIP room. Just do whatever the doctor asks, money is no problem. The driver leaned over and said, Hey beautiful, Xiao Ting knows the director of the city hospital. Let him help you out. Then, that driver glanced at Xiao Ting in the rearview mirror, winking and signaling, Bro, you gotta seize the opportunity. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, looked like he couldn't care less. Ji Yuning hung up the phone, turned to Xiao Ting and said, Thanks for the offer, but I don't think I can afford this gentleman's favor. Xiao Ting thought to himself. She just straight up said it. He gripped the car door tightly, saying, How will you know if you don't try? The driver looked at Xiao Ting, thinking, No way, is this guy serious? Finally, they arrived at the hospital gate. Ji Yuning rushed out of the car, saying, Thank you, I'll repay you if I get the chance. The driver leaned against the car, his eyes glued to Xiao Ting and then to Ji Yuning, saying, Wow, even a 1,000-year-old tree can bloom. That little lady is something else. Inside the hospital room, the heart monitor beeped. Dr. Anxian looked at Ji Yuning and said, It's just a mild concussion, nothing serious, and you don't need to worry about the hospital bills. Your aunt already paid them. Ji Yuning replied, Thank you, I'll pay for it. Bang! The door burst open, slamming against the wall, and he ran shouted, Boss! Xingjun quickly stopped him. Shh, keep it down. Beside them, Umig said, VIP rooms are expensive, you know? Dr. Anxian left, saying, You guys talk, just keep it down. Xiao H bowed his head to her. Mu K said, Ji Yuning, don't worry about the money, I'll pay for it. Me too, money is no problem, whatever you need. The other three guys chimed in. Ji Yuning looked at them, touched everyone. She looked towards Yu Xiaoxi, seeing her avoiding her gaze, head down. Ji Yuning walked towards Yu Xiaoxi, gently taking her hands that were tightly clutching her skirt. Ji Yuning turned back and said to everyone, We share blessings and misfortunes together. I'll ask for your help when I need it. Then she turned to Yu Xiaoxi, saying, Whether it's material help or emotional support, both are equally precious. Everyone chorused, That's right. Mu Ke picked up Ji Yuning's mom's phone. Whose phone is this? He exclaimed in shock. Ji Yu Zhao Zhao sent messages to your aunt. Ji Yuning grabbed her mom's phone and, realizing the reason for her mom's fall and hospitalization, she gritted her teeth. Furious, her friends were equally enraged on her behalf, offering to help her deal with Ji Yu Zhao Zhao. We'll get justice for your aunt. I'm going to teach her a lesson right now. The chubby friend enthusiastically cheered, Yeah, but luckily, at that moment, Ji Yuning's mom woke up, grabbing her daughter's sleeve, and hurriedly stopped Ji Yuning, preventing her from doing anything foolish. Ning, don't go. Hearing her mother's voice, she worriedly looked at her and exclaimed, Mom. Seeing her awake, everyone swarmed around, asking, Mom, how are you feeling, Auntie? We'll definitely make you better. Yes, we will. You don't have to worry about money. Seeing everyone so anxious, Ji Yuning's mom said, I'm fine, just a fall, hit my head so I'm a little dizzy. Ji Yuning's mom looked at Ji Yuning's friends, asking, Ning Ning, are these all your friends? She politely replied, yes. Then Ji Yuning's mom looked around the room, immediately noticing, this room is very expensive. This hospital room is very expensive, isn't it? Where did you get the money? Ji Yuning, hearing her mother's question, told the truth. A few days ago, I happened to save someone who was seriously injured. They wanted to repay me, so they gave me a jade stone. I took the jade stone and sold it, and got a lot of money. Hearing her say that, he ran excitedly asked, how much is a lot, boss? You're so lucky, she thought for a moment and replied, basically, it's enough to buy mom a house. We're getting mom out of that disgusting place. Hearing her say that, her mom's face lit up with joy. Scene cuts to Xiaoting's and Zhu Jingsen's convertible supercar. Right then, Xiaoting had already sent someone to dig up info on Ji Yuning. The guy said, I did some digging for Ya, and yeah, there's a mom of a high school girl who just got hospitalized, but it's not a big deal. She's in a VIP room, and getting the best meds. Xiaoting heard that and said, got it, I know now. Just as he was about to hang up, the guy blurted out, hey, don't you want to know her name? He paused for a sec, and the guy went on, her name's Ji Yuning. Click. He hung up immediately. Zhu Jingsen, who was sitting next to him, teased, Ji Yuning, I think you're acting kinda sus about her, aren't ya? But Xiaoting vehemently denied it, firing back, I just think she's a bit unique. A normal person who gets the Emperor's Jade would flaunt it, but she went and sold it right away. Zhu Jingsen flipped out the moment he heard Emperor's Jade, you just take her home and casually gift her a piece of Emperor's Jade? Seeing how freaked out he was, Xiaoting just nonchalantly replied, I got tons of that stuff, you've seen it before, haven't you? Hearing him say that, Jingsen could only helplessly mutter to himself, you talk like it's got nothing to do with you heartless capitalist. Fast forward, Ji Yuning has moved into her new place. Hearing her call, her friends rushed over, all out of breath. One of her friends asked, boss, what's up? Why'd you call us over here so urgently? She patted the moving boxes and said with a grin, called you guys over for a housewarming party. Your boss has a new crib. Seeing that she had a new house, everyone cheered and congratulated her. Whoa, awesome, congrats, boss. After that, everyone enthusiastically took turns helping her move stuff in. Umig was pranked by Tianping and Xinjun, who scared her so badly that she screamed. Tianping and Xinjun, standing far away, laughed gleefully at her frightened face. Umig immediately realized what they did and got super pissed. Tianping and Xinjun sensed the danger and bolted. Umig chased after them, yelling, get back here! Everyone burst out laughing. Everyone worked hard together but also had fun together to relieve the stress. Sunlight shone brightly. The wind gently swayed. Butterflies diligently sucked nectar from the flowers. After a while, everyone finally finished unpacking. Ji Yuning led her mom to tour the new house. Ji Yuning, afraid that her mom would fall if she walked too fast, supported her while reminding her, slow down, mom. Ji Yuning's mom was stunned and exclaimed, aghast to the point of being unable to speak. This, Ning Ning, this is all yours. Ji Yuning walked into the middle of the sparkling clean house, spread her arms wide, and asked, how is it, pretty, mom? From today on, this is our home. I even bought the apartment next door for my aunt's family to live in, as a way to repay her kindness. Hearing that, Ji Yuning's mom emotionally hugged her tightly. You're so good, is this real? She still couldn't believe it. She asked her, Mom, am I dreaming? She said, this isn't a dream, it's real, Mom. We don't have to live looking at the Ji family's faces anymore. Let those greedy relatives go to hell, Mom. I'm happy now. Scene cuts to the school. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily, holding hands, as they prepared to enter the classroom. But Jiu, Xiao, and her group of friends weren't worried about studying. Instead, they were trying their best to badmouth Ji Yuning to their friends. I'm her relative? How could I not know how disgusting she is? Jiu, Xiao, and her group of friends flashed petty, vicious smiles. Let me tell you guys, her mom's in the most expensive hospital room using the best medicine. Guess where she got the money? Hearing that, Ji Xiao's friends all clamored, deliberately speaking loudly. Whoa, is Ji Yuning being taken care of by a sugar daddy? It must be. Otherwise, how would she have money to treat her mom's illness? Hearing them say that, many other students came over to watch the drama and gossip. Are they talking about the Ji Yuning who fought with He Ran? Who else named Ji Yuning do we have around here? Is what they're saying true? More drama. Ji Yuning, standing from afar, heard people mentioning her name. She approached Ji Xiao and mocked, they are such loud, gossiping aunties. She saw Ji Yuning come over and was surprised, shouting, Ji Yuning. 5 people face to face. Filled with murderous intent, the atmosphere became extremely tense, as if a fierce battle was about to break out. Seeing Ji Yuning, she immediately adopted a sarcastic tone, HMPH. Dares to do but doesn't dare to admit. If it weren't for that rich guy Mu Kane taking care of you, where would you get the money to treat your mom? Ignoring all the stares, Ji Yuning straight up started lecturing her. If civics class didn't teach you how to respect your elders, then let me beat some sense into you. Cornered like that, Ji Xiao still tried to deny it. Respect elders? What are you even talking about? I don't get it. Seeing that she was too stubborn to admit it, Ji Yuning pulled out her phone, showed her the text Ji Xiao sent to her mom, and then smack, Ji Yuning was fuming. You sent a picture of me fighting to my mom, making her think I was being bullied, which scared her so much she fell down the stairs. Got it now. The evidence was right there, but Ji Zhao Zhao still tried to weasel her way out of it. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do any of that. People around them started whispering. How nasty. Who knew the school beauty was this kind of person? You can know a person's face but not their heart. Pretty face but rotten to the core. Suddenly, Xin Zhang pushed through the crowd. Let me through. Let me through. Seeing him, Ji Zhao Zhao perked up and called out happily, Xin Zhang, and immediately ran over to him, acting all clingy. Ji Ning's bullying me again. Hurry and kick him out of school. The crowd was buzzing, trying to play innocent after being caught red-handed. So embarrassing. Is Xin Zhang really gonna help her? Hearing that, Xin Zhang awkwardly shoved Ji Zhao Zhao away, saying coldly, don't talk nonsense. It's not like your family owns the school. Then he just bailed. In his head he was thinking, how mortifying. Why am I even dating this brainless idiot? Ji Zhao Zhao, frustrated and tearful, screamed Ji Ning and then ran off. But not before throwing out a threat. You just wait. At Ji Zhao Zhao's house, she was bawling and complaining to her grandma. Grandma, you have to do something. You gotta kick that mother and daughter out of this house. Wah. Ji Ning's mom heard that and scolded Ji Zhao Zhao angrily. Is that how you were raised? You're supposed to call her aunt? But Lin Li Huan, Ji Ning's aunt, chimed in to defend Ji Zhao Zhao. What's all the fuss about? Are you afraid people won't know you got knocked up with a bastard before you got married, or what? Ji Man clenched her fists, retorting angrily, Ji Ning's not a bastard. I let you guys get away with not acknowledging her all these years, but you need to watch your mouth. Ji Qingxiang finally spoke up. If she just apologizes to Zhao Zhao properly, we can let this slide. We're still family, and I wouldn't want to kick you two out. But just then, Ji Ning arrived, yelling, Mom! She gave everyone in the house a dark look. Those arrogant folks were looking down on them too. Ji Ning ran over, grabbed her mom's hand, and said, Mom, let's go to Grandma. Seeing that, the old lady couldn't stay silent any longer and shouted angrily, Stop right there. You disrespectful little bastard. You don't even know who your real dad is, and you dare act all high and mighty in front of me. Ji Ning dropped the polite act and glared at her, saying, Say that again, I dare you. At that moment, Ji Qingxiang yelled, Mom, you see how unruly this little bastard is? Today, no matter what, our Jiyu family has to deal with this once and for all. Tang I Ning's mom couldn't believe her ears and started wailing, screaming at the top of her lungs. Eldest brother. The old lady slammed her cane on the ground, spitting out orders like a drill sergeant. If you two don't kneel down and apologize to the whole family, especially Zhao Zhao, don't even dream of staying in this house. Ji Ning wasn't backing down either. She shot back. My mom busts her butt working to feed me and send me to school, and she even pays you guys rent. Don't you feel a single pang of guilt taking that money? Then she glared straight at the old lady and continued, Are you really that short on cash? You're just bullying people, plain and simple. Let me tell you all something. Whoever wants to stay in this dump and deal with this cold, heartless GU family, go right ahead. We don't care. We're out. The old lady was fuming by now, completely losing it. You insolent brat. Then get out and sleep on the streets. Get out on the streets. Ji Ning immediately grabbed the hand that was pointing right at her, leaned in close and growled, No need to worry your pretty little head. We already bought a house. 2 apartments in Heguang Garden. You're all invited to the housewarming. Right after that, she let go of her grandma's hand, turned back to her mom, and said, Mom, let's go. Grandma was suddenly stunned, wondering, where did she get the money? Li Huan's face darkened too, figuring she must be lying. Aunt Qingxiang chimed in. Looks like Xiao Xiao was right. She's being kept by someone. She's dragging the Jiyu family name through the mud. Jiyu Ning ignored them, delivering one last icy line before walking out the door. Remember this clearly. The second I step out of this door, I have absolutely nothing to do with the GU family. Don't come looking for me later claiming to be relatives. Got it? The next morning, in class 12A2, Pai Han barged in and stood in front of the classroom yelling, GU Ning! She stormed towards GU Ning, all riled up. I heard all about how you handled GU Zhao Zhao yesterday. Now you're even more famous than me at school. The crowd started buzzing. Sis Han hates it when people show off in front of her, and GU Ning keeps causing trouble over and over again. Looks like karma's finally catching up. Xiao Feifei's group watched Pai Han with glee. Giggling, Fei, someone's finally putting her in her place. Xiao Fei just clicked her tongue with a satisfied smirk. Pai Han stood in front of Ji Ning and barked, You just got here and you're already causing such a scene that my #1 boss reputation is shaking. What are you going to do about it? Ji Ning just replied nonchalantly, Are you serious right now? You got that much free time? I guess I'll find something for you to do then. Pai Han pretended to be annoyed, retorting, I don't care, I have to get back my #1 spot, Ji Ning asked helplessly. So what do you want? So Pai Han held out her hand and said, How about we team up and co-rule this school? Ji Ning immediately slapped Pai Han's hand, yelling, Deal! Xiao Feifei and her cronies glared at the two of them, celebrating, grumbling, How could this happen? Won't there be any room for us to speak up in school anymore? Just then, Mu Kane popped his head into the classroom, calling out, Ji Ning, someone's looking for you. Mu Kane let a guy in and continued, I just mentioned I was coming to find you, and he insisted on tagging along. The guy walked up to Ji Ning's desk and said shyly, Ji Ning, I wrote down everything I wanted to say to you in here. Mu Kane was surprised to see it, exclaiming, A love letter. Nice one. I can't believe you kept this from me. The guy nervously confessed, Ji Ning, I really like you. So, But before he could finish, Ji Yuning cut him off immediately. Thanks, but I'm not looking for a relationship right now, the guy said awkwardly. You're so straightforward, Heiran popped in from somewhere, teasing. Boss, I bet you wouldn't use some lame excuse like, I need to focus on my studies, would you? Ji Yuning said seriously, I don't have time for romance, I have to go to City G in a few days, but thanks for your feelings. She smiled and held out her hand to him. The guy was flustered by her action, saying, Ah, you're this direct. Then he shook her hand. Ji Yuning flashed a bright smile and said, Thanks. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Ji Yuning, you're hilarious, I'm so impressed. Muki, finally catching up, asked, Ji Yuning, wait, did you say you're going to City G? What for? Heiran jumped in, eager. Me too. Me too, I want to go, but Ji Yuning immediately waved him off. No way, you're not going, don't cause trouble. Then, winking at Musken, she said, I want you to come with me this time. As for what we're doing, you'll find out when we get there. A few days later, in the airport waiting room, Muki munched on an apple and asked, Since when did you get interested in stone gambling? Is it because I'm opening a jewelry store that you want me to come along? Ji Yuning immediately gave a cheerful bingo sign, then closed the book she was reading, turning to Muke and saying, I'm afraid I'll misjudge things. You have experience, so help me double check. In her head, she was secretly planning to use Muke as a shield so she wouldn't have to show off too much. Muke sighed upon hearing this. Just as I thought, I'm just here to run errands for you. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan, along with a girl with green hair, approached. He greeted her. Is that really you? I thought I recognized you wrong. Ji Yuning also recognized him immediately. Oh, it's the guy from Yikui Xuan. Mukain, surprised that they knew each other, asked Qin Yifan. You guys know each other. Then, stepping closer to Ji Yuning, he introduced himself. I'm her good friend. Where are you two headed? The green-haired girl, Li Zhen, piped up quickly. Going to City G for the stone gambling event. What about you? Ji Yuning chimed in. What a coincidence. So are we. Li Zhen, upon hearing this, sarcastically remarked, Aren't you just a student? How much money does your family have that you dare to spend like this? Elsewhere, a certain plane had also landed in City G. Xiao Ting and his colleagues had just stepped off the plane when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It's her. He recognized that Ji Yuning was here too. On the other side, Muka was playfully defending Ji Yuning, teasing Li Zhen. Or, are you secretly sneaking out to play without your parents' permission? Qin Yifan must be covering for you a lot, huh? This made Li Zhen burst out in anger. I'm not like you people. Qin Yifan spoke kindly again. It's hard to get a cab from this exit. Since we're staying at the same hotel anyway, let's all go together. Muke didn't refuse, cheerfully replying, Well, in that case, we'll humbly accept your offer. Ji Yuning smiled brightly at them. As they were talking, Xiao Ting was intently watching her from afar, causing his colleagues to wonder in surprise. What is the captain looking at? Then, someone patted him on the shoulder and said, Captain, hurry up, we need to get going. Xiao Ting quickly agreed. At the 5-star hotel where Ji Yuning and Muke would be staying, all 4 of them were walking inside. Muke said to Ji Yuning, Later, come over to my place and grab those jade books to read. Yifan was leading the way for the 2 of them. Ji Yuning, this way. Suddenly, at this moment, Ji Yuning also noticed something. Muke was still going on, and there were a few books about the market and stuff, but Tang Aining had already tuned him out and whipped her head around, all curious. Is that him? He's here again. Is he here to gamble on stones too? Muke, walking beside her, asked blankly. Are you even listening to me? Li Zhen and Yifan were already in the elevator, and she was getting impatient. Can you hurry up? I'm about to die of exhaustion. Suddenly, Tang Aining rushed off with the excuse. I just saw someone I know. You guys go ahead. Museke and Yifan were caught off guard, calling out. Tang Aining, Museke, chased after her, asking, Who do you know? Do I know them? But she had already taken off to chase after Xiao Ting, disappearing from sight in no time. In her head, she wondered, why do I keep running into him everywhere I go? Could he be with the Tang family? Please, no. Tang Aining bit her lip. A little worried, Xiao Ting had quickly ducked behind a corner, watching her from afar. Back in the hotel room, Muki was sorting through some books, muttering to himself, She probably doesn't need these beginner books. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. He immediately answered. Coming, he opened the door to see Tang Aining, and Muki immediately started complaining. You're here. Look, I'm sweating buckets from picking out books for you. Tang Aining pretended to wipe his sweat and sympathized. Ow wow. Poor Mu, the young master. Little did she know that Xiao Ting was still watching them. Mu Ke happily grabbed Tang Aining's hand and said, Come on in, come on in. Xiao Ting just clicked his tongue, looking annoyed, and thought to himself, These kids, all they do is fall in love, no time for studying. Tang Aining seemed to sense eyes on her from behind. She suddenly glanced out the door, wondering, Is that him? Not long after, the stone gambling convention began. Tang Aining and Mu Ke split up to look for jade stones. Looking at the dim light from the stones, Tang Aining thought glumly, These stones really don't have any spiritual energy. She was a bit worried. At this rate, my spiritual energy will be depleted. Mu Ke confidently patted her shoulder and said, Boss, just pick whatever you want. Today's our practice. Mu Gongzi will pay for everything. Tang Aining didn't stand on ceremony and replied, Then thanks. As soon as she said that, she was suddenly overjoyed, thinking, Ah, a stone with spiritual energy. Without a second's delay, Tang I-ning went to the counter and asked, "How much are these 2 stones?" The owner immediately replied, 200 per jin, then said playfully with taunting Tang I-ning, "This little girl is so confident, not self-see try." Tang I-ning ignored him and said to her friend, "Oh, Murake, you're picking fast too. Let's have a contest to see who picks the better stone." Musuke happily agreed. No problem. Elsewhere nearby, a stone was being appraised. After the appraiser announced, "There's nothing inside," the man who bought the stone sighed, lamenting, "Another waste of money." The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, saying things like, "It looked like there would be jade inside." From afar, Ji Yu-ning had also selected her stones, piling them all onto a cart. She spoke up, drawing attention. "Excuse me, master, could you please cut these stones for me?" Then she picked up a stone and said, "This one first." The appraiser was a bit curious. Ji Yu-ning said, "You've got guts. So young and already trying your luck with stone gambling, this stone doesn't look like a good one either." He began to cut, the machine slicing off a small piece of the stone. Indeed, there was nothing inside the stone. The appraiser quickly said, "Little friend, the first cut didn't reveal anything." Ji Yu-ning calmly replied, "Keep cutting, please." Muke playfully challenged, "I'll make a bet. If you pick a stone with jade inside, I'll buy it." "Okay." Ji Yu-ning gave him a slight, dismissive glance, saying, "Young people these days speak without thinking. Aren't you afraid of karma catching up to you?" "Really?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the appraiser excitedly shouted, "Oh my god, there's jade, really?" Muke was instantly overjoyed. "I'll offer 50,000. Another person yelled, 80,000. "I'll pay 80,000. Ji Yu-ning remained calm, saying, "Don't be so hasty, let's see him keep cutting." Hearing this, the surrounding people watched intently. The next cut revealed a green light. The next stone was also a precious jade. The appraiser, looking utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Wow, it's jadeite. Stone gambling actually produced jadeite." The crowd erupted into a clamorous scene, shouting one after another, 5 million, 7 million, "Little girl, just name your price. Hey, 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 no pushing. No pushing." A man suddenly spoke up. "I'll pay 10 million. Another person refused to be outdone, raising his hand, saying, 15 million. The man seemed annoyed, turning around to say, "Old Fu, your family already has so many precious rough stones. Why are you even bothering with this small one?" The old man didn't back down, replying, "Who doesn't want to grab as many good things as possible? I'll pay 20 million. I wonder who the owner of this rough stone is." Ji Yu-ning confidently stepped forward and answered, "That would be me." She slowly absorbed the spiritual energy from the stone while everyone wasn't paying attention. The experienced old man, having already bid high, approached her, praising, "Truly, the younger generation is to be feared, to gamble on a stone and get precious jadeites, yet you can remain so calm." The man from earlier also stepped forward, saying, "Seeing how sincere old Fu is, I won't be polite anymore. I'll pay 25 million. He loudly declared, 30 million. The old man wasn't giving up, bidding even higher. The surrounding people were shocked, discussing, "That's an astronomical price already. That little girl is really lucky. I'm going to cut 2 stones myself." Hoping to get some of her good luck, the smug old man patted the young man's shoulder, consoling, "Nephew, don't be upset. If this old man ever gambles on a stone and gets a precious jade, I'll leave it to you." The man reluctantly sighed. "Then I can only give up." The old man happily hugged the stone, satisfied. "Good stuff, truly good stuff." Muke smiled as he looked at the selected stones, saying, "There are still so many, let's just cut them slowly." Ji Yu-ning replied, "Most of them were chosen by you. I trust your eye." Afterwards, she grabbed a stone, seriously thinking, "The jade inside this stone isn't of lower quality than the jadeite. If it's cut out, I'm afraid it will cause too much attention." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Ji Yu-ning. Qin Yi Fan chimed in, "Picking so many, looks like you're going all in." Li Zhen snidely added, "What's the point of buying so many? They're useless if you can't cut out any jade." The guy who almost dropped the rock earlier retorted, "Hey, that little missy picked out that jadeite. Saying that is like slapping yourself in the face." Yi Fan was super surprised and complimented. "Not bad, Ji Yu-ning. You've definitely got a knack for this." Li Zhen, refusing to give credit, guessed spitefully, "Mukiam probably picked them. Don't try to take all the credit." Just as the cutter finished slicing open a slab, Mukin said gloomily, "Another one without jade. This was the last stone I picked." Li Xian's face fell when she heard that. The crowd around them immediately started pointing and criticizing her. Talk about a face slap. She's clearly jealous of other people. "We all saw that the little miss picked out a raw stone with jadeite inside. There's no faking that." Li Zhen, fuming, pointed directly at Ji Yu-ning and yelled, "Look at the stone she picked. Go ahead, show off your expertise some more. There's no green vein on the stone either. It looks like a plain old pebble to me." The old man from before chuckled and asked her, "Little miss, you know how to judge raw stones too," Li Zhen confidently replied. "Of course I do." She went on to explain, "From a petrological point of view, there's a definite correlation between the quality of the jade inside and the characteristics of the outer layer. For example, stone veins, man, and molds. Those are all telltale signs of a good raw stone. Then she pointed at the stone in Ji Yuning's hand and sneered, "Just by looking at this stone, you can tell it's garbage." In contrast, Yifan said gently, "Ji Yuning, it's your first time in places like this. Don't spend money impulsively. Let me take a look for you." Seeing that, Li Zhenzhen snapped, "Yifan," Ji Yuning confidently replied, "Who says there's no jade inside if there are no stone veins, no mang, and no molds?" Then she handed the stone to the appraiser, saying, "Master, let's cut it open." In her mind, she thought, "I didn't want to attract too much attention, but this time I'll open your eyes," Li Zhenzhen said irritably. "Don't come crying to Yifan if it turns out to be just a pebble." Ji Yuning subtly reminded, "Qin Shao, keep your woman in check." Yifan immediately apologized. As soon as the machine cut it open, a loud voice boomed. "Holy crap!" the appraiser exclaimed in shock. "There's jade again, top quality." The surrounding crowd erupted in excited chatter. "Let me see, what kind of jade is it?" "The texture is amazing," the old man praised. "This is rare high ice diopside jade, second only to crystal. I'll pay 20 million. The other man immediately raised the stakes. 22.5 million, Lao Fu? You're not snatching this one from me, the old man happily conceded. All right, it's yours. Ji Yuning confidently patted Li Zhenzhen on the shoulder and said, "Practice is the only way to test the truth." Yifan, who witnessed everything, thought to himself, "To be able to pick 2 top-quality jades in a row, it might not be luck. It's truly beyond my expectations." Li Zhen disbelievingly shouted, "Beginner's luck. It's definitely just beginner's luck. I don't believe you can always pick out top-grade jadeite." Ji Yuning replied, "Whether you believe it or not is none of my business." Then she turned to leave. Li Zhenzian angrily yelled, "Oh, Ji Yuning, do you dare to make a bet with me?" She paused, turned back, and asked, "A bet?" Li Zhenzian pointed at the ground. "All right, tomorrow we're hitting this place up again, and we're gonna pick 3 rocks each, and see who gets the better jade." Ji Yuning asks, "How much are we betting?" Li Zhenzian smirks, 10 million. You game? Ji Yuning's all like, "Heck yeah, deal." Then Xin Yifan chimes in to Li Zhenzian, "Last I checked, your sugar daddy doesn't give you that much pocket money. Do you really have to be so jealous?" She clings to Yifan's arm, looking all pitiful. "I'm not jealous of her, it's just some glass. I'll get some good stuff tomorrow too, just you wait." Old foe strokes his beard and warns, "A whole bunch of people have been looking day and night and haven't found any jade in those rocks. Youngsters these days, all talk and no action. Be careful you don't bite off more than you can chew." Some dude says, "Qin Gongzi, tomorrow during the stone gambling, remember to livestream it so everyone can see the exciting gamble." Qin Yifan replies, "Of course." Li Zhen's just fuming next to him. It's super noisy and bustling inside. Ji Yuning tells Muki K, "I heard there's been some drama in the jewelry world lately. The chairman of the Chufuk jewelry chain got accused of something. Is that true?" Muki thinks for a sec and says, "Yeah, I think there is something to it. The chairman of Chufuk Jewelry used to be Zhao Zhenghong, but now it's Xiaoping. His reputation in the industry isn't so great." Ji Yuning notices a dude in the back using a flashlight to check out a rock. She thinks to herself, "Isn't that Zhao Zhenghong? Looks like the rumors are true. He's probably here trying to make a comeback. If he's got talent, I'm definitely snatching him up." Ji Yuning keeps walking and tells Muke, "Just wander around yourself. I'll find you later." Muke's confused. "What are you up to?" Suddenly, a dude walks up to Zhao Zhenghong. The dude with a cigarette in his mouth says rudely, "Oh, isn't that the chairman of Chu Fuk, Zhao Zhenghong?" "Ah, no, I messed up. It's the former chairman." Then he laughs, all smug. Zhao Zhenghong turns around and yells, "Xiaoping, you're such a backstabbing jerk." Xiaoping pats Zhao Zhenghong's arm and says, "Heard you're still planning on making a comeback? Give it up. Save that pension money to pay for your son's college. Can you even afford this little rock?" Zhao Zhenghong retorts. Pissed, Ji Yuning steps in and slaps Xiaoping's arm, asking, "Who says Uncle Zhu doesn't have money to buy it?" Xiaoping's confused. He rubs his arm, frowning at her. Ji Yuning puts her hand on Zhenghong's shoulder and continues, "Didn't you tell me earlier that we'd split the cost, and if there's jade inside, we'd split the money too? Why didn't you tell me you were coming here by yourself?" Then she shoves Zhenghong forward. Zhao Zhenghong's lost. "Who are you? I don't know you." She replies, "I'm Ji Yuning. I heard about you, and I can't stand that Xiaoping guy either." Ji Yuning sees through the rock in Zhenghong's hand and thinks, "Ruby Matrix, not bad." She points to the appraiser and says, "I see you really like this rock. How about I pay half, and we buy it together?" Zhao Zhenghong looks at the rock in his hand, thinking, "If I do that, I can definitely buy this rock. But why am I trusting this little girl so much?" Ji Yuning gets impatient and snatches the rock, goes to the vendor and says, "Cut it open. If there's nothing inside, I'll pay for it all. If there's jade, we split it." Zhao Zhenghong can't react in time and chases after her, yelling, Hey, Xiaoping behind them is all cocky. Let's see, the rock being cut open inside appears a chrysoprase. Everyone around is shocked, an old man exclaims. "Not bad, it's a ruby." Zhao Zhenghong holds the jade rock, super happy. People around keep shouting prices. 5 million, wanna sell, I'll pay 8 million, 12 million. Ji Yuning looks at Xiaoping all smug. Xiaoping clenches his teeth, pissed, then turns around and grumbles. HMPH, let's go. Zhu Zhao Zhenghong bows politely and says, "Little girl, thank you so much, really appreciate it." Ji Yuning thinks to herself, Still gotta test him out. At the stone gambling convention, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Zhao Zhenghong happily trailed behind Ji Yuning, saying, "We just sold for 18 million. We agreed to split it 50-50. Give me your card number, kiddo," Ji Yuning replied. "Just hold on to the money for now, Uncle Zhao. I don't need it urgently." Zhao Zhenghong asked, "What? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the cash?" Ji Yuning smiled and said, "The most important thing between friends is trust. Plus, I have another favor I need to ask of you, Uncle Zhu." Zhao Zhenghong was eager. "Name it, Uncle Zhao will definitely help within my power," she replied. "You're more familiar with Ji City than I am. I want to ask you to help me find a place to set up shop." Zhao Zhenghong looked surprised. "You're so young, you want to open a jade store?" Ji Yuning put her hand on Uncle Zhao's shoulder and said, "Well, Uncle Zhao, are you going to help me or not?" Zhao Zhenghong nodded. "Yes, of course I'll help," he thought to himself. "If there are young people who know how to recognize and use talent like this, looks like I can't underestimate her." The next day, Li Zhenyu and Li Zhenzhen walked in with 3 bodyguards, carrying red boxes. Li Zhenyu asked, "That girl, a high school student, was able to gamble out both high ice jade and jadeite in just one day. You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Li Zhenzhen opened the door and said, "See for yourself." "It's her." Li Zhenzhen pointed at Ji Yuning, who was sitting back relaxing. Ji Yuning glanced over. Half an hour late, and not even a word of apology. Qin Yifan chimed in. "Aha! Let me introduce you. This is Zhenzhen's older brother, Li Zhenyu." Li Zhenyu didn't waste words. "Let's get started," Mucat excitedly announced. "Whoa, there are thousands of people watching." Li Zhenzhen asked Ji Yuning. "So, where are your rough stones?" The 3 bodyguards placed the boxes on the table, opening them to reveal 3 stones. She looked through them and thought, not bad, she's actually got an eye for this stuff. Improved a lot overnight. Wonder if it was her or her brother who picked these stones. Ji Yuning picked up a stone with one hand and said, "These 3 are it. I'll go first." Li Zhenyu's face darkened. "Your selection method is too casual," he scoffed internally. "This little girl is putting on airs too much. Just cut out one piece of high ice jade and she thinks she's all that." She handed the stone to the cutter, crossed her legs, and continued, saying, "The result is what matters. Save the chatter." The cutter announced the result. "This stone has nothing inside," Zhen sneered. "Open mine. This one's mine." The person receiving the rough stone continued to cut, and then announced the result. "This stone doesn't have jade either." Li Zhenzhen was furious. "No way, I'm going first this time." She angrily pushed the box of rough stone forward, then observed while saying, "This one definitely has jade inside." Everyone watching the livestream was buzzing. "I think this one has potential. Lao Funyo once showed off a rough stone that looked just like this. Don't know what kind of jade is inside though." It's here. The stone split in half, revealing a piece of green jade. The announcer goes, "Not bad, it's jadeite." Li Zhen cheered. "Awesome, HMPH. Told ya my eye was sharp." Ji Yuning picks up her stone. "Hold your horses there." Then, she draws a line on it. "What if mine's even better? Never seen a real good piece before. No wonder you're so happy, I get it." Then she hands her stone to the cutter. Li Zhen fumes. "Zip it, cut that rock open and see if you're still laughing." The stone gets sliced along the line. Ji Yuning drew, splitting apart quickly. The jade inside is revealed. Mu K blurts out in surprise, "Holy crap, crystal! Real, genuine crystal! Crystal! It's actually crystal!" Someone shouts. "It's real crystal! This is insane!" Everyone's buzzing with shock. Someone yells out a bid. "I'll pay 40 million. Zhao Zhenghong bursts through the door. Still wiping his sweat with a towel, he happily booms, "Ji Yuning, there's a bunch of big bosses outside who want to buy it." From afar, Li Zhenwu stares at Ji Yuning. "Gotta say, this girl's not to be underestimated. 50 million. I want to buy it." Li Zhenwu shouts his bid. Li Zhenzhen, standing next to him, is pissed that her brother wants to buy Ji Yuning's jade. She angrily yells, "Bro, 70 million. Qin Yifan shouts loudly. The Li Zhenxian siblings are shocked. They can't believe Qin Yifan just upped the price. "I'm paying 70 million. Qin Yifan holds up the stone, repeating his offer. Li Zhenwu can't believe it. Looking at Yifan, he stammers, "Bro Qin, this." Qin Yifan pats his shoulder, smiling gently. "Sorry, little bro, can't let you have this one, unless you can offer more." Though he's smiling, Qin Yifan's thinking to himself, "Even if those 2 pool their money, they won't have as much as me. This is in the bag." Thinking that, Qin Yifan walks up to Ji Yuning, not waiting for the guy to even reach for the stone. He smiles and softly asks her, "Does this price suit you?" Ji Yuning grins. "Sure, why not?" She tosses the stone to Muki, saying, "Then let's draw up the papers." Muki freaks out, scrambling to catch it, yelling, "Boss, don't just chuck it around. This is crystal, not glass." Leaning back in her chair, Ji Yuning glances at Li Zhenzhen, flashing a provocative smile as she asks, "Want to open your other one now?" Li Zhenzhen grinds her teeth at Ji Yuning's taunt. She screams in fury, "Open it! Of course I'm opening it." With that, Li Zhen slams her stone on the table, making a loud thud. She says decisively in anger, "Mine's gonna blow hers out of the water." As the stone's being cut, Li Zhen puts her hands together, closing her eyes and muttering, Please Buddha, Li Zhenwu, standing beside her, is anxiously waiting too. A click-clack sound. The stone's been cut open, revealing a gorgeous green inside. Yes, Li Zhen. Xine's so happy she's crying, cheering. There's jade inside. She holds the stone up high, gleefully shouting, I cut imperial green jade. Li Zhenwu, Qin Yifan, and the underlings following the Li Zhenzhen siblings all cheer. It's imperial green jade. Qin Yifan and Li Zhenwu examine the stone. Qin Yifan says happily, it really is imperial green jade. Li Zhenwu praises his sister. Wow, your eyes really improved. Li Zhenzhen flips her hair, saying, of course, Zhenwu, don't sell this one. Bring it home. Dad's gonna be so happy. Li Zhenzhen glances at Ji Yuning, looking smug and triumphant, scoffing. HMPH. Looks like your luck's just so-so. Ji Yuning remains cool and calm, smirking back. Tell me when you sell it for more than my 70 million. Li Zhenzen's stunned and enraged by Ji Yuning's words. She angrily points at Ji Yuning, yelling, you just got lucky with that crystal. What are you acting cocky for? Li Zhenwu holds his sister back, telling her, Zhenzhen, don't argue with her, just cut that other stone, she'll shut up then. Hearing her brother's logic, Li Zhenzhen stops yelling at Ji Yuning. Li Zhenwu lifts his chin, confidently saying, I've already checked this stone, the patterns are great, there won't be any problem. Li Zhenzhen, hands on her hips, still angry, tells the cutter, Master, just cut it all the way open. The cutter replies, all right. Then he puts the stone in place. The sound of the saw echoes after cutting. The cutter says in disbelief, why? Why is it like this? Li Zhenxian starts to panic at the cutter's words. Li Zhenzhen rushes over, shoving the cutter aside, looking at the stone after cutting, and seeing no imperial green jade, just plain rock. The Li Zhenzhen siblings pale. She yells in disbelief. What's going on? There's nothing inside. Picking up the stone, Li Zhenzhen trembles, her face green with disbelief. No way. Where's my imperial green jade? There's no way there's just a little bit like this. Why is it just a fragment? Ignoring the commotion, Ji Yuning gestures for Muke to hand the stone to the cutter, saying softly, sorry for the trouble. The cutter takes the stone, replying, okay, over there. Li Zhenwu is blaming Li Zhenzhen, who's staring in disappointment at the fragment in her hand. You must have misjudged it. How many times have I told you to check carefully? Li Zhenzhen glances at Ji Yuning's stone being cut. Clenching the stone in her hand, she says angrily, HMPH. There's no way she'll get anything good either. Suddenly, a group of people burst in, one of them loudly asking, where's the imperial green jade from just now? The question startles the Li Zhenxian siblings. Even though the bodyguards tried to hold them back, the people who'd just squeezed in were still craning their necks. One person was all eager, like, quick, let me see. Then someone else whined, is that all there is? Another sighed, super bummed. Turns out it's just a piece of jade. Ugh. Li Zhenwu and Li Zhenzhen just stood behind the bodyguards, heads down in embarrassment. Click went the sound, and everyone gasped like they'd seen a ghost. OMG. Violet orchid jade. It's a violet orchid? Everyone was gawking at the jade with major envy. This is the first time I've seen a violet orchid jade so beautiful. The ones who couldn't see were pushing forward like crazy. Let me see too, let me in. Someone shouted, 20 million. Like that was the starting gun. Everyone started shoving and yelling out bids. 30 million, 40 million, I bid 40 million. Seeing everyone around them shouting out crazy high prices, the Li Zhenzhen siblings were fuming. Ugh, how annoying. Ji Yuning looked over at Qin Yifan and said, Qin Xiao, want to throw in a bid for your friend? Qin Yifan heard Ji Yuning and thought about it, then hugged the jade even tighter. 60 million. Qin Yifan yelled out. Then he looked down at Ji Yuning, held out his hand and asked, how are you doing? Ignoring Li Zhenxian, who was flipping out on the other side, Ji Yuning just smiled slightly. Ji Yuning slapped hands with Qin Yifan and said, deal. Li Zhenzhen totally lost it when she saw what was happening. She screamed and charged towards Ji Yuning. That annoying little brat, Li Zhenwu, who was standing next to her, was totally shocked by his sister's move. Li Zhenwu quickly grabbed Li Zhenzhen. Zhen. Don't get worked up, he whispered to Li Zhenzhen, who was basically spitting fire. Getting emotional now will just make people gossip. City G is our territory. We'll have other chances to teach her a lesson. Muke threw an arm around Qin Yifan's shoulder and said cheerfully, let's go. I'll take you to take care of the purchasing process. Qin Yifan grabbed the jade and followed Muke, answering, all right. Yifan and Muke left together. Behind them, Li Zhenxian watched Qin Yifan leave, whispering to herself, Yifan? Yifan? Li Zhenxian paused, biting her handkerchief, watching Muke and Qin Yifan chatting happily, her voice trembling with frustration. Yifan! Li Zhenxian burst into tears and ran off. Li Zhenwu chased after her, calling out, Zhenzhen. Zhu Zhanghong said happily, Ji Yuning. There are still a lot of people outside, eyeing the violet orchid jade. Let me chase them away. And your 9 million, I'll transfer it back to you ASAP. Ji Yuning stood up and called Zhao Zhanghong back. Uncle Zhao, wait. He turned to her. Ji Yuning said to Zhao Zhanghong, don't send back my 9 million, I have a favor to ask. Zhao Zhanghong scratched his head, confused, and said to Ji Yuning, helping you is no problem. I already agreed to that, but what needs 9 million? Ji Yuning said casually. It's still about opening that shop. I want to open a jewelry store, and the initial investment is $1 billion. I'd appreciate it if Uncle Zhu could help me find a suitable storefront in City G. Whoa, talk about ambitious. Zhao Zhenghong was stunned when he heard Ji Yuning's plan. He asked her, "Does your family know about this?" Ji Yuning smiled and pointed to the jade. "Don't worry, I earned all this money myself. After knowing me for a few days, you still don't trust me?" "Well, that..." Zhao Zhenghong hesitated and looked at the jade. Then he said, "Finding a shop isn't hard. Might not even use up the 9 million. I'll help you out." In his heart, Zhao Zhenghong thought, "This kid is definitely not simple. Every stone she opens sells for hundreds of millions." Holding the jade in her hand, Ji Yuning smiled and said, "One more thing, Uncle Zhao." Looking at Ji Yuning quizzically, Ji Yuning went up to Zhao Zhenghong, handed him the jade, and said, "I want to invite you to be the chairman of my own company." This, Zhao Zhenghong took the jade, suddenly flustered and stammered, "Are you kidding me?" Ji Yuning laughed and said, "I'm not kidding. As you can see, I'm too young to be in charge. Having you as the chairman is not only perfect, but your shares will be equal to mine, no less." Zhao Zhenghong was shocked by Ji Yuning's offer, lost in thought. Ji Yuning patted Zhao Zhenghong on the shoulder and said, "What's wrong, uncle? Xiao Xiaoping stole your company. Don't you want to take back what's yours?" Hearing Ji Yuning say that, Zhao Zhenghong snapped back to reality. "Yes, of course I do," Zhao Zhenghong said loudly. Ji Yuning heard Zhao Zhenghong's answer, smiled, held out her hand and said, "Then I'll go write up the contract. It's a win-win for both of us." Hugging the jade, Zhao Zhenghong looked at Ji Yuning, silently pondering. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, thinking, "Guess I'll go all in on this." Zhao Zhenghong smiled and shook hands with Ji Yuning and said, "All right, I'll cooperate with you as much as I can." Ji Yuning walked to the door, turned her head to look at Uncle Xiao, and said with a smile, "The company's name is Emerald Beauty. I'll leave the shop, designer, business license, and all that stuff to you, okay? The money in the company account should be ready too, right?" Zhao Zhenghong nodded in response. "All right, leave it to me." Opening the door and stepping out into the bustling crowd, Ji Yuning thought as she walked, "This is just the first step in my revenge. A gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late." Ji Yuning said in her heart with murderous eyes, "Tang family. Let's take it slow." On a street, Musake looked at Ji Yuning and asked, "This raw jadeite was in the antique market, and only one shop knows how to cut it. Why did we have to bring this stone with us?" Ji Yuning smiled at Musake and replied, "If we keep cutting stones at the stone gambling convention, it'll attract too much attention." She tossed the stone up and down in her palm and said, "The jade inside this stone is too eye-catching." A fat man, breathing heavily, looked at Ji Yuning and said, "Hey, whose kid is this, talking so big?" Ji Yuning said, "I have a few raw stones here, could you please help me out?" With that, Ji Yuning tossed the stone to the man. Muke could only smile wryly at Ji Yuning's actions. The chubby guy reached out to catch it. Ouch! The chubby guy happily invited them in. "Please, please, esteemed guests, come inside quickly," Muke said to Ji Yuning. "I'll definitely help you make appointments with Old Fu and Zhao Yufeng. As soon as they hear you have good stuff, they'll rush over here." Leaning against the wall to block Ji Yuning, Muke asked with a smile, "But I'm still very curious, how is your eye so heaven-defying?" Ji Yuning was flustered. Pushing Muki's hand away, Ji Yuning walked past, glancing at Muki. Muki laughed and said, "It's a gift." Hearing Ji Yuning's answer, Musken chuckled and said, "This is the first time I've met someone with such a heaven-defying talent." The chubby guy held the stones in his hand, praising, "Ji Yuning, little girl, you're amazing. It's top-grade glass and tree jade. I've never seen anyone with such good luck." Ji Yuning said with a smile. "You flatter me." Muke took out his phone and kept taking pictures of the stones. Ji Yuning glanced at the stone placed on the side of the table and said, "But I think this other stone is a bit strange. Why don't you try cutting it open?" Both the chubby guy and Muki K looked at the stone Ji Yuning mentioned. At the antique market, people were walking back and forth in a bustling and noisy scene. Fu Lao and Zhao Yufeng walked into an antique shop together. Fu Lao smiled and said to Zhao Yufeng, "I knew you'd come, kid." Zhao Yufeng also smiled in response. "Old man, you can't monopolize the good stuff from little friend Ji Yu." Seeing the two of them, Muke quickly pointed to the 2 pieces of jadeite displayed on the counter, and he warmly greeted them. "1 piece of glass, 1 piece of chicken bloodstone. Please take a look, seniors." Seeing this, the two quickly went over to examine them. Zhao Yuefeng said with delight, "Chicken bloodstone is rare." Fu Lao also nodded and said, "Good stuff from Ji Yuning's workshop." Curiously touching the antiques displayed on the shelves, Ji Yuning pretended to casually ask the shop owner, "Shop owner, is this antique street the biggest street in Ji City?" The shop owner was fiddling with cutting stones. Hearing Ji Yuning ask, he proudly puffed out his chest and said loudly, "The biggest. It's been open for decades. Even people from the south have to come here to trade." "What's the matter? What do you want to say?" He looked at Ji Yuning inquisitively. Ji Yuning immediately felt guilty, stroked her nose, and said with a smile, "No, I'm just looking around." The shop owner waved his hand and advised, "I advise you to keep some money, so you don't get swindled out of it." With that, he turned back to cutting the stone he was working on. Suddenly, a bright green light shone out, startling the shop owner. He excitedly looked at the revealed jade and shouted, "Aya, it's out!" The shop owner smiled so wide that his ears almost touched, and he tremblingly carefully lifted the jadeite and said, This stone, Fu Lu Shao, this is Fu Lu Shao jade. Ji Yuning also happily accepted the jade, and she smiled and said, "It is said that these three colors intersect to form the name Fu Lu Shu, and its rarity can compete with glass." The shop owner was still excited, and he happily said, "This is the first time I've seen someone cut out Fu Lu Shu." The shop owner's eyes shone brightly, and he clasped his hands together, pleadingly looking at Ji Yuning and saying, "Little girl, you're amazing. Are you selling? Just name your price." Ji Yuning refused and said, "Fu Lu Shu has a high meaning. I want to keep it. If I have good stuff in the future, I'll remember you." Ji Yuning happily thought to herself, "Just enough to make some jewelry for mom and aunt." This trip was quite fruitful. Taking the double jade, Ji Yuning prepared to go out. She waved her hand and said to Mukei, "Mukei, I'm going out for a walk." Mukei was signing a contract with the two gentlemen. "After you two choose, just sign and stamp." Seeing Ji Yuning preparing to go out, Mukei hurriedly turned around and asked her, "Boss, where are you going again?" Seeing him so flustered, Fu Lao calmly stroked his beard and reassured him. "This is the antique street. Where else could she go? Maybe the jadeite isn't enough. She wants to find some other treasures." Zhao Yufeng also nodded in agreement and replied, "Little friend Ji Yu is indeed extraordinary." On the bustling streets, a small stall was cheerfully hawking its wares. "Come one, come all, ivory, ceramics, handicrafts, you name it, we got it. Come take a look, folks." Ji Yuning strolled over to the small stall. She quickly pointed at an antique three-legged wine cup and asked, "Hey boss, how much for this?" Seeing a customer, the owner put on a profound act and said, "This is something the emperor once used, you know. I'll give it to you for only 10,000. What a steal." A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he secretly calculated. He snickered to himself, "Another sucker. Looks like I'm off to a good start today." Ji Yuning immediately pulled out her card, without any hesitation, and said, "Swipe it." Seeing this, the owner hurriedly smiled and said ingratiatingly, "Wow, you're so generous." Not even haggling, as he swiped the card, he chuckled to himself, "Hey, what a spendthrift. Gotta sell it quick before she reconsiders and regrets it." Ji Yuning seemed to see right through his thoughts. She sneered inwardly, "HMPH. If you knew this was the real deal, you'd probably cry your eyes out." After swiping, Ji Yuning decisively grabbed the item and left. The stall owner stood behind her, cheerfully waving goodbye. "Thank you, come again." Suddenly, a thug smoking a cigarette nearby. He held out a ceramic vase in front of her feet, then let the vase drop and shatter. Immediately afterward, he frantically stood up and shouted, "Oh no, my Celadon vase!" He pointed his finger directly at Ji Yuning's face, angrily yelling, "You pay for it." Ji Yuning clicked her tongue coldly in her mind. Trisk, a classic scam, huh? Well, you've picked the wrong person today. Ji Yuning stomped hard on the broken pieces under her feet. Then she raised her chin towards the man and said indifferently, "What do you want?" The thug was just waiting for this. He pointed his finger right at her face, loudly announcing to everyone standing around, "This vase of mine is worth at least 500,000. Can you even afford that?" Ji Yuning raised an eyebrow and said in a cold voice, "You're just saying it? Where's the proof? Take a fragment and get it appraised. If it's really worth 500,000, I won't short you a penny." Seeing this, the thug immediately shouted, "Stop yapping, I got this." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He held the appraisal paper in front of her face and loudly said, "Black and white, a proper appraisal right here. See it? Pay up." The people around them started buzzing with discussion. "This young lady is so unlucky." A guy in a red shirt spoke up in outrage. "This con artist always targets people in Xianxian and extorts them. We should call the police." Ji Yuning calmly pinched the man's appraisal paper. She still unconcernedly said, "Who knows if this paper of yours is real or fake? I am still standing here, and there are so many people watching. Why don't you go and reevaluate it again? If you don't dare, it means you have a guilty conscience, right?" The thug yelled angrily. "Oh." Then he pretended to take out his phone. Preparing to call the police, he warned, all right, I'll call the police to come and solve this now. Don't you dare run." Ji Yuning still indifferently looked at him and said, "Okay, you call." Everyone around was surprised by his actions, noisily saying, "Is he really doing it? That vase is fake and he's even calling the police." Ji Yuning lowered her eyes in contempt, looked at him, and said, "Who knows? Maybe you'll have prison food every day from now on, so you don't have to go out and scam people out of the money they worked so hard to earn." The thug pretended to press the call button on the phone, but how could he dare? He gritted his teeth, viciously staring at her. Suddenly, he quickly lunged forward. Raising his fist to punch Ji Yuning, he shouted, "You don't want the polite offer, so you want the rude one." Immediately afterwards, another man, who looked like a good guy, ran out to stop him, saying, Hey, big brother. Calm down, why go after a young lady?" That lowlife, emboldened, raised his voice. "Look at how she's talking. She's saying I'm trying to scam her. Would I use a 500,000 yuan vase to scam her?" The other guy immediately tried to smooth things over, saying, Hey, calm down, let me talk to her. Then, he turned to Ji Yuning with a fake smile and said, "Little sis, how about you just cough up 2 grand to compensate this big brother? I don't think you did it on purpose. Just apologize a few times and let it go." Ji Yuning's sharp gaze fixed on the two men. She let out a cold laugh, sarcastically telling them, "You guys are so in sync, it's such a waste for the country's film industry that you're not actors." Everyone around laughed at them big time, Lao Yan, watching from afar, nodded appreciatively, saying, "This girl's interesting." He thought to himself that he'd heard Fu Lao mention her a long time ago, but he didn't expect the real person to be so interesting. The guy who was just acting friendly tore off his mask, angrily pointing at Ji Yuning and yelling, "Don't you dare accuse people without proof, little missy. I was trying to help you, and you're repaying kindness with malice. You just don't want to pay." Suddenly, from behind, Fu Lao slowly walked over, gently stroking his beard and asking, "What's all the commotion?" Everyone around recognized him, and they all exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, it's Fu Lao. Fu Lao's here. It's rare to see him." Ji Yuning turned to him and smiled. "Fu Lao, just a little trouble, almost solved." The two men immediately went silent when they saw Fu Lao, stammering in fear. Fu Lao? You two know each other." Fu Lao folded his fan and frowned, replying, "Of course." Then Yan Lao stepped forward to speak up for Ji Yuning, walking over and saying, "I saw the whole thing." Everyone was shocked again, exclaiming, Yan Lao is here too." The scholarly-looking guy, seeing the situation was bad, whispered to his accomplice, "He's the mayor's dad, we can't mess with him." The lowlife's face paled with fear, saying the same thing. Then the two hurried forward to the three, humbly begging, "Fu Lao, Yan Lao, we're sorry. We didn't know you were here, and we blocked your way. We'll leave right away." With that, they turned to quickly scram. But there was no way it would be that easy. Fu Lao angrily grabbed the two by their shirts, his voice deep. "Hold it right there." Then he pushed their heads down in front of Ji Yuning, saying, "Apologize to this young lady." The two men clasped their hands and bowed their heads, trying to please her. "Little sister Ji Yuning, we're sorry. Please forgive us, be generous." Ji Yuning wasn't going to be soft. She had already called the police. She held up her phone in front of them, and coldly said, "I've already called the police. You can say what you want to the police later." Seeing Ji Yuning's decisive and resolute handling of the situation, Yan Lao clapped in approval. "Well done." Fu Lao also stroked his beard with a happy expression. "You've helped the city, getting rid of two pests." Everyone around then stepped forward to block the two men from leaving. "Stay right there." Soon after, the police arrived. The officers quickly escorted the two pests into the car and back to the station. Ji Yuning also called a taxi to go home, waving goodbye to the two old men. "I'm getting in the car to go back to the hotel. You don't need to see me off." Ji Yuning got into the car and said to the driver, "Driver, let's go." Then the car quickly drove off. The atmosphere in the car was a bit gloomy, dangerous. The driver's eyes narrowed slyly. It seemed like he was brewing some evil plot against Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning sensed that the car was going in the wrong direction, so she spoke up to remind him. "Master, you're going the wrong way." But the driver, wanting to deceive her, replied to Ji Yuning, "It's rush hour now. I'm changing to another route so we don't get stuck in traffic." Ji Yuning then opened her phone screen to check. Now the screen showed 6:45. Ji Yuning looked out the window, thinking, "I'm not used to the lifestyle in City G yet. I should have waited for Muke to go with me." The driver saw that Ji Yuning was suspicious. Immediately after that, he suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left. The car just turned at the curve with a squealing sound. Ji Yuning immediately changed her expression. She moved forward, wrapping her arms around the driver's neck from behind, threatening, "Stop the car!" Terrified, the driver could only comply, his foot quickly slamming on the brakes. The wheels screeched against the road, creating a deafening sound. Ji Yuning looked out from inside the car, noticing a group of suspicious people appearing. Without a wasted movement, Ji Yuning swiftly snapped the driver's neck, ending his life. His accomplices outside realized something was wrong inside the car and rushed in, only to see the driver dead and exclaim, "B-boss, boss!" She knocked out Meowhead. Ji Yuning placed one foot out of the car. She stood up, looking at the men before her, and immediately understood what situation she was in. Ji Yuning closed the car door and said nonchalantly, "You guys don't really look like common thugs. Why are you doing something so underhanded?" One of them cracked his knuckles threateningly. "Let's have a fight. If it weren't for you stealing someone else's man, deliberately embarrassing them in public, we wouldn't be blocking you here today." Hearing this, Ji Yuning just smirked, revealing a look of disdain. Lin Zhen only has men, and her reputation on her mind. Does she think everyone else is like her? One of the thugs, hearing this, pointed at Ji Yuning and shouted, "Since you've guessed it, then come with us willingly, otherwise don't blame us for getting rough." Ji Yuning took a step back, preparing for a fight, and said, "I don't want to go with you, and I don't want to get beaten up, so what should I do?" Ji Yuning narrowed her eyes, feigning provocation. The thug from earlier, hearing this, charged forward, shouting, "Damn you!" Ji Yuning launched a direct attack, kicking the approaching thug straight in the gut, while the thug clutched his stomach in pain, groaning, "Ugh, ah." Zhu Deng, who had witnessed everything from afar, couldn't help but admire. "Her skills are really good. Amazing." He kept praising her, while Ji Yuning continued her attacks. Zhu Deng turned back and said, "Boss, this person's skills are amazing. I really want to spar with her." Si Tunye's face was stern and cold as he quietly observed outside, saying, "No personal missions allowed. Investigate these people." Zhu Deng, hearing this, shouted, "Understood." On the other side, Ji Yuning raised her leg and jumped, then quickly kicked the thug straight in his sensitive area, causing him to clutch himself and yell, "Ugh, ah!" Si Tunye, sitting in the car, lowered the window to observe, saying, "This girl is interesting. Investigate her thoroughly. A normal person wouldn't hire Blue Eagle's people to ambush a normal female student. At this moment, Ji Yuning was suddenly targeted by two men rushing at her from both sides. But Ji Yuning resolved the situation with two moves, breaking through their encirclement, finishing off the last one with a single kick. Ji Yuning's kick knocked out a tooth of the unlucky thug. Ji Yuning finished with a light foot landing on the ground, amidst the motionless thugs lying scattered around, her high-heeled foot stepping on one of the thugs. Ji Yuning held out her phone, threatening, "Call Li Zhen Zhen?" The man being stepped on was already terrified, stuttering, "Oh, okay." A conscientious waiter brought the food to the table and politely said, "Please enjoy your meal," Li Zhen Zhen suggested. "Yi Fan, should we go watch a movie after we eat? There's a new movie called Childhood Sweethearts. I heard it's really good." Yi Fan politely declined. "I have an appointment with a friend later. Let's reschedule, Ms. Lai." Li Zhen Zhen's face darkened. "Every time I ask you out, you're always so busy, always making excuses." She slammed her hand on the table, pleading, Chin, Yi Fan." Just then, Yi Fan's phone started ringing like crazy. Looking at the screen and seeing who was calling, he froze, a little freaked out. Right then, Li Zhen Zhen excused herself. "I'll go take this call." With that, she hurried outside, looking worried, and said in a soft, excited voice, "Hello, Brother Liu. It's all done. I'll send you 100,000 right away." But the voice on the other end was a woman, replying, "Miss Lai, is my reputation only worth 100,000? Li Zhen Zhen stammered. You're Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning retorted sharply, "Miss Li, Ji Yuning, will remember what happened today. Next time, I'll definitely pay you back for everything, so you should start worrying." Li Zhen Zhen threatened angrily. "How dare you threaten me?" Ji Yuning said confidently. "That's right, I'm threatening you. If you dare to do it, you better be ready to face the consequences. Just wait." As she said that, she kicked one of the thugs groveling on the ground, and they cried out in pain. Ji Yuning left, turning to get into the car, when suddenly someone fell out of nowhere. She was surprised. Using her see-through vision, Ji Yuning realized someone was in the trunk. She walked over and opened the trunk, speaking first. "Sorry, that must have been tough for you. I'll pay for your hospital bills and medicine," one of He Ran's underlings urged. No need. Quickly call the police so this person is held accountable." Xin Tu was already in the car, casually observing. "So, you still want to mess with her? You're no match for her?" Chu Quanfeng was stunned. Unbelievable. She took out all those guys in just a few minutes. The phone vibrated. Ding dong, Quanfeng announced. "Her info is here. A high school student from Qingshui City moved to Ji City because of the jade." Ji Yuning turned around and strode away decisively. Quanfeng held up his phone screen to prove it. "Boss, look, she can cut open jade." Sikantu's eyes were deep in thought. Suspicious. "A high school student? I don't believe it." "Cut to the scene in the dining room," the waitress said respectfully. "The food is all served, sir. Please enjoy." Just then, Ji Yuning knocked on the door and called out, "Mu Kei." Then she said honestly, "Sorry, I'm late." Mu Kei said gently, "It's okay. Do you need me to help you deal with Li Zhen Zhen?" Ji Yuning reassured him. "It's okay, don't worry. You don't need to take action against her. It's just a small matter." Mu Kei breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Suddenly, she felt like someone was following her. Mu Kei asked curiously, "What's wrong? What happened outside?" She thought deeply, "Why is it him? Or am I just being too sensitive?" Mu Kei was happily picking up food for Ji Yuning, saying, "Boss, here. We have to go back tomorrow. Eat more." But Ji Yuning's head was in the clouds, and after a while she said a few casual words to Mu Jike, and left. "Mu Jike, I'm going downstairs to buy some souvenirs." Mu Jike was surprised. Ji Yuning smiled and said, "I'll be right back." Mu Kei watched Ji Yuning go, saying with a hint of complaint, "After we finish eating, I'll go with you, okay? Why are you being so mysterious in broad daylight?" Ji Yuning looked around and didn't see anyone. She snorted and turned to leave. In another room, Xiaoting was observing and said via Bluetooth, Hawk, target spotted at the store, moving towards the transaction counter, ready for capture. Hawk, roger that." In the noisy main hall of the shopping mall, Tang Aining walked into a store, and a staff member greeted her warmly. "Hello, how can I help you?" Tang Aining looked through a few outfits and asked the staff, "Do you have any of these that would be suitable as a gift for my mom?" The staff member, hearing this, went to grab a jacket and said, "I think this one would be perfect. It's a new design for this season, and it'll look amazing on her. I think it'll make your mom look so much younger and more beautiful." Tang Aining looked at the jacket from top to bottom and said, "It looks pretty good." Then she reached out, ready to touch the jacket. Tang Aining was about to say, "Then I'll take it," when a woman, out of nowhere, said, "This jacket is so beautiful, I'll take it." The staff member was flustered, not knowing what to do, just as she started to say, "Ma'am," before the staff member could finish, Tang Aining cut her off, saying, "Hey lady, do you even know what first come, first served means?" The woman, hearing someone speak from behind, turned around and angrily yelled, "Damn it! I'm the owner of Zhufu Jewelry. What's first come, first served to me?" Hearing this, Tang Aining thought about where she'd heard that name before, Zhufu Jewelry. After a moment, she remembered Xiaoping. So she's that old man's wife. Great. She crossed her arms, her face showing her displeasure, and said, "Get your store manager over here." "Please wait a moment," the staff member replied nervously. The woman, meanwhile, was sizing her up from head to toe. After a while, she said, "You little brat, pretending to be rich, I'm a VIP here, I can take whatever I want." Just as they were arguing, a smiling staff member came running up to the woman, saying, "Madam Xiao, why are you so angry? It's just a jacket. I'll wrap it up for you." As the staff member was wrapping up the item, the staff member who had gone to get the store manager returned and said, "Sister Wang, this customer already chose that windbreaker. You can't do that." The staff member gave Tang Aining a nasty look and asked, "Can your customer even afford that jacket? Comparing your customer to Madam Xiao is like comparing dirt to diamonds." Tang Aining just smiled and said, "A staff member daring to talk to a customer like that?" Then Tang Aining pointed directly at the staff member's face and continued, "So what if you work in a luxury store, you're still just a staff member?" The staff member was about to yell when a voice came from behind. "Shut up!" It turned out to be the store manager, pointing directly at the staff member and scolding, "Wang Yanyan, as of today, you are officially fired. Our brand values customers as gods and cannot allow someone like you to tarnish our reputation." Wang Yunyun's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she prepared to explain, "I didn't." But before she could say anything, the people around her cut her off, saying, "You didn't? Talking so rudely." "Exactly, I heard it too, being so old and still fighting over clothes with a young girl, an old cucumber trying to look young with makeup." After hearing so many people pointing and gossiping, the woman embarrassedly ran away, leaving Wang Yunyun standing there, saying, "I don't want this jacket anymore." After settling things, Tang Aining pointed to another jacket and said to the staff member, "Get 2 of each color of this one. I want to give them away as gifts too." After picking out the clothes, she winked and pointed at the staff member. "Put it all on your tab. Thank you, ma'am." The staff member smiled brightly. Thanking her, Wang Yunyun could only stand behind them crying. After a while of packing and paying, the staff member also carried the bags and followed her to the elevator. Tang Aining turned around and said, "All right, this is far enough. Thank you very much." The staff member thanked her repeatedly. Just then, the elevator arrived with a ding, and Tang Aining went into the elevator with the bags, also saying back, "I'm leaving now. I'll definitely come back and look for you next time, Miss Tang. Please be careful." The staff member bowed. As she was entering the elevator, a man quickly bumped into her. Without looking, he just said, "Sorry." The man waved his hand, calling to the people behind him, "Hurry up." Tang Aining stood watching, thinking this person was very suspicious, and then used her eye of insight to look at those people. "I saw they were all packing heat, just like I thought." Sure enough, the guy who seemed like he could sense someone staring was glancing behind her, but saw she was looking straight ahead, and she's thinking to herself, "If I'm not mistaken, those black briefcases must be holding." She took another look and confirmed her suspicions. Diamonds. Ding! The elevator chimed, and the suspicious guys quickly bailed. As she watched them go, she thought, "These guys aren't here for a meal, they're just trying to throw people off." Walking down the empty hallway, Tang Aining trailed after the shady crew from before. She got to the woods right in front of the room, and they stopped too. Tang Aining realized they were right next door. "What are the odds they're in the room right next to us?" She opened the door and called out, "Mu Kei." Mu Kei heard her and turned around, saying, "Boss, you're back." On the other side of the room, someone was placing boxes on the table, and a man bowed his head and said, "Boss, the goods are all here." Mu Kei noticed Tang Aining's strange expression and asked, "What's up, boss? What happened?" Tang Aining stayed close to the wall, turned serious, and said, "I suspect the room next door is dealing in some illegal business." Then she used her supernatural sight to peek through the wall. "Don't worry, as long as you have enough gold, we won't short you a single diamond." She confirmed her thoughts. "I knew it." Muraked, after hearing what she said, asked in surprise, "No way, boss. Should we get out of here quick?" She laughed, pulled Muski back to the table, and said, "It's cool, let's eat first. Don't freak out no matter what happens later." But she was still thinking about the people in the next room. Those guys don't seem like they're from the Tang family, but still, better safe than sorry. In the surveillance room, Xiao Ting was watching the outside when someone reported, "Captain, there's still one room with guests on this floor. What do we do?" He looked at the 2 guards on the screen and said, "Have the manager get them out, but don't spook the target for anything." A moment later, someone knocked on the door. "Hello, I'm the restaurant manager." Tang Aining saw through the door and heard the manager say, "Our restaurant has a special promotion today. Please open the door." Mu King asked suspiciously, "Since when did this restaurant have a special promotion? That's sus." Tang Aining ignored Mu King, guessing in her head, "Bringing the manager here? Looks like they want to sneak us out of here to avoid trouble." After thinking, she stood up, pulling the confused Mu King along. "I'm full, let's go." As she went to the door, she laughed and said to the manager, "Perfect timing, we're stuffed, we can chat while we walk." The manager replied with a smile, Okay, please follow me." As they walked, the manager asked her, "Did you enjoy your meal?" She turned and honestly replied, "Your restaurant's cooking is very tasty." The manager wiped the nervous sweat from his face and said, That's good, that's good." Suddenly, a loud shout from behind made everyone jump. One of the 2 guards asked, "Special promotion? I've never heard of it." The manager turned around and said with a smile, "Aha, you guys get one too. I'll bring it to you later." The guy who was with her in the elevator earlier walked up and said, "You're the one from the elevator, right?" Xiao Ting, who was observing through the monitor, saw Tang Aining and jumped. "Why is it her?" Just as they walked out, the 2 men standing outside the adjacent private room immediately noticed the situation. The hotel manager's face suddenly turned pale with terror because he knew very well that the suspect was in that private room. The man immediately stepped forward, blocking the hotel manager and giving him a terrible, warning glance as he opened his mouth to ask, "Why is he so tense?" The hotel manager trembled under the man's warning glare, stuttering, No, I'm not tense, not at all." Ji Yuning immediately became alert, knowing things were probably going south. She thought to herself, "Trisk, busted." Two guys came up behind Ji Yuning and Mu Kei, instantly pulling out guns and pointing them. They barked, "Don't move." The hotel manager was so freaked he kept shaking and screaming, "Help, help, help me." The hotel manager tried to bolt, but one of the guys grabbed him, yelling, "Think you can run? Get this guy a damn room." Ji Yuning, relatively calm, reassured Mu Kei, "Don't panic, just do what they say for now." The hotel manager was being choked, almost suffocating. Ji Yuning's eyes were calm, like she was already figuring things out. In the surveillance room, where Liang Xiaoting was hiding, he could see the whole thing happening because of the cameras outside. A worried man said, "Captain, should we go in and save them?" Liang Xiaoting's eyes deepened. He felt an unfamiliar unease, like he was worried about her safety. He said, "Not yet. The time isn't right." The two guys led the three of them to a room, urging them, "What are you waiting for? Get inside." Ji Yuning's face was eerie in the shadows. She said, "Meeting me. Consider yourselves unlucky." The man was puzzled, not understanding what she meant. A second later, Ji Yuning snaked her hand behind her, grabbing the hand holding the gun to her back, and bent it back. There was a click as it broke. The man barely managed to oog. Before Ji Yuning slapped him hard, he raised his hands, and then passed out on the ground, his weapon now in Ji Yuning's possession. The man lay groaning on the ground, his hand felt like it had been twisted off. The others were shocked, in disbelief. The remaining guy, seeing his buddy sprawled on the ground, lost it. He pointed his gun at Ji Yuning, yelling, "Want to die?" Ji Yuning braced her hands on the ground and somersaulted to dodge the bullet. Then she hurled the gun in her hand at the guy, hitting him square in the head, and he fell backward. She landed gracefully on the ground. The hotel manager and Mu Kei, seeing how quickly she took them down, were completely stunned. Feeling like it was all a dream, they didn't even have time to react, just managed a weak Mu Kei gave Ji Yuning two excited thumbs up, marveling, "So awesome, I knew you were badass, but not this badass." Before they could celebrate, creak, a sound rang out, freezing everyone. Then the door opened, and a bunch of guys with heavy weapons came out. Ji Yuning thought to herself, "This is bad." She yelled at Mu Kei and the hotel manager, "You two, run! Run now!" The hotel manager, seeing how bad things were, knew he'd be useless if he stayed, so he listened to Ji Yuning, dragging Mu Kei with him as they turned and ran. Mu Kei, being dragged away, was worried about Ji Yuning. "What about you? Let's run together." The group were all masked, wearing hats, surrounding Ji Yuning with their weapons. Her expression turned grim as she cautiously watched them. The red-haired guy in the back, smoking a cigarette, seeming to be the boss, ordered, "Kill her!" Ji Yuning's eyes widened, radiating murderous intent, ready to fight them all. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Drop your weapons!" Startling the group surrounding Ji Yuning. Out of nowhere, Liang Xiaoting appeared, kneeing one of them hard in the face. The guy's face twisted in pain. Everyone charged into battle. Ji Yuning, Liang Xiaoting, and his teammates quickly subdued them all. Just then, another guy burst out of the room, gun in hand, yelling, "Kill Ji Yuning!" Seeing this, Ji Yuning grabbed the gun lying near her, ready to take him out. But Liang Xiaoting had already noticed her. Bang, bang, bang! The guy fired 3 shots, but Liang Xiaoting was faster. He yelled, "Watch out!" and dived, tackling Ji Yuning to the ground to shield her from the bullets. He drew his gun, aiming straight at the guy. Tang Aining was still stunned, not yet back to her senses, while Liang Xiaoting's eyes were chillingly cold. He helped Ji Yuning up with one hand, and aimed his other hand at that guy, bang, with a shot. That guy, after missing 3 shots, had to reload to continue, only to hear another bang sound afterward. After a few gunshots, everything stopped, and all the criminals were killed. Liang Xiaoting held Ji Yuning in his arms, and softly said, "Open your eyes." Only then did Ji Yuning open her eyes. Liang Xiaoting put away his gun, and Ji Yuning looked at the scene before her, sighing inwardly. Awesome! She praised in her heart, Liang Xiaoting is so calm and decisive, twice already. Just as Ji Yuning was about to leave, her arm was grabbed by Liang Xiaoting, who said, "Wait!" He asked aloud, "Why did you come here?" But in his heart he thought, "Why do I keep running into her?" Ji Yuning shook off his arm, tilted her head to look at Liang Xiaoting, and said casually, "Coincidence." The red-haired boss who ordered Ji Yuning's assassination earlier was still alive. He was being escorted out, all bruised and battered, by 2 of Liang Xiaoting's men, still begging incessantly, "Let me go!" A jade-green finger guard fell from his grasped hand. It rolled to Ji Yuning's feet. Ji Yuning looked at it, thinking to herself, where did the finger guard come from? After taking a closer look, she was a little surprised. Rich in spiritual energy, just then, a subordinate came to report the situation to Liang Xiaoting. "Captain, the enemies have been escorted away." He ordered, "Retreat." The subordinate acknowledged. "Understood." On this side, Ji Yuning had picked up the finger guard to examine it, thinking, it really is an antique. Why is there something like this here? Suddenly, at this moment, Liang Xiaoting's hand appeared behind her and patted her shoulder. Startling, Ji Yu Ning, he asked her. What are you doing? The finger guard automatically retreated into her space, and she thought to herself, haha, why did this jade thing automatically go into the space? Outwardly, she acted as if nothing had happened, saying to Liang Xiaoting, why do you walk so quietly? You almost scared me to death. Liang Xiaoting was a little embarrassed, and said, well, were you hurt just now? Seeing him caring about Ji Yuning so much, the subordinates behind them couldn't stop teasing, am I seeing things? Our boss is actually proactively caring about someone? The sun rose in the west. The boss finally knows how to woo a girl. These guys don't know how to hold back. If you're injured, we'll take you to the hospital now. Liang Xiaoting was so embarrassed by his subordinate's words that his face turned red, and he coughed a few times before saying, if you're injured, we'll take you to the hospital now. Ji Yuning was speechless. Ji Yuning also replied a little awkwardly, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. At this moment, a subordinate rushed over and called him, Captain, Captain! They cracked the code for storing the hidden evidence. Ji Yuning saw that he was busy, so she didn't bother him anymore, saying as she turned to leave, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. The subordinate, seeing that Liang Xiaoting was ignoring him and just watching Ji Yuning's back as she left, was exhausted, and called him again in his heart. Captain, what are you looking at? Liang Xiaoting was awakened by his subordinate, and he glanced at him. He said, continue what you were saying. The subordinate pointed at the red-haired boss and said, the code is in his finger guard, but the finger guard is now gone. He's sure it's somewhere around here. Hearing this, Liang Xiaoting ordered, continue searching the scene, search everywhere. Don't let him get away with any nook or cranny. The subordinate acknowledged. Understood. At this moment he recalled Ji Yuning's attitude just now. Why do you walk so quietly? You almost scared me to death. Suspicion arose in his heart. I saw her hiding something just now. Could it be her? Ting. The elevator doors opened. Ji Yuning walked out with her things, thinking to herself, I didn't expect to accidentally pick up an antique, but it's not clear what era it's from. Gotta go back and do some digging to see where it came from. She was seriously stoked, accidentally stumbled upon something awesome, and opening this spiritual energy is gonna last me a long time, she thought to herself. So much happened today, but I scored quite a few things. Mu Ke was super happy to see her, waving his hand while saying, Boss, you okay? And the hotel manager was still a little worried standing nearby. The sound of the door closing came with a familiar voice. Mom, Auntie, we're back. Ji Yuning, carrying 3 or 4 bags, greeted the two people at the table with a bright smile. Ji Yuning's mom and aunt were chatting, suddenly saw her. Ji Yu Man happily said, Ning Ning's back. Ji Yuning's aunt turned and asked, where'd you go, Ning Ning? Ji Yuning walked between her mom and aunt, saying, I have some good news to tell you, Ji Yuning's aunt asked curiously. What good news? Ji Yuning replied happily. I just invested in my uncle's construction materials company, just finished the bidding this afternoon, Ji Yuning's aunt said in surprise. Really? Yup, and I've asked someone to take care of some related procedures, Ji Yuning said cheerfully. Taking a map from her bag, she handed it to her aunt, saying, there's some info about the project in here. Take a look. Oh, it's in this market. Ji Yuning's aunt exclaimed, holy moly. This investment project is in the biggest construction market ever, so this investment must be hella expensive. Ji Yuning said confidently, Auntie, don't worry, money's not an issue. The important thing now is to develop our business even more. Ji Yuning's aunt put her hand to her mouth, looking a little worried. Ning Ning, Ji Yuning, happily put her arms around her aunt and mom, saying, all right, Auntie, family gotta trust and help each other out, right? Then Ji Yuning helped her mom and aunt sit down. All right, sit down. With me here, our lives are definitely gonna get better and better. Ji Yuning looked at her happy mom, thinking, consider this me, standing in for her real daughter, doing my filial duty. On a beautiful sunny day, at the Construction Project Investment Center, a white car arrived at the company entrance. Ji Yuning got out of the car, saying, is this the place? The assistant reached out to support her. Yes, old madam, please be careful, the assistant continued. This is the last investment project to see today and also the biggest project in those 5. Ji Yuning's aunt looked up at the big building, her face showing quite a bit of satisfaction. Behind her was Ji Yuning's aunt's party buddy, who took off her glasses and said, HMPH, this looks alright, fits with Old Gun's family's business, Ji Yuning's aunt said as she walked into the building with an arrogant air. This is just a temporary office construction project for the company. We'll definitely buy a bigger office somewhere else later. Just a few steps inside, Ji Yuning's aunt accidentally ran into Ji Yuning, who was standing with her aunt and mom in the room. Ji Yuning and her aunt looked at each other with challenging eyes. What's she doing here? Ji Yuning's aunt frowned, asking the assistant in a disdainful tone, Zhao Li, how can people like this be here? Don't you know how poor these two are? Zhao Li hurriedly replied, Sorry, I'll call the company to ask right away. Ji Yuning's aunt's party buddy pointed straight at Ji Yuning and said, oh, is this the poor relative you were talking about? They wouldn't have the money to buy a house here, right? Ji Yuning's aunt replied with a disdainful tone, oh, she's probably being kept by some sugar daddy. Ji Yuning's aunt continued to lay it on thick. The mom had a kid out of wedlock, and the daughter's out there being a vixen chasing after rich men. Like mother, like daughter. Ji Yuning's mom was so angry that she pointed at Ji Yuning's aunt and yelled, Lin Li Huan, shut your mouth. Ji Yuning's aunt quickly stopped her. Sis, don't pay her any attention. Ji Yuning's aunt smirked with satisfaction. Lin Liwan grabbed Ji Yuning's mom's hand, saying, You still want to hit me? Then she raised her hand, preparing to slap Ji Yuning's mom. Who gave you the guts to do that? Old Madame Ji Yu saw Lin Lihuan about to hit her, her face showing clear fear, but not letting Lin Lihuan get her way. Ji Yuning managed to block the blow. Ji Yuning twisted Lin Lihuan's hand away and said, You dare touch a hair on my mother's head? Lin Lihuan turned pale. The person behind her hung up the phone and said, Old madam, this building has been bought by Qin Yifan. Mr. Qin? Heard he bought it on behalf of some Miss Ji Yu. Lin Lihuan was stunned, bewildered, and floored. Lin Lihuan grabbed her sore wrist, wincing and shouting, This little slut? She's definitely being kept by Qin Yifan. Bet her mom's a slut too. The two of you are leeching money off the Qin family. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yifan walked up from behind and said, Who's being kept by me, you say? Li Huan freaked out, whipping around to look and squeak, Q-Qin, young Master Qin. Is that really you? Meanwhile, his assistant hands Qin Yifan a stack of papers, saying, President Qin. Qin Yifan turns to Ji Yuning, beaming. Ji Yuning, I got all the paperwork sorted for you, so this building is all yours now. The company's renovations are done too. Just name your price, and you'll definitely have enough cash to hire the best design and construction teams. Ji Yuning just says, Thanks. Li Wan and her friend are just standing there, mouths agape, totally shell-shocked. Ji Yuning pivots to face Li Wan, who looks even more terrified. Ji Yuning points at Li Huan and says, If you've got a dark heart, you'll see darkness everywhere. Are you hoping your sugar daddy kicks the bucket too? Li Huan stammers. Qin Yifan chimes in from behind. Ji Yuning's way more capable than I am, and I'm gonna need her help down the line, so I hope you guys can keep it classy. Seeing the writing on the wall, Li Huan's party buddy whispers in her ear, That girl's got something going on with young Master Qin. We should probably steer clear, Li Huan says. This? Li Huan spins around, looking totally bitter. Color me impressed, Ji Yuning. You're really something now. Guess I always underestimated you guys. A beautiful sunny day at Third High. Ji Yuning is jogging to school, turning heads left and right. Whoa, is that Ji Yuning? Ji Yuning wipes the sweat off her brow, heading towards senior year class 2. Suddenly, Ji Yuning's beloved bros burst out the door. Ji Yuning, boss. Ji Yuning's caught off guard. Guys. They tackle her in a group hug, making her jump. Ji Yuning, boss. Ji Yuning's just blinking. Hey everyone, arms and legs are wrapped around her. Everyone's missed Ji Yuning like crazy. Long time no see. We missed you so much, Ji Yuning. Where have you been, boss? Where'd you run off to? Did you get new underlings while you were gone, boss? Did you bring back souvenirs? Out of nowhere, Ji Yuning chucks a bag in the air, filled with a random pile of goodies. Here you go, split it up. 1 second they were hugging and pawing at Ji Yuning, the next they're scrambling for the bag, everyone looking stoked. Mukei saunters up to Ji Yuning and says, Even though we went to G City together, I still want a treat. Ji Yuning playfully jabs Mukei in the ribs, laughing, Don't be ridiculous, and I might be heading back to G City again before too long. In the distance, Ji Yu Xiao watches Ji Yuning's crew laughing and says, How fun. Ji Yu Xiao looks mega pissed. Xiao Fei glances at Ji Yu Xiao and snarks, Oh my, look at how the tables have turned. Look at all the attention Ji Yuning's getting. And what about you? Chen Zijiao leans against the wall, glaring at Ji Yuning with a scowl. So ugly. Ji Yu Xiao grits her teeth. What do you want, you mutt of the Ji Yu family? Chen Zijiao clenches her fist and says, Ji Yuning humiliated me, and I'm gonna pay her back tenfold. We need to team up and make sure she can't get comfortable at Third High. Then, the three of them exchange smirks, their eyes full of scheming. Just then, Ji Yuning spots them glaring at her with their shady looks. Ji Yuning grins and says, What a bunch of clueless little punks. After school lets out, Ji Yuning's walking through the parking garage, passing a car that looks suspiciously like a military vehicle. Inside, there's a man in black, none other than Xiao Ting. He watches Ji Yuning's back as she walks away, listening to the call on the other end of the line. Captain, if they absolutely won't give up the password and only say it's hidden in the finger cut, Xiao Ting replies, I understand. Behind Ji Yuning, a blue car starts its engine, slowly pulling out of its parking spot. Ji Yuning has arrived at Yiqui Nian. The hostess in a kipao sees Ji Yuning and says, Oh, if it isn't Miss Ji Yu, come in please, young Master Qin. Miss Ji Yu is here. Inside, Qin Yifan was intently reading today's newspaper. Qin Yifan's eyes lit up like he struck gold when he saw Ji Yuning, saying, Ji Yuning, what brings you here? Ji Yuning replied perkily, I said I'd ask you for a little favor, and I'm a woman of my word. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out a notebook from her bag. These are the designs. Ji Yuning handed it to Qin Yifan. Ji Yuning continued, As for the remuneration... As she spoke, she pulled a blue box out of her bag. Ji Yuning happily opened the box, continuing, It's this Fu Lu Shao Jediite. The glittering gemstone nestled in the luxurious box, radiating a dazzling light. Qin Yifan's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He adjusted his glasses and took a closer look, exclaiming, How ridiculously heaven-defying is your luck. You even managed to find a Fu Lu Shu. Qinzong pulled her over to sit down, saying, Hey, come on, sit down first. I'll pour you some tea. I just bought this really good stuff. Ji Yuning replied cheerfully, Don't be so polite. I'm giving you that jade as a thank you for helping me out these past few times. Qin Yifan exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! Qinzong looked at Ji Yuning, touched. Then the two of them walked out of the shop, and he kindly offered, I'll personally deliver it to the Ji Yu family when it's done, but Ji Yuning refused. No need to go to so much trouble, I can pick it up myself. Xiao Ting was hiding behind a tree nearby, watching Ji Yuning. Qin Yi Fan said, wait, Ji Yuning, let me see you off. But Ji Yuning refused. No need to be so polite, just get back to work. I still have to swing by the shopping mall. Hearing her say that, Qin Yi Fan didn't push it. Oh, okay. The staff inside the store stuck their heads out, gossiping. Young Master Qin is treating that Miss Ji Yu a bit unusually, isn't he? I think it won't be long before we have to change our address to Mrs. Shin. Xiao Ting heard this and grunted unhappily. Then the two waved goodbye to each other, each going their own way. Goodbye. Seeing her leave, Xiao Ting put on his glasses and followed Ji Yuning. A little later, Ji Yuning arrived at a spicy mixed noodle shop. She sat down to enjoy her delicious bowl of noodles. While she was eating, Xiao Ting suddenly came over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Ji Yuning was stunned with surprise. You are, he said. A word? She didn't say anything, rummaging through her bag, piquing Xiao Ting's curiosity. A few seconds later, she slammed a stack of money on the table, shouting, check, please. She got up to leave, glancing at him. Every time I see you, something's bound to happen. I guess it's better to not eat. But before she could go, he grabbed Ji Yuning's hand, saying, wait! Then he quickly said, a finger caught was lost at the scene. Did you see it? Ji Yuning recalled the finger caught from the other day, thinking to herself, he's looking for it. Then he became serious, whispering into her ear, if you see it, I hope you can hand it over to us. He frowned. Don't try to deceive me. Ji Yuning also guessed, as expected, that finger caught was something special. But there are so many people around, and even cameras. If I take something out of my jade eye space it's bound to attract attention, I should find another opportunity to return it to him. Thinking this, she immediately used her awesome plan. She asked, you want to search me, right? Xiao Ting, hearing her say that, immediately blushed with embarrassment and let go of her hand, quickly explaining, I didn't mean that. Seeing that his plan was working so well, Ji Yuning laughed and patted his shoulder. All right, I'm off then. Then she hurried away, calling back, if I see that finger caught, I'll definitely hand it over to the police. Then she rushed off, leaving Xiao Ting behind, still embarrassed and blaming himself. What's wrong with me? Every time I meet her, I'm a mess. Did she give me some kind of love potion? Then he hurriedly ran after her. After Ji Yuning left the store, Xiao Ting was still driving his fancy car. Xiao Ting followed behind, staring at her, when suddenly, Xu Jingsen popped out and said, Boss, I've got news. I just finished the interrogation, and the evidence is probably enough to use now. Feeling annoyed, he turned to glare at Xu Jingsen, reminding him, quiet down. But Xu Jingsen didn't understand what Xiao Ting meant, so he quickly explained, oh, I mean, you don't need to look for the finger caught anymore, it's over. Only then did he notice that Xiao Ting was staring intently at something. What are you looking at? Then, looking curiously, he was surprised to recognize Ji Yuning. Ah, isn't that the girl who saved you before? Isn't that the direction of the neighborhood next to my house? What a coincidence. Soon, the two drove to the front gate. In the car, Xiao Ting looked at the neighborhood and said, I'm moving into your place soon, making Xu Jingsen shout in confusion. At your place? Don't you have a house or something? His inner thoughts screamed, I don't want to. If this big demon is nearby, I'll have to jog with him every day, won't I? He was thinking when he saw Xiao Ting giving him a death stare. He fearfully and reluctantly agreed. Okay, if you want to stay, then stay. I didn't say I didn't agree. Early morning at Heguang Courtyard, Ji Yuning was walking to school with headphones on. Suddenly, someone came up and snatched the headphones from her hand. Ji Yuning was startled and turned to ask, who is it? Her pupils widened, and she was stunned to recognize Xiao Ting, wondering, why is it you? Seeing him made her annoyed, scolding, you're a stalker. Then snatched back her headphones. Xiao Ting unhappily, who's a stalker? My house is here. Xu Jingsen, hiding on the side, burst out laughing, your face, Xiao Ting, you're not a stalker, you're just a liar. Then he followed behind Ji Yuning and said, I reviewed the camera footage from that day, and you picked up the finger caught. Moreover, I also discovered. Xiao Ting said to this point, causing Ji Yuning to stop in shock. What did he discover? Could it be that she, turning to continue Xiao Ting's words, discovered that there were actually some stalkers picking up stolen goods? Or that someone had to be found to return it? He thought in contemplation, maybe it's not what she thinks. Ji Yuning saw his reaction and guessed that she had indeed been tricked. Quickly apologizing, Ji Yuning, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. Actually, there's evidence about the case inside the finger caught. Hearing this, Ji Yuning quickly stopped, turned around to face Xiao Ting, and held out her hand, saying, give it to me. Xiao Ting was also surprised by her action and asked, give what? Ji Yuning was like, give me your name and contact info, I'll personally bring the stuff to your door. Then he said his name was Leng Xiao Ting, and she was all like, your name totally matches you, cold and boring, which made him blush like crazy. Xu Jingsen, who was hiding nearby, was squealing with joy. The boss finally found his match. A second later, Xiao Ting appeared behind him, pinched his ear, and asked, what are you doing? Is eavesdropping part of the Scarlet Flame Squad's training? Jingsen wailed, ow, boss, my bad. Then, rubbing his ears, he teased, Running over here first thing in the morning to intercept someone, you totally have a thing for her, don't you? Xiaoting, feeling guilty, kicked Jing Sen in the butt. 5 kilometers run for you. For being a blabbermouth, Jing Sen yelped again. Ouch, I'm wearing flip-flops today. Shu Jing Sen, not backing down, kept rubbing his butt and teasing. That time you went looking for evidence, you didn't even need to lift a finger yourself? This time, the task was assigned to someone else. We're getting a sister-in-law soon, just admit it. Hearing him tease him, Xiaoting got even angrier and yelled, make it 10 kilometers. But Shu Jing Sen was still unrepentant. Running, laughing, and teasing. Xiaoting, you definitely like Ji Yuning. He remembered Ji Yuning's beautiful face and unconsciously smiled. Scene change to Ji Yuning's school, number 3 high school. Ji Yuning was walking when she saw a student being bullied by a bunch of thugs. They were hitting and yelling at him. Hand over the money, you unlucky bastard. Too big for his boots. His old man is bankrupt. If you don't pay protection money, you're not leaving here. We'll beat you to death. Ji Yuning, seeing her classmate being bullied from afar, suddenly recognized him as An Yi, remembering that he was the guy who confessed to her classmate the other day. Ji Yuning. I like you, she pondered in surprise. An Yi. That's him. The hooligans kept cursing. Damn it, Lai Long isn't listening, huh? Looks like we really gotta teach you a lesson, An Yi stuttered in fear. What do you want? The boy with the brick yelled, die! And swung down towards An Yi. Just then, Ji Yuning managed to rush over and kick him in the back, breaking it, while shouting loudly, stop! The whole group was shocked and scared when they recognized her. Ji Yuning. One of the boys spoke up, trying to dissuade Ji Yuning. I know you're strong, but I advise you not to mess with this loser. The An family's assets are all gone. An Yi is just a cowardly little mouse. Hearing this, Ji Yuning just scoffed contemptuously, then pointed directly at the guy's face and yelled, is being poor a crime that deserves being bullied? I think you're the ones who need to be taught a lesson. He was so scared that he couldn't say anything. Ji Yuning continued to scold. Hurry up and get lost, all of you. If I ever see you again, I'll punch you. At that, the group ran away in a panic. At this moment, An Yi slowly stood up and said, thank you. Ji Yuning was about to speak when An Yi quickly interrupted. I don't need your sympathy. Ji Yuning was stunned, staring at him with wide eyes, and then she cleverly replied, who wants to sympathize with you? Does your family work in real estate? An Yi was relieved and asked curiously, why? Do you want to buy a house? But I can't help you now. Ji Yuning gently helped An Yi up, saying at the same time, stand up. He was surprised, and whispered, what are you going to do? Ji Yuning was holding An Yi's hand, replying casually, taking you to the infirmary after school. You, taking me to meet your family. Hearing that, An Yi blushed embarrassingly and blurted out, what? Meet my family? That day, after school, Ji Yuning really did go to An Yi's house. An Yi could only stand in a corner, watching her chat with the adults in his family. At that moment, in the living room, An Yi's father, after hearing Ji Yuning's proposal, asked in surprise, acquiring the company. Little girl, what kind of deal are you talking about? Ji Yuning calmly took a sip of tea, then replied nonchalantly, I know I'm young, so it's normal for you to be suspicious, uncle. If not, what are you waiting for? I already offered the highest price. Anne's father concentrated and thought, she's right. If I don't agree, and someone buys the company at a lower price, all my hard work will be for nothing. Seeing that Anne's father was seriously considering it, Ji Yuning continued, I know that acquiring a company isn't simple, and signing the contract requires a lot of notarized documents. I don't have time to joke around with you, uncle. Then she took out her business card and said, this is my business card. I'm currently running a jewelry company. Anne's father carefully examined it, then asked, Ji Yuning, who are you from? Who's backing you, I wonder? Who would let a little girl represent them to acquire a company? But Ji Yuning confidently stood up and assured him, I'm only representing myself. I'm voluntarily acquiring Shanghua real estate, and there's no one backing me. Then she looked up at An Yi upstairs and said, on this point, I believe An Yi can vouch for me. Anne's father couldn't believe it, and thought to himself, heavens, could it be that she earned that 100 million herself? Ji Yuning was already thinking to herself, if I can acquire Shanghua real estate, I can cooperate more deeply with my second uncle's construction materials company. This is a completely harmless deal. Then she grabbed her bag and said goodbye to Anne's father. Well, Uncle Anne, I'll take my leave first. Call me when you've thought it over. Shanghua already has a team in place, but they lack capital, so when they transitioned, they encountered difficulties, leading to bankruptcy. If I inject capital, I believe Shanghua will definitely have a chance to rise again. With that, she walked away and slammed the door shut, leaving Anne's father in utter admiration. This little girl is really something else. If Shanghua is in her hands, she will definitely be a force to be reckoned with in the business world no matter what. That night, on her way home, Ji Yuning passed by Peace Light Garden again. Suddenly, a man ran past and greeted her. Hey, Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Ji Yuning was stunned for a moment before she realized. It's him, Xiaoting's friend. I run into his people everywhere. Am I being targeted by some illegal organization or something? Thinking that, she pretended not to see him and quickly walked away, leaving him standing there with his hand raised like a statue. Shu Jingsen scratched his head embarrassedly and said, hey, I'm just saying, don't be so cold. Seeing that, Shu Jingsen teased, Leng Xiaoting is also an ice block. Wouldn't you two be a walking refrigerator if you were in love? Ji Yuning immediately turned around and asked. Since when did we love each other? Zhu Jingsen suddenly realized he had gone too far. Ji Yuning immediately activated her Demon Lord mode, reminding him gently, Zhu Jingsen, if you don't know how to talk, you can donate your mouth to someone who needs it. Zhu Jingsen felt extremely scared, sat down, and used his hands to protect his body, trying to make himself small and weak in the face of Demon Lord Ji Yuning's threat. He stammered, I'm just telling the truth. Lang Xiaoting can't wait to dedicate himself to the country. I've never seen a girl by his side. As scared as he was, he still couldn't help but ask, Ji Yuning, so what's the relationship between you and Lang Xiaoting anyway? Ji Yuning blushed, thinking, no way, he's kinda good looking. But he's still single. And using her own logic, Ji Yuning concluded, maybe he's gay. Zhu Jingsen's face darkened when he heard that. Unexpectedly, he also started to imagine it, using the word gay to describe Lang Xiaoting. Imagining Lang Xiaoting standing with his back turned, revealing his muscular, firm back against a pink background filled with bubbles and flowers, Zhu Jingsen clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Zhu Jingsen immediately raised 3 fingers and swore, I guarantee he's absolutely not gay. Ji Yuning turned around and gave Zhu Jingsen a super sarcastic look, asking, oh, you know him that well? Have you tried it out yourself? Making Xu Yinglin freeze, then jump up, yelling, no way, you can't just say things like that. Ji Yuning just looked at him, then blushed, covered her mouth, and casually strolled on. Zhu Jingsen calmed down, walked next to Ji Yuning, sighed, and explained, Lang Xiaoting just doesn't have time for romance. He got a call this afternoon from his superiors, transferring him to Lin Xi. Ji Yuning thought to herself, turns out he's just a busy guy. I was gonna return the ring to him tonight. Guess he just wasn't fated for it. So Zhu Jingsen ended up walking Ji Yuning home. They walked and talked, but it seemed like only Zhu Jingsen was doing the talking. Zhu Jingsen took this chance to tell her more about Lang Xiaoting. You don't get Lang Xiaoting, don't think he's got no hobbies he actually really likes, blah blah blah. He looks experienced, but he's our age, actually a good guy. He just doesn't rest, or let us subordinates rest either. Never been in love, so pure, what a pity. At a restaurant, a waitress finished serving the dishes and said, enjoy your meal. Anyi's dad heard this, just replied perfunctorily, his eyes glued to his watch. While waiting for the other person to arrive, he adjusted his attire a bit. The door opened, Ji Yuning walked in and said to Anyi's dad, I'm sorry, Professor, I was held up on the way. He immediately stood up, offered Ji Yuning a seat, and happily said, no worries, sit down and let's talk. Ji Yuning got straight to the point. I've already given you the acquisition price. I assume Anzong has thought it over carefully before coming to me. Mr. Ang poured water into a glass and said, indeed, 400 million is enough to solve my immediate problem, but since Miss Ji Yu is offering such a high price, you must have already figured out a plan for the Shanghua land, right? After hearing this, Ji Yuning smiled. Ji Yuning assured Mr. An, don't worry, Mr. An. I will use my percentage of shares to let you serve as a board member, and you'll also have the right to make high-level decisions. Shocked by Ji Yuning's offer, Mr. An blurted out, is this for real? Ji Yuning assured Mr. And once again, I prefer win-win situations. Anyway, it's not suitable for me to stand in front of the stage with my status. This left Mr. An speechless. He adjusted his glasses, raised his own concerns to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, aren't you afraid that after I get your money, I'll steal your rights? Ji Yuning decisively handed her card to Mr. With confidence. Ji Yuning said firmly, I'll use your money to help you recover quickly, and I'll use your manpower to easily gather wealth. You have no reason to harm me. Mr. An gave Ji Yuning a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Haha, excellent. He immediately stood up, offered his hand to shake with Ji Yuning, and said, Miss Ji Yu is so straightforward, I will definitely not let you down. It can be said that the deal has been made. Mr. An thought to himself, the An family has hope again. Those fair-weather friends will definitely pay the price. Early the next morning, at the Friendship Hotel, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's family was walking into the hotel when they saw Ji Yuning, her mother, and second aunt getting out of the car. Ji Yuning carefully told her mother, take it slow. Grandma saw them and said, we're half an hour late this year and we still run into them. Every year they're late, always making us wait, so disrespectful. Ji Yuning glanced at her mother and said softly, Mom, I'm not interested in family festivals like this. I won't be participating. If they give you too trouble, definitely let me know. I'll deal with them. Ji Yuning's mother nodded and smiled. Grandma, with an angry expression, shouted, who allowed Ji Yuning to come here? Ji Yu Qingxiang looked at his watch, looking tense, and said to Ji Yuman, what do you mean by this, being half an hour late? Acting like nobody? Ji Yuning helped her mother and second aunt inside, retorting, as if you guys have never been late, always making us wait, you have such big faces. Ji Yu Qingxiang was speechless after being lectured. Grandma, with a face full of anger and disdain, shouted intentionally to get everyone around to pay attention, throw this wild spawn out. Cousin Ji Yu Xiaoxiao also glared at Ji Yuning with eyes like bullets. Ji Yuning thought indifferently, here we go again. After hearing that, everyone looked over, gossiping and pointing. Ji Yu Qingxiang, seeing this, whispered to his mother, Mom, there are so many people outside. Save some face for me. Let's go inside and talk. Grandma didn't back down, continuing. No way. If that wild spawn is here today, I'll leave. I absolutely cannot eat with her. Her expression was both angry and repulsive. Ji-yu man couldn't take it anymore and said, Mom, can you have a little decency? Ning Ning is your granddaughter. What wild spawn? Ji-yu Zhao Zhao chimed in. Wild spawn is wild spawn. She's not just a wild spawn, she's a hoodlum too. She looked at Ji-yu Ning with contempt and continued. She's always fighting at school, and she's provoked me many times. Not only that, but she's also rude to elders. Hearing her cousin's words, Ji-yu Ning angrily retorted, Ji-yu Zhao Zhao, I'm a wild spawn, my mother's a bitch, who else would I hit if not you? The truth hurts, and Grandma was so angry she coughed. Cough, cough. Unsteady on her feet. Ji-yu Qingxiang frowned and yelled, So what if she scolded you a couple of times? It's not like you lost any skin. Ji-yu Ning wasn't having it. Then I'll stand in front of you and curse too. Your whole family are hypocritical bastards. What's wrong with being rude? Grandma pointed at Ning Ning and said, Look what kind of shameless woman she gave birth to. Ji-yu man, worried about her mother, asked, Mom, what's wrong? But Ji-yu Ning pointed directly at Grandma's face and said, Shut up. For 18 years you've been calling me a wild spawn and my mother a bitch, and we could only endure it without fighting back. What kind of logic is that? From today onwards, none of you from the Ji-yu family should even think about bullying me and my mother. I won't put up with you anymore. Grandma was so angry she was about to have a stroke, pointing and shouting, You! Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Well said. Ji-yu Ning looked over, and it was An Qian. An Qian smiled cheerfully and greeted Ji-yu Ning. Ji-yu Zhao Zhao said, She seems to be the doctor who was assigned when Ji-yu Ning had her car accident. Ji-yu Qingxiang muttered, Just a small doctor, does she really think she can rely on her? At that moment, a pink-haired guy called out, Qian Qian. Dr. An quickly introduced him to Ji-yu Ning. This is my boyfriend, Luo Zhengyu. Ji-yu Ning cheerfully greeted him. Hello, I'm Ji-yu Ning. Ji-yu Qingxiang, hearing it was Luo Zhengyu, eagerly started a conversation. President Luo? What a coincidence. We haven't finished discussing the project bidding from last time. Today, Before he could finish, President Luo interrupted. The quality of Gun's construction materials is very poor. There's no need for us to discuss it further. At that moment, Grandma butted in. What kind of talk is that? You must have taken bribes from someone else. Ji-yu Qingxiang turned and replied, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? President Luo and Ji-yu Ning are having a good conversation. He's heard a lot about you from Qian. President Luo shook hands with Ji-yu Ning and said, Since we've met today, how about we have a meal together? Ji-yu Ning replied, Sure, I can't stomach eating with those people anyway. Grandma angrily stepped forward, pointing her cane at President Lugo and saying, Hey, what do you mean by that? My son invited you to eat, but you don't want to, and you have to eat with that wild spawn. Ji-yu Qingxiang quickly stopped his mother. Mom, don't say any more. Turning to President Lugo, he apologized. Sorry, President Luo, please don't mind her. My mother is a little confused. She doesn't mean anything by it. Ji-yu Ning cheerfully said to President Luo, My company happens to have a batch of really good construction materials. Would President Luo give us a chance to discuss it? President Luo replied, Of course, please. President Luo and Ji-yu Ning left the hotel. Ji-yu Ning thought to herself, Old Gu's level is too low, he'll fall sooner or later. The real show is yet to come. Ji-yu Qingxiang slapped his thigh, saying that he had a project relying on President Lucao's nod ruined by his mother. Then, Gum's wife replied angrily, What does that have to do with me? Everything is because of Ji-yu Ning. Ji-yu Qingxiang angrily said, Mom, you're impossible to reason with. Lin Li Wan, feeling uncomfortable, also tried to mediate. We've already offended him. What's the point of saying these things now? Guni's wife calmly waved her hand and said, It's nothing. If Ji-yu Ning and that President Luo have an acquaintance, let her go talk to President Luo and get the project assigned to your son. Wouldn't that be fine? Ji-yu Qingxiang perked up, beaming with joy, and exclaimed, That's right. We're all from the Ji-yu family. There's no reason she wouldn't help us. Meanwhile, Ji-yu Ning was already in the car, ready to leave, and she gently waved goodbye. Bye, Mom and second auntie. My friends invited me out to hang. I'll be back tonight. Ji-yu man cautiously reminded her. Be careful on the road, okay? Ji-yu Ning obediently replied, Got it? Suddenly, Ji-yu man's phone rang. Mom and second auntie. Ji-yu Ning stared at the phone in surprise. It turned out Ji-yu Qingxiang was calling. Ji-yu man wondered in surprise. Her eldest brother's call making her question immediately. What's he calling me for? Don't tell me he's still going on about that dinner, wanting Ning Ning to apologize. Then she decisively hung up immediately, while loudly declaring, Dream on. Meanwhile, Ji-yu Qingxiang angrily roared, Damn it, how dare she hang up on me? Mrs. Ji-yu frowned in displeasure. Ji-yu man's audacity is getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? Then she ordered, Call Ji-yu Qing. If they won't help family, who will they help? Meanwhile, after hearing her eldest brother, Ji-yu Qing immediately shrieked, What did you say, Ji-yu Qingxiang? Say that again. Ji-yu Qingxiang didn't hesitate to shout into the phone, Someone hand the phone to Ji-yu man. I'll talk to her myself. Ji-yu Qing handed the phone to her elder sister and said, Hey, He wants Ningning to beg President Lu Bao to give him the construction project. Ji Yu-man angrily stood up, crossed her arms, and retorted furiously. When he called Ningning a bastard, why didn't he think about this? Ji Yu-ching also couldn't hold back anymore, and replied, "Can he hear anything? Ji Yu-ching xiang, I seriously don't know how you managed to train up such a thick face. We're all embarrassed for you." Ji Yu-ching xiang angrily hung up the phone, then furiously yelled, "Tomorrow at work, Ji Yu. Man, I'll corner her. I refuse to believe she won't help." Elsewhere, at a dessert cafe, Ji Yuning and her friends were happily eating and chatting. Xingjun took a satisfied sip and said, "Hey, this is so good." Chu Paihan wasn't shy, so she playfully said, "Don't be shy. Let me try some." Suddenly, Ji Yuning's phone screen lit up, signaling an incoming call. It was a video call from the iceberg. He messaged her, "Tomorrow, whenever you have time, I'll come pick up the stuff." Ji Yuning held her phone, lightly clicked her tongue, and grumbled, "What a coincidence. Picking a time when I'm busy." She immediately replied to the message. "Not free tomorrow." Xiao Ting immediately asked back. "When are you free?" She casually replied, "Don't know." Mischievously plotting to tease this iceberg of a guy in her heart, Ji Yuning then put down her phone and took a small sip of her drink. Everyone seemed quite satisfied with the meal. Xingjun spoke up in praise. "Cousin, it's so lucky you found such a great place to eat," Qin Yifan politely invited. "You guys just eat to your heart's content." Yifan turned to Ji Yuning, smiling, and said, "I didn't expect you and Zijun to know each other, and you've even invited your whole friend group along." He then asked, "So how is it? Is this place good?" Ji Yuning happily replied, It's all right." They were having a really good time, and Yifan seized the opportunity to lean closer and ask Ji Yuning, "What about you? Do you like this place?" Just then, her phone rang again. Ji Yuning hurriedly opened it to check, completely ignoring Yifan's question. The message read, "I'm Yanfang. I've tried to contact you 9 times already. I'm working away from home, don't have any friends, and live alone in a rental. I want to find a friend to talk to and share my feelings." Ji Yuning was slightly disappointed, thinking, "No way, is he really mad?" And not replying to me at all, Yifan leaned in to look, curiously asking, "Who are you talking to?" Ji Yuning happily replied, "Nobody, just a friend." Qin Yifan felt a little worried, secretly thinking, could it be someone she likes? Meanwhile, Lang Xiaoting was just fidgeting, unsure when he'd finally be able to meet her. At Ji City Airport, Zhao Zhenghong was anxiously waiting. "Should be here by now, where is everyone?" Ji Yuning's words echoed in my mind. "To acquire Shenghua's land and get our jewelry company up and running, we'll need a huge investment. I have to go to Ji City for this." Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder from behind. "Zhao Zhenghong, let's go." Zhao Zhenghong turned around to see an unfamiliar girl with long black hair. "Who are you?" Zhao Zhenghong asked, confused. Ji Yuning pulled down her glasses and said, "It's me, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Zhenghong was taken aback. You're the young miss. I almost didn't recognize you. You look so much more like a lady now," Ji Yuning replied. "The goal this time is to make money, and that'll definitely attract unwanted attention, so I intentionally dressed up like this. From now on, I'm the second-generation heiress of some wealthy family, and you're my assistant. Let's try our best to put on a show," Zhao Zhenghong excitedly said. "All right." The stalls in Ji City were bustling and noisy. 2 passers-by pointed and whispered, Hey, they're here, it's her. We've got a big fish today." Ji Yuning gestured with her hand. "I'll take all of these. Move quickly." Manager Zhu pushed the tray with the stones and replied, "Understood, young miss." Everyone around them kept talking. An old woman said, "HMPH, isn't she just throwing money away? Buying broken stones, too." A young man saw this and retorted, "They're rich. What's there to be afraid of, Grandma? Look at her clothes and makeup. She's definitely from a wealthy family." Ji Yuning turned her head to examine a stone with jade inside, thinking to herself, "Not bad. I can get a good ice-grade type from this pile. Not a loss at all." A stall owner said to Ji Yuning, "Beautiful lady, check out my goods. They're all ancient and high quality." She observed the dull, lifeless stones on the table and scoffed inwardly. Trisk, they really think I'm just throwing money away." Ji Yuning waved her hand. "This young miss doesn't buy just anything, old Zhao. Go cut the stones. I'm going to look around," Manager Zhao replied. "All right," the stall owner pleaded. "Hey, aren't you going to look any further?" At the auction house, people inside were continuously bidding. 7,000, 8,000, 8,500. The auctioneer introduced this ink wash landscape painting. Though a modern imitation, is incredibly realistic in its details. Any more bids? The room suddenly fell silent. Ji Yuning walked in and bid 50,000. Everyone around her gasped in amazement. She continued, "And that deer-head ceramic statue by the door, pack that up for me too." Everyone started scoffing. "Oh my god, that's fake. You can tell she's a spendthrift woman, buying it to save face. She has no eye for these things. If I were her dad, I'd be fuming." The auctioneer finalized the price. Ink wash landscape painting for 50,000. Sold. Ji Yuning looked at the glowing painting, feeling smug. Whether it's real or fake, we'll see later. This genuine ancient painting was hidden under the guise of an imitation. And that deer-head ceramic statue by the door is the real deal. "I can't believe my luck today, finding so many good items." Outside, someone ran in, shouting loudly, Violet Jade, another top-grade piece. Everyone around them erupted into chaos. No way, let's go see. The crowd pushed and shoved their way out. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The stonecutter excitedly said, Do you still want to cut? Someone's already offered 300 million for these jadeites. The crowd murmured, Oh my god, whose stone is that? I heard a big client came today to buy jade, and they just cut out a hibiscus grade 1. Is it Elder Yan's disciple? No, no one knows who it is. Ji Yuning stomped her foot and declared, Haha, I thought stone gambling was some big deal. It's nothing, I can easily buy good stones. They don't even look as good as the decorative lights at my house. Manager Zihao caught on and agreed. Exactly. I think the remaining stones don't need to be cut anymore. Let's take them home for the old master to play with. Tang Aining strutted confidently through the chattering crowd. What the heck, she's seriously awesome. Whose daughter is she? The little queen of all the treasures in the world. I've really opened my eyes today. Now that's a second-generation rich kid. The auction controller announced loudly, Miss, just a moment, this is the item you chose. The boss wants to raise the price. I think you should take it away quickly. Ji Yuning turned back and replied, Thanks. Then she signaled for Xiao to take it. The owner, trying to hold her back, was stopped by 2 employees, crying and saying, Don't go, the price is negotiable, that girl is not simple. Ji Yuning and Zhao Zhenghong went to a tall building. President Zhao said to her, I heard that Mr. Yan will bring his son Yan Zhengcheng. Yan Zhengcheng's position in City G is also very high. Building a relationship with him is very beneficial to us, Ji Yuning happily replied. Yes, Mr. Yan is so thoughtful. While they were talking, an old man's voice called out, Brat, Ji Yuning. She turned around and replied, Mr. Yan, why are you here so early? I was planning to come a little earlier to order something to eat. Yan Zhengcheng stepped forward to shake hands and greet Ji Yuning. I've heard your name for a long time. I didn't expect Miss Ji Yuning to be so young, she replied happily immediately. Are you Mr. Yan's older brother? Like father, like son. Suddenly, Ji Yuning felt a flash of light in the distance. There was an assassin aiming at Yan Zhengcheng from afar. Ji Yuning immediately shouted, Careful, sniper. She kicked Yan Zhengcheng in the stomach, pushing him out of the assassin's line of sight. Yan Zhengcheng was kicked and slammed into the car. Ji Yuning pulled everyone behind the car and shouted, Get down. The bullet pierced the car window. Mr. Yan panicked. What's going on? Ah, the assassin continued to shoot. Ji Yuning ordered, Uncle Zihao, call the police quickly. The assassin looked through the scope and saw her. His face turned pale. The person is hiding over there. The assassin pulled out his gun and turned to run. She helped Mr. Yan up and said, Everyone, stand up. It should be okay now, Mr. Yan worried. Zhengcheng, Zhengcheng. The head of the city stood up, clutching his waist and replied, Dad, I'm okay. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu. Mr. Yan said angrily, It must be that Xihua Group's nephew. You messed with their boss, so they've been holding a grudge. Yan Zhengcheng adjusted his clothes, clenching his teeth, and replied, They dare to attack me. They can forget about living in peace. Zhao Zhenghong whispered to her, Ji Yuning, although I don't know if those guys came for you this time. We've been attracting a bit of attention lately. Why don't you go back to City E first? Ji Yuning thought President Zhu Shao's words made sense, and replied, Okay, book a ticket for tonight. I'll leave after discussing things with old Fu and them. At the City E airport, Hiran asked Suo Paihan, When will boss's plane land? Suo Paihan looked and replied, It should be soon. I've been waiting here all day. My brother is also coming back tonight, but I don't bother to pick him up. A man behind them texted the other end of the line. Boss, did you know what happened at the Denghuang Hotel? It's that high school girl Ji Yuning again. Her kick was super cool. The other end of the line replied, Yeah, I saw it. Not bad speed indeed. Ji Yuning dragged her suitcase to the two of them and called out loudly, Paihan, he ran. Paihan excitedly replied, Ji Yuning is here. He ran followed and called, Boss. The man immediately paid attention. Paihan took her arm and said, Are you tired? We've already booked a room. He ran, took the suitcase from Ji Yuning's hand. Give me the luggage. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out. Paihan! She instinctively looked at her brother. The man asked, Paihan, do you guys know each other? Paihan replied in surprise. Yeah? Do you know him too? Ji Yuning asked. Do we know each other? The man scratched his head and replied, No, my name is Suo Quanfeng. I'm in charge of the people from Lanying who stopped you in the alley last time. Ji Yuning's expression was a little unhappy. You're in charge. Paihan's face twisted, wondering, People from Lanying. Isn't my brother Lanying? Your people hit Ji Yuning. Paihan's anger burst out, her voice like a voice from hell. Suo Quanfeng. She grabbed Suo Quanfeng's collar and shook him non-stop, saying, Tell me, are you involved in this? Xiao Quanfeng stuttered in fear. No. Xiao Paihan snapped. Quanfeng. Whether it's related or not, punch first, ask questions later. Xiao Quanfeng ran while trying to explain. Listen to my explanation. Ji Yuning tried to intervene. Hey. What's wrong with you two? Quanfeng got a black eye and a bloody nose, still texting the other side. Boss, you don't have to worry about investigating Ji Yuning anymore. Ji Yuning actually knows my sister. At the airport exit, in the bustling crowd, Ji Yuning and Xiao Paihan were chatting and laughing happily. Behind the two girls, Xiao Quanfeng was secretly following them. The phone in Quanfeng's hand lit up. Si Tu Ye sent a video message. Si-tu-ye propped his hand on his face, looking serious. Ji Yu-ning is not a simple person. Take the opportunity to gather information about Ji Yu-ning. Through Pai Han, Quan Feng was shocked by Si-tu-ye's proposal. With tears in his eyes, Xiao Quan Feng lamented, "Boss, I am willing to sacrifice myself for your cause." Cold raindrops hit my face. On the other side, Si-tu-ye, who was being mentioned, sneezed. The subordinate quickly closed the door, worriedly saying, "Boss, the wind is strong these days. Please take care of your health." Si-tu-ye wiped his nose and waved his hand. "It's okay, book a plane ticket to City F for me." While wiping, Si-tu-ye's eyes sharpened, calculating, if Lan Ying gets Ji Yu-ning, I must personally go and check her out. At this moment, in the school corridor, Ji Yu-ning was intently looking at her phone. Not far away, a female student was talking to her friend. The results of the final victory test are out. The students rushed away. Hurry, hurry. Ji Yu-ning still walked slowly and calmly on the stairs. "Stop!" A shout rang out. Ji Yu-ning stopped and glanced over curiously. It was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zheng. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao angrily pointed at Ji Yu-ning, yelling, "Speak! Quickly! Did you play some dirty trick? Did you tell Yu Zhengyu to kick my mom out of that project?" Qin Zheng tried to calm Xiaoxiao down, saying, "Xiaoxiao, don't make a scene." Ji Yu-ning didn't pay attention to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zheng. Ji Yu-ning walked past them. Looking at her phone, she said, "How strange." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zheng couldn't believe Ji Yu-ning ignored them. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and angrily shouted into Ji Yu-ning's ear, "My mom went to talk to your mom, and she said she would try to help, but as soon as she turned around, Yu Zhengyu kicked my mom out of the project. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? You must have conspired with your mom." Ji Yu-ning glanced at Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and said coldly, "The quality of building materials provided by the Ji Yu family is not up to standard. Instead of reflecting on your own mistakes, you blame others. I think the Ji Yu family's bankruptcy seems inevitable." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was shocked that Ji Yu-ning directly mentioned the Ji Yu family's bankruptcy in front of everyone. Qin Zheng was surprised. The Ji Yu family is going bankrupt. He was stunned in disbelief. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao trembled. "Ji Yu-ning, I won't let you get away with this. Just you wait." Clenching her fists, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's face twisted, and she shouted angrily, "Just you wait." A moment later in the classroom, the homeroom teacher happily announced, "Dear students, in this final victory test, Ji Yu-ning, with a difference of 42 points, surpassed the perennial top student, Li Yimai, and won first place this time." The whole class applauded with a resounding applause. The students congratulated Ji Yu-ning, calling out in unison, "Ji Yu-ning." Suddenly, a hand was raised, objecting. "Teacher." A female student with glasses, although a little shy about being watched by so many people, still spoke up to the homeroom teacher. "Is Ji Yu-ning's result real? I also have doubts." Another male student with glasses also stood up and said, "Everyone knows how bad Ji Yu-ning's usual academic performance is." The guy gestured towards Ji Yu-ning, raising his question. "I think we should retest to see if he really knows how to do those questions." Hearing the male student's words, everyone in the class began to whisper and discuss. The homeroom teacher looked at the noisy class and pushed up his glasses, saying, "Ji Yu-ning, although I believe in you, some students here don't. I think you should say something." Ji Yu-ning looked at them and smiled, replying, "There's nothing worth saying. Call the proctor to retest, choose more difficult exam questions. Those things are not a problem for me." However, Ji Yu-ning paused. She looked at the two students who had just raised doubts about her, and said, "If I prove that I did it myself, I hope those two students will publicly apologize to me." The male and female students who had objected were a little surprised by Ji Yu-ning's words. The female student with glasses could only clench her fists, looking at Ji Yu-ning without saying anything. The male student with glasses didn't believe Ji Yu-ning could do it, so he said uncomfortably, "HMPH, I'll apologize if I have to." Hearing this, Ji Yu-ning smiled and said, "Then let's retest." The bell rang, signaling the end of the class, and the students poured out like a swarm of bees. Many students were constantly talking about Ji Yu-ning's exam results, all admiring her achievements. Hearing the praise everyone gave to Ji Yu-ning, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said angrily, "Damn it, hello cousin." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao called her cousin, asking for a favor, "Help me teach someone a lesson." Meanwhile, on the other side of Ji Yu-ning's class, just stepping out of class, Ji Yu-ning happily texted Xiao Ting, "Let's meet up, I'll return your finger guard." Sitting in the car, Xiao Ting texted Ji Yu-ning back the time and address. 6:30 p.m., Zhujingsen's Seafood City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhujingsen leaned over to look at Xiao Ting's phone, reading aloud. "You like seafood, aren't you allergic to seafood?" Zhujingsen asked suspiciously. Annoyed by Zhujingsen's noise, Xiao Ting kicked him out of the car, saying, "Get out, crawl home yourself." Kicked out of the car, Zhujingsen couldn't believe it, shouting loudly, "What are you going there for?" Watching the car speeding away, Zhujingsen reached out with tears streaming down his face, saying, "Xiao Ting, how can you do this to me?" The car stopped in front of the restaurant. Looking at the watch on his wrist, it had just struck 6 o'clock. Xiao Ting fell into deep thought, asking himself in disbelief, "Why am I so eager?" Not long after, at Seafood City, patiently handing back the ring, Ji Yu-ning said, "Let's be even." Holding the ring in his hand, Xiao Ting stared blankly at it, thinking, "Will I ever see her again?" Oh right, just as Ji Yu-ning was about to take a bite of food, she stopped her chopsticks, turned to look at Xiao Ting and said, I heard you have a sleeve-mounted laser weapon, right? Sleeve-mounted laser weapon. Xiao Ting recalled the assassin's weapon, the Research Institute's latest laser attack. Xiao Ting thought, she's talking about that thing, and immediately remembered the sniper who used it to take out the mayor, and immediately glanced at Ji Yuning, worried about her. Do you often encounter danger? He took something out of his pocket and said, modern weapons are diverse, not just sleeve-mounted types. He held out the item he was holding for Ji Yuning to see. Curious, she listened as he said, this brooch is one of the self-defense weapons we often use. Ji Yuning smiled with interest and asked, can I see it, Xiao Ting? Xiao Ting immediately agreed. Sure, hey, this is so easy to disguise, Ji Yuning said happily, loving it. A must-have artifact for traveling. Xiao Ting looked at Ji Yuning, smiled and said, if you like it, you can have it. Ji Yuning held the brooch, tilted her head and smiled, saying, awesome, you're giving it to me. Is there some ulterior motive? Hearing Ji Yuning's question, Xiao Ting's face darkened and he didn't answer. Spar with me for 2 rounds. If you can last 10 minutes, then you're qualified to own it. Ji Yuning was startled, surprised by Xiao Ting's words. Ji Yuning clapped her hands. Xiao Ting said playfully, deal. At the martial arts gym, the sound of pop pop echoed continuously. Everyone at the martial arts gym stopped their actions, focusing on the stage. Ji Yuning rushed forward, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Xiao Ting was surprised by Ji Yuning's action. Xiao Ting raised his hand to block Ji Yuning's attack. Ji Yuning was surprised that Xiao Ting could catch her fist. Her hand trembled slightly. This isn't good, Ji Yuning thought to herself. While being restrained by Xiao Ting, Ji Yuning used her elbow to thrust back hard. Caught off guard by Ji Yuning's action, Xiao Ting lost focus. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ji Yuning spun around and attacked with her leg. Xiao Ting crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend. The buzzer sounded, indicating 10 minutes were up. You won, Xiao Ting said, leaning against the stage railing, looking at Ji Yuning. Thanks for holding back. Ji Yuning raised her hand in thanks, smiling, leaning against the stage railing. Ji Yuning thought to herself, his skills are amazing. I wonder who could have hurt him before. It's yours, and I keep my word. Xiao Ting smiled and tossed the brooch to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning reached out and caught it. You could have held me down just now, Ji Yuning asked with a cryptic smile, glancing at the brooch. Why did you go easy on me? I've read the Ji City's new paper. Don't put yourself in danger in the future, he said, not answering Ji Yuning's question, so he was planning to give it to me anyway, Ji Yuning thought, slightly flustered. Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, walked closer to him, and said with a gentle smile, thank you. As evening approached, Xu Jingsen was squatting down waiting when he saw a car arrive, and a pair of legs gradually appeared in front of him. Ji Yuning got out of the car and turned to say to the person inside, goodbye. Xu Jingsen hurriedly stood up. When Ji Yuning was out of sight, Xu Jingsen rushed to the car. The guy pointed at Xiaoting and loudly exclaimed, gotcha! I knew you were meeting Ji Yuning. Xiaoting's face darkened upon hearing Jingsen's words. So what? Xiaoting asked with a smile, his expression calm. Just getting in the car. Hearing Xiaoting's answer, Xu Sen asked incredulously, you two, you're not, like, in love, are you? Xiaoting said, not yet. Xu Sen nodded, repeating Xiaoting's words. Oh, not yet, huh? As if realizing something, Xu Sen was startled. Not yet means it will be later, right? Xu Sen turned to Xiaoting with a delighted grin. He was sweating but still pretended to scold. How lame. Xu Sen's face was cunning as he said, drive. Leng Xiaoting was sweating, pretending to be calm as he said, how did this ancient, 1,000-year-old tree finally bloom? Xu Sen said loudly. The car was still speeding on the road. Xu Jingsen rubbed his hands together, sidled up to Leng Xiaoting and asked eagerly, so, how far have you two gone? Dinner dates? Movies? I saw Ji Yuning was really happy just now. What are your chances? When can I call her sister-in-law? Leng Xiaoting's face immediately darkened. He stopped walking, then whipped his head around, narrowing his eyes dangerously at Xu Jingsen. He growled, you got too much free time on your hands, don't you? Xu Jingsen immediately paled, scared. He waved his hands in denial. No, I'm not free. I didn't. Don't go saying things. Leng Xiaoting didn't pay attention to his words. He turned away coldly and ordered, team member Xu Jingsen, return to the team, automatically join the International Joint Exercise Competition mission. After the vacation, Xu Jingsen burst into silent tears upon hearing this. He cried out in agony, I just participated last year. I almost lost half my life. Please reconsider. Xu Jingsen regretted it deeply, thinking to himself, wah, he's so angry. I must have hit the nail on the head. The next morning, when Ji Yuning was on her way to school, suddenly a car drove up, stopping right in front of her. From the car, a group of thugs with menacing faces, carrying baseball bats, stepped out. Seeing the group, the students around her immediately lowered their heads and scurried away, afraid of getting involved. The blonde-haired man in the middle arrogantly raised his chin towards Ji Yuning and said, do you know you've messed with the wrong person? Get in the car. Ji Yuning's face darkened. She looked at them and said coldly, didn't that person tell you how awesome I am? As she spoke, she cracked her knuckles. The whole group was stunned, realizing the situation wasn't going as planned, not giving them a chance to react. Ji Yuning straight up clocked that blonde dude in the face, sending his nose blood flying. He screamed, Mommy! The guy next to him went pale, freaking out. Holy crap, son of a... Another guy, totally pissed, swung a punch at Ji Yuning, yelling, take this. but Ji Yu-ning dodged his lame attempt like a pro, then turned around and kneed him right in the gut. Right after, she jumped up and booted him in the stomach for good measure. Next, Ji Yu-ning grabbed her school bag and whacked another chubby dude right in the face with it. The last guy standing saw how things were going and screamed, "Ah!" He booked it towards the car, yelling, "Mommy, it's a demon!" But no way was it going to be that easy. Ji Yu-ning grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back real hard, and asked in a stone-cold voice, "Spill it, who sent you?" Dude was shaking like a leaf. We're with Lan Ying, let me go or you'll regret it." Ji Yu-ning wasn't buying it, she frowned. Lan Ying is a legit rescue organization, not a bunch of thugs. Sure, they have some questionable members, and I've taken care of them before. Another guy was cowering in the car, and it was none other than Lin Yue Hao, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's cousin. Ji Yu-ning spotted him quick, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him out, making him scream, "Ah!" She growled. "You dare impersonate Lan Ying with this act?" Everyone standing nearby cheered. "Awesome, Ji Yu goddess is showing off her power again. Post this on the forum, this pic's gonna go viral." Ji Yu-ning pulled out her phone and recorded Lin Yu Hao's messed up face. She narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "I'm asking you one last time, who ordered you? Why are you bothering me?" Lin Yu Hao said fearfully. It's Ji Yu Xiao. Ji Yu Xiao said you hit her. She asked us to teach you a lesson, so that you don't have the face to go out on the street. The students gathered around started buzzing. Ji Yu Xiao. Is it the Ji Yu Xiao from our academy? She's so evil. Quickly go to the forum and see. Someone is inquiring about the identity of the person behind it. After recording the evidence, Ji Yu-ning distastefully tossed Lin Yue Hao to the ground. She scoffed, full of disdain, and said to Lin Yue Hao, "She thought that after calling you students to pretend to be members of Lan Ying to deal with me, she could escape easily, right?" Lin Yue Hao sat down on the ground and stammered. "If I knew you were so powerful, even if she kneeled down on the ground begging me, I wouldn't have come." He was trying his best not to cry out loud. After dealing with those hooligans, Ji Yu-ning walked away elegantly. Before leaving, she turned back and instructed, "Please tell Ji Yu Xiao, her time in grade 12 is not long. Try to cherish it." On the forum of the third school, the video containing the evidence that Ji Yu-ning recorded, in which Lin Yu Hao's terrified face, he was tremblingly accusing, "Ji Yu Xiao said you hit her. She asked us to teach you a lesson so that you don't have the face to go out on the street," was spread. So, in Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's class, the classmates were whispering to each other. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao watched the video and thought in her mind while gritting her teeth, "What an idiot, he actually exposed me." The classmates in the class all looked at her with unfriendly eyes. They were talking about her behind her back. The Ji Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned in the video is not her, right? Surely she always bullies Ji Yu-ning. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao is so malicious. Hearing the whispers of the whole class, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao angrily turned her head back and loudly defended, "It's not me. That person is talking nonsense." In Chu Pai-han's class, she also saw the video. After watching it, Chu Pai-han angrily slammed on the table and said, "Damn, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao is bullying people too much." Immediately after that, the people of Hiran, Zhang Tianping, and Qin Xinshun also angrily rolled up their sleeves and shouted, "Have you guys seen the forum? I'm so angry, let's avenge the boss." Chu Pai-han immediately stood up and aggressively led the group to settle accounts with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, Chu Pai-han walked too fast and bumped into another male student. She held her head and cried. Who is so reckless? Chu Pai-han's companions couldn't stand it and said, "It's clear that you are reckless." It turned out that it was Qin Yifan. He looked at them gloomily and said, "Are you going to settle accounts with her? Count me in." Chu Pai-han frowned at him, then agreed and said, "All right." The group quickly went to the front of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's classroom. Chu Pai-han had just arrived at the door of the classroom and saw Ji Yu Xiaoxiao arguing inside. She yelled, saying, "Ji Yu-ning is talking nonsense. Who does she think she is? She is definitely framing me." Hearing this, Chu Pai-han angrily kicked the classroom door open. She shouted loudly, "Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, get out here for me right now." After that, they all swarmed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, surrounding her completely. Making her tremble in fear, she stammered, What do you want to do?" Without further ado, Chu Pai-han greeted Ji Yu Xiaoxiao with a slap across the face, sending her into a shocked scream. "Ah!" The students in the class gasped. "OMG, so fierce, this is better than any free show." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned by the slap. She trembled, clutching her face, and screamed, "Ah!" unable to believe what had happened, and said, "Chu Pai-han, how dare you hit me?" Ji Yu Xiaoxiao immediately lunged forward, trying to grab Chu Pai-han's hair, yelling, "I'm gonna kill you!" But Chu Pai-han wasn't some softie you could just bully. She quickly grabbed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's hair and hissed, "You bitch, you're just asking for it. I'll beat you every time I see you." Then, she quickly added another slap to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's face to even things out. Suddenly, Qin Zhang rushed out to stop them, yelling, "Stop it!" He hurriedly shielded Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and shouted, "You guys are going too far. Even if Ji Yu Xiaoxiao is wrong, it's not up to you to hit her." Before he could finish his rant, a punch landed squarely on his face, making him scream in pain. "Ah!" The punch came from Mukang, who frowned and said angrily, "I'll hit her, and I'll hit you too." Mukang glanced down at Xinjiang, who was struggling to hold his face, and said in a low voice, "Keep your woman in check, or I'll make sure we're enemies for life." Chu Pai-han, who was standing behind them, didn't waste any time. She quickly texted Chu Sufeng, Those guys claim to be members of the Azure Hawks, and you're the captain. What do we do? Chu Sufeng immediately replied, got it, investigating now. At this point, Qin Zheng and Qin Yifan were already exchanging blows. Qin Zheng yelled angrily, what's your relationship with Ji Yuning? You abandoned your brothers for her. Qin Yifan retorted, equally furious, who are you calling brothers? I didn't want to be brothers with a bastard like you anyway. Just as things were heating up, there was a knock on the door, interrupting their quarrel. It was Ji Yuning. She walked in with a cold smile and said, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, let's go to the disciplinary office. The principal wants to see you. Chu Paihan smiled happily when she saw her. Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan also asked, concerned, are you okay? At the school disciplinary office, Ji Yuning held up her phone, showing the video evidence to the principal, and said, Principal, this is the recorded evidence. There's also evidence of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao bullying people at school before, all in here. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to cry and defended herself. It wasn't me. Ji Yuning is framing me. The principal calmly took Ji Yuning's phone, frowned, and said in a deep voice, as principal, it is my fault for not noticing such serious bullying in the school, Ji Yuning. You did well to preserve the evidence. You are to be commended. Seeing that things weren't going her way, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao cried out anxiously, Principal, you can't just blindly believe her. When my dad gets here, he'll get justice for me. The principal ignored Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's nonsense, stood up, and said firmly, your dad will be here in 10 minutes to complete your withdrawal procedures. What? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was staggered by the principal's words. Her face was filled with disbelief, and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao stammered, you want to expel me? A moment later, at the disciplinary office, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao acted pitiful, while Ji Yu Qingxiang suggested, Principal, I think this matter is still negotiable, or I can help the school build a new teaching block. Ji Yuning, on the left, snorted in disdain, piaffed, making Ji Yu Qingxiang force a smile. After hearing this, the principal said sternly, Mr. Ji Yu, this is a school. Keep your business tactics to yourself. Seeing that things weren't going well, Ji Yu Qingxiang turned to remind Ji Yu Ning, don't just stand there, say something for your sister. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao chimed in. That's right, I didn't even do anything to you. You weren't hurt, were you? Suddenly, the principal yelled, you're still unrepentant. Ji Yu Ning just crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, her eyes welling up. You know she's my sister. But when she was trying to get someone to ruin my reputation, did she even consider me her sister? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Ji Yu Qingxiang's attitudes changed instantly after hearing that. They started yelling and pointing at Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning, listen to the garbage you're spouting. We're family, blood relatives. How can you be so heartless as to let her get expelled? The cup overflowed. Ji Yu Ning couldn't take it anymore and shouted back. Precisely because of our relationship, our blood ties, I didn't call the police, otherwise you'd be at the police station right now, not in the disciplinary office. After saying that, Ji Yu Ning turned to the headmaster. I won't say anything else. I trust the headmaster's decision. I'm going back to class now. The headmaster nodded in agreement, leaving Ji Yu Qingxiang utterly flustered, trying to hold Ji Yu Ning back. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, seeing this, was fuming. Ji Yu Qingxiang, noticing her trembling hand, squeezed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's hand tightly and growled, Ning. Ji Yu Ning coldly turned her back and left the disciplinary office, leaving the father and daughter duo with hateful glares directed at her back. Back in the classroom, Ji Yu Ning was immediately surrounded by her classmates, who were eager to hear the whole story of what happened in the disciplinary office. Xiao Paihan slammed her hand on the desk after hearing everything, creating a sharp thwack. Then she shouted, just expelled. That's too easy on her. Mu Ke also chimed in, agitatedly. We can't be soft this time. She's always treated you like dirt. This is the perfect chance to strike back. An Yi suddenly jumped in, shoving Xin Zijun aside, echoing Mu Ke's sentiments. That's right, I know a lot of people in the media. I can help you blow this thing up. Hearing An Yi, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianping said, let's do it, Xiao Paihan replied. That's a great idea, Yu Mig added. With public pressure, she'll finally get what's coming to her. Mu Ke, surprisingly, enthusiastically, threw an arm around An Yi's shoulders, exclaiming, you're awesome, An Yi. Who knew that An Yi, who looks all delicate and bookish, actually has some tricks up his sleeve? Qin Zijun, suddenly remembering something, stood up and said, oh yeah, the day after tomorrow is my uncle's 60th birthday party. Qin Yifan told me to invite everyone. This surprised Ji Yu Ning, Umig, feeling a little awkward, replied, we're not really close to the Qin family, isn't that weird? He then also rested his chin on his hand, pondering, it's a gathering of the upper class, will we even fit in? Muske, hearing this, encouraged their classmates, come on, let's just go and party. Ji Yu Ning, looking cheerful, suggested, I think it's a good idea. Everyone should go and get acquainted. In her heart, she thought these kinds of gatherings were great opportunities to make connections. Immediately after, Ji Yu Ning turned to An Yi and said, An Yi, you should come too, An Yi. Hearing this, blushed crimson and stammered excitedly, as if he couldn't believe it. Me, how can I go with everyone? Xiao Paihan, He Zian, and Xin Zihong replied in unison. Of course you can. Zhang Tianping voiced their concern. What kind of gift should we give? It definitely can't be cheap. Across from them, He Zhen draped his arm around his classmate's shoulders, nonchalantly saying, I have a piece of jade. The other classmates also started discussing eagerly, making the classroom atmosphere buzz with excitement as night fell, covering the entire sky. The night scene further highlighted the city's extravagance. At Xiao Ting's house, he was startled by the news report. Every day, an 18-year-old high school girl fights back against school bullies. The bully is expelled. The wealthy descendants of number 3 High use their power to bully others. The headmaster handles the situation without holding back any face. Worried about her situation, Xiao Ting immediately texted to ask, "I saw the news, are you hurt?" Ji Yuning, after receiving the message, replied, "I'm fine. I met Xu Jingsen on the way home. Heard you're going into the forest for a mission." Xiao Ting replied truthfully, "That's right, I won't be able to contact you then." Ji Yuning put on a mischievous face, wanting to tease him, and texted, "Handsome, be careful on your mission." Then Ji Yuning added, "I know you're the best," followed by a kissing cat emoji. On the other end, Xiao Ting couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at his phone. In his mind, he saw Ji Yuning blowing him a kiss, causing Xiao Ting to bury his face in his phone screen, blushing and missing her all night. At the Qin family's birthday celebration, a luxury car sped up. The shimmering blue high heels made everyone curious. Li Zhenzhen and her brother, Li Zhenyu, arrived at the party. As soon as she arrived, Ms. Lia happily said, "Qin Yifan." The guests at the party all discussed with admiration, "Isn't she Xin Shao's fiancé? I heard they're getting engaged soon. Isn't that the young lady from the Lian family? So beautiful, a perfect match." Li Zian was like, "Why are you waiting for me here? Let's go in together." Then Yifan totally ignores Ms. Li and excitedly shouts, "Ji Yuning, you look absolutely stunning today." Lin Zhen's about to explode from jealousy. "Ugh, it's her again." Zhenwu holds her back. "Don't get worked up, watch your surroundings," Ji Yuning says politely. "This is a small gift from us to Uncle Qin, a token of our respect." Yifan chimes in all smooth. "Thanks, your presence is enough, no need to be so formal." People in the back are whispering like crazy. Who is she? Why is Qin Shao being so attentive to her? Is she some rich family's daughter? Li Zhen's fury erupts. Does Yifan really like her? What am I supposed to do? Li Zhenwu replies nonchalantly. So what if he likes her? His mom and sis won't approve. Inside the banquet hall, Yifan's giving Ji Yuning the grand tour. He's been cheerfully introducing her to everyone along the way. Qin Zheng is shocked. That's Ji Yuning, Yi Qing's sister. Remind me again, Yi Qing replied. Ji Yuning. Who is she? The name sounds familiar. Yifan says enthusiastically, "Sis, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Ji Yuning." She reaches out her hand, greeting her with courtesy. "I'm Qin Yi Qing, Ji Yuning. You're being too kind, everyone praises me, because of Xiao Chuan. I've heard of your great name already." Yi Fang asks probing questions. "Oh, you know about jewelry?" Ji Yuning answers immediately, "I know a little." Yi Qing then asks curiously, "Those accessories, did Yifan gift them to you?" He nervously keeps repeating, Cease, she speaks clearly. "They're just little trinkets. I buy them if I like them. They're nothing compared to Yi Xiaoshuan's quality." Sister Feng understands. "I see. I thought Yifan was giving out expensive stuff to everyone." Qin Zheng is lost in thought. Something with that quality costs at least 8 figures. Where did she get the money? She's become so much prettier than before. I really shouldn't have broken up with her back then. Li Zhen cuts in. "Sis Yi Qing, I've been looking for you for so long, so you were here." Yi Qing is surprised. Zen, you came at the right time. Take Zen to congratulate Dad. Dad likes Zen a lot." Yifan ignores his sister and leads Ji Yuning. "I'll take you to congratulate my dad." Ji Yuning declines. "I can go by myself." Sister Yi Qing is furious. Just who exactly is Ji Yuning? Zhen adds fuel to the fire. In City G, she's always been clinging to Yifan, a pheasant trying to become a phoenix. Before they knew it, it was almost evening. Ji Yuning's group is chatting. "I've been smiling so much all day, my face is stiff, I've been holding stuff all day, I couldn't eat anything, I'm starving." Suo Paihan suggests, "How about we go grab some takeout?" They say enthusiastically, "Eat that? Sure, I haven't eaten anything all day." They excitedly get into the car and say, "Let's go." Suddenly, Suo Quanfeng's phone rings. It's a message from the boss. "Landing in City F in half an hour, come pick me up." He quickly texts back, "Boss, I'm hanging out with Ji Yuning's team, I can't get away." Ji Yuning suddenly speaks up from the back. "What's wrong? Got something to do?" Quanfeng hastily denies. "No, not at all." The phone rings again, a text from the boss. He orders authoritatively, "Send me the location, I'll come find you." At a roadside barbecue restaurant, everyone clinks glasses and yells, "Cheers." Suo Paihan puts his arm around Ji Yuning, saying, "Eating so properly at the Chins, it's much better to eat like this." Ji Yuning happily agrees. Yeah, Suo Quanfeng also says happily, "That's right, cheers." Suddenly, a hand rests on Suo Quanfeng's shoulder, saying, "Sorry I'm late." Ji Yuning looks up at the person and thinks, "This guy has such a domineering aura." Su Quanfeng got up and offered his seat to the newcomer, saying, "Please sit down, boss. Si Daige, Si Tuye is here." Su Paihan also recognized him and said, a little scared. Su Quanfeng turned to introduce him to Ji Yuning. "This is Si Tu, also my boss. He's cold on the outside but warm on the inside, super approachable." Su Paihan thought to himself, "Yeah, right, I totally believe you." The others greeted Si Tuye, whispering amongst themselves, "Hello, big bro. He's got a scary vibe." Si Tuye turned to Ji Yuning and said, I remember you, student Ji Yuning. You bravely stepped in to save Mayor Yan in City G. Ji Yuning laughed, replying, just a little something. But in her mind she was like, the boss purposely came to a private party for his subordinates. Seems like he's targeting me. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Su Quanfeng said, we have a day off tomorrow. How about we go hiking? Mu Ke rubbed his chin, saying, hiking needs a lot of gear, and there are quite a few of us. Doesn't seem that suitable, huh? Si Tu Ye chimed in. My company has a lot of professional equipment. If you guys want, you can come get it. Su Quanfeng scratched his face, looking at Ji Yuning tentatively. Using the company's stuff, isn't that great? Noticing she hadn't said anything, Si Tu Ye said, if you don't mind, I can come along. That way, you won't feel like you owe me a favor, Ji Yuning thought, a little annoyed. He said everything already. Do I even have a chance to refuse? This guy's work style is so thorough. While Ji Yuning was thinking, everyone at the table was silently waiting. No one spoke. Seeing the quiet atmosphere, Ji Yuning smiled brightly and replied, sure. It's always good to have someone with experience. Hearing this, Si Tunye loosened his tie, picked up his chopsticks, and said, then it's settled. I'll start eating. These dishes look delicious. Seeing this, everyone else relaxed and cheered up. The next day, the air on the mountain was fresh and clear as the group began their hike. Someone complained. Not good, not good. He ran, just having climbed up a bit, exclaimed, I'm dying. The boss isn't even winded. Ji Yuning turned around, teasing with a smile. They always tell you guys to exercise more, but everyone's so lazy. Someone shouted, watch out, it's dangerous, as they saw Si Tu Ye rush towards Ji Yuning with a fierce look. Ji Yuning reacted quickly, immediately ducking, causing Si Tu Ye to miss. She spun her foot around to face Si Tu Ye and threw a powerful punch. Si Tu Ye blocked the punch, thinking in surprise. Such a fast reaction speed, Lan Ying definitely has to get her. Such talent. Ji Yuning, after punching, took a defensive stance and said, Si Tu Xiansheng, are you trying to test my skills? Did you find anything? Si Tu Xiang awkwardly tried to explain. Then turned to look at Su Quanfeng with a warning glare, saying, I told you that you couldn't beat Ji Yuning, do you believe it now? Su Quanfeng was surprised, then immediately said, believe, but in his heart he was screaming. Why does it always have to be me as a shield? Ji Yuning just smiled, pointing, Si Tu Xiansheng's intentions are appreciated, but why don't we forget all those bothersome thoughts and focus on enjoying this fresh air? After that, Ji Yuning's group took the chance to breathe in the surrounding air. Ji Yuning nearly merged with the spiritual energy, thinking, although the spiritual energy here isn't strong enough, there's a lot of it, I should seize the time to store it. While absorbing the spiritual energy, she noticed, what's this? Looking down, she saw something emitting spiritual energy from below. Ji Yuning smiled. That thing must think there's treasure hidden in here. After a while of enjoying the surrounding air, Si Tu Ye suddenly noticed a strange look in her eyes. Si Tu Ye then turned to compliment her. Ji Yuning Xiaoji, your eyes are so beautiful. Ji Yuning turned in surprise to ask, what cha say? Before Si Tu Ye could even add anything, Mu Ke chimed in, like, Ji Yuning, what's up with your eyes, girl? She turns to face everyone, like, She turned to look at everyone, and the way they were all looking at her, it was like they were totally crushing on her or something. Ji Yuning, seeing this, snaps her fingers. Yo! What's with you all? Mu Ke scratches his head, explaining, it's so weird, I suddenly realized how gorgeous your eyes are today, sis. Xiao Pai Han nods like crazy. Totally. Your eyes are so expressive, it's like you could fall into them and never come out. Ji Yuning, hearing this, starts to think, could it be that I absorbed too much spiritual energy just now, and even the space within the jade eye, caused this change? After thinking for a moment, she rubs her eyes and says, or maybe it's because the air here is so fresh and clean, and the environment is so great it makes everyone feel more awake, clear-headed, and your vibes and aura are just, amazing today. Everyone listens and then starts looking at each other like, maybe it's true, my skin feels great today. Xiao Pai Han turns around, exclaiming, do you guys think Haoran's eyes suddenly got super sparkly or something? Oh really? Haoran giggles, asking back, and then everyone starts complimenting each other from one person to the next, totally hyping each other up. Suddenly, Ji Yuning's phone starts buzzing. Ji Yuning pulls out her phone and sees a message. I'm Qin Yiqing. Meet me at 2 p.m. today. I have something important I need to talk to you about. Ji Yuning reads the message and recognizes Qin Yifan's older sister, then gets all serious, thinking, I don't even know her. Could it be that the incident at the birthday banquet last time made her hold a grudge against me? At some random cafe, Ji Yuning walks over and sits across from Qin Yiqing, and she holds out her hand to shake, like, hey girl, hi there. But Qin Yiqing doesn't even acknowledge her, just keeps sipping her coffee. She withdraws her hand, thinking, is this her way of, throwing shade right off the bat? After a moment, Qin Yiqing narrows her eyes and says, I heard your family used to be super poor. Then she puts her coffee cup down on the table and continues, your uncle might have some cash, but none of that money has anything to do with you and your mom. Plus, you don't even know who your dad is, right? Ji Yuning doesn't show any reaction, leans her hand on the table, and says, that's right, my background is super tragic, for real. The Qin patriarch is a famous philanthropist, so is Mrs. Qin here trying to help me out or something. Then, Ji Yuning subconsciously touches her eyes. Qin Yiqing glances over and notices, thinking, her eyes are so pretty? So that's how this little vixen is seducing Yifan. Qin Yanqing suddenly gets pissed off and stands up, yelling, "Don't talk nonsense! I'm here today to tell you that your family background isn't good enough to step into the Qin family's house. You better stay away from Yingfan." Ji Yuning just casually says, Xin Shao is considered a successful entrepreneur, and the patriarch is already 70 this year, so when he makes a move, he gives away the Emperor Green and the Longevity Peach as birthday gifts. Xin Yiqing, hearing this, says smugly, "That's a given. You were there too, so you know how big the gap is between you and the Qin family." Ji Yuning, hearing this, flicks her finger and says, "Yeah, the Qin family isn't even worthy of me. Even the bracelet that Xin Yifan gave as a gift was made from leftover materials he bought from me when I was making jewelry." Qin Yiqing, hearing this, furrows her brow and says loudly, "What did you say? That thing has something to do with you?" Ji Yuning reaches into her bag and pulls out 2 emerald bracelets. She jingles the bracelet on her wrist and says, "I remember asking Yifan to help me make jewelry back then, and I sold the leftover materials to him at a discount." Qin Yiqing gets angrier and angrier, slamming her hand on the table and saying, "That's impossible." Then she stands up and yells at Ji Yuning, "You're just a nobody with no money and no backing. I've already investigated you. You're not some rich heiress." Ji Yuning spins the 2 bracelets and says sarcastically, "Trying so hard to climb up the social ladder. You and Qin Yifan are totally not like people who came from the same mom." Qin Yiqing was about to say something, but suddenly thinks that she must be lying. Gritting her teeth, she says, "How could that be?" Then, Qin Yiqing takes out her phone and starts tapping away. "We'll find out if it's true or not soon enough. I'm calling Yifan right now to expose the true colors of a fake woman like you." Ji Yuning just smiles and says, "Still at the same cafe." Qin Yifan finally rushes over. He pushed the door open and stepped into the cafe, immediately scanning the room, searching for those 2 figures. He thought anxiously, what on earth is my sister up to? Why did she meet with Ji Yuning alone? Then, he spotted Qin Yiqing waving at him from the side. Qin Yiqing, oblivious to the storm brewing, saw Qin Yifan arriving so quickly and said, "Yifan, you made it here fast." He rushed towards them, his footsteps echoing with a series of clack 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 sounds. Qin Yifan asked anxiously, "Ji Yuning, are you okay? Did my sister give you a hard time?" Qin Yiqing, seeing her brother only caring about that girl, was furious and yelled, "What are you saying?" Ji Yuning just sat there, ignoring her sister. No matter how enraged Qin Yifan was, Ji Yuning calmly replied, "Your sister seems to think I deliberately got close to you and intentionally caused trouble at your family's birthday celebration, hoping you can explain things clearly." Qin Yiqing, stung where it hurt, became embarrassed into anger, pointing at Ji Yuning and scolding, "Ji Yuning, don't you dare try to drive a wedge between my brother and me. You know exactly what you're up to. The Qin family would never accept a girl like you." Qin Yifan knew his sister too well. Even after understanding everything, she stubbornly blamed others. He couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Qin Yiqing," which stunned her in place. Qin Yiqing couldn't believe it and looked at her brother saying, "What did you call me? Just because of this woman, you no longer respect your own sister." Qin Yifan frowned, tiredly closing his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and began to explain everything to his troublemaker sister. "You said Ji Yuning wants to climb the social ladder? But do you know that the jadeite I gave Dad was bought from her? She can supply top-quality jadeite to Yi Quishuan." It's Qin Yiqing heard her brother explain everything. Her anger began to turn into fear, and she said in disbelief, This. Her face turned green, still unwilling to accept the truth, and said, "No, it's impossible. I've investigated her. There's no one like her in F City. How come I've never heard of her if she's so capable?" Ji Yuning sat there watching Qin Yiqing struggle, sarcastically saying, "Frog in a well. There are many things you haven't heard of." Qin Yifan's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth and continued, "I wanted to try my best for the Qin family to keep her, and now it's all ruined by you. If Dad finds out, he will definitely scold you for acting on your own." Hearing him mention their strict father, Qin Yiking's face turned pale, worried and scared. She said to her brother, "Yifan, don't talk nonsense in front of Dad. Let's just pretend I didn't come here today." After that, she packed up her things and quickly left, but still full of hatred, not forgetting to glare at Ji Yuning venomously before running away. Ji Yuning stood up, also preparing to leave. She said to Qin Yifan, "Please have a good talk with your family. I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again." Seeing her say that, his expression turned gloomy. Ji Yuning quickly turned around and left. Before Qin Yifan could think, he hurriedly grabbed her arm. "Ji Yuning, wait." Ji Yuning unhappily broke free from his grip, unhappily saying, "Say what you need to say, don't get touchy." Qin Yifan anxiously explained, I apologize to you, on behalf of my sister. I didn't expect her to misunderstand." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned red, stammering, "No, actually she didn't misunderstand. Ooh." His eyes were firm, as if he had made up his mind. Qin Yifan took Ji Yuning's hands in his face flushed as he confessed to her, "I like you. I really like you. This love is sincere, with no other intentions." Ji Yuning used her other arm to push away his hands that were holding hers. She looked at Qin Yifan and frankly refused. "Sorry, I don't like you. I'll pretend today never happened and I'll forget your words tomorrow." "You probably don't want this to affect the supply of top-quality jadeite for Yi Quishuan." Qin Yifan was so directly rejected that he didn't know what else to say. He could only sadly stand there watching her leave, thinking in his heart, She only sees me as a business partner. Ji Yuning left the cafe and let out a soft sigh. She glanced back at the cafe, thinking to herself, a family only knows about romance. Prolonged contact will only affect my speed of making money. Forget it, I should still find Uncle Zhao to ask about the situation in Ji City. Then, she took out her phone and scrolled through it. Suddenly she stopped at the name, Leng Xiaoting. She couldn't control herself from thinking, if it were him, would it be the same, far away from the city, in the mountains, in some dense forest? A group of people are on a mission. Leng Xiaoting and his subordinates were sitting under a tree, resting. He was looking at his phone, when a subordinate sitting next to him said to him, "This time was really dangerous, but luckily we completed the mission." Just then, a ding sounded. The phone's notification rang. His subordinate, hearing this, excitedly asked, "Who is it? Who is it?" Liang Xiaoting glanced at his phone and calmly asked, "Is the mission complete?" The subordinate leaned in, saying in a fawning tone, "It's your sister-in-law sending a message." This startled Liang Xiaoting. In the barracks, Liang Xiaoting glanced at the subordinate next to him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Ji Yuning will definitely punch you if she hears that." The subordinate, who had been laughing, got a little scared when he heard that. Then, the subordinate winked and began lecturing Liang Xiaoting. "If you keep being so timid, your wife will run off with someone else." Liang Xiaoting was a little taken aback when he heard that, and his sharp eyes glanced at his subordinate. "What do you mean by that?" The subordinate knew he had hit a nerve, so he eagerly continued, "Think about it. Ji Yuning is so outstanding, smart, and beautiful. The people pursuing her are already lining up outside the gate of No 3 High School." Liang Xiaoting's face darkened when he heard that. Seeing this, the subordinate quickly snatched the phone from his hand with a whoosh and said, "Let me help you." Liang Xiaoting, not understanding what was happening, had his phone stolen and exclaimed, "Hey." After snatching the phone, the subordinate directly pressed the call button. Liang Xiaoting desperately wanted to snatch the phone back from his subordinate's hand. He shouted, "Don't!" But it was too late. Ji Yuning on the other end seemed to have answered the call. The subordinate said into the phone, "Hello, is this Ji Yuning?" On the other end, after leaving the cafe, Ji Yuning was walking down the street when she received a call from Liang Xiaoting. When she answered, she heard someone else's voice, so she couldn't help asking, "Why is it you? Isn't this Liang Xiaoting's phone number?" Liang Xiaoting became even more anxious when he heard that Ji Yuning had answered, and he used more force to snatch back the phone, shouting, "Give it back!" One of the subordinates' hands blocked Liang Xiaoting. The other hand, holding the phone, said, "This mission was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for our boss going single-handedly into the enemy's den, we definitely wouldn't have completed the mission so quickly. But the boss is injured." Then there was a shout, "What?" came from the phone. Startling the subordinate, Liang Xiaoting angrily yanked the phone back. The subordinate was sweating, but still said, "She's very worried." Finally, Liang Xiaoting regained his usual cold demeanor and explained to her, "He's talking nonsense. I'm fine, don't worry." Ji Yuning's cheeks turned slightly pink when she heard this, and she felt a little dizzy, replying, "Worried? I'm not worried." The subordinate next to him saw that his team leader was like a piece of wood, so he had to step in to help. He whispered, "Quick, find a topic. Ask her what she did today." Liang Xiaoting glanced at the subordinate and replied with one word, "Okay." Then he stiffly repeated the subordinate's suggestion, "What did I do today?" The subordinate was scared out of his wits when he heard him ask a girl that question in that tone. He cried in his heart, "Boss, are you interrogating a criminal with that tone?" I can already imagine the scene of our team leader cruelly interrogating Ji Yuning. "Speak, where did you go partying?" Ji Yuning broke out in a cold sweat when she heard him interrogate her like that, and replied, "Just finished drinking coffee and happened to get confessed to." Hearing that, Liang Xiaoting and the subordinate were both startled. The subordinate even muttered, "We're done for, we're done for, we're done for." Liang Xiaoting's face grew darker and darker, and he fell silent, not knowing what to say next. Ji Yuning waited for a long time and didn't see him react, and was a little suspicious, thinking, why doesn't he have any reaction? After a moment of silence, the two spoke at the same time. Ji Yuning said, "Hello," and Liang Xiaoting was about to say something. Oh, his eyes were sharp and his tone was cold. "You're still a student, don't think too much, studying hard is the most important thing." Ji Yuning felt a little happy in her heart when she heard this, thinking, him saying that means he doesn't want me to agree. She seemed to be in a very good mood, replying, "Thank you for your reminder, but as far as I'm concerned, I can handle both studying and relationships, so don't worry too much." Liang Xiaoting's face seemed to grow even gloomier when he heard that, and his tone was a little fierce. "You can think about it carefully, don't agree hastily." Just then, Chu Paihan ran over from who knows where and shouted loudly, "Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning," was startled while talking on the phone. Chu Paihan ran to Ji Yuning, holding her stomach and panting, "Something happened. Something happened to Wu Mihe's family." Ji Yuning hung up the phone when she heard that. Liang Xiaoting, who was waiting for her reply on the other end, heard the beep-beep sound from the phone hanging up. Liang Xiaoting's face was as black as ink, and he stared at the phone gloomily. The subordinate next to him said fearfully, "What does that mean? Ji Yuning is angry. She feels like you're controlling her too much. Does she want a date?" Liang Xiaoting hung up the phone and coldly replied, "No." On the other side, Ji Yuning was asking Chu Paihan, "What's wrong? Tell me slowly." She pulled Ji Yuning along, her face full of worry, saying, Vu Mig's mom suddenly had a heart attack and was hospitalized. It's looking really bad, Ji Yuning, being dragged along, yelled at a passing car, taxi. Then she asked Suo Paihan, how did this happen? Who's at the hospital right now? Suo Paihan replied anxiously. Mig and her dad are there. I also called my brother and Mukanake's team, but the surgery costs are insane and the hope is slim. Mig's dad wants to give up. The two of them quickly got into the car. Click! The door slammed shut. Ji Yuning, looking determined, said calmly, we haven't even tried to save her yet. How do we know there's no hope? Let's go. Time to kick some butt. At He Guangwan, Xiaoting checked his watch. He'd probably been standing there for half an hour. From afar, a car slowly approached. There it is. Xiaoting recognized the voice and turned to look. In the car, Suo Paihan waved goodbye to Ji Yuning. I'll pick you up tomorrow to go to the hospital, Ji Yuning happily replied. Okay, let's go a bit earlier tomorrow. Not far away, Xiaoting's footsteps approached. His tall figure and cold face looked like a real assassin. Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, turned around unconsciously. It's you, Ji Yuning asked. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you just finish your mission this morning? Xiaoting asked, a little confused. TCH? Something came up in the city so I rushed back. Then the two of them strolled back together. Xiaoting asked. Why are you so late today? Ji Yuning replied curtly. A friend's mom was hospitalized, so I went to the hospital to help out and take care of things. Xiaoting hesitated. Ji Yuning was a little curious seeing Xiaoting like this. Xiaoting asked, looking embarrassed. The person who dropped you off just now, was that the guy who confessed to you during the day? Ji Yuning was surprised. Huh? Ji Yuning covered her mouth and giggled, thinking, so that's what he wanted to ask. Xiaoting's face turned even redder when he saw that. Ji Yuning turned serious. Putting her hands on her hips, she said sternly, what's it to you? I made it clear to you during the day, even if I was dating, it wouldn't affect my studies, Xiaoting retorted. I didn't mean it like that. Ji Yuning frowned and pressed him. Then what did you mean? Xiaoting covered his mouth, his face suddenly turning red, he said, seeing Xiaoting flustered. Ji Yuning felt smug. She turned and hopped onto the sidewalk, saying as she walked, I'm here now, we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. Xiaoting hurriedly grabbed Ji Yuning's hand and asked, no, who could that person waiting for you just now be? Xiaoting pulled, and Ji Yuning was too surprised, causing her to stumble. Ji Yuning lost her balance. She was about to fall backward. Xiaoting saw the danger and reached out. Careful, oops! Ji Yuning fell into Xiaoting's arms. The two of them embraced, their hearts were racing. The unexpected fall caused Ji Yuning's lips to touch Xiaoting's ear. A smudge of red lipstick remained on his ear. The two of them froze for a few seconds. Their hearts were pounding. Both of them seemed to be able to feel each other's heartbeat. Xiaoting's face was burning up from embarrassment. Xiaoting hurriedly pushed Ji Yuning away a little and said, sorry, my apologies. Ji Yuning stared blankly at Xiaoting, said, and then Xiaoting turned and left, leaving Ji Yuning still stunned with flushed cheeks. Back at home, in the bathroom, Xiaoting with a blurry body was still unable to forget the moment just now. He suddenly reached out and touched his hand. Xiaoting smiled softly. The next day, at hospital number 1, the screech of a car stopping abruptly in front of the hospital gate. In the car, Xiaoting, looking unhappy, was reading a text message from Xu Jingsen. I checked. Ji Yuning's classmate's mother is in this hospital, and her condition has stabilized. Out of nowhere, Xiaoting spotted Ji Yuning hanging out with some dude. Ji Yuning was all like, there are so many people here, Situa didn't really need to make a trip. And Situye replied, if it's for our friends, I'm happy to help. Hop in, I'll give you guys a ride home. Ji Yuning shot back, no need, I'll just ride with Chu Xuanfeng, leaning against the hood of his car, chimed in with a grin, yep, she's riding with me. Situye gave Chu Xuanfeng this death stare, saying, I have some documents you need to review in the car. That look sent shivers down Chu Xuanfeng's spine. Chu Xuanfeng quickly changed his tune. Oh, is that so? Then she should ride with you, boss. Internally, Chu Xuanfeng was freaking out. What contract needs the boss to personally deliver it? He's totally got ulterior motives. Situye gestured for her to get in, and Gi Yuning reluctantly hopped in the car. From afar, Xiaoting suddenly realized, Ye, what's he doing here? The car screeched to a halt. Xiaoting got a call from Xu Jingsen that sounded urgent, so he answered it. Xiaoting, looking super annoyed, answered, hello. On the other end, Xu Jingsen asked, what's the situation? Did you catch up with Ji Yuning? Xiaoting frowned and said, Ji Yuning got into someone else's car. I don't have time to talk right now. As soon as he finished, Xiaoting quickly hung up. Xu Jingsen exclaimed, Hey, don't you think you're being a little too concerned about Ji Yuning? Hearing that, Xiaoting paused before hanging up completely and asked Xu Jingsen, what do you mean? Xu Jingsen replied, you've always been in denial about your feelings for Ji Yuning, but look at your reaction. She just got into someone else's car and you're already this worried. What excuse can you possibly come up with to hide it now? Xiaoting suddenly went silent. Lowering his head to think for a moment, Xiaoting opened his eyes with a determined look, answering, right, there's no excuse. Xiaoting raised his voice, I just like her, okay? With that, Xiaoting tossed his Bluetooth headset onto the passenger seat and spun the steering wheel. Xu Jingsen's voice could still be heard from the headset. Go for it, boss. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning glanced out the car window looking bored. Situye handed Ji Yuning a business card, saying, here's my card, add me on WeChat. Ji Yuning couldn't help but turn to Si-Tu-Ye. I see you often come to G-City. The scene there is complicated. If you need manpower, I can help. Chu Xuanfeng, who was driving, chimed in. That's right. Last time we even ran into a dangerous sniper. You should keep it. The more people, the more options. Ji Yuning took the business card, saying, Sin-Tu has always helped us. I'm just afraid we won't be able to repay the favor. Ji Yuning thought to herself. Si-Tu-Ye has always been trying to get closer to me, but what can I offer him? Si-Tu-Ye continued. Just call me Si-Tu-Ye. Calling me Si-Tu is too formal. You're Quan Feng's friend, and you're smart and capable. Making more friends is good for me too. Ji Yuning happily nodded. She thought. Connections are being handed to me on a silver platter. It would be foolish to refuse. The car arrived at Huo Guanwan. Ji Yuning got out of the car with an umbrella. Just then, Xiao Ting drove up. He quickly opened the car door and ran toward Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning held the umbrella behind her, asking, What are you doing here? Xiao Ting glanced at Si-Tu-Ye's black car, then turned back to Ji Yuning, asking accusingly, Was he the one who confessed to you that day? Ji Yuning's face gradually turned unpleasant. Ji Yuning turned away abruptly, saying, I suddenly don't want to talk about this. Those words stunned Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting ran forward, blocking Ji Yuning's path. Wait, Xiao Ting said with a serious expression. Do you know who he is? Xian Tunye is not someone you can mess with. Ji Yuning replied calmly. Oh really? Then tell me. Who is he? Xiao Ting continued. Si-Tu-Ye is the boss of the Azure Eagle Search and Rescue Center. It's called a Search and Rescue Center, but you can't tell what's real and what's not. No one knows how deep his connections go. Ji Yuning looked at the idiot explaining this with a somewhat weary expression. Ji Yuning was all calm as she replied, Thanks for the reminder, I know my limits. Then she patted Xiao Ting's shoulder and grabbed her umbrella. Xiao Ting, having run out of patience, quickly grabbed her hand. Ji Yuning's face turned bright red. He shut his eyes tight and blurted out, Anything he can do to you, I can do too. Ji Yuning didn't even bother turning around, replying, Why would you help me? We're not even a thing. That sentence just froze Xiao Ting in his tracks, like he'd been superglued to the spot. Xiao Ting's face was now crimson, and he stammered, Xiao Ting gritted his teeth, patted his chest, and said, We could be a thing. Ji Yuning found his flustered state kinda cute, and seized the opportunity to step closer, saying, Oh, and what kind of thing could we be? Xiao Ting was now totally lost, his face flushed, and his voice faltered. Xiao Ting's mind was a mess, suddenly blank. We could, maybe. Ji Yuning waited too long, and, feeling let down, was about to leave. Leave? We don't owe each other anything anymore, and we're not even normal friends. Xiao Ting gathered all his courage and shouted, Then, can I court you? The words made Ji Yuning jump. She turned around with a surprised expression and said, You said, not wanting to miss this golden opportunity. Xiao Ting stepped even closer, his expression incredibly sincere, and said, If you're willing, could I develop a relationship with you? Now it was Ji Yuning's turn to be frozen solid. Date. Before Ji Yuning was a Xiao Ting completely different from every day. Xiao Ting said, I like you. Ji Yuning's cheeks flushed red, and she could even feel her heart pounding. The two stood face to face, embarrassed, in front of the neighborhood entrance. Seeing Ji Yuning standing still, Xiao Ting spoke up. Ha Guangwan, what's wrong? Then she regained her composure, stepped back, out of Xiao Ting's arms, clearly making him look sad. Then she said, But I don't like jealous people. Hearing her say that made him panic and ask, Jealous people, are you talking about me? He hurriedly explained, Listen, But before he could finish, Ji Yuning pushed him away, adding, I get it, Si Tufeng and I are just friends. Even if he likes me, then you just have one more competitor. What you need to do is show off your skills, not be jealous. Xiao Ting sighed upon hearing that. I know I shouldn't be jealous, but I can't help it. Then, he suddenly understood what Ji Yuning meant. You just said competitor, you mean I can pursue you? Ji Yuning affirmed to Xiao Ting once again, giving him that one chance, patted him on the shoulder, telling him to try to grasp it. He pondered her words with a somber face, then burst into a joyful smile, nodding like crazy. Yeah, I'll definitely study hard and learn how to court a girl. I won't let you down, she happily sang as she left, leaving Xiao Ting ecstatic that he had taken the first step in pursuing her. Scene change. She went home, pushed the door open, and said, I'm back. Then her mother and aunt were very worried because of their cousin. Her aunt rushed over. Tang Aining, you're back. Tang Xinyue locked herself in her room as soon as she got home today, won't come out no matter how much we call her. Her mom chimed in. I just called her, and I could hear Xinyue crying. She was stunned to hear her mom and aunt say that, especially since she was usually so lively. Seriously? She quickly reassured them. Hey, they said not to worry, I'll go check on her. After calming them down, she walked to Xinyue's door and knocked. She called out to Xinyue, but no one answered, so she used her see-through ability and saw Xinyue sitting there, sobbing her heart out. Super dramatic. She had to text Xinyue, asking her to open the door, saying, Got something to tell you. Seeing her big sis back, Xinyu rushed to open the door and threw herself into Ji Yuning's arms. Hugging her tight, she sobbed, Sis, they're bullying me, scolding me, saying I'm seducing her boyfriend, but I didn't do anything. Ji Yuning gently rubbed her shoulders, comforting her. If it's not your fault, I'll definitely help you get justice. Ji Yuning's aunt was anxious and worried seeing her daughter like that. If it's not your fault, I'll definitely help you get justice. Ji Yuning's aunt was anxious and worried seeing her daughter like that. Ji Yuning's mom quickly comforted her. Kids have their own secrets. If she doesn't want to talk about it, let's see if they can handle it themselves first. Okay. Then Xinyu led Ji Yuning into her room and told her everything. The deal is, Jia Chao Chao comes from a powerful family, and she often bullies anyone she doesn't like. No one in school dares to mess with her. Ji Yuning was listening when she suddenly had an idea. Then she borrowed a uniform from Xin Yue. You guys have 2 uniforms, right? Can I borrow this one? Xin Yu was surprised. Huh, sis, you wanna? She put the jacket on. She grinned with confidence. Of course, to get revenge for you. Xin Yue wiped away her tears and smiled. Super happy and adorable. Thank you, Ji Yu. Ning, thank you, sis. The next morning, Xiaoting was leaning against his fancy car, looking super handsome. Then he saw Ji Yuning running towards the school. Without a word, he went over, grabbed her bag, and told her to get in the car. Let's go, I'll take you to school. But Ji Yuning quickly refused, saying, no need, I'm used to running to school. Hearing that, Xiaoting suggested, then I'll run with you. She couldn't help but smile as she ran ahead saying, run with me. Xiaoting saw that and chased after her. He promised that after he didn't have any missions, I'll run to school with you, she said. That'll be tiring. But he said, it's okay, I'm not tired. So the 2 of them ran to school together. In a flash, they arrived, surrounded by people walking back and forth. Xiaoting wondered, can I pick you up for lunch? No. Ji Yuning refused immediately, saying, some other time. I have plans today. Not giving up, Xiaoting continued to ask about the afternoon. How about dinner then? She was about to refuse again, but she thought better of it. Always rejecting, will it bum him out? Anyway, what happened this afternoon wasn't a big deal. Thinking about it, Ji Yuning said, sure, why not? It's been ages since I had seafood. Xiaoting perked right up. Seafood it is, you promised. Turning away, she wondered to herself, he barely ate any last time we went to the seafood place. He clearly doesn't like it. Why didn't he just say no? And then she skipped off, humming happily. Then Chu Pai Han zoomed up and bumped into her, whispering, hey, I saw that. Spill the tea. Ji Yuning was caught off guard. Saw what? Chu Pai Han pointed at Xiaoting, saying, that tall, handsome dude over there. Caught red-handed by her bestie, she felt a pang of guilt and embarrassment, and tried to deny it. You're seeing things? Nothing's going on. But Chu Pai Han wouldn't let it go, chasing after her and teasing, no way, I definitely saw a boy. But Ji Yuning stuck to her story. Pai Han, you're mistaken, you must be mistaken. But Chu Pai Han insisted, nope, definitely not. Lunchtime, number 4 school, she got a call from Xin Yu and stormed into the girls' bathroom, her anger obvious. On the other end of the line, Xin Yu, terrified, could only get out a few broken words. Don't come, help me. Seeing her little sister in danger, she rushed out of the bathroom to find Xin. Yue, where are you? Cut to Xin Yu being bullied by a bunch of thugs. She begged in fear. Don't come any closer, people will be walking through that little grove any minute now. With Xin Yu giving her a hint of the location, she reassured Xin Yue. Just wait for me to get there. The girl named Chao Chao pinned Xin Yu against a tree, scolding, you dare to flirt with my boyfriend? Do you even know whose words carry weight at number 4 school? Xin Yu weakly defended herself. He's not your boyfriend, plus I don't like him, he confessed to me. Chao Chao's friends started adding fuel to the fire, berating Xin Yu. So you're saying Chao Chao isn't as charming as you, huh? I always knew you were that kind of green tea BTCH. Yeah, Chao Chao must teach her a lesson today. She's daring to step all over you. The more Chao Chao listened to her friends, the more furious she became with Xin Yu. Today, I'm definitely making you kneel down and apologize. As she was about to swing her hand to hit her, someone grabbed her wrist from behind, and that person was Ji Yuning. She looked at Chao Chao with eyes as sharp as knives. Who's kneeling? We'll see about that. Ji Yuning squeezed harder and harder, and Chao Chao screamed in pain. Ow, 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 it hurts, it hurts. The others, not knowing any better, were still mouthing off. Nice one, Jiang Xinyu. You dare find a backup. The others pointed straight at Ji Yuning, telling her to let their friend go. With that, they all charged forward to punch Ji Yuning, but she quickly stepped back, pushing Chao Chao forward, causing her to take the brunt of 3 punches from her underlings. Wham, wham, wham. She could only scream helplessly. Ow, ow, ow! Ji Yuning growled at them, having fun. Then she quickly ran around, tying them together, and soon tightened their arms, rendering them helpless. Ji Yuning dusted off her hands, cheerfully saying that. The rest of the group screamed in fear. Let's run, you're awesome, Ji Yuning. Ignoring the fleeing figures, she gently pushed the 2 who were stuck together, causing them to fall flat on the ground. Then she ordered coldly, apologize. One of them cried and begged in fear, I'm sorry, but Chao Chao was still unrepentant, shouting, who do you think you are to make me apologize? Ji Yuning's face darkened at this. The surrounding crowd was still gossiping about them. Then Ji Yuning threatened coldly, if you don't apologize right now, I'm dragging your butt to the sports field for everyone to see. Chao Chao screamed, totally losing it. My dad will definitely get you expelled. Just then, the principal was led over. Chao Chao's cronies were already snitching. Principal, look! Someone's bullying Chow Chow in the little forest. And Miss Chow Chow chimed in. Such unruly and violent students in a place of education. It's outrageous. Suddenly, the principal recognized who was causing the commotion, and the teacher called out in recognition. Chow Chow immediately ordered the principal around, quickly dismissed the students, call the police. The teacher backed her up. Disperse, disperse. Xin Yue hid behind Ji Yuning, scared. Xia Chow Chow's dad has power and the principal always takes care of her. We're so dead this time. But Ji Yuning stood her ground. Classmate Xia Chow Chow has been bullying Jiang Xinyu for a long time. I hope when the police arrive the principal can tell the truth. Xia Chow Chow, now untied, barked, I'm calling my dad right now to get you expelled. Seeing this, the principal desperately tried to stop her. Chow Chow, don't bother your dad, he's got a million things to do. I'll definitely deal with these two students severely. Ji Yuning just sighed and continued. Is it any wonder the fourth school's grades are getting worse? Turns out the principal just relies on connections. Trisk trisk. I wonder if classmate Xia's dad will get implicated if this gets out. The principal was furious. Shut your mouth, what class are you in? Call your parents here now. Before long, the police arrived at the school. Ji Yuning confidently said, I'll cooperate with the investigation, but I think the principal is in trouble this time. The principal looked at her, thinking darkly. I know all the students with backgrounds in our fourth school. Where did this student come from? Soon after, everyone was at the police station. The police carefully questioned them about the situation. I understand. Tell me, how did Xia Chow Chow bully Jiang Xinyue? Just as Ji Yuning was about to answer, her phone rang. It was Ice Mountain Xiaoting calling. She asked the police for permission. Excuse me, I need to take this call. He nodded in agreement. Ji Yuning answered the phone, saying coldly, I'm at the police station right now. We'll talk later. Hearing this, Leng Xiaoting panicked. What? Why are you at the police station? What happened? I'm coming right now. Ji Yuning replied calmly. I can handle it. We'll talk over dinner tonight. Then she hung up and turned back to the police. You can start now. Xiaoting, knowing what happened, rushed out of the house and hurriedly called someone for help. Help me get a call through to the bureau chief. Tell him I'm Leng Xiaoting, Special Forces. At the police station, the bureau chief entered the interrogation room where Ji Yuning was being held. Call Zhao Liu. Suddenly the police officer working with Ji Yuning voiced up, Director. The director asked seriously. Are you in charge of the case at the fourth school? Zhao Liu cautiously replied. Yes. Based on the initial assessment, it's a case of school bullying. Is there a problem? Then the director looked at the report with a very serious expression and said, Yes, there's a problem with the fourth school. We need to investigate thoroughly. Ji Yuning was slightly surprised when she heard this and immediately spoke up. I just wanted to report the principal of this school. I can provide proofs if needed. At the police station, an off-road vehicle suddenly sped to the front door and screeching to a halt. While the police officers and Ji Yuning were doing their thing, the front door burst open with a bang, startling everyone, and there stood Leng Xiaoting, yelling Ji Yuning's name like crazy. He rushed over to Ji Yuning, panting like he'd run a marathon. Leng Xiaoting looked frantic and scared, his hands all sweaty. He grabbed Ji Yuning's arms, yelling, Did anyone bully you? Who bullied you? Ji Yuning, cool as a cucumber, replied, Hey, it's all sorted out. What are you doing here? The police officer, seeing the situation, chimed in gently. Student Ji Yuning stood up for the weak. A bit impulsive, sure, but brave too, and she agreed to testify against the principal of number 4 High. Leng Xiaoting just blanked for a few seconds, then finally got the picture and asked, Everything's okay now, right? He let out a huge sigh of relief, saying, Good that everything is okay. Still holding on to Ji Yuning's arm though, Ji Yuning, seeing how worried Leng Xiaoting was, blushed but couldn't help but think, what could possibly happen to me? The two of them left the police station together, and Leng Xiaoting explained, I just got a phone call, and I rushed right over. He settled Ji Yuning in the passenger seat and continued. Called the director, and no one answered. Scared me to death. Thought you were in some serious trouble. Leng Xiaoting opened the door and hopped into the driver's seat. Ji Yuning, buckling her seatbelt, teased him. Anyone would think you're some big shot. Calling the director like that. Leng Xiaoting reached out and slammed the car door shut. He buckled his seatbelt, one hand on the steering wheel, the other propped on the window frame, striking a cool pose, and said, I told you I can help you. Ji Yuning glanced over at him and suddenly noticed that under his jacket, Leng Xiaoting was wearing her pajamas. She wondered to herself, is he really that worried about me? Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning looking at him and blushed, asking with a gentle and worried expression, Ji Yuning, what's wrong? Seeing him like that, Ji Yuning got all flustered. She blushed again, turned her head away to avoid Leng Xiaoting's gaze, and said, Nothing, just take me back to school. Leng Xiaoting replied in kind, Okay, got it. He turned to look at the road and started driving. As the car sped along, Ji Yuning leaned back, enjoying the scenery and the cool breeze. While gazing at the blue sky, white clouds, skyscrapers, and green trees along the road, Ji Yuning suddenly said, Let's have steak tonight, okay? Leng Xiaoting shot a blank and surprised look towards Ji Yuning, while she continued, Suddenly don't feel like seafood anymore. He snapped out of it and replied, Sure, no problem, whatever you want. Ji Yuning looked at him, and when she heard Leng Xiaoting say that, she didn't know what to say, but her face was still a little red. She wondered to herself, does this guy even know how to pursue a girl? When they got back, it was already dark. Leng Xiaoting was locking the car when he heard Ji Yuning say, "Dating you is so boring and dull, so bland." Ji Yuning grabbed her bag and walked a few steps. Leng Xiaoting anxiously explained himself. "Don't you have homework? I was afraid taking you out would affect your studies. Seriously, can't even talk to you youths." Ji Yuning crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and pouted at him, saying, "My grades are great, no problem getting into a key high school. I mean, you're too quiet, can't even squeeze out a sentence for half the day." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting lowered his head, biting his lip in thought. He looked at Ji Yuning with a truly sincere gaze, mixed with a hint of grievance, and said to Ji Yuning, "Then I'll learn. Give me some time. Don't be disappointed in me, okay?" It seemed that the handsome face, mixed with a sincere and pitiful expression, was very effective. Ji Yuning froze for a few seconds, and blood started rushing to her cheeks. Ji Yuning was seriously affected by it. She held her hand over her heart, trying not to collapse from the handsome, and shouted inwardly, "Help! He's usually so cold, but now he's making that face, so unexpected." Leng Xiaoting stepped closer to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning held out her hand to stop Leng Xiaoting before he got too close. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting became even more anxious, promising her, "Whatever sweet words you want to hear, I can learn them too." Ji Yuning quickly reassured him, Okay, I believe you. It's getting late, you should go home first." Ji Yuning covered her forehead and turned away. She thought, "Oh my god, I rejected Qin Yifan so decisively, why am I acting like I've seen a ghost with him?" Leaving Leng Xiaoting behind, it was truly a scene where two people were equally stunned, helpless with mixed emotions. The next morning, in front of Ji Yuning's place, it was raining. Leng Xiaoting, with his umbrella and his car, had been waiting for a long time to pick up Ji Yuning. Seeing her walking with an umbrella, he called out, "Ji Yuning, ride in my car today." The two put their umbrellas in the car, she still in the passenger seat, he in the driver's seat. Leng Xiaoting struck up a conversation with Ji Yuning. "You haven't had breakfast yet, right?" Ji Yuning replied. "Nope." Leng Xiaoting took out a cloth bundle and handed it to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning looked at the object in his hand and asked, "This is..." The rain had stopped, and the sunlight shone, enhancing Leng Xiaoting's handsomeness, as he answered, "Ji Yuning. Breakfast, I made it." Ji Yuning's cheeks flushed crimson. She opened the blue cloth, revealing a gleaming silver lunchbox in the sunlight. She asked Xiaoting, "You even know how to cook?" Ji Yuning thought to herself, "Is this metal box some kind of occupational habit of his?" Clang! The lunchbox was opened by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she exclaimed, "Wow, such a beautiful and nutritious meal right before my eyes." She then exclaimed, "So extravagant, there's even an egg shaped like a heart." It was raining in the morning, and everyone at number 3 high school was using umbrellas to enter the school. Ji Yuning was eating breakfast in the car. She got out of the car and turned to Xiaoting, saying, "Thanks for the breakfast, see ya." Xiaoting watched her leave, smiling faintly. Across the street, someone was using a phone to record Xiaoting dropping Ji Yuning off at school. Looking at the phone, a cold smile appeared. In the classroom, 2 students were playing with their phones, and they seemed to have discovered something really interesting. Check this out, Ji Yuning's being sponsored, a video of her getting out of a car. Everyone started gossiping, "It's a fancy SUV, looks expensive, wonder what the driver looks like, probably some fat, old dude," and driving right up to the school gate, so arrogant, Chu Paihan rushed over, calling out as soon as she saw her. "Mi Shi also called out, "Paihan, vu Mi Shi," asked, "Have you seen the post?" Chu Paihan frowned and replied, "Yeah, I'm tracing the poster." At the same time, he walked over, shouting, "Which bastard dared to spread rumors? If I find out, I'll break their legs." Ji Yuning also just arrived. Everyone called out, Ji Yuning, was looking at her phone with a displeased expression. Everyone stared intently at Ji Yuning's phone. Muka hurriedly asked, "The poster's anonymous. We can find out who it is, but it'll take time." "What are you gonna do?" Chu Paihan said annoyedly. "What's the point of finding out? Ji Yuning's reputation is ruined." Ji Yuning just chuckled, and while walking into the classroom, she told everyone, "From the camera angle, it looks like it was taken at the school gate. We can check the security cameras and find out who's framing me." Zhao Fei replied in a mocking tone, "I was wondering why you've been so arrogant lately. Turns out you're hanging out with rich people." The friend next to her continued, "We really can't mess with Miss Ji Yu anymore. I wonder if that rich guy is an old geezer." At the same time, the homeroom teacher knocked on the door and called out, "Ji Yuning." The teacher also shouted, "Come out here!" The teacher scolded loudly, "Why is it always you causing trouble? If you don't want to study, just get married." Ji Yuning stopped and turned around, replying, "When I got first place, I didn't see you praise me once, but when there's a little trouble, you deliberately blow things out of proportion. It's sad that being a teacher turns you into someone like you." The teacher turned red with anger. You! Then shouted to the homeroom teacher, "Do you still want to manage your students? Where did they put their respect for teachers after they finish school?" Ji Yuning sarcastically continued, "I don't care if you're a teacher or not. You're deliberately targeting me by not distinguishing between right and wrong and pinning the blame on me. Dare you say you're not jealous that my class has a student who got first place?" The homeroom teacher sternly replied, "All right, all of you come to the office to talk." A message arrived in Ji Yuning's pocket. She took it out and saw a video sent by Xiaoting, a girl holding a phone and recording. Ji Yuning watched the video, then put her phone back in her pocket, and said to the homeroom teacher, "You don't need to. I already know who's framing me. Leave this to me to handle." The head teacher, looking all worried and suspicious, was like, "Be careful with your methods. Don't blow things out. Ji Ning's all. Got it." Ring, ring. School bell's going off, but break time ain't here yet. Blonde chick's all, "Hey Ziyao, wanna grab some grub with Zijiao?" She's like, "Nah, I'm good." Once everyone cleared out, she's peeking her head out of the classroom like she's avoiding someone. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Zijiao!" She jumps out her skin, turns around, and it's Ji Ning. She stutters like, "Gold digger. You stay away from me." Zijiao's freaked out, then spots Pai Han and Mig moving in too. She's surrounded. Ji Ning calmly fires back, "Zijiao, whether I'm riding a sugar daddy or not, don't you think you'd know best?" Ji Ning tells Leng Xiaoting, "My jewelry store in City G is opening soon, and my family's building materials store opens this Saturday. After that, I got a jet to City G." Leng Xiaoting replies, "Such a packed schedule. I'll swing by to pick you up at the airport on Saturday. I actually need to head to the capital too." Leng Xiaoting thinks to himself, "Those with ambition are always busy. Gotta find some building material dealers to support her store when I get back." Opening day for the building materials store, and the place is packed. Ji Ning's uncle, Jiangshu, is all smiles, greeting everyone. Come on in, come on in." A dude points at some documents and asks, "President Jiang, how much of material A you got in stock?" "My company needs a big order." Jiangshu's like, "Alright, I'll get someone to check the inventory." A blonde guy rushes over, yelling, "President Jiang, Zhangxi Real Estate wants to sign a deal with us. They're waiting inside to chat." Ji Ning peeks inside, asks Uncle Jiang, "Uncle, why is it so crowded today? And who are all these folks I've never seen before?" Jiangshu replies, "I have no idea, either." A ton of bosses came by to sign contracts themselves. Jiangshu says bye to Ji Ning and heads inside. "I gotta get to work." Just then, someone calls out to Ji Ning. She turns around, and it's her crew. She's all smiles. "You guys made it." Mookie hands Ji Ning a red envelope. "President Ji, this is just a little something from us." Ji Ning's thinking, "Wait, what's this about?" She bows a little and says, "Well, thanks. Thanks a bunch." Zi Zun, decked out in a red suit, carries a huge gift box, and says, "And here's this. It's a gift from my cousin." Ji Ning's all surprised. Oh, Ji Ning's thinking, "Qin Yifan got rejected last time, and things have been kinda awkward between us. That's why didn't invite him. Why's he sending a gift?" Her buddy chimes in, "Heard it's a gold ornament. Why'd he need a suitcase to carry it?" He pops it open, and there's this super shiny golden pixie. Pai Han's jaw drops. Is this a few pounds? That's gold." Ji Ning slams the lid shut. "Gotta keep the bling out of sight. Take it to the back storage room." Ji Ning eyes the suitcase, thinking the golden pixie is worth like $1 million. Didn't think Qin Yifan would be so generous. She's gotta show some appreciation or it'll look bad. Ji Ning calls Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan answers, "Yo, is this little Qin? Thanks for the gift, but it's way too fancy." Then Qin Yifan's like, "Ji Ning, you finally called me." Back before the building materials store opening at the school, Ji Ning, Pai Han, and Hiran are having a good laugh. Pai Han's all chill. "I recorded Chen Zijiao on the stage, bad-mouthing her. If she messes with you again, I'm posting that online. Total humiliation." Everyone at school was all ears for the loudspeaker announcement. "I'm Chen Zijiao, the one who spread the rumors about Ji Ning, and I'm issuing a sincere apology right here." Ji Ning told her friends, "Let's not dwell on that bad luck anymore. My family's building materials store is opening this Saturday. You guys got time to drop by." Pai Han replied, "Awesome, that's great." "Of course," my big cherry, Haran, chimed in. "My L will definitely be more than yours." Once they arrived home, Ji Ning reminded them, "Remember to be on time, Saturday at 10 a.m., Haran?" And Pai Han replied, "Okay." Leng Xiaoting was waiting for Ji Ning to come back. Ji Ning saw Leng Xiaoting and asked, surprised, "Why are you waiting for me here?" Leng Xiaoting replied, "I'm sorry, could it be that the rumors started because I took you to school this morning?" Ji Ning burst out laughing. "Silly," Leng Xiaoting asked. "Aren't you angry? It's clearly the fault of the sneak photographer. It has nothing to do with you." Ji Ning's phone rang. Leng Xiaoting sighed in relief. "That's good." Ji Ning saw Uncle Zhu calling. "Hello, Uncle Zhu." She answered the call, and Uncle Zhu happily said, "Miss, good news. We cut out 2 colors of jadeite from the same piece. It's double the happiness." She replied, "That's fantastic. Phi Sak Mine Han, Jade Beauty, is about to open. That jadeite piece might as well be carved into a dragon and phoenix jade pendant. It'll definitely attract a lot of buyers." "And wealth?" Leng Xiaoting asked. Dragon and phoenix jade pendant. Cut back to Ji Ning, Pai Han, and Mig surrounding Chen Zijiao. "Whether I'm hooking up with a sugar daddy or not, aren't you the one who knows best?" Chen Zijiao pointed her finger and said, You're talking nonsense. You're obsessed with vanity and act all high and mighty. You deserve what's coming to you." Pai Han grabbed her hair and pointed at the TV screen. "Take a look at this," Zijiao cried out. Ouch. On the TV screen was a video of Zijiao secretly filming Ji Ning with her phone. Mig questioned, "Who filmed this?" Chen Zijiao replied, "This isn't me." Pai Han gripped harder, pointing at her and saying, "Still not admitting it? Then I'll post it on the school forum and ruin your reputation." Only then did Chen Zijiao get scared. "No, you can't. What do you want?" "I'm sorry, okay." Ji Ning, after listening, glanced at Zijiao. She said, Go to the broadcast room, use the school's loudspeaker, clear my name, and tell the truth about everything you did. Chin Yi-fan asked Ji Yu-ning, did you receive the gift? I thought you wouldn't want to invite me. And wouldn't want to accept my gift either. Ji Yu-ning remained silent, feeling a bit uneasy. He probably hasn't let go yet. After a moment, Ji Yu-ning said to Chin Yi-fan, I'm opening a jewelry store in City G, and the opening is tomorrow. I hope little Chin can stop by. Chin Yi-fan eagerly replied, I'll definitely come. Before he finished speaking, she interrupted him. You don't need to bring any gifts tomorrow. Little Chin's gifts are too heavy. Your presence is enough. Chin Yi, before he could say anything, Ji Yu-ning hung up. She sighed and fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoting's car stopped right in front of her. Leng Xiaoting teased, Beautiful lady, would you be so kind as to share your contact information? Startled by him, Ji Yu-ning turned her head and asked, Why are you here? I haven't finished yet. Leng Xiaoting got out of the car and replied, I said I'd take you to the airport. Of course, I have to be here earlier. Noticing she was just on the phone, he asked, Ji Yu-ning, whose phone is that? Who's making you unhappy? Ji Yu-ning replied with a cheerful smile. Someone I'm working with. Leng Xiaoting went silent, his eyebrows furrowing. Seeing that he seemed unhappy, Ji Yu-ning explained, Okay, he has a thing for me, but I already turned him down. But your rival is putting on a lot of pressure, you know. He turned his face away, saying, I'm confident. At G-City Airport, Ji Yu-ning got into the car, and General Manager Zhu said to her, At 8 o'clock there's an interview on the G-City Focus program. After hearing that, she happily replied, G-City Focus is a very popular program with a huge viewership. How did they find out about our store? Zhao Zhenghong started driving. Continuing, Who knows, maybe it's the fame from when we bid for the rough stones that drew attention. Ji Yu-ning's phone rang. It was Leng Xiaoting. She looked warily at General Manager Zhao, then answered the phone. Hello? The voice on the other end said, I'm boarding the plane now. I'll finish up work and quickly come to G-City to find you. Ji Yu-ning was surprised. Wait, did you arrange the G-City Focus interview? Leng Xiaoting replied. That's right, I was just about to tell you. Ji Yu-ning sighed in relief. I thought my store was being targeted before it even opened. If you arranged it, then there's no problem at all. The interviewer cheerfully asked, General Manager Zihao? Hello, General Manager Zihao. This is the G-Focus program. Please say hello to everyone. At Xiaoping's house, he was watching TV and drinking tea when he saw General Manager Xiao on TV saying, Hello everyone watching. Hello, I am Zhao Zhenghong. He immediately spat out all the tea he had just drunk, stammering in anger, Zhao Zhenghong. Hearing General Manager Zhao's introduction on TV that Emerald Beauty will open tomorrow and the Emperor Jade Ring will be revealed, he trembled with anger, smashing the teacup onto the floor. Xiaoping's wife, who was wearing a face mask, heard the crash and stormed out angrily, asking, What's wrong with you again? That teacup was from a set I just bought. Xiaoping pointed at the TV, saying, Zhao Zhenghong has risen. Who gave him money to invest, and why don't I know anything about it? Xiaoping's wife said with a contemptuous tone, There are tons of fakes like that. He doesn't have the money to buy real stuff. Xiaoping's face darkened. G-City Focus is a reputable program on the TV station. It can't be fake. I begged so many connections but couldn't get a single interview. His anger blazing, he shouted. What's he relying on to get on that opening ceremony? Early morning at Emerald Beauty. Everyone was busily cleaning up to be ready for the opening. Ji Yu-ning walked in, carrying bags of food in both hands, saying, Everyone's working hard. I bought some breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. Behind her was a line of bodyguards. General Manager Zhu Hao took the food and asked in confusion, Who are these people? Ji Yu-ning stood in the middle of the bodyguards and explained, The opening this afternoon might not be peaceful. This is a professional security team that I borrowed from a friend for the safety of the Emperor Jade Ring. After the opening, they'll be transferred to the store. With these professional staff, we can relax a lot more. Outside, a group of people approached, carrying weapons. The leader pointed at the store, saying, Emerald Beauty is right here. Smash it for me. He gestured. And the underlings behind him rushed forward. 2 bodyguards ran out, saying, Something's not right outside. Let's go see. Ji Yu-ning heard the commotion and rushed outside, where a bunch of thugs were brawling with her security guards. Zhao Zhenghong pointed towards a car in the distance. Look, another group is getting out. Ji Yu-ning picked up a stick and ordered everyone except the security personnel, get inside the shop. If those guys break in, forget about the jade. Human lives are what matter. Then Ji Yu-ning strode towards the chaos. President Xiao dragged everyone inside while worrying. Boss, Ji Yu-ning punched a thug in the face, and another one came charging from behind with a stick, only to get a kick in the gut from her. President Xiao, while ushering everyone in, said, Hide in the shop. Call the city police. An employee grabbed a phone and dialed, Hello, police department. Meanwhile, 3 thugs with sticks advanced on Ji Yu-ning. Suddenly, someone flew up and kicked them in the face. Who? It was Leng Xiaoting. They were knocked flat on the ground, and she looked at him, nodding in understanding. A horde of thugs charged, yelling, Let's get her. Ji Yu-ning put her hand on Leng Xiaoting's shoulder for leverage, then leaped up and kicked a bunch of thugs in the face, and he, down below, supported her while beating up the guys in front. Ji Yu-ning reached back and punched a guy trying to attack from behind, while he kicked another one in the face. Leng Xiaoting tossed a flower basket to her, saying, Hey, catch! She reacted quickly, jumping up and kicking the basket into the thugs, sending them flying backward. Ouch! Ow! After about 10 minutes of this, all the bad guys were taken down, sprawled on the ground defeated, leaving Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting standing calmly. The head thug angrily slammed his hand on the ground and cursed, "Damn it! I took 50,000 from that dude to risk my life." He didn't say there were people here you can't mess with. Ji Yuning walked over and asked, "Who gave you guys 50,000? The leader whined. "Who else but that bastard Xiao Ping?" She tossed a card on the ground. "I'll give you 100,000. Beat him up for me." The thug nodded furiously. Okay, at Xiao Ping's bar, people were running for their lives. The leader, with his head bandaged, beat Xiao Ping with a stick while yelling, 50,000, 50,000, I'll beat you to death." Xiao Ping tried to block the blows. "Ow, stop hitting me. I want to report you guys." The thug kicked him out the door and scoffed, "You can't even protect yourself. Didn't even bother to find out who you were messing with. Ow, oh." The crowd happily snapped photos of Xiao Ping's battered state. He covered his face helplessly, saying, "Stop taking pictures." The staff were cleaning up the mess, and the police were taking statements from Zhao Zhenghong for their investigation. Even troubled Mayor Yan. "The matter has been resolved," Ji Yuning happily said on the phone. "If there's anything you need me for, please don't hesitate to ask." Yan Zhenglin, Xiaoting, put on his coat and asked Ji Yuning after she hung up the phone. Ji Yuning smiled and replied, "I saved his life last time and he's super grateful. He even wanted to send people to investigate me, but I didn't want to make a fuss, so I refused." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Xiaoting said unhappily, "With such a favor, Yan Zhenglin could help you a lot in the future." Ji Yuning's phone vibrated again. Looking at the screen, Ji Yuning said, "Si Tu Ye, hello." Ji Yuning answered the phone. Xiaoting turned his face away unhappily. On the phone, Si Tu Ye said, "My people have told me what happened this morning. Now I'm sending people to restore order at the opening ceremony. I'll have Quan Feng lead the team personally. The security guards this morning did their best, and I'm very satisfied," Ji Yuning said with a happy smile. "I'm just running a small business, no need to be so troublesome." Xiaoting watched Ji Yuning talking happily on the phone, thinking angrily, "She's actually smiling so happily with him." Ji Yuning hung up the phone, and she turned to look at Xiaoting. "Are you angrily turning your face away?" Ji Yuning asked, confused. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry for no reason?" Ji Yuning asked softly. "If Xiaoting needs protection, you can tell me. Why ask for his help?" Xiaoting said with a dissatisfied face. Ji Yuning couldn't help but blush with laughter when she saw Xiaoting's jealous and angry appearance. She smiled and teased him. "Oh, so you're jealous?" Being called out, Xiaoting blushed and said in embarrassment, "I'm not. I'm just reminding you not to ask for help from someone so far away." Ji Yuning looked at him teasingly and asked, "Then who's near? And who's far?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ji Yuning's waist. Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning's waist and pulled her into his arms, his face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "I'm, of course, the closest to you. In the future, come find me first for anything. Don't look for other men." Xiaoting brought his face closer to Ji Yuning and said, "Got it?" He looked at her and asked softly. Ji Yuning reached out and pinched Xiaoting's cheek, who was both blushing and sulking, and she said happily, "Oh, you're so cute when you're jealous. Let's go." Ji Yuning grabbed Xiaoting's hand and pulled him away, saying, "Let me introduce someone to you. This is Uncle Xiao. He's the owner of Emerald Beauty, and he's been helping me handle everything." Ji Yuning pointed to Uncle Xiao and introduced him to Xiaoting. "Hello, Uncle Xiao. My name is Leng Xiaoting." Ji Yuning's friend. He reached out and shook hands with Uncle Xiao. "So a friend," Uncle Zhu Hao said, patting Xiaoting on the shoulder and laughing. "I thought it was a boyfriend. You have to seize the opportunity. Our Miss Ji Yu is very capable." Hearing Uncle Xiao's words, Xiaoting glanced at Ji Yuning and said with a hint of lingering anger, "I can see that." Ji Yuning pretended not to notice and said with a smile, "More friends will be coming to the opening this afternoon. I'll introduce you to them then." She's willing to introduce me to her friends, Xiaoting thought happily. Does this mean I'm about to succeed? Seeing Xiaoting standing there blankly with a smile, Ji Yuning walked over and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Smiling so happily, he blushed embarrassedly and said awkwardly, "Nothing, I'm going to go help out." Then he ran off. Watching Xiaoting's retreating figure, Ji Yuning rubbed her chin and thought, "What's with that guy acting so weird?" At the opening ceremony of Emerald Beauty, the fireworks exploded with loud bangs, and the people who came to participate were noisy and bustling. A car braked and stopped right in front of Emerald Beauty. Qin Yifan, Li Zhenzhen, and Li Zhenwu stepped out of the car. Li Zhenzhen looked into the distance and snorted as she saw Ji Yuning standing with Xiaoting greeting the attendees. "She's really flirtatious, always surrounded by handsome guys, Li Zhen." Zizhen said unhappily. Li Zhenwu looked in her direction, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "That person looks like he has an extraordinary aura. He's probably not an ordinary person." Qin Yifan also looked in that direction, and he clenched his fists and thought to himself, "She didn't agree to be with me, so she really has someone in her heart." Ji Yuning noticed Qin Yifan, Li Zhenzhen, and Li Zhenwu, so she raised her hand and waved hello with a smile. Xiaoting also looked in the direction she was waving and saw that it was Qin Yifan. Xiaoting frowned slightly and stepped forward. Xiaoting stood in front of Ji Yuning, his eyes coldly looking at Qin Yifan. A lot of people came to participate in the opening ceremony of Emerald Beauty. "Long time no see." Qin Yifan awkwardly shook hands with Ji Yuning and said. Ji Yuning smiled and replied, "Luckily you didn't bring a golden paiju this time. or I really wouldn't know how to return the favor. Xiao Ting stood beside Ji Yuning, frowned, and pretended to cough. Looks like we've got customers over there. Peng Aining pointed in a direction and told Ji Yuning, let's go greet them together. Qin Yifan was shocked and stared at him. Li Zenzhen watched Ji Yuning and Xiao Ting walk away, and she pouted unhappily, saying, HMPH, what a talent for seducing men. What customers? Are you jealous again? Ji Yuning asked Xiao Ting. He blushed embarrassedly and denied it, saying, I am not. I arranged for some people to come and join in the fun today. All big shots in the gemstone scene in City G. A car screeched to a halt in front of Ji Yuning and Xiao Ting. A group of bodyguards stepped out. The last two bodyguards got out of the car, carrying a branch of coral red plant together. Someone exclaimed loudly, causing everyone around to pay attention, exclaiming in amazement and whispering about the coral. Is that red coral? Did you find someone to give this as a gift too? Ji Yuning asked Xiao Ting in surprise. Xiao Ting also looked at the coral and replied to her, It wasn't me. A bodyguard stepped forward, looked at Ji Yuning, and said with a smile, since C2 couldn't come in person, he specially selected a red coral tree to give to Miss Ji Yu as a gift. Hearing the name of the giver, Xiao Ting was shocked and angry. Why is it him? Xiao Ting said angrily with a dark face. Oh my god! Li Zenzhen looked down at the coral and exclaimed, Red coral is so expensive, I've never even seen such quality. Suddenly, a series of luxurious and expensive supercars stopped in front of the opening ceremony. Elegant men and women stepped out of the cars. Hey, Xiao Ting. One of the men greeted Xiao Ting, long time no see. Perfect timing, Xiao Ting said with a smile. Let me introduce you. Ji Yuning looked at Li Zhenzhen from afar and whispered, That's the daughter of the Yu family, and the son of the Ngai family, both leading gemstone families in City G. Li Zhenzhen angrily looked at Ji Yuning, who was welcoming those young masters and ladies. Qin Yifan was also surprised to see those aristocratic young masters and ladies. Li Zhenzhen said in a deep voice, That friend of Ji Yuning's really has a background. She actually knows them. Not only that, everyone, look, Li Zhenzhen said, looking in another direction. The mayor is here too. Over there, everyone was respectfully greeting Mayor Yan and the two men following behind him. Mayor, I don't have anything better for our first meeting. The black-haired girl smiled happily, handing a gift to Ji Yuning. Please accept it. The blonde girl also handed a gift to her. The quality of this blood silk jade is the first time I've ever seen it. Mayor Yan pushed his glasses up, looked at the gift in the blonde girl's hand and said, That's a good thing. The purple-haired old man was also surprised. Looking at this gift, my purple eyes are no worse than her blood silk bracelet. The black-haired girl happily handed the gift to Mayor Yan to look at. Wow! The mayor also exclaimed in surprise. No. This is too precious. Ji Yuning pushed the two gifts back to the two girls, saying a little embarrassedly, These two added together are worth more than $1 billion. It's just a gift. You guys are too kind. The blonde girl winked and said to Ji Yuning, Someone specially asked us to bring it here, President Ji Yu. Please accept it. Xiao Ting, standing next to Ji Yuning, coughed awkwardly and said angrily to the two girls, Ahem, didn't I tell you not to say it? Then he reached out and took the two gifts from the two girls' hands. If he tells you to take it, just take it. Xiao Ting blushed embarrassedly, putting the gift into Ji Yuning's hands as he spoke. Everyone around had been watching and exclaimed, unable to believe the two gifts. Watching Xiao Ting blush as he led Ji Yuning away, the two girls teased, What's going on? I've never seen a girl be able to get so close to the cold Xiao Ting. Mayor Yan stroked his beard, looking at Ji Yuning and Xiao Ting, saying, Not only that, but this time he's found a good match. Ji Yuning held the two gifts and said, Tell me clearly who gave them, or I won't accept them. Xiao Ting blushed embarrassedly, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of what to say. It was me. I went home to the capital a few days ago and brought them back. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Ting said, I thought it was your first time opening a shop, so I gave you some good stuff to make you look good, but I was afraid you'd think it was too precious and wouldn't accept it, so I thought of having someone else give it for me. Hearing what Xiao Ting said, Ji Yuning looked at the two gifts in her hand, thinking in surprise. So he went to the capital especially to get this. Xiao Ting lowered his head, his face close to hers, and smiled gently. Looks like you still like it, don't you? Ji Yuning reached out and grabbed the tie on Xiao Ting's shirt. Pulling him a little closer to her, she blushed, her eyes captivating as she said to him, Of course I like it. Looking at her face at this moment, Xiao Ting was shocked, his cheeks burning. Ji Yuning, her eyes seemed to contain 1,000 stars, thinking to herself, This guy, Teng Xiaoting, even though he's weirdly jealous all the time and super awkward at expressing his feelings, but since I first met him, every time I see how serious he gets, Ji Yuning leans forward, and Xiaoting blushes like crazy and freezes up like a statue. Ji Yuning thought, touched, It all makes me so glad I got a second chance to be reborn and meet him. At Emerald Beauty Jewelry Store, Li Zhenwu was dragging Li Zhenzhen over to Ji Yuning, getting ready to apologize. Li Zhenzhen frowned, annoyed, and said, Brother, I don't want to go. Li Zhenwu angrily yelled, Things aren't like they used to be. You offended Ji Yuning so much before. Why aren't you taking this chance to quickly go say some nice things? Just then, Ji Yuning is giving instructions to her secretary. Just give Wang Zong the discount. According to this, Li Zhenwu walks over and waves, calling out, Ji Yuning, Li Zhenzhen, annoyed, yanks away from Li Zhenwu, scoffing. What are you pretending for? Aren't you just relying on some sugar daddy? Li Zhenwu's face pales at her brainless words, and he whispers harshly, Li Zhen, are you still not getting it? She turns her head away, snorting disdainfully. Ji Yuning doesn't even bother with their little drama, and she walks over, greeting them politely. What brings you two here? Li Zhenwu quickly tries to act calm, replying, I heard that Gui's family's building materials store opened. I couldn't make it last time, I'm so sorry. Ji Yuning replies coolly, I didn't invite the Liege family. You don't have a stake in the building materials industry, so there's no need to feel bad. Hearing Ji Yuning's blatant contempt, Li Zhen bursts out angrily. You. But before she can make a scene, Li Zhenwu immediately cuts her off and quickly covers, Right, there's a party in 2 days with all the young masters and ladies from various industries. Let's go together. Li Zhen is furious and turns to question him. That's a gathering for people we know. Why invite her? Before they can even start arguing, Ji Yuning agrees decisively. Okay. She gives a slight smile and says, It's good to make more friends. But in her heart she's scheming. Li Zhen has gone against her so many times. Tonight's also her chance to strike back. With that, Ji Yuning gently puts her hand on Li Zhen's shoulder. She leans in close and gives her a friendly smile. See you then. But that smile immediately makes Li Zhen's face pale with fear. Only when Ji Yuning is far away does she tremble and whisper, Bro, what does she mean? Is she planning something against me at the party? Li Zhenwu says dismissively. You're overthinking it. Seeing that Li Zhenwu doesn't believe her, Li Zhen panics and shouts, I'm not overthinking it. It's clearly because you're too polite to her. She doesn't have any family backing her up. What are you afraid of? Li Zhenwu replies coldly, I'm not afraid of her. Didn't you see Mayor Yan come to congratulate her just now? And the Yu family of Yi Art. We can't afford to mess with those people. You keep going against her, and it'll only be bad for the Li family. Li Zhen stubbornly argues, HMPH, whatever. Anyway, I just can't stand her. Li Zhenwu shakes his head with a sigh, saying, You and that temper of yours will get you into trouble sooner or later. At Emerald Beauty Jewelry Store, business is still booming. Uncle Zhao happily reads the revenue report and says to Ji Yuning with a smile, Great. Almost half of the exhibition collection has been sold, including that pair of Dragon and Phoenix jade pendants bought by an anonymous person for 108 billion. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Ji Yuning can't help but be surprised, and she asks, Oh, anonymous? She frowns warily and asks, Have you checked the details? It's not some shady person, is it? Uncle Zihu replies with a smile. Don't worry, all their procedures are very clear and transparent, not some random person. Suddenly, a bodyguard rushes over to deliver news. Ms., we just received news that the convoy escorting the Emperor Green was blocked on the road. Someone wants to cause trouble, and we haven't determined what the problem is yet. Hearing such bad news, Ji Yuning's expression changes, and she asks sternly, Have you found out who it is? The bodyguard replies nervously, It seems to be just a team of locals nearby. Uncle Zihao also says suspiciously, Could it be Xiaoping again? All the wealthy families and bosses are waiting for the Emperor Green, and if we can't bring it out, Emerald Beauty will lose all face in City G. Hearing this, Ji Yuning quickly prepares to go see for herself. As she walks, she speculates. The time and route for escorting the Emperor Green are completely secret. Xiaoping doesn't have the ability to find out. I have to go see. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoting appears and grabs her arm, calling out, Ji Yuning. He looks at her with worry and says, I'll go with you. I just got the news too. Ji Yuning immediately agrees. Okay? At the scene of the disturbance, a lot of people are surrounding the car. They were raising banners high and yelling angrily, Real estate with evil intentions. Give us back our homes. No money, no move. Just then, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning quickly arrived at the scene. A bodyguard frowned and said, I'll get people to clear the way. But Ji Yuning didn't agree with that solution, she said in a low voice. Wait, these people don't seem to be targeting our car. If we force our way through, we'll inevitably get a lot of resentment directed our way. Ji Yuning looked at the land and said, with a tone full of interest, but I'm actually super interested in this piece of land, though. On the road, a crowd was gathered, making a huge ruckus around a car. Suddenly, 3 guys from the building next door were sneaking down the stairs, trying to make a run for it, but an uncle in the crowd spotted them and shouted, calling out to everyone, They're over there! The Zangs! Don't let them get away! The crowd quickly surrounded the 3 guys. The green-haired uncle continued to loudly criticize, Hongyun Real Estate, you guys are giving us 700 for houses that are 15,000 square meters. That's practically half price. Where's the rest of the money going? The crowd immediately shouted in outrage. You still want to demolish? What are we basing this on? You need to give us an answer. Ji Yuning, standing in the back, saw everything and thought to herself, so it's about the demolition compensation? They're being way too greedy. Such a good piece of land, and they're only giving this little bit of money. She quickly took out her phone and called Uncle Ann. Hey Uncle Ann, can you check out how Hongyun Real Estate has been doing in City G recently? Our Changhua Real Estate might have a big deal coming our way. While she was focused on thinking about business, Leng Xiaoting suddenly put his hand lightly on her shoulder and called softly, Ji Yuning. The crowd has dispersed. The car can go now. But Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry to go back with him. She patted his shoulder lightly, turned around and ran off, telling him, Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Hey! Leng Xiaoting exclaimed blankly. Meanwhile, the Hongyun company guys had squeezed their way almost into the car. The blonde guy, who seemed to be the boss, shouted in a panic, trying to justify himself, That's all I can say for now. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. With that, they quickly got into the car and sped off, leaving everyone yelling angrily, "Stop! Stop!" At this moment, Ji Yuning walked over to start a conversation with the green-haired uncle from earlier. She opened her mouth politely. "Wait a moment, I have some questions I want to ask you about the land acquisition. Can we talk?" Leng Xiaoting stood from afar, watching Ji Yuning discussing business with that uncle. After she finished speaking, the uncle immediately confirmed in surprise. "You can offer up to 15,000, Ji Yuning replied sincerely. "This place is in an old district, but there are a lot of schools around. You can tell at a glance that it's worth this much. If you guys agree, I'll send experts to survey it." She gave them a friendly smile and said, "I was just passing by today. It's really presumptuous of me to come looking for you directly like this." After speaking, Ji Yuning politely handed him her business card and said, "This is my business card. You don't need to answer quickly, just think it over, we can negotiate." After receiving the business card, the crowd quickly gathered together to discuss and calculate. Leng Xiaoting walked over with concern and asked her, "Such a large piece of land, do you have enough money?" Ji Yuning replied confidently, "I can afford it. I really don't want to miss out on such a good deal without doing anything." Leng Xiaoting continued to ask, "Money is easy to earn, but what about the surrounding procedures? I just checked. Hongyun Real Estate wants to acquire this place. They're a big company. How could they budge?" Ji Yuning immediately winked and sent lightning bolts at Leng Xiaoting. She said softly, "I've already said this much. Can't young Master Leng help?" Seeing Ji Yuning's expression being so cute, Leng Xiaoting couldn't help but smile. He said gently, "You can guess everything. Using my connections will naturally solve it very quickly. But didn't you used to like relying on other people?" Ji Yuning's eyes sparkled as she looked directly at Leng Xiaoting. She said coquettishly, "Isn't it because your personal connections are super good? Everyone is family." Her words family caused Leng Xiaoting to blush instantly. Ji Yuning said triumphantly, "If there's a shortcut, I naturally won't show off my talent. Business is about efficiency." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting also replied happily, "I understand, but the fact that you thought of me makes me very happy already." After speaking, he took out a gift box from his pocket and said softly, "Then, I'll give my family a gift." Ji Yuning raised an eyebrow and looked at him questioningly, asking, "Why are you giving me a gift?" Leng Xiaoting opened the gift box, took out a jade pendant, and said to Ji Yuning, "Remember this. I'll keep the dragon jade pendant, and I'll give you the phoenix jade pendant." Seeing this jade pendant, Ji Yuning immediately remembered what Uncle Zhu had said earlier. Great, almost half of the exhibition collection has been sold, including the dragon and phoenix jade pendants that were bought by an anonymous person for 108 billion. This time we've really made a big profit. Ji Yuning blushed as she accepted the jade pendant. She said softly, "So you were the anonymous buyer," Leng Xiaoting said softly. "This is the only pair of jade in the store. Of course I wanted to give it to you." Hearing Xiaoting's words dripping with sweetness like that, Ji Yuning thought to herself, "This guy could have just told me straight up. Wasting so much money like this, is he afraid he didn't get my hints?" As she thought this, Ji Yuning carefully stroked the jade pendant. Seeing her so silent, Xiaoting worriedly asked, "You don't like the surprise I quietly prepared for you? Then next time I won't." Before he could finish, Ji Yuning quickly tiptoed. She grabbed his collar and gave him a light kiss on the lips, making Xiaoting exclaim in surprise, The two kissed for a long while before parting. When they separated, a few brilliant blushes had appeared on their faces. Ji Yuning gently and deeply raised Xiaoting's chin, whispering, "I really like it, especially the surprises from my boyfriend." After speaking, Ji Yuning immediately shyly covered her face and ran away, while Xiaoting was still stunned, unable to process what just happened. A moment later, Xiaoting widened his eyes in shock and shouted, She agreed." Xiaoting happily waved towards Ji Yuning, calling, "Hey, wait for me." At the bar where the Liang family is holding a party, Li Xiaoting texted to check the situation. "Little Ji Yuning, do you really not need me to come?" Ji Yuning quickly replied, "Small fry, I can handle it myself." Then she turned off her phone, stepped inside, attracting the gazes of countless men. As soon as she entered, ear-splitting music blasted with dazzling LED lights. Ji Yuning walked towards the person who was wriggling and dancing with a group of men and called out, "Li Zhen Xin." Lien Xin, seeing Ji Yuning call her, approached and said, "What took you so long? I invited so many people today." But Ji Yuning just silently observed. Seeing this, Li Zhenzhen smugly crossed her arms and leaned against the chair, sarcastically saying, "What's wrong? Is this your first time here?" Ji Yuning didn't answer immediately, but just sat down on the chair, crossed her legs comfortably, and then, with a look of casual disdain, said, "Coming here often isn't something to be proud of." Li Zhenzhen angrily shouted, You're attacking me." The red-haired guy next to her, looking incredibly sinister, held up 2 glasses of wine towards Li Zhenzhen and said frantically and eerily, "What? Drink? Li Zhenzhen then grabbed 2 glasses, handed one to Ji Yuning, and loudly ordered, "Don't just sit there, drink." But due to losing her balance, Li Zhenzhen yelled, "Ah!" and accidentally spilled a few drops of wine on Ji Yuning's dress. Li Zhenwu ran over to Li Zhenzhen and loudly scolded, "Zhenzhen, don't act childish." Li Zhenzhen also looked at Ji Yuning, who was wiping her dress in a flustered manner, stuttering, Sorry, I didn't mean to. Suddenly, Ji Yuning's eyes flashed, focusing directly on the glass of wine Li Zhenzhen was holding. Ji Yuning realized there was something wrong with the wine, and then Ji Yuning quickly stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom first. A triumphant look appeared on Li Zhenzhen's face. In the restroom, Ji Yuning, while drying her hands, pouted and said, As expected, this wine has sleeping pills. I wonder who put them in. But as soon as Ji Yuning returned to her seat, Li Zhenzhen was nowhere to be seen. She unexpectedly thought, where is she? Did she run away before I even made a move? Feeling that the situation was a bit strange, Ji Yuning left the bar. Her eyes began to gleam, searching for Li Zhenzhen. Ji Yuning suddenly turned around, heading towards a car there. Inside the car at this moment, the playboy, having successfully drugged Li Zhenzhen, pulled her into the car, attempting something obscene. As he pulled down her straps, he said with a lecherous grin, If I can't get your heart, then I'll take your body first, hee hee hee. While Li Zhenzhen was half-conscious, mumbling, Yi Fan, is that you? Feeling totally overwhelmed, Ji Yuning couldn't help but feel disgusted. Under my nose, how dare you pull this dirty stunt right in front of me? With that, she boldly flung open the car door. Her hand fiercely grabbed the guy's hair, yanking hard while yelling, You scumbag, go rot in jail. Then she slammed his face into the ground, making his nose bleed as he yelped, Ouch! Li Zhenzhen, in a daze, tumbled out of the car, muttering incoherently, Yi Fan? The commotion drew a crowd, and whispers started, Hey, what's going on over there? Let's go see. But Ji Yuning didn't pay them any mind, stalking towards the creep, who cowered back, shouting, Don't come any closer! Ji Yuning stomped on the guy. Li Zhenzhen slowly regained consciousness, raising a hand to her forehead, feeling dizzy. What happened to me? Then she realized she was practically naked except for her underwear, and she panicked. Ji Yuning ignored her, pulling out her phone to call the cops. Hello, police. Meanwhile, Li Zhenwu pushed his way through the crowd, yelling, Zhenzhen. Seeing her brother, Li Zhenzhen threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Brother, I can't face anyone anymore. Then she turned, pointing angrily at Ji Yuning, shouting, It's her! It must be her who ordered this! She's always wanted revenge on me, Ji Yuning. Getting flustered by the accusations, yelled back, You messed with the wrong kind of person, I wouldn't stoop to this level. Seeing the scene unfold, the crowd started filming with their phones, whispering, Isn't that Li Zhenzhen? Oh my god, it really is her. That Li family heiress who's always at the bars, Li Zhenzhen? Mortified, buried herself deeper in her brother's arms, terrified, Ji Yuning smirked. Let the Lia siblings stew in their own juice. They'll only learn when the knife's at their throat. Naive much, she can't act all high and mighty anymore. Li Zhenzhen, practically losing it, yelled, trying to vent her frustration, Ji Yuning, what gives you the right to steal Yi Fan from me? Why wasn't it you who was humiliated? You deserve to be cursed 1,000 times. Li Zhenwu, seeing his sister spiraling, shouted, Zhenzhen, what nonsense are you talking about? Just then, Li Zhenzhen realized the sound of photos being taken, mixed with the constant murmuring. Li Zhenzhen shoved her brother away, ignoring Li Zhenwu's cries of Zhenzhen, and lunged at the crowd, yelling and ordering, No pictures, delete the videos, don't let this get out, I'm ordering you, delete them, spirit. Pride and honor completely drained, Li Zhenzhen's knees hit the hard ground. Li Zhenzhen's face was as white as a sheet, and she sobbed, begging, I'm begging you, please don't take any more pictures, boo-hoo. Li Zhenwu, seeing Li Zhenzhen like this for the first time, was shocked, stammering her name, Zhen. The next day, An Zong landed in City G, representing Shenghua Real Estate, to participate in the signing of the demolition and relocation contract. Ji Yuning said that the Li family spent money to suppress the matter. Li Zhenzhen was very emotional last night, and it would be no surprise if Leng Xiaoting gave her some tranquilizers. Is this building yours too? Ji Yuning denied. No, hundreds of people have to sign the contract, and you certainly can't just pick a place casually, so I simply rented this place. Leng Xiaoting wondered if they were all in the vicinity of the main road of Yang. She replied calmly, Yes, except for the surrounding area, which Uncle An brought. What's wrong? He warned that it was okay, but since there were so many people, it was better to be careful. The people from Hongyun Real Estate would not give up easily. Suddenly a car sped by, swerving and stopping in front of Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. A pair of shiny, expensive leather shoes showed the soaring aura of their owner. The surrounding people were surprised. Secretary View. Look, everyone. It's Secretary View. I see him on TV every day. He's the secretary next to Mayor Yan. Did this alarm even the mayor? Great. Then people from Hongyun Real Estate won't dare threaten us anymore. Secretary View greeted. Mayor Yan is not convenient to come. I will come forward to sign this first round of procedures, Ji Yuning politely said. Sorry to trouble you, Secretary View. Leng Xiaoting whispered. You have great skills, classmate. You are someone who can influence anything in City GM. Ji Yuning said modestly. You are exaggerating. If it weren't for your help, I would have been very surprised that Mayor Yan would send someone here. Oldest brother son in the back evaluated. Shenghua Real Estate is moving quickly. There must be someone behind them. The underling behind replied. Brother son? It was very noisy in front just now. It seems that some big shot came. The boss wondered. How big of a shot? The mayor? In short, we can't let them sign the contract today, or our Hongyun real estate will be hopeless. Then they noisily swarmed forward. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! We want to get the contract too! Lao Sun was surprised. Then he recognized, that's Secretary Yu. He panicked. Why is he here? Secretary Yan then handed over the contract and calmly said, no need. Why was Lao Sun trembling in fear, stuttering, no need at all. After saying that, they turned and ran off. From a distance, Leng Xiaoting scoffed. A bunch of nobodies. Ji Yuning commented, I'm telling you, everything we got involved with today, those guys were all subordinates of Hongyun Real Estate. It just so happens we've helped send a message to Hongyun. Leng Xiaoting puffed out his chest proudly. My girlfriend is so clever. Lao Sun grumbled as he walked. Damn it, how can Secretary Yu be here? A subordinate softly asked. Who's that, boss? Do you have beef with him? Lao Sun exploded in anger. Are you a pig? That's Mayor Yan's secretary. Damn it, this is like kicking an iron plate. At Hongyun Real Estate's chairman's office, the phone rang insistently. Fang Changsheng picked it up. Hello, what? Mayor Yan got involved in this? Lao Sun reported over the phone that Shenghua Real Estate's background was mysterious, and the boss behind it was incredibly powerful. Director Fang. Maybe we should just give up. What if our company gets investigated for other things? Director Feng roared. Nonsense. Feng Changsheng have never been bullied to this extent. Stepped all over like this. If this gets out, Hongyun Real Estate won't need to do business anymore. Lao Sun was flustered. So what do? We've already lost Tang Zhengyang. Feng Changsheng gritted his teeth, determined. Even if we can't get it back, we still have to vent some anger. Ji Yuning stood near Hongyun Real Estate's subordinates, eavesdropping. She asked, how do you think Hongyun Real Estate will retaliate? Leng Xiaoting confidently said, who cares about them? Don't you still have me backing you up, student Ji Yuning smiled secretly. She teased. Since when did you get so smooth-tongued? Ji Yuning and Xiaoting were immersed in a romantic pink bubble. Suddenly a phone rang, interrupting their moment. Xiaoting annoyedly picked up the phone. Who is it? After the call, he answered seriously. Understood. I'll go immediately. Then Xiaoting turned, ready to rush off, and told her, I suddenly got a mission. I have to get to the airport quickly now. If anything urgent comes up, you can call me anytime. Hearing that, Ji Yuning called out, wait. Then she fished out a car key from her pocket. Holding the key, she winked at him and said, I'll drive you to the airport. It's not easy to catch a taxi here, and the airport lobby will be crowded. Xiaoting had already changed clothes. On the way to the airport, he stood and kissed Ji Yuning's forehead. He looked at her with an apologetic gaze and said, sorry. Because of my responsibilities, you might have to go through this many more times in the future. Ji Yuning immediately threw the backpack to him, then smiled reassuringly. Stop talking nonsense. I know what's important. Hurry up and go. Hearing that, he also smiled, relieved. My girlfriend really is understanding. Then he suddenly lunged in for a kiss before Ji Yuning was ready. After a long kiss, they eventually pulled apart. Xiaoting's face turned red, and he awkwardly turned away, saying, I'm leaving now. Miss me? Okay. Ji Yuning, face flushed with anger, shouted loudly, hold it right there. How dare you ambush me with a sneak attack? A moment later, the restaurant space reappeared, and Zong hurriedly rushed over to open the door to a private room, explaining, I'm late. There were just too many people today. Couldn't finish the signing, so I had to. He stopped mid-explanation as he noticed a stranger. An Zong paused, asking, and this is Ji Yuning. Seeing everyone was present, chimed in with an introduction. This is the manager of Colorful Beauty, Mr. Zhao Zhenghong. Zhao Zhenghong stepped forward, extending his hand and saying, Mr. An, hello. I've long heard of your reputation, Mr. An. Mr. An now understood everything, smiling as he shook hands and replied, Sir, could it be that you are the former CEO Zhao Zhenghong of Zhaofu Jewelry? Zhao Zhenghong pulled out chairs, gesturing for everyone to sit, and said, That's me, but now I only work for Colorful Beauty. For CEO GU, I'm no longer any CEO Zhao. Please, sit. Hearing this, An Zong understood and turned to Ji Yuning, saying, Oh, I get it, Zhao Shi went bankrupt and CEO Zhao Zhenghong disappeared without a trace, only to be recruited by you. What a lovely connection. Ji Yuning, seeing everyone was seated, also said, I've already discussed the acquisition of Shenghua Real Estate with Uncle Zihao. The reason I've called you two here today is for a specific purpose. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and saw that both Zhao Zhenghong and An Zong looked serious and attentive, which startled her. Sensing the serious atmosphere, Ji Yuning took out a teapot, pouring as she spoke. You two don't need to worry. I won't be in G City often in the future, but the jewelry and real estate industries are my first gold mines, so I need you two to support each other in making them bigger and stronger in G City. Zhao Zong, hearing this, responded. But An Zong and I are in charge of two completely unrelated industries. That's right, An Zong added. Ji Yuning seriously placed her hands on the table, explaining. Precisely because of this reason, our alliance will be even harder for people to detect. A single tree is hard to stand alone. My ambition isn't just in G City. An Zong rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment before saying, If we're talking about the best real estate development, it's definitely with the wealthy families in the capital. Could it be that you want... Before he could finish, Ji Yuning affirmed. That's right, my business map will continue to expand, so restaurants, food, and hotels will also become my next targets. After speaking, she fell into a thoughtful silence. Real estate is the lifeblood of the Tang family. In this life, I must dismantle it, making the entire Tang family pay the price for betraying me. Hearing this, Anzong raised his glass, laughing. Ji Yuzong is indeed ambitious. When you first came to find me, I chose to believe in you because you had extraordinary charisma. Looks like I really chose the right person. Seeing this, Zhao Zhenghong also raised his glass to join in. Well said. Being able to meet Ji Yuzong is a blessing in my life. Cheers, cheers. After settling everything, Ji Yuning flew back to the airport. While on the phone, she said, "Yeah, I'm at the airport now. I should be home around 10 o'clock. Ji Yuning's mother, on the other end of the line, inquired, "Head straight to the spa after you get off the plane. The one your second aunt and I frequent. You're working so hard out there, you need to take care of yourself. Okay?" In the distance, 3 people were heading towards the spa where Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing were. One of them noticed something, pulled down his glasses, and said to the person beside him, "Hey, Li Huan, look, aren't those your 2 relatives?" Li Huan also went closer to the storefront to confirm if it was true, and saw Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing chatting and laughing loudly. Li Huan, seeing this, angrily thought, "Damn it!" A loud voice echoed from outside the door. "What kind of business are you running here? You let poor people like them in, completely lowering our standards. Your shop really has no class. I won't come here again." The staff checked the information and explained, "But those 2 inside are our regular customers. Their total spending has exceeded 500,000. A woman noticed the commotion and went to another counter, saying, "Girl, call the owner over here. There's a fight going on over there." The employee replied, Oh, okay." A man passed by, talking on the phone. Coming, don't rush me." He bumped into the woman's shoulder but didn't turn around to apologize. The woman turned around, about to say, "Hey." But seeing the man walking away, she just angrily said, "Seriously? No class?" Turns out that dude was Ji Yuning's uncle, showing up to say, "What's going on, Li Huan?" All pissed, started ranting. "Those 2 ungrateful bitches, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, actually dared to turn on me. They've got money but don't remember to repay the help we gave them back in the day, and they're even here spending it." Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing were getting a facial, and they heard all the commotion. Ji Yuman wondered, who's that outside? Sounds like Ji Yuqing Yang. Ji Yuqing, hearing that, went to check it out, saying, "Let me go see." She barely cracked the door open, saw Li Huan and Ji Yuqing Yang's faces, and slammed it shut, yelling, "Ugh, so unlucky. Gotta run into these people everywhere." Li Huan got even angrier and pointed, saying, "Look at this, you look at this." Ji Yuqing Yang, already annoyed, got even more pissed at that and burst into the room yelling, "Ji Yuqing, Ji Yuman, you 2 get your asses out here." Seeing Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing just sitting there, not reacting, made Ji Yuqing Yang even angrier, saying, "What are you looking at? Don't you even see me as your older brother anymore? The construction materials of the Ji Yu family have been screwed up by you 2, and you're still here getting pampered. How could the Ji Yu family have such ungrateful kids like you?" The woman from before couldn't stand hearing that, and intentionally walked by, saying, "Oh my. Acting like you're a big deal just because of the little bit of money you gave them?" Li Huan, hearing that, felt like she was being called out and shouted, "Who are you?" The woman ignored Li Huan and continued to mock, "How did I only step away for a moment and they already let 2 crazy dogs in here?" Hearing that, Li Huan and her friend ran over to hit her. "Who are you calling crazy dogs? You deserve to be hit." The woman turned around, trying to hold them off, and said, "Whoever's arguing, I'm cursing them." Then, with one shove, she pushed them away, making them exclaim, "Ouch." The woman put her hands on her hips, pointing right at them, and Li Huan said, "I heard it clearly outside. You guys are the ones twisting the facts. I and Ji Yuqing, Ji Yuman come here often to get pampered. Who are you people? You guys, don't you know who we are? And the rumors about you 2, I've heard them all." At this point, the spa owner also arrived, bursting in and yelling, "This shop can't have a single day of peace. I don't want to do this anymore. Why are you bringing me more trouble?" Ji Yuqing Yang, seeing the owner, also said, "Melody, we've known each other for over a decade. Is this how you treat your regular customers?" The owner didn't pay any attention to Ji Yuqing Yang's words, just said plainly, "Not gonna lie, I'm about to immigrate and I'm about to sell this shop. If you guys have any beef, I'm calling the cops. Go handle it outside." Li Huan, hearing that, pointed at Melody and yelled, "What do you mean? I'm thinking I've spent almost $1 million here, and this is how you're resolving the issue for me?" Just then, Tang Aining appeared, saying, "Excuse me, owner, are you interested in selling this shop to me, Tang Aining?" The whole room was shocked. Ji Yuman stepped up to hug her, asking, "Tang Aining, you're back." Ji Yuqing also asked, "Are you tired?" The spa owner looked at her and repeated, "You were saying." Tang Aining didn't hold back and said clearly, word by word, "I heard you were planning on selling the shop, and I happen to be planning on buying this shop for my mom to kill time. Name your price." The owner, hearing that, raised a finger, pricing it at 8 million. "That's not a small number, Li Huan," and everyone in the room immediately panicked. "Ah, 8 million? Tang Aining, you couldn't earn enough to buy it even if you sold yourself." Tang Aining, hearing that, didn't think much of it, handed over a business card, and said, "The price is acceptable. Wait a moment and we'll go through the procedures." Ji Yuman, hearing the price, was also surprised and stopped Tang Aining. Forget it. It's not worth doing this for these kinds of people." The owner, seeing her like that, smiled and took the business card, saying, "Okay, but the deposit needs to be at least 2 million. Li Huan, hearing that, laughed triumphantly, thinking, HMPH. Say whatever you want, you can't even get out 2 million. What are you going to do with your car? Tang Ai-ning continued. It's fine, I don't like owing people money. Everyone, including the owner, was surprised by that and could only say, well, thank you. Then, Tang Ai-ning glared towards Li Huan's side, saying, but, is it possible to put some people on our shop's blacklist? Of course, Li Huan got so angry that she shouted, you! In the VIP room. At this time, Madame Ji Yu was taking a sip of tea, then sighed, so refreshing. Tang Ai-ning noticed her and turned to talk to her. I didn't even get a chance to thank you this time. If it weren't for you being here, my mom and auntie would definitely have suffered. Hearing that, she remembered what had happened, frowned, put the teacup on the table with a clack, and said, HMPH. I've never liked Lin Li Wan. She and a bunch of other bitchy women created some so-called wealthy women's group. It's so disgusting, and they've tried to recruit me so many times, but I never cared. Then, she went to hug Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing, saying happily, on the other hand, Tang Ai-ning, Ji Yu Man, Ji Yu Qing, can talk to me. This time, Tang Ai-ning is really poking Li Huan in the eye. Ji Yu Man happily turned to Ji Yu Ning and said, Aunt Ji Yu Lan's family runs hotels, and the He family, her husband's side, has like 5 or 6 5-star hotels in Kai City, and they even mentioned wanting to partner with our construction materials company later. She happily replied, that's amazing. Having such an outstanding partnership with the He family. We'd be so lucky. Aunt Ji Yu warmly invited Ji Yu Ning. Ning, if you're free later, let's grab a meal together. She chimed in cheerfully. Listen to you, it should be me treating you to a meal. The He family has major clout in the hotel biz, and Madame He seems like a straight shooter. Gotta reel her in. The 3 women were happily laughing and chatting. Just then, Aunt Ji Yu grabbed her phone and stood up, saying to the others, oh yeah, I'm gonna call my son over, hope you don't mind. He's around your age, but only half as capable as you, just causing trouble at school all day. Help Auntie keep him in line, okay? Ji Yu Ning replied, of course, I don't mind at all. She curiously asked Aunt Ji Yu, what school does your son go to? She answered, school number 3, making Ji Yu Ning jump. A car pulled up in front of the restaurant. Leather shoes stepped on the floor, pacing briskly. Inside the room, Aunt Ji Yu and Ji Yu Ning were chatting happily. Aunt Ji Yu, if my son doesn't come, we'll eat all the food. Hearing her ask that, Aunt Ji Yu was a bit embarrassed, replying, this kid's out of control, he only just agreed to come, I had to beg him for ages to get him here. The woman assessing the situation, Ji Yu Ning, quietly advised, Ning also goes to school number 3, right? My son's name is He Ran. If he causes any trouble later, you have to tell me. Just then, click, the door opened, and He Ran walked in. He said as he walked in, hello, ladies. Before he could finish, he was startled by the person sitting in the room. He blurted out, boss. The parents in the room blankly repeated He Ran's words, boss. Only Ji Yu Ning sat there covering her face, cursing inwardly. Seriously, I kinda guessed it was him, but what are the odds of it being this coincidental? Ji Yu Ning leaned back, propping her head up, and winked at He Ran. He got the message, naturally also scared of getting a lecture from his mom, scratching his face, quickly explaining, nope, mistaken identity. Ji Yu Ning pretended not to know He Ran, forcing a warm smile, and shook his hand. You must be He Ran, right? I'm Ji Yu Ning, also at school number 3, let's look out for each other. The super friendly handshake made a cracking sound that startled He Ran. He was in so much pain from the grip. Trembling, he replied, sure. Ji Yu Ning leaned closer, whispering to He Ran. They don't know we know each other. Don't you dare slip up, or your mom will find out what you've been up to at school, he whispered back. Got it. He Ran went to sit next to his mom, who tugged at his shirt, asking, is it true or not? Didn't you say you knew Qin Yifan from Yikuishuan? I heard he got some top-notch jade, and asked you to help me get in touch, but still no news? He Ran replied, Mom, everyone knows already. Let's talk about this at home. Ji Yu Ning, sitting next to them, chimed in, Aunt Ji Yu wants to buy jade, for collecting or jewelry. Then Ji Yu Man followed up. That's right, Ning also made me some beautiful jewelry. The last time I asked you about that Fu Lu Shao piece, it was also a gift from Ning. If you want any materials, just tell her directly, don't be shy. Ji Yu Ning reached into her bag and pulled out a business card, handing it to Aunt Ji Yu and said, this is my business card. You can go directly to Jade Beauty in City G. I've already spoken with the owner there. I'll get you the lowest price for whatever materials you want. She took the business card and examined it, then exclaimed in surprise, Jade Beauty, that new shop is so famous. My friends who booked appointments have to wait until next year. Ji Yu Ning further introduced, I just happen to know the owner, so getting you in will be easy. Hearing this, Aunt Ji Yu turned to her son sitting next to her, poked his head, and said, look at you, taught by the same teachers. I wish I had a daughter like Ning. Aunt Ji Yu happily said, I'll fly to City G tomorrow. Good stuff doesn't wait for anyone. He Ran stuck out his tongue and made a face at Ji Yu Ning, secretly unconvinced. She really is the boss, able to chat happily with someone clueless like my mom. Looking at Ji Yu Ning's happy, smiling face, He Ran suddenly realized something. Ji Yu Ning can contact his mom, so in the future, if he causes trouble, wouldn't the boss? In the evening after dinner, He Ran draped his jacket over his shoulder, acting all nonchalant as he said to Ji Yu Ning, Boss, you're something else, you didn't even tell me beforehand. What if my mom finds out we fought? Ji Yu Ning replied, I did it on purpose. Hearing this, he excitedly yelled, "Ah! You almost killed me!" The shout startled the parents, and Aunt Ji Yu glared at him. Then she pointed at, he ran and started scolding. "You little punk, daring to lay a hand on a girl, scaring him half to death." Tang I-ning was scared stiff, hiding behind Ji Yu-ning and trying to explain like crazy. "Auntie, you're getting the wrong idea. It's not like that at all." "Ji Yu-ning, help me explain." Auntie's like, "You dare deny it when I saw it with my own eyes?" Ji Yu-ning jumped in too. "Auntie Ji Yu, calm down, it's just a misunderstanding." But Auntie wasn't buying it, scolding him and even threatening to beat him right then and there. Just then, Ji Yu-ning's phone buzzed. It was Shin Zheng, with a text. "All your stuff is ready." Ji Yu-ning read the message and quickly said, "Goodbye, Mom. My friend's here to pick me up. Remember to leave the door open for me tonight." This made Ji Yu-man, Ji Yu-ching, and even Auntie Ji Yu, who was still pinching Tang I-ning's ear, jump in surprise. Ji Yu-man was lost in thought. This kid's always disappearing these days. Is she dating someone or what? Shin Zheng texted again. "This is the equipment for your mountain climb. Last time, the boss heard which mountain you wanted to climb at night and added a few extras." Ji Yu-ning replied, "Thanks." She remembered that last climb. She'd stumbled upon a cave with spiritual energy. Today was a perfect opportunity to check it out. Ji Yu-ning didn't hesitate and immediately headed back to the mountain. Looking at the area overflowing with spiritual energy, she thought to herself, "This cave doesn't look too big, but the spiritual energy is so rich, there might be a hidden paradise inside." She started to descend the cliff using the custom-made rope. Finally, with a soft thud, Ji Yu-ning landed gracefully in front of the cave entrance. Fully equipped, Ji Yu-ning entered the cave, shining her specialized flashlight on the walls. She seemed to have found something, exclaiming, "What's this?" Ji Yu-ning pulled out a shovel from her bag, thinking happily, "There's a rock blocking the way. This is definitely a cave hiding treasure." The shovel struck the rock face with a keen sound. Cracks slowly appeared on the rock face, and finally, light shone through. The shovel broke through the rock. Finally, Ji Yu-ning dug a big enough hole to climb through. When she went inside, she saw a huge box sitting there. Just one box, she wondered. Could it contain some ultimate treasure? Ji Yu-ning reached out and opened the box with a creak. A surge of spiritual energy rushed out, engulfing Ji Yu-ning and making her gasp in surprise. "Whoa," she thought in amazement. The spiritual energy kept pouring into her. Then, Ji Yu-ning used all her strength to fling the box open. Inside was a treasure trove of gold, silver, jewels, antique paintings, ancient vases, and countless other precious things. Ji Yu-ning carefully started taking out each valuable item. Finally, she found a piece of paper at the bottom of the box. After reading it, she understood the story behind them. So that's how it is. All these treasures were left behind by a corrupt official from a past era for his comeback. Then, Ji Yu-ning's attention was caught by a small, blue box in the corner, overflowing with spiritual energy. "This box has the richest spiritual energy." With a click, Ji Yu-ning opened the small box. A blinding blue light burst out, making Ji Yu-ning unable to open her eyes. She even had to exclaim, "Whoa, it's so bright!" Finally, Ji Yu-ning could see what was inside the box, a luminous pearl. She picked up the pearl to examine it. "This thing can automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth. If I wear it every day, wouldn't I have a constant supply of spiritual energy?" The spiritual energy from the luminous pearl began to flow into her eyes. Finally, the luminous pearl completely disappeared into her eyes. Then, abundant spiritual energy began to pour out from Ji Yu-ning's body. It rushed toward the jewels on the ground. Ji Yu-ning's eyes snapped open. What she saw was that her original space had become huge, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "OMG, my jade eye space has grown a level." The next day, at No. 3 High School, in Ji Yu-ning's class, she walked while rubbing her eyes. "My eyes just feel uncomfortable today. Could it be because I absorbed too much spiritual energy yesterday?" Out of nowhere, Pai Han and Mi rushed over, all smiles, to greet Ji Yu-ning. She called out to them too, Pai Han, Mi. They seemed to notice something was up right away, asking Ji Yu-ning, "What's with your eyes? They're all red." Ji Yu-ning just made up an excuse. No biggie, probably just didn't sleep well. The three of them kept laughing and joking around, not paying any attention to Chen Zijiao fuming in the background. Suddenly, Ji Yu-ning whipped around to look at her. Glaring daggers. Pai Han chimed in with a sarcastic jab. HMPH, some people are only good for that. A paper tiger. Who at No. 3 High would even hang out with someone like that now? Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Ji Yu-ning kept rubbing her eyes when suddenly she saw something strange happening right before her eyes. Ji Yu-ning was totally shocked to see someone falling off a building. She realized, "Isn't that the new construction site for Shenghua Real Estate? How can I see this stuff?" she blurted out in the middle of class. Could it be that the spiritual energy unlocked a new ability? What is this? Prediction? Sensing? OMG, MIG? Who was sitting behind her was surprised and asked Ji Yu-ning, "What's wrong?" But Ji Yu-ning's face had turned serious. She said, "No time to explain, MIG. Can I borrow your bike for a sec?" MIG immediately tossed the keys to Ji Yu-ning. "Here, take them." Ji Yu-ning dashed out of the classroom saying, "Thanks, MIG. Saving someone is more important. I'll explain when I get back." Seeing this, Mig couldn't help but shout after her, "Be careful." The teacher was freaking out, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" At the construction site, the workers were hard at work. Ji Yuning quickly arrived at the scene. Everyone was just doing their thing. She frowned, thinking, "Nothing's happening, so what did I just see?" Suddenly, a worker tripped on a rope and fell from high above, screaming, "Aya!" Ji Yuning immediately ran over, realizing at that moment that it was a prediction of the future. The spiritual energy from last night actually unlocked her ability to predict the future. Just as she arrived, the man crashed to the ground, covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Ji Yuning knelt down to check his condition, shouting, "Hang in there." She could sense that all of his bones were broken, his skull was fractured, internal bleeding everywhere, he only had a breath left. The other workers gathered around, gossiping. "Aqiang, it's Aqiang who fell. Who's that girl? Who let her in here? What's she doing? No hard hat. How did she even get in?" Ji Yuning didn't care, yelling, "What are you standing around for? Call 911. He's not going to make it." The workers, hearing this, quickly did as she said, grabbing a phone and calling, "Hello, 911. Some others were still whispering, "Falling from that high, he's a goner, can't save him." But Ji Yuning was still trying to channel spiritual energy into him, thinking, "I'll use my spiritual energy to protect his breath, he can't die. If Shanghua Real Estate has a fatal accident now, it won't just be a huge loss of reputation. Hongyun won't let go of this opportunity." The other workers were still crowding around, looking at Ji Yuning, whispering amongst themselves, "What is she even doing? Is she a doctor? If not, get her out of here." The construction worker who fell didn't just not die, but he even opened his eyes and looked at everyone. The others were overjoyed and started yelling, "He's awake! He's awake! It's a miracle!" He fell from the 6th floor and didn't die. Ji Yuning breathed a sigh of relief, secretly using her spiritual power to heal his damaged internal organs and other fatal wounds, leaving the broken bones to the doctors, otherwise she'd be exposed. Aqiang was just as surprised, blurting out, I'm not dead. How is that possible? I actually didn't die." Ji Yuning looked at him, thinking, "Is this how normal people react after surviving an accident? He's so weird." Then she pulled out her phone from her pocket and reported the situation to Uncle Ann. "Uncle Ann, someone fell at the construction site. Hurry to the central hospital and bring a set of listening devices while you're at it." Uncle Ann immediately replied, "I'm on my way." Not long after, an ambulance arrived at the construction site. They quickly put Aqiang into the ambulance. Just as they were about to close the doors, Ji Yuning stopped them. She flung the doors open and announced, "I'm the daughter of the construction site boss. My dad told me to go to the hospital with the ambulance." The doctor didn't refuse, replying, Oh, okay. At the central hospital, Ji Yuning was talking to the nurse. "Sorry to trouble you. Please arrange a VIP room for the patient who fell from the building in the ambulance." The nurse immediately replied, "Sure thing." Just then, Uncle Ann arrived. Calling out to Ji Yuning, he handed her a bag and said, "I've arranged for someone to pay the hospital bills. This is for you." Ji Yuning replied seriously, "Okay, Uncle. Please calm the workers. The situation at the construction site is urgent." Uncle Ann immediately agreed. In the VIP room of the construction worker who fell, Ji Yuning slowly walked in, placing down 2 speakers and calculating. These speakers look the same as the ones in the hospital, but they have listening devices inside. Then she channeled her spiritual energy into the 2 speakers, determined to think, "My spiritual energy will amplify the eavesdropping effect. I must find out what the Yumao group is really up to." Early the next morning, the listening speaker worked its magic. With her own eyes, Ji Yuning saw him talking to someone. "I'm not dead. What should I do now?" he asked the person on the other end. She secretly assessed, "He's pretty smart, hiding in the bathroom to avoid the cameras." As soon as 19,678 was typed, Ji Yuning immediately found it. Then she realized that this phone number was connected to the Wu family company, and on that list was Hongyun Real Estate Company. Ji Yuning smiled secretly, her face darkening as she said, "Hongyun Real Estate Company, your hands are really long." "Very good." Then she took out her phone and called Uncle Ann, discussing with him, "Uncle Ann, start construction at the site tomorrow. Don't worry if people make a fuss. Just grab the person causing the most trouble, suppress the news, we'll handle it." Uncle Ann was a little scared, replying, This will be a big deal in City E." But Ji Yuning calmly reassured him, "It's okay, that's exactly what they want. Yumao's fall wasn't as simple as it seems. The snake will come out of its hole soon." Early the next morning, at Shanghua Real Estate Company, many people had gathered, gossiping, including reporters who came to report the news. Right then, Anyi's dad and his assistant came out. The assistant said, "President An, we're stuck with the construction site situation. What do we do?" In one night, the story about Yumao falling off the building exploded with a million theories. Some people even leaked confidential info. I suspect it was an inside job. Seeing everyone making such a fuss, Anyi's dad yelled, "What's all the noise about?" The construction workers saw Anyi's dad and started saying, "I heard the feng shui here isn't good. They even said this place used to be a graveyard." Hearing their nonsense, Yan's dad got angry and shouted, "You believe anything you read online? Do you even have brains?" But they still didn't believe him. "So you think what's online is true?" they said. "We don't want to believe it, but the facts are right in front of us. They say this land has bad feng shui, and no one wants to buy houses here anymore." The construction workers chimed in together. "That's right, if no one buys houses, where will you get the money to pay our wages? This place is going to be abandoned soon." Then Mr. An remembered his phone call with Ji Yuning last night. He asked, should we fire the construction team who is making a scene, or give them a raise to keep them? Ji Yuning answered, Shenghua's wages are the highest in City E. If they're making a fuss, someone must be stirring things up. Find that person first. Back to the present. President An glanced around at all the construction workers and spotted a suspicious guy smirking smugly. Then the assistant gave him a file. He said loudly, all right, let's terminate the contracts then. But listen up. Anyone who terminates their contract now will never be hired by Shenghua again. But if you agree to stay, you'll get a consolation bonus right now. Hearing him say that, everyone was swayed and immediately changed their minds. A consolation bonus? Seriously, I didn't even say I wanted to leave. Seeing everyone change their minds, the suspicious guy kept looking around. Yan's dad had already noticed all his unusual behavior. He was sure this guy was a spy. The spy tried hard to stir things up. Are you guys staying for just a little money? Aren't you afraid you won't live long enough to spend it? Mister! An whispered to his assistant. Get that guy out of here, but be careful. The assistant agreed. Got it, I'll go right now. While everyone was distracted, the spy secretly took pictures with his phone and sent them to someone, saying, this can be used as internal evidence that Shenghua is in chaos. Anyway, those reporters can't get in, so they won't know the truth. As he was texting, two guys in suits suddenly came up and gagged him. The spy was caught off guard and got taken away. A moment later, the assistant came running over, out of breath, with a stack of documents. President An. We've found out who that guy is. He's from City G. He came here to work half a month ago. His brother works at Hongyun Real Estate. President An asked, what's his position? The assistant replied, he's the driver for General Manager Ren Kang. Switching to Ji Yuning's side, she received the information. Ren Kang, the one with the kinda handsome green hair, is the general manager of Hongyun Real Estate. Ji Yuning said, I checked the owner of the phone number Wang Mao called. It just so happens that the phone number's owner is also named Ren Kang. Yi An's dad worried. What should we do now? What should we do? Should we call the police? But she said not to rush. Reporting it now would just be a normal business dispute. We'll wait until it's a big enough deal that the whole country knows about it, and that will be the evidence that ties Hongyun Real Estate to this. Hearing her brilliant answer, Yi An's dad happily gave her a thumbs up. As expected of you, Miss Ji Yu, you're so far-sighted. Mister, An was on the phone when the assistant ran over in a panic, yelling, President An, it's bad. Hurry and look at the front page of the city newspaper. This City E paper wrote an article. Shenghua Real Estate detains workers, acts forcefully, and refuses interviews. Who will claim their rights? The assistant was so worried that sweat was pouring down his face. This article was published 10 minutes ago and has already been shared 200,000 times. Contrary to the assistant's anxiety, Yi An's dad was unusually calm and reassured him, don't worry, it's okay. At this moment, dozens of police cars pulled up, and everyone shouted in surprise, the police are here, the police are here, she reassured Mr. An over the phone, don't panic, just cooperate with the police and make a big deal out of this. While she was sipping a cup of tea and watching Mr. An's situation, Xiao Pai Han called, and she happily answered the phone. Hello. As soon as she answered, Xiao Pai Han anxiously rattled off. Are you okay? Is the Shenghua thing stressing you out? Ah Yi is so worried about his dad that he hasn't eaten all day. Are you all right? Seeing her friend panicking so much, she teased with a laugh. Can you say that one sentence at a time? I'm fine. I'm very healthy. Let's go out for dinner this afternoon. Xiao Pai Han was even more worried. You're still in the mood to eat? We're so worried. In contrast to Xiao Pai Han's panic, Gi Yuning calmly smiled brightly and reaffirmed to Xiao Pai Han, I'm really okay. It's your birthday today. Have you forgotten? Super quick. It was already sunset. Everyone was there at the cafe. The whole gang's together. Tang Pai Han, all worried about his buddy, tried to reassure him. Hey, chill. I heard from my source in the police station that your uncle's gonna be all right. Ji Yuning also chimed in, trying to calm Ying'an down. Relax, nothing's gonna happen. Ying'an seemed a bit better now. All right. She pulled out this super cute jade rabbit and showed it to Tang Pai Han. Happy birthday gift. Tang Pai Han was like, totally surprised by how adorable and sparkly the jade rabbit was. Wow, this is gorgeous. The two friends next to them were green with envy. I want one too. Where's my zodiac pendant? No favoritism here. And then the whole group started clamoring, me too, me too. Just when things were getting fun, suddenly there was this loud argument coming from behind them. It was Tang Anya. Tang Anya was totally laying into some dude. You're such a jerk. Do you think Tang Anya is just trash to you? You think you can just dump me like that? The whole crew was turning around to watch the drama. Ooh, time for some juicy gossip. The guy shot back at Tang Anya, watch your mouth. Who's the jerk here? You're just not good enough to keep a man. And then this green tea BTCH chimes in, exactly. What else do you have besides being a smarty pants and pretty? You're broke as hell trying to be a phoenix, huh? That green tea's words hit home for Ji Yuning, reminding her of her past life, and she chuckled. This is way too familiar. In my past life, I lost my life at the bottom of the sea because of betrayal. A scumbag and his mistress truly annoy people everywhere. Then she angrily squeezed her coffee cup. Seeing that Tang Anya wasn't saying anything, the green tea started taunting her even more. Being by Ying Yushen's side is an honor for you, but he's already over you. I'm the one he's with now. Tang Anya had had enough. She blew up and yelled back. Being with Tang Anya is his blessing. You think you can mess with my feelings and get away with it that easily? Dream on. And then she slapped the scumbag Yu Shen right across the face, making him yell out in pain. Ah! Seeing her boyfriend get slapped, the green tea just lost it. How dare you hit Ying Yu Shen? And she tried to slap Tang Anya back, but Tang Anya caught her hand and squeezed it tight. I'm not just gonna hit him, I'm gonna hit you too, you shameless hussy. Yun Shen grabbed her hands and cursed. Damn it, Ji Yu Ning realized something was wrong and quickly warned her to be careful, but it was too late. He pushed Tang Anya into the street, right as a car was driving by. Beep, beep. A car was speeding towards her. The girl thought she was about to get hit, and she closed her eyes in resignation, but luckily, a hand grabbed hers and yanked her out of danger in a flash. It was none other than Ji Yu Ning. They were all stunned by Ji Yu Ning's actions, and she was glaring at them with eyes like knives. The green tea screeched, "Who are you, butt out?" Gao Yushen snapped, "Green tea, let's go!" But before they could leave, Ji Yu Ning stopped them, telling him to apologize to Tang Anya. Yushen turned around with a nasty look on his face. "Who the hell do you think you are?" As soon as he said that, Ji Yu Ning grabbed his wrist and squeezed it tight. His face turned dark, and he screamed in pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize to Tang Anya. Seeing her boyfriend getting beat up, the green tea ran over to try and rescue him. What are you doing, you SLT? Let Yu Shen go now. Suddenly someone slammed their hand on her shoulder, making her kneel down. It was Tang Pai Han and Ji Yu Ning's other friends, and they were all giving her the death glare. Tell her to behave. Let Tang I Ning warn Gao Yu Chen. This isn't over today, you deal with the consequences yourself. Then she let them off the hook. Get lost, you're forgiven. The two lovebirds immediately took off, without looking back. With everything resolved, Ji Yu Ning kindly asked Tang I Ning. All settled. Are you hurt? She replied. I'm okay, thanks everyone. Suo Pai Han comforted Tang I Ning. Don't waste your time on people like that, just call the cops if they bother you. But Anya thought, those jerks aren't worth my energy. Then she suggested, let me treat you all, sorry, for gathering everyone. Let me take you out for dinner. Ji Yu Ning refused without hesitation, but Anya wouldn't take no for an answer. Grabbing Ji Yu Ning's hand, she said, you saved me today. Please don't refuse my gratitude. She hesitated for a moment. Okay, sure. Seeing her agree, everyone was happy, raising their hands in approval. Yay, she agreed. Boss has agreed. Then we have no objections. Let's go, eat. All you think about is food. At this time, Tang I Ning introduced herself. My name is Tang I Ning. Nice to meet you. Ji Yu Ning also introduced her name. My name is Ji Yu Ning. Observing Tang I Ning's expression, Ji Yu Ning guessed that this girl was no ordinary person. This girl's expressions aren't simple. Her style is unlike that of a normal girl. They were happily raising their glasses and clinking them together, then bringing them to their mouths at the same time to drink, and soon the glasses were empty. Anya happily smiled and said, it's been a long time since I've been this carefree. At home my parents nag, outside my ex-boyfriend is a pain, but if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met you all. Ji Yu Ning was still secretly assessing. There is a Su family in F City. I wonder if she has any connection to them. Then she asked Tang I Ning, what do your parents do? Are they usually strict with you? Xiao Fei also chimed in curiously. That's right, do your parents know about this? Anya just waved it off and replied, they just do some small business on the side. But they are very strict with me. I dare not tell them. Just then, the chef brought out a plate of vibrant lobsters and said, here it comes. Freshly made Australian lobster. Anya clapped her hands and happily continued. Alright, let's not talk about annoying things, let's enjoy the food. With that, she turned to Xiao Fei and changed the subject. Here, take one, this big one. Seeing this, Ji Yu Ning didn't ask any further but thought, okay, she is quite smart, she wraps things up with just a few words. After the meal, everyone went home together. Xiao Fei, sitting in the car, turned to Anya and said, we are all from school number 3, Anya, you're not, right? I've never seen you around. Anya replied, I study at school number 1, let's hang out together sometime. Ji Yu Ning happily agreed as well. Just then, they arrived at Xiao Fei's house. She said to the driver, please stop here, we're here. Anya also spoke up. Coincidentally, I'm here too, causing both Ji Yu Ning and Xiao Fei to exclaim in surprise, you live in Fenghua Haoting? Ji Yu Ning thought to herself, this is a high-end residential area. Xiao Ting also lives in Fenghua Haoting. Seeing that she had slipped up, Anya justified, yes, my dad has connections to rent a house here. Then she got out of the car to say goodbye to everyone and said, my building has security, I'll go first. See you later. Xiao Fei wondered to herself, why do I feel like she's not ordinary? Ji Yu Ning then tapped Xiao Fei on the head and said, you finally noticed. Xiao Fei looked at Ji Yu Ning blankly and asked, you noticed it a long time ago. What's her background? Ji Yu Ning also replied seriously, her style is noble, but if she doesn't want to talk about it, we shouldn't ask. Xiao Fei agreed. Yeah. Suddenly the phone in Ji Yu Ning's pocket rang. She reached into her bag, pulled out her phone, and answered it. An Zong was on the other end, saying, the cops here didn't have any evidence, so they just asked me a few questions and let me go, but the nightclub thing got reported, and it looks like the governor's sending someone to investigate. Ji Yu Ning sounded pretty pleased, replying, time to cast the net, I want to hold a press conference tomorrow, so get ready. Also, call Mayor Yan, tell him Hongyun Real Estate is involved in malicious competition, and to get ready to arrest people tomorrow. Anzong immediately responded, got it. The next morning, at Ji Yuning's press conference, Anzong pointed at the unfamiliar faces and introduced, these are all people who came down from the province, saying they wanted to listen and gather evidence. Ji Yuning happily said, give them good seats so they can watch. Anzong cautiously asked, what about Wang Mao? But Ji Yuning just winked at him and replied, don't worry, I've sent someone to pick him up. How could such an important person miss the show? In the car carrying Wang Mao, he fearfully asked, Are we going to the hotel to see Ren Zong? Chu Xuanfeng, hiding his face, immediately replied, of course Ren Zong is going to EP City specially for you. Wang Mao continued to stammer, but I'm not dead yet. What does he want to see me for? Then he jumped up in fear and shouted, he doesn't want to kill me to silence me, does he? Chu Xuanfeng immediately pushed him back into his seat and snapped, sit still. Do you think Ren Zong would need to personally make a trip for a small fry like you? Then he abruptly swerved the steering wheel, the car spinning towards the press conference. They soon arrived, and Wang Mao looked blankly and asked, this is... But Chu Xuanfeng grabbed him out of the car. Seeing that, he fearfully said, weren't we going to the hotel? Why are there so many people here? Chu Xuanfeng impatiently replied, of course I'm bringing you to see someone very important, making Wang Mao curiously ask, who? Just then, Ji Yuning stepped forward to greet him. You should thank me. Be careful now, I'm your lifesaver. As soon as he saw her, Wang Mao turned pale with fear. At the hotel where Anzong was about to reveal everything, everyone was scrambling for a good spot to listen. Two men were talking to each other, one repeating what he had heard. I heard that Anzong from Shenghua Real Estate brought some witnesses. The man in the hat asked, is the information accurate? Both of them decided, quick, grab a good spot. Today's news is definitely going to be a big scoop. At the announcement venue, with the clicking of cameras and flashing lights, Anzong and several others, including Wang Mao, sat on the podium, preparing to reveal everything. Ji Yuning was sitting in the audience observing everything, wearing a wireless earpiece for calls and support. Anzong was hosting the announcement. Ji Yuning said, let's begin. Anzong began the announcement. The purpose of today's press conference is simply to clarify all the false rumors about Shenghua Real Estate in recent days. Without further ado, let's show you the evidence. He grabbed the remote and turned on the projector screen. The screen showed a recording of Ren Kang and Wang Mao sitting and discussing something. Anzong said, pointing at the screen, Wang Mao made a phone call to Ren Kang on the day he was hospitalized. After numerous attempts to gather evidence, we finally found footage of Wang Mao and Ren Kang meeting privately before the incident. Wang Mao and the person next to him looked very worried, both of them lowering their heads and looking away. A reporter in the audience stood up, holding a mic, and asked, but Wang Mao meeting with general manager Ren Kang of Hongyun doesn't necessarily mean they were trying to harm Shenghua, who would trade their life for money. Wang Mao cleared his throat and brought the microphone to his mouth to answer. In the flashing lights of the cameras, Wang Mao, looking haggard and bandaged, seriously answered the reporter's question, I have cancer. That day, Ren Kang took the initiative to approach me. He said that if I died, he would have people spread rumors that it was due to the negligence of Shenghua Real Estate. He even bought insurance for me, with my wife as the beneficiary, so no one would suspect the money. The audience below all gasped in unison. The journalists and reporters actively recorded this information. Wang Mao became more enthusiastic as he spoke, continuing to speak into the mic and pointing at the two people next to him who were bowing their heads, accusing them of being responsible for making a scene, and that they were the ones who blew things up when Anzong was arrested by the police. Ji Yuning, sitting in the audience, seeing that things had reached this point, took out her phone and texted, Mayor Yan, sorry to trouble you. He received the message and replied, okay, serving the people. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and Mayor Yan, along with the police, stormed into the office. The cop yells, freeze, don't move, and another one goes up and grabs Ren Kang. Meanwhile, Fang Changsheng's all shocked, like, Mayor Yan. While Ren Kang's still trying to figure out what's going on, Fang Changsheng's scheming his escape, thinking, wow, they got here fast, Ren Kang, don't blame me, and he jumps to hide behind a cop. Pointing at Ren Kang, the cop shouts, help me. Ren Kang tried to frame Shenghua Real Estate, I found out, and he tried to kill me. Ren Kang, caught off guard again, replies, I didn't, but Fang Changsheng keeps hiding behind the cop, yelling, I don't even know him, and he's using such crazy, vicious tactics. If I knew this would happen, I never would have let him work at Hongyun. Ren Kang's fuming, he's about to snap back, when Fang Changsheng suddenly pulls out a pink teddy bear keychain. Ren Kang recognizes it instantly. It's his daughter's. Seeing the keychain dangling in front of him, Ren Kang knows what Fang Changsheng's planning. Ren Kang's thinking, you son of a... Feeling the scene's getting too chaotic, the guy next to Mayor Yan speaks up. Enough talk, take them all down to the station and question them thoroughly. Fang Changsheng, all mature-like, pats his chest and promises the mayor, Mayor, don't worry, I'll gather all the documents Ren Kang's handled, I'll cooperate fully with the investigation, and won't cover for Ren Kang. Ren Kang gets dragged away, absolutely pissed. Fang Changsheng gets taken away too, but he's got this super sneaky grin on his face. After the announcement, everyone's leaving, and the provincial inspectors have a few words for CEOAN and Ji Yuning. Thank you for Shenghua's cooperation this time. But, according to information from City G, Fang Changsheng isn't involved. It's all Ren Kang's doing. Ji Yuning thinks to herself, that old fox really covered his tracks. The inspectors get in their car and leave. Ji Yuning checks Mayor Yan's message. At the scene, Ren Keng tried to point out Feng Chengsheng, but for some reason he took all the blame. CEO Ain sees the message too and asks Ji Yuning worriedly, "So, what do we do now?" Feng Chengsheng's cleared his name, and catching Ren Keng's useless, Ji Yuning says sternly, "If we don't completely take down Feng Chengsheng this time, he'll come back even harder," CEO Ain adds. But we didn't find any evidence on Feng Chengsheng's computer. Ji Yuning walks confidently, assuring CEO Ain, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it. I'm betting the people investigating him and Ren Keng definitely have some evidence saved." Ji Yuning starts flipping through her contacts and stops, staring at a contact labeled Old Bro. As Ji Yuning knows, Bro is a world-class hacker. In her past life, she got a lot of secret business info with his help. But, with her current identity, he wouldn't recognize her and wouldn't help. Ji Yuning suddenly gets an idea. "I've got it." She dials the number and calls the person. She starts, "Yo, Old Bro." Later that night, Ji Yuning's on her laptop in bed when her phone rings. The caller ID shows An Guanghui. CEO Ain. Ji Yuning answers. CEO Ain asks her, "After the press conference, City E's been a bit of a mess. A lot of companies are getting attacked. Did you arrange this, Miss Ji Yuning calmly replies, "CEO, I didn't do anything. Companies get attacked all the time, right?" CEO Ain continues, "Miss Ji, I checked, and they're all Cao family businesses." That name rings a bell for Ji Yuning, and she replies, "The Cao family? Does he have a guy named Cao Yu Chen? This isn't related to me, maybe the Su family arranged it." An image of Su Anya pops into her head. Ji Yuning marvels. So Su Anya really is the Su family's heiress. On the other end, CEO An's surprised, exclaiming, "Miss Ji, you're like a fortune teller. The Su family really does have a young master named Cao Yu Chen. I thought you contacted the Su family for help." Ji Yuning's on the phone while typing away on her laptop. She tells CEO An, "It's probably some feud between the two families. It's got nothing to do with us. I'm contacting someone to recover the data on Feng Chengsheng's computer." Ji Yuning's eyes widen slightly in surprise. On the laptop screen, a window pops up with a message that reads, "If you can cure my legs, any condition is fine." Still on the phone, Ji Yuning sees the message, happily clenches her fist, and exclaims, "All right." At the Southern City Food Festival, Tang I-ning cheerfully announced to everyone, "Come on everyone, have a seat. I'm in a great mood today, so eat and drink to your heart's content. It's on me." Pai Han and Ji Yuning exchanged amused glances. Pai Han winked, saying, "Because you got revenge on that cheating dad and BTCH daughter duo, right?" Tang I-ning awkwardly chuckled. Seems like you all know already." Ji Yuning chimed in, "It's not hard to guess that your background isn't ordinary. Recently, the Tang family, ranked number 2 in City E, has been going after the Gao and Wu families. The last names kinda give it away, you know?" Everyone went, "Ooh, ooh, so she's actually a Tang family heiress." Tang I-ning sheepishly replied, "Yeah, my dad is the heir to the Tang family. That jerk Gao Yu Chen always thought I was just a regular girl. He's the young master of the Gao family, the big boss of the food service industry, and that homewrecker's dad is the general manager of Dongheng Real Estate." Muke suddenly said, "Dongheng Real Estate? They almost maliciously acquired Shenghua before." Luckily, Ji Yuning stepped in. Guess karma finally caught up with them. As everyone was chatting, they heard a girl's voice. "Don't go, baby. Come back." Turning around, they saw Gao Yu Chen being pulled back by his girlfriend, who was yelling, "What are you looking for her for?" He rushed over and hugged Tang I-ning, crying and pleading, "Ning, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I was just being a temporary idiot when I broke up with you. Let's start over, okay?" Ji Yuning stepped forward, looking fierce. "You jerk, get lost." Gao Yu Chen's girlfriend angrily pointed at Ji Yuning's face and shouted, "It's all your fault. My dad got demoted. Even Yun Chen's family's biggest raw material supplier stopped cooperating because of this BTCH." Gao Yu Chen raised his hand and slapped her, telling her, "Shut up. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have broken up with I-ning." She let out a cry. "Ah!" Muki immediately spoke up sarcastically. "Now that you know Tang I-ning isn't ordinary, you're coming back? Do you really think you're worthy?" Gao Yu Chen glared at Muki K. "Who the hell are you? Whether I'm worthy or not, only I-ning gets to decide. Besides, aren't you guys only hanging out with her because of her background?" Tang I-ning finally spoke up. "I really don't know what I saw in you back then, ugh. My eyes must have been blind." Gao Yu Chen continued to beg, I-ning, please don't leave me." Just then, 2 men in black suits came over and grabbed Gao Yu Chen and his girlfriend. He yelled, "What are you doing?" Gao Yu Chen's girlfriend struggled and shouted, "Let me go, you bastards." Tang I-ning thought, "I'm usually so annoyed by the bodyguards my dad sends to protect me, but I guess they're useful today." Gao Yu Chen kept shouting, "You're restricting people's freedom. I'm going to sue you." Tang I-ning sat down and casually replied, "HMPH, go talk to my lawyer about it." He Ziran exclaimed to everyone, "You're awesome." Pai Han nodded enthusiastically. Ji Yuning added, "That's how you should deal with that kind of person." Tang I-ning laughed and continued, "Those two ruined my mood today. How about we go to Happy World? Tomorrow, I heard there's a parade of cartoon characters." Everyone raised their hands in agreement. "Okay, it's settled then. Okay, I'll go buy the tickets." Ji Yuning said to Tang A-ning, I have to go to City D tomorrow, so I won't be able to make it. You guys have fun. I have an appointment to heal Elder Gaon's leg. Oh, she said to Ji Yuning. Then you definitely have to make time for me next time. Ji Yuning hummed in agreement. At the airport, Ji Yuning got off the plane and talked on the phone with Lang Xiaoting. Did you complete your mission? Lang Ting replied, Yup, I'm back. Are you home? I'll come find you now. She quickly replied. Oh really? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Lang Ting replied, Wanted to surprise you. Her younger brother sitting next to him chimed in. As expected, being in love is a whole different story. Lang Xiaoting scolded, Shut up, you. Drive your car. But I'm in City D for work. I just got off the plane. Ji Yuning replied. Lang Xiaoting asked, Is it convenient for me to come find you? If it's not, I'll wait for you at home. Her younger brother's face turned pale, thinking, Is Lang Xiaoting possessed? Ji Yuning got into a taxi and replied, I'll try to get back by tomorrow afternoon. Be good. On the bridge, Ji Yuning looked outside and saw something. Yeah, she saw a car accident, but when she turned her head to look again, there was nothing there. She thought, could it be a premonition? Just then, whoosh! A sound, a car appeared. It was that red truck. Ji Yuning thought in her heart, why can I suddenly predict this? Could the people in the car be related to me? The red car suddenly accelerated. Ji Yuning immediately stuck her head out of the window and shouted, Driver, hurry! Chase after that car! The taxi zoomed up next to the red car. The taxi driver yelled, What kind of driving is that? He's doing it on purpose. Ji Yuning glanced at the driver, thinking even he could tell it was intentional. Could it be a murder attempt? BM. The scene that followed made Ji Yuning's eyes widen in shock. She shouted, Stop the car! The taxi driver slammed on the brakes. The screech of the taxi's tires on the road mingled with the massive crash of the red car slamming into the black car ahead. BOM. In one fell swoop, the black car went flying off the bridge. Ji Yuning rushed over, reaching out and grabbing the car. She used her spiritual power to keep the car suspended in mid-air. At this point, everyone gathered around, yelling, A car's falling! Call the police! Save them! Ji Yuning realized her spiritual energy was draining fast. She couldn't hold on much longer. Someone shouted, Ropes! People started bustling around. This girl's strength is insane. She's a monster. She's actually holding up a whole car. Wee-oo, wee-oo. The rescue team finally arrived and secured the car with ropes. Pulling it up, a young guy said to the man with glasses, Mayor Jiang, the one who fell. Is it? The man replied, I know without you having to say it. Hurry and save them. Ji Yuning then realized he was Mayor Jiang. To make the mayor come in person, the person in that car must be someone important. But I don't know him. Why could I foresee this accident? Ji Yuning thought to herself. Inside the car, a guy with green hair was unconscious. 2 or 3 people slowly pulled the car up. Once the car was pulled up, Ji Yuning collapsed to the ground. As the car was pulled all the way up, she fainted completely. People shouted, Quick! Save this brave hero! A beautiful sunny morning at the hospital, there was a knock-knock. You're awake? It was Mayor Jiang. Mayor Jiang approached the bed, handing Ji Yuning a brown bag, saying, Student Ji Yuning, your brave actions are truly commendable. This is a comfort gift the mayor specifically prepared for you, totaling yuan. She pushed the bag away, saying, No need, I didn't save him for this, Mayor Jiang. There's no need to publicize this. I don't like trouble. She suddenly noticed that the mayor's button was a button camera. They were being so careful, it seemed her identity had already been thoroughly investigated. Mayor Jiang continued. Even though it's not much, we will publicize your deeds throughout the province and award you the title of Outstanding Youth. On the other side, a man quietly watched through the monitor. Ji Yuning responded, I really don't need any of that. I prefer simplicity. I hope you don't publicize this. The man in the crashed car grunted. This is the first time I've met a kid who doesn't care about fame or fortune. Mayor Jiang opened the door and entered, saying, Governor Zhao, she doesn't want money. Is she going to ask for something more? Should we investigate more thoroughly? Governor Zhao replied, She's just a kid, no need to worry too much, I'll remember her kindness. In the hospital lobby, a tall, handsome guy pushed a wheelchair for a white-haired dude. Ji Yuning's phone was answered by the doctor, who said she was arranged here. The white-haired guy grumbled. Why'd something unexpected have to happen at this moment? There's no way she'd have the guts to make this up. The nurse at the counter stood up and asked, Are you a friend of M's, Ji Yu, who just called? The standing guy replied, Yeah, that's me. The nurse cheerfully handed him the phone. Then could you please take this for M's, Ji Yu? Her bravery saved a big shot. Brother Jing took it blankly. Oh. The door opened, and 2 people entered Ji Yuning's hospital room. Calling out Ji Yuning, the white-haired guy took off his hat and said, Turns out you really did a good deed. Ji Yuning asked in surprise, How? Why are you here? The guy in the wheelchair chuckled, holding his hat, and asked, How did you know I'm Gi? I don't think we've met before. Ji Yuning awkwardly replied, I'm not familiar with City D, and who else in a wheelchair would come to visit me other than you, Ji? Yeah, that's true, Ge responded coolly. She smiled inwardly, thinking, He only knows my past life's identity, Tang I Ning. We aren't acquainted in this life. Almost blew my cover. James patted his knees, saying, So, how are you planning to treat this? Ji Yuning reached behind his knees, fumbled for something, picked up a box of medicine and replied, Eat this, and I'll give you a massage treatment too. Jean held the box of medicine, his face scrunched up, pointing at it. My legs have been examined all over the world and nothing worked. You're sure this tiny pill can do the trick? Ji Yuning leaned down and held his leg, replying, trying is believing. Ji was startled. Hey, hey, hey! She held up his leg, used her power, and said, the treatment is divided into 3 sessions. Today, I'll restore vitality to your muscles. Gen was dubious. Instantly, he felt much more comfortable. She patted him once and said, done. Gi didn't understand. Ji Yuning was secretly pleased. If I healed him completely in one go, it would raise suspicion. Better to drag it out for a while longer. Gare tested his legs, a happy expression on his face, saying, wow, I can feel something already even before you told me. You really have talent, so tell me, who do you want me to investigate? Ji Yuning tidied up, turned her head and said, it's not convenient to talk here. Help me with the discharge procedures and find a hotel. I'll send you the documents. Ji immediately replied, got it. After finishing the procedures, Ji Yuning and Gi came out to the hospital gate. Mayor Jiang grabbed her from behind. Student Ji Yuning, please wait a moment. Holding a name card, he continued to say to her, although you don't seek fame or fortune, your courageous act still needs to be commended. This is my name card, take it. As long as it's nothing illegal, I can help you once. Ji Yuning took the card, contemplating in her heart. Although I didn't save him for a reward, I might need this favor someday. Ji Yuning waved goodbye. Then I'll accept. Please thank that person for me. Mayor Jiang was surprised. How did she know what Governor Xiao meant? Such a clever and smart girl. Arriving at the Yuan Lin Hotel, the scenery was beautiful. With streams flowing gently, Ji Yuning held her phone, filming all around, saying, this hotel is so beautiful, you really know how to pick a place. Ji Yuning took a selfie with the scenery behind her. The friend, pushing Gia's wheelchair, replied, after his legs were injured, he didn't like the noisy atmosphere of the city, so I often come with him to these places to recuperate. The people who come to these places are all rich, so Ji, please rest assured. Ji said to Ji Yuning, that's right. Due to the weather, all flights to City E have been cancelled. Do you absolutely have to go back? Ji Yuning replied disappointedly. Well then, there's no rush to go tomorrow. She sent the picture she just took to Tang Bing. The airline cancelled the flight. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Wait for me obediently. At the front desk, the staff handed her the room card. Here's your room card. She politely replied, thank you. An employee next to her was on the phone, talking. Okay, the helicopter pad has been activated. I'll send someone to pick you up. Outside the gate, a helicopter was buzzing. The staff all ran out. Ji Yuning didn't care and went to the fish pond. She leisurely scattered food for the fish. Suddenly, her phone received a text. What are you doing? Ji Yuning took a picture of the fish and sent it to Leng Xiaoting, replying, feeding the fish. Someone walked over from the other side. The phone received a text. Leng Xiaoting looked up at Ji Yuning, read it, and looked up at the opposite side. Leng Xiaoting gently looked at her, smiling softly. The two strolled together, holding hands romantically. Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting, all the planes are grounded, how did you get here? He smiled gently. She remembered the staff at the reception desk saying, okay, the helipad's ready, I'll send someone to pick you up. Ji Yuning suddenly felt something was off. Hold on, is he really going that far? But I'm coming back tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting, with a serious expression, held her hands and said, why wouldn't it be that serious? What if I get another mission and can't see you? Every second, every minute by your side is incredibly important right now. Ji Yuning ruffled his hair, happily replying, yeah. My bad, I didn't consider how much you'd miss me, alright? Leng Xiaoting said contentedly. That's more like it. I hope you, student Ji learn a lot from me. Ji Yuning retorted angrily. How do you know I don't miss you? My flight was grounded. What could I do? That's why you came, right? Now why are you acting so shameless? As they were talking, they both spotted Old Fu. Old Fu spotted Ji Yuning too, and said, Old Fu, Old Yan. Old Fu said in surprise. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, student Ji why are you here? She heard that and replied, just here in Din City for some business. Old Fu and Old Yan showing up at the same time. Could it be some rare treasure has popped up around here? Both heard that and burst out laughing. The mayor next to them said, so you guys know each other, huh? This student Ji is the little hero I just mentioned who saved Governor Zhao. The other three were shocked. What? So the person from the news who stopped Governor Zhao's runaway car was you? No wonder you looked so familiar, Leng Xiaoting silently wondered, stopping a car to save someone. Ji Yuning politely crossed her arms. Mayor Jiang, you're too kind. I just lent a helping hand, Mayor Jiang retorted. What do you mean, just lent a hand? If you hadn't stopped Governor Zhao's car, it would have plunged into the ravine. That was a huge deal. Ji Yuning skillfully changed the subject. You folks are here for dinner, so I won't bother you anymore. Old Fu extended his hand towards Leng Xiaoting and said, why don't we all eat together, and who might this gentleman be? Ji Yuning hugged his arm tightly and replied, this is my boyfriend. We've already ordered, and it's getting late, so we won't bother you further. Please enjoy your meal. We'll catch up some other time. Mayor Jiang muttered to himself. She knows so many big shots. Looks like her saving Governor Xiao really didn't have any ulterior motives after all. The two left. Leng Xiaoting stayed silent the entire way. Ji Yuning wondered to herself, is he mad? Suddenly, he asked her, were you hurt when you saved them? Ji Yuning awkwardly replied, no, I just got too tired and passed out. It was a small thing, so I didn't tell you. Leng Xiaoting placed his ID card on the counter and said to the receptionist. From a room, a staff member's weak voice replied, "My sincerest apologies, sir. The manager just arranged the presidential suite for you, but there's been a temporary issue. It's peak tourist season right now, and even the standard rooms are fully booked." Ji Yuning took his ID card and said, "No need to book, we'll just share a room." Leng Xiaoting was stunned inwardly. Share a room? The two went up to the room together. The moment they stepped inside, Leng Xiaoting immediately pinned Ji Yuning against the wall. "Don't think this means I'll forgive you. I just saw the news. That was such a dangerous situation. Why did you interfere?" What if Ji Yuning wrapped her arms around his waist and cooed, "I know my limits. I already sensed that truck had ulterior motives back then. I wouldn't just throw my life away, so please don't be mad anymore, okay?" Leng Xiaoting hugged her tightly. "I just really regret not being by your side then. What if something had happened to you? I'd blame myself for the rest of my life." Ji Yuning patted his back to comfort him. All right. Then she leaned back, her hands clasped together, and said, "Hey, just tie me up, make me stay right by your side forever. I don't mind being your little canary, kept by you for life, with no freedom." Leng Xiaoting's voice was stern. "Are you trying to twist my words? I don't think you've truly grasped your mistake yet. If there's a next time, I really won't let you act alone." Ji Yuning whispered into his ear, "All right, fine." Her arms wrapped around his neck, her voice soft and low. "Then I'll tie you by my side so you can be my canary." The thumping of their hearts echoed clearly between them. Leng Xiaoting stared dazedly at Ji Yuning's alluring face. He leaned in, their faces drawing impossibly close. Leng Xiaoting couldn't resist taking Ji Yuning's delicate lips, hot, ragged breaths escaping them both. Suddenly, he froze. "No way!" Xiaoting clenched his fist, restraining himself, thinking, "If I kiss her, I won't be able to hold back. You sleep on the sofa, you should rest." Xiaoting let go of Ji Yuning, turned to leave, his face flushed as he said. Ji Yuning, her face also red, watched him go, then looked at the sofa, smiling slightly as she said, "The sofa is a bit small." Xiaoting didn't say anything, and continued walking towards the sofa. Ji Yuning was startled to see Xiaoting awkwardly curl up on the sofa. "Whatever, let's sleep together." Seeing him pitifully lying on the sofa, Ji Yuning said to Xiaoting from the bed, "You'll get a stiff neck if you're not sick already." Xiaoting was shocked to hear Ji Yuning's suggestion. "Sleep together." Xiaoting opened his eyes, his face burning up again, thinking to himself, "It's nothing. To him, it's as normal as eating." Xiaoting turned over on the cramped sofa, his face still flushed. He said before that he even slept. Before he could finish, his arm was grabbed by her. Ji Yuning threw him onto the bed, a little embarrassed, but she still stubbornly said, "Why waste words? If you get sick from sleeping like that, wouldn't I have to take care of you?" He sat up, looking at her, flustered and sweating, said, "Isn't that a bit too much? Just sleep, you talk too much." Ji Yuning threw a pillow at his face. Caught off guard, he was knocked down by the pillow, and peeking over it, he secretly glanced at her. "What are you pretending for?" She laid down on his chest, her hand touching Xiaoting's left chest. Ji Yuning smiled faintly and said, "Your heart's already bloomed." Hearing Ji Yuning say that, Leng Xiaoting was so flustered his face was practically smoking. Suddenly, Ji Yuning realized something. He's too pure. He can't even handle this. Ji Yuning covered her mouth and chuckled to herself as she saw that a certain part of Leng Xiaoting had become a little mountain. Leng Xiaoting's face also flushed with embarrassment. Seeing this, Ji Yuning became even more amused, thinking, "So cute." Ji Yuning turned away from Xiaoting's chest, turning her back to him. Xiaoting, his face still red, looked in shock at Ji Yuning's actions, but suddenly she turned back, resting her head on his arm. Ji Yuning, her cheeks slightly flushed, said, "Your heart beats too fast. It's disturbing my sleep. It's because of you that it's beating so fast. Next time I'll try to control it." Xiaoting awkwardly said, She gently replied like a spoiled kitten. Xiaoting's eyes intently watched Ji Yuning. Usually she doesn't seem easy to tease. Looking at Ji Yuning smiling in her sleep next to him, Xiaoting thought to himself, only when she's asleep does she have a bit of childish innocence. Suddenly, the phone rang incessantly, startling Ji Yuning awake. She drowsily sat up, grabbed the phone, and answered it. Xiaoting, lying next to her, was also awake, but he pretended to be sound asleep. "C2, what's up?" Ji Yuning intentionally turned her back to Xiaoting to talk on the phone, but hearing the caller's name, Xiaoting opened his eyes, his face turned green, thinking to himself, why is he calling Ji Yuning in the middle of the night? He's also in City D. Ji Yuning was surprised to hear that C2 had arrived, she said into the phone. "But I have to leave tomorrow." C2 on the phone said, "I've heard about your heroically saving Governor Xiao. Let me treat you to a meal tomorrow. It just so happens I have something to discuss with you," he said. As soon as Ji Yuning heard C2's words, she glanced at Xiaoting pretending to sleep next to her and answered into the phone. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Ji Yuning hung up, then gently put the phone down. "Can you not go?" Suddenly, Xiaoting lunged over and grabbed Ji Yuning's arm, asking her. Startled by his sudden action, she knew immediately that he wasn't asleep. Ji Yuning was still shaken by his action. She looked at him and asked, "Why can't I go?" "Calling you in the middle of the night." Xiaoting dissatisfied, he lay down on the bed, put his hands behind his head and angrily said, "What legitimate business could it be? He definitely has bad intentions towards you." C2 Ning, angrily, in a low voice, said, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's never shown anything. On the contrary, he often wants to work for him." Ji Yuning, helplessly, sweating, said to Xiaoting. Hearing her say that, Xiaoting glanced at her, his face sulky, and said, "You don't understand men's intuition." Jealous much? Ji Yuning suddenly rested her chin on her hand, asking with a sly smile. Xiaoting was taken aback by Ji Yuning's question. "Just understanding you is enough." Ji Yuning smiled enchantingly, her hand lifting Xiaoting's chin, causing him to blush. She said in a seductive voice, "Why would I need to understand other men?" Xiaoting retorted loudly. "He clearly." But, oh snap, Ji Yuning suddenly kissed him, blocking all the words he was about to say. Xiaoting lay still, responding to Ji Yuning's kiss. The kiss lingered, and Xiaoting swallowed softly. He wrapped his arms around Ji Yuning's neck, pulling her down, making the kiss even deeper. While kissing her, Xiaoting clenched the bedsheets with one hand. Restraining himself, he said in his heart, "Crap, can't hold back anymore." The passionate kiss continued. Ji Yuning gripped Xiaoting's shirt, his hand also placed on her thigh, holding her close as he kissed her. Ji Yuning and Xiaoting were both immersed and captivated in this passionate kiss, the two of them gradually losing control of their emotions. Just as they reached the climax, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Ji Yuning and Xiaoting angrily looked towards the source of the noise. Xiaoting roared angrily. "Ah!" A voice came from outside the door. "What are you doing? You've messed up all the luggage." Xiaoting exhaled angrily. "What's wrong? Are you afraid others will hear you doing something naughty?" Ji Yuning looked at him with a teasing smile. Xiaoting. "I'm about to melt from happiness," Xiaoting smiled, lifting Ji Yuning's chin, and said in a seductive voice, "Why, something naughty? It's obvious, you're turned on." Ji Yuning smiled and winked, pointing to a certain area of Xiaoting's body. He was shocked by what she said. "I'm gonna take a shower." Xiaoting quickly turned around and jumped up, pulling the blanket to cover that certain area, and said embarrassedly, "Oh, then I'll sleep first." Ji Yuning lay down on the bed, smiling as she spoke. Xiaoting hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Ji Yuning covered her mouth and smiled, blushing as she spoke. In the bathroom, Xiaoting was still blushing, embarrassed and shy. He turned on the shower, and water began to pour down. The water continued to flow, and he leaned his hand against the wall. "Why can't I calm down?" Click. The bathroom door opened, and Xiaoting slowly stepped out. Xiaoting walked to the bed and looked at Ji Yuning lying there. He carefully lifted the blanket and slipped under the covers. Xiaoting leaned down and placed a kiss on Ji Yuning's head. "Sleep well," he whispered into Ji Yuning's ear. Before long, the next morning arrived. Xiaoting reached out and pulled open the curtains, welcoming the morning sunlight into the room. "I've already sent you Ren Kang's documents," Ji Yuning said into the phone. Quickly investigate his interactions with the old CEO of Hongyun. Ji Yuning spoke on the phone while typing on the computer. "As for the next treatment, I'll inform you of the time. You came to City D to investigate Hongyun." Xiaoting walked over and asked, "Why didn't you just ask me to help you? I know you can use your power to help me investigate." Ji Yuning smiled and looked at him, saying, "I still want to rely on myself for things I can handle, and wait until I encounter big trouble to bother my boyfriend." Ji Yuning jumped into his arms, looked up, and said to Xiaoting, "I thought of every reason. Do you still dare to complain?" Xiaoting replied, "Then can this boyfriend trouble you with something?" Ji Yuning said coquettishly. Xiaoting wrapped his arms around her. Xiaoting lifted Ji Yuning up. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and they kissed deeply. The car pulled up at a cafe. Ji Yuning leaned in from outside the car and gave Xiaoting, who was in the driver's seat, a kiss. "I'll call you after I eat. Don't go too far. Let's catch a movie later," Ji Yuning said. Turning back to wave at Xiaoting as she walked away, Xiaoting watched her from the car, a smile on his face. Xiaoting frowned as he watched Ji Yuning shake hands with Si Tuye inside the cafe. Si Tuye handed Ji Yuning the menu and asked, "I ordered a few things, see if you want anything else." Chu Xuanfeng, leaning on his hand, teased Si Tuye. "So, going to City D to handle important business just meant grabbing a bite with classmate Ji Yuning." Si Tuye glared at Chu Xuanfeng, his face darkening, and said menacingly, "If there's not enough to eat, order more to shut your mouth." Chu Xuanfeng's face paled with fright, and he forced a sheepish laugh. "Hey hee hee, how is having a meal with me not important? I'm a hard man to get." Ji Yuning. "Right." Si Tuye winked playfully at Chu Xuanfeng, who gave a nervous chuckle. Si Tuye smiled and said, "It's not like she put her heart and soul into inviting you. Don't take it to heart." Even an idiot could feel the vibe in the air. Holding the menu, Ji Yuning thought to herself, "Does Si Tuye really have feelings for me? No way." Ji Yuning thought, "I gotta make a quick escape after eating." Remembering how Xiaoting was probably glaring daggers at her, Ji Yuning thought helplessly, "Or else my vinegar jar's gonna explode." In the car, Leng Xiaoting impatiently tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He scowled, staring at his watch, and grumbled, "It's only been half an hour, but it feels like half a day." Inside the restaurant, Ji Yuning accidentally dropped a chopstick on the floor, just as she was about to bend down to pick it up. A waiter quickly came to her aid. "Ji Yuning," she said softly. "It's okay, let me..." Suddenly, Ji Yuning felt a resentful gaze boring into her, sending a chill down her spine. Ji Yuning thought to herself, between laughter and tears, he hasn't been waiting this whole time, has he? A moment later, the waiter handed Ji Yuning a new chopstick. She wiped her mouth and said with a smile, "Thank you, I'm full." Seeing that she'd barely eaten anything, Chu Xuanfeng asked curiously, "Pai Han said you have a big appetite. How come you've only eaten so little?" Si Tuye suggested, A friend of mine runs a movie theater nearby. I hear they're showing some popular flicks. If you want to see one, just say my name and it's free. Chu Xuanfeng quickly chimed in, creating an opportunity for them to spend more time together. Just go with Ji Yuning yourself, boss. No need to make it so complicated. Hearing this, Si Tunyi immediately extended an invitation. I happen to have some free time. What do you say? Receiving the invitation put Ji Yuning in an awkward position. She stammered, Just as Ji Yuning was at a loss, a phone suddenly rang. At that moment, Ji Yuning thought happily, a savior has arrived. Then, she quickly took out her phone and answered the call. Ji Yuning said gently, Hello Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting asked caringly, Ji Yuning, have you finished eating? I'm waiting for you at the entrance. Hearing a man's voice, Si Tunye frowned inquisitively. Your boyfriend, Ji Yuning said softly. He's a bit clingy. He comes looking for me if I leave him for too long. Ah, well. Seeing the atmosphere turn a bit gloomy, Chu Xuanfeng immediately tried to smooth things over. I never heard Pai Han mention this. Ji Yuning stood up, preparing to leave, and explained, We've been dating for a while now. Things have been very stable recently, and I'm planning to introduce him to everyone soon. We can all have dinner together another time, okay? Hearing this, Si Tuye could only nod in agreement. Okay? Then, she turned and left decisively. Behind her, Si Tuye's expression was extremely dark and gloomy, causing Chu Xuanfeng, who was sitting next to him, to break out in a cold sweat. On this side, Ji Yuning had reached Leng Xiaoting's car. She hurriedly opened the door and said to him, Quick, take me to eat. I didn't get full just now. Leng Xiaoting rested his arms on the steering wheel and said sulkily, Why didn't you eat more? You were eating for a whole half hour. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's pouty face, Ji Yuning couldn't help but stretch out his cheeks and said with a grin, Are you jealous? After that, Leng Xiaoting stopped sulking. He started the car and said to Ji Yuning, I saw you fidgeting and couldn't sit still, so I called you as an excuse. I've already booked a restaurant, and they all have your favorite dishes. Hearing this, Ji Yuning excitedly replied, Si Tuye just mentioned there's a movie theater nearby, and they're showing some hot movies. Let's go see one after we eat, okay? Just as Ji Yuning finished speaking, Leng Xiaoting quickly opened the glove compartment in the car and held up 2 movie tickets, saying triumphantly, Already taken care of. Seeing that, Ji Yuning couldn't help but think to herself, Wow, he really knows me inside and out. Thinking this, she curiously peeked into the drawer. Inside were various tickets of all kinds. Seeing them, Ji Yuning couldn't help but exclaim, Holy crap. She picked up all the tickets and asked in surprise, Did you buy all the movie tickets for every showing today? Why are there tickets for the Haunted House Adventure Park too? Leng Xiaoting raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, I haven't quite figured out your preferences yet, so I bought everything. I'll wait for you to choose what you like. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's money-smelling words, Ji Yuning was speechless and muttered, Could this be the legendary inhumanity? One morning at the airport, Leng Xiaoting was clinging to Ji Yuning affectionately, and she asked, Are you free next weekend? Leng Xiaoting replied softly, Don't ask me things like that. All my free time is for you. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's coquettish tone, Ji Yuning couldn't help but giggle. Pruffed, I've only heard of. Mommy's boy, what does that make you, girlfriend's baby? Leng Xiaoting shamelessly replied, Yep, that's right. After we're married, who will be my wife's baby? I can't live without my wife. Ji Yuning immediately got goosebumps and said weakly, Do your subordinates know their bosses like this? Suddenly, Ji Yuning saw a couple in travel clothes chatting happily in the distance. Leng Xiaoting followed her gaze and asked curiously, What's wrong? Ji Yuning stared at them and replied, That's my uncle, Ji Yu Qingxiang. I've met the woman beside him before. She's his secretary. Seeing how intimate the two seemed, Ji Yuning smirked and said, Heh, looks like my uncle's family is about to have some drama to watch. After speaking, Ji Yuning ignored the two and turned to Leng Xiaoting, continuing the topic they hadn't finished earlier. Right, I haven't finished telling you about it yet. Come have dinner with me tomorrow and meet my friends. Hearing this, Leng Xiaoting happily agreed. Okay. The next day, as Ji Yuning leisurely walked into the classroom, she suddenly noticed that everyone in the class was huddled together discussing something. Ji Yuning couldn't help but wonder to herself, What's going on? Her classmates were sitting around them, chattering noisily. Did Chu Quanfeng really say that? I have to ask Ji Yuning about it later. I also overheard my brother's phone call. Ji Yuning walked closer and tossed her bag on the desk in front of them to attract their attention. Ji Yuning put her hands on the table and suggested to them, Everyone, let's have dinner tonight. I'm bringing my boyfriend to meet you all. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, everyone was stunned and stared at her. After a while, they belatedly realized, Holy crap, the boss really has a boyfriend. After school, at a 5-star hotel, Ji Yuning's classmates hurried inside to meet their brother-in-law. As they walked, they grumbled, The literature teacher talked too much today. If I hadn't urged him, he would have taught for another half hour. Old Zhang is always like this. It's so annoying. Hurry up, our brother-in-law must have been waiting for a long time. Yi turned to look at Ji Yuning, who was lagging behind, and asked in confusion, Why are you walking so slowly? Chu Paihan frowned and tugged at his sleeve impatiently. Don't worry about him. Meeting our brother-in-law is what's important. Hearing these words, Ji Yuning was speechless. How about I just give that man to you guys? They shouted hurriedly, Brother-in-law! The moment they reached the door of the room, everyone quickly rushed straight into the room, pushing each other and yelling, "Let me in, I want to meet my brother-in-law first. Where's our brother-in-law?" But as soon as they entered, the room was empty, completely deserted. The group went into every nook and cranny of the room to search for their brother-in-law. Some pulled back the curtains, some searched under the table, and some even looked in the flower vase. The group searched cluelessly. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, where are you, brother-in-law?" causing Ji Yuning to fall into silent doubt about life. Seeing this, Muki sarcastically asked, "Did you make it up so he didn't come?" As soon as Mushiki finished speaking, a deep, warm voice rang out from behind them. "Looking for me." It was Leng Xiaoting, leisurely approaching them. Ji Yuning gently introduced, "This is Leng Xiaoting, my boyfriend." Then, awkwardly, she turned to look at them and introduced them to Leng Xiaoting. "These are all my friends." After a while, the dishes were arranged fully on the table. Everything looked grand and delicious. Sitting in front of a stranger like Leng Xiaoting, they couldn't help but feel reserved and awkward. Seeing this, Leng Xiaoting spoke up first. "Everyone, don't worry. I'm not that hard to get along with." Hearing these words, Chu Pai-han immediately volunteered, excitedly saying, "Brother-in-law, introduce yourself. Do you have a house, a car, savings? Are your parents easy to live with? Do you have an unforgettable first love?" Hearing this, Ji Yuning frowned and covered her face, whispering to Chu Pai-han, "Are you speed dating?" Ignoring Pai-han, Leng Xiaoting still seriously answered Chu Pai-han's questions. "The car parked outside is visible, a Yuan in the center of the capital. I don't remember how much savings I have. My parents are very easy to get along with, and Ning Ning is my first love." Hearing such a perfect answer, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So handsome and never been in a relationship. He really deserves Ning Ning. A Yuan in the center of the capital must be worth 9 figures. This brother-in-law is really rich. Saying that, he quickly picked up a piece of food to flatter him. "Brother-in-law, have a piece of fish?" But immediately, Ji Yuning quickly knocked away his chopsticks, picked up the piece of food, and gently explained, "He's allergic to seafood." Hearing this, Leng Xiaoting lowered his eyes and looked at Ji Yuning tenderly, a pink bubble of love radiating between them, making everyone's eyes widen in envy. "Oh, so sweet. Brother-in-law's eyes are so doting." Chu Pai-han excitedly suggested to the group, "Meeting brother-in-law for the first time with just one meal isn't enough. How about after eating, we go to the Royal Club to watch a boxing fight? Is there still tickets for tonight this late?" the remaining classmates worriedly asked. Hearing this, Chu Pai-han secretly worried. "Royal is C2's industry. I can ask my brother for tickets through his connections, but my identity will be exposed." While Chu Pai-han didn't know how to handle it, Leng Xiaoting suggested, "I just so happen to have reserved seats in the front row. I'll send everyone the QR code now. Someone will guide you in." Such a coincidence, Ji Yuning raised an eyebrow at him. Smiling, Leng Xiaoting smirked smugly. "Consider this the basics of dating you. Moreover, this time meeting friends, I figured there'd be tickets." Everyone was extremely excited. Crowding around Leng Xiaoting, they said, "Brother-in-law is awesome. Send me the QR code now. Make a group, make a group." Seeing everyone getting along so harmoniously with Leng Xiaoting so quickly, Ji Yuning thought to herself, "This guy really knows how to win people over." The atmosphere was lively and noisy in front of the door, and the inside was also bustling with people. He happily sat down, saying, "It's really lively today. What's the background of this boxing fighter?" Chu Pai-han waved her hand, saying, "A new figure in the industry. I heard many people are betting on him today." While they were discussing, a staff member came with a box in front of Hiran's group. Chu Pai-han said, "Today's battle is fierce. The director has a special small activity before the match starts for everyone. Would you like to try?" Chu Pai-han touched the box, asking, "Oh, what kind of activity?" The staff member Xuan replied, "Today there's a first prize of free expenses, 5 second prizes of 10,000 yuan in spending money, 23rd prizes of 5,000 yuan in spending money, and many other prizes. Definitely won't let everyone go back empty-handed." Chu Pai-han's eyes lit up looking at the lottery box in admiration. CM2 is really going big. Hiran rubbed his hands, saying, Let me. Hiran put his hand in to draw a lot, feeling around, saying, "This one won't do, doesn't have the feeling of the first prize." The person next to him started urging him, "Is it okay or not?" Ji Yuning at this time looked through the box, pointing out, "Feel a little to the left. It seems to be in the corner there." Hiran heard this and felt over, picking up a golden card, then shouted, "Holy SHT." Everyone looked at her, praising, "Big sis is really awesome. Damn, big sis is mighty." Ji Yuning took a sip of tea, saying, "Basic operation." Afterwards, Hiran raised the golden card, saying loudly, "Brothers, drink your fill tonight. Zong is treating." Leng Xiaoting looked over, smiling and saying, "Keep it, just have fun today, I'll pay. Everyone keep the prize for next time." Everyone cheered together after hearing this. "Brother-in-law is mighty, brother-in-law is so rich." Ji Yuning put her hand on her face, shaking her head, saying, "Looks like I can't keep my position." Suddenly, the stage lights blazed. 2 fighters appeared in the arena, and the MC said, "Dear guests, dear friends, good evening, welcome everyone to the Royal Dome. Tonight's match is going to be especially spectacular." Then, the MC introduced the 2 fighters. Tang I-ning glanced over and asked, "Hiran, who are you betting on?" "I'm about to bet on the one on the left," Hiran replied. "I'm picking her too. That Xin Zhu or whatever looks way too soft." The fighters took their stances, ready to fight. Then, the two of them started fighting to the cheers below. One attacked, the other dodged. The match continued intensely. Shin-shu, unable to land a punch, switched to a kick. Tang Ji-hee saw this and grabbed it. Tang I-ning, he ran, and the people around them were all shocked. WTF, what's going on? Ji-yu-ning commented. Tang Zi won. Tang I-ning, hearing this, asked, how do you know? Are you betting on Tang Zi-hee? Then she said, Ji-yu-ning, WTF, isn't that illegal? Ji-yu-ning retorted, I'm not betting, and I don't even know her. What's illegal about it? Tang I-ning, hearing this, asked suspiciously. Then how do you know she'll win? Maybe it's just a temporary advantage. Ji-yu-ning smiled and looked below, saying, don't believe me, watch. Tang Ji-hee then landed a punch on her opponent's face, causing Shin-shu to collapse on the spot. After counting, the referee announced, you win, Tang Ji-hee. Tang I-ning, in disbelief, said, How is that possible? Ji-yu-ning explained. Her physical qualities are much better than the other ones, and her combat skills aren't ordinary either. You can't judge by appearances. Afterward, he ran and Tang I-ning gnashed their teeth and cried, we're screwed. We lost big time. Ji-yu-ning looked over and accidentally saw through the wall to the next room, noticing a familiar face. Luo Zhengyu. Remembering that she had met him at the banquet before, he was with that doctor, isn't he? Dr. An's boyfriend? Seeing Luo Zhengyu sitting between two girls, Ji-yu-ning thought, that doesn't seem quite right over there. A girl in the next room stood by the door and called out, Luo Zong, what kind of alcohol would you like? Luo Zhengyu replied as he walked. I'm going to the restroom. That girl leaned against the door, watching Luo Zhengyu. Then she smiled and dropped a pill into the glass of wine in her hand. The pill dropped into the wine, started to bubble and dissolve. That girl shook the glass and turned around to go back into the room. Ji-yu-ning and Leng Xiaoting saw what had just happened. She stood up and said to Xiaoting, I'm going to the restroom. Ji-yu-ning's friends, seeing this, started gossiping. Leng Xiaoting saw this and stood up, saying, I'll go with you. Even going to the restroom together. You two are really stuck together. This kind of love deserves a round of applause. Ji-yu-ning turned back and asked, You saw it too, Xiaoting replied. Yeah. Then he added, I've seen plenty of poisonings, let me protect you, play it however you want. Ji-yu-ning smiled upon hearing this, then kicked the door open and went in. The people inside, seeing her, shouted, Who are you? Get out! Are you crazy? Security? Call security! Xiaoting also stepped in, both of them radiating killing intent, scaring everyone in the room. Then Ji-yu-ning walked up to the girl who had spiked the drink earlier and said, Beauty, I've been noticing you for a while now. Wanna have a drink? The girl asked Ji-yu-ning, Who are you? What gives you the right to drink with me? At this moment, Luo Zhengwu came back from the bathroom and asked when he saw her, Miss Ji-yu, what's going on here? Ji-yu-ning didn't answer. She just picked up the glass and said, It's a small matter. Then handed it to the girl and said, I just want to see if the beauty dares to drink this glass of wine. That girl pushed the glass away, ran towards Luo Zhengwu and said, President Luo, who is this woman, quickly call security to drag her out. Then she leaned close to Luo Zhengwu and whispered, President Luo, besides, this glass is yours. Luo Zhengwu avoided her leaning in, then walked towards Ji-yu-ning and said, Miss Ji-yu is my friend. Why not listen to what she has to say first? Ji-yu-ning didn't hide anything and stated the truth. There are drugs in the wine, right? It's okay if you don't admit it. I'll believe you if you drink it. The girl started to panic and yelled, President Luo, save me. This woman is crazy. Someone came over and put a hand on Luo Zhengwu's shoulder, trying to dissuade him. President Luo, how about we just let this go? She's still a girl. Before he could finish speaking, Ji-yu-ning had already poured the entire glass of wine into that girl's mouth, then removed her hand, causing the girl to suddenly sit down on the floor. The girl's face began to flush red quickly. Seeing this, Luo Zhengwu immediately jumped up, then turned around and yelled in the face of the person behind him. I treated you as a friend, that's why I came to get you out of this situation, but you were plotting against me like this. That person also explained. She always admired you, you know. I've liked her for a long time, I just wanted to be friends. I didn't expect her to do something like this. That girl, who was starting to feel the effects of the drug, went closer and pulled on the service staff's shirt and said, The drug is working, I need a man. The service staff retreated in fear. That girl also reached out and said, Don't run away, little bro, come here. Ji-yu-ning used a sharp, cold gaze to look at the person on the ground and said, Since that's the case, don't waste this drug. Then turned to Luo Zhengwu and pointed outside. Let's go, President Luo. Let's go to my spot, Luo Zhengwu replied. Okay. Everyone went outside, still hearing that girl talking. Then the door slammed shut. The person who had tried to dissuade them earlier was also frightened by this scene and said, The Chenmenqi that I liked actually became so thirsty, so hungry, that she doesn't even choose people anymore. From inside the room, there came sounds of ambiguous moans. 2 employees passed by. One person asked curiously, What's going on? Should we call the police? The other person then replied, You're new here. You don't understand. Our boss is from this kind of wild background. As long as the higher-ups don't say anything, we don't need to care. We just need to clean up later. After hearing this, the employee who asked ignored it and replied, Oh, it's late at night, but it's still so noisy and lively. Everyone got in their cars to go home, turning to greet each other. See you tomorrow, see you at school. Seeing Hiran, Chu Pai-han and everyone heading home, Ji Yu-ning muttered to herself, young people can really have a blast. Xiaoting, hearing this, turned around. Even if you say those words, you sound too mature. I would think you are their elder. She turned back and asked, why not? Then thought in her head, in my past life, they all had to call me elder sister. Xiaoting didn't answer her, only saying, let's wait a bit longer today. I have to take on a mission tomorrow. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be startled. So sudden, the car stopped at the foot of some bridge. Xiaoting turned to caress Ji Yu-ning's face, saying, sorry, I should spend more time with you. Ji Yu-ning also held his hand, comforting him. I understand, there are many days ahead. Hearing this, he moved closer to her, asking, so, you don't miss me even a little bit? Then she replied, I do. How about a kiss now? As soon as she finished speaking, the two kissed. The kiss becoming more and more intense. Xiaoting slowly wrapped his arms around Ji Yu-ning's waist, his face becoming increasingly red, and then he pulled away from her, saying, we can't continue. Ji Yu-ning blushed, teasing him on purpose. I can still handle it, looks like someone's not up to it. Hearing this, he asked awkwardly, you're saying I'm not up to it? Ji Yu-ning leaned in and lifted his face. Afraid he couldn't restrain himself, he turned his face away, saying, consider yourself lucky. I'll definitely not spare you later. The next morning, at school, Ji Yu-ning received a phone call. Zhao Zhengheng reported to her, young miss, last night someone came to make trouble at the store. Zhuo Chuanhao said it was sent by Xiaoping. I feel it's not that simple. Ji Yu-ning answered calmly. Emerald Beauty is developing rapidly. It's not just Xiaoping who's jealous. Many people are eyeing it. I'm busy with Hongyun's affairs recently. I don't have time to go over there. Hearing this, Xiao Zhengheng asked again, Hongyun Corp, I've heard of it. Isn't that the company causing trouble for Shenghua? Ji Yu-ning didn't hold back, answering, that's right, I'm collecting a lot of evidence of Hongyun's boss's crimes. Making Hongyun decline is also a good opportunity for me to acquire it. Moreover, while speaking, Ji Yu-ning noticed something was wrong. She hung up the phone, looking through to see what was going on. Ji Yu-ning discovered that the person being bullied in a panic was An Qian. Inside, there were many people, and the girl who drugged her yesterday was also there, saying, you guys have fun. Chen Mengqi showed a vicious expression. Pointing at An Qian, Chen Mengqi said with a smile, let Luo Zhengyu see his woman become everyone's toy. Seeing this, Ji Yu-ning immediately ran over there, guessing in her head that things were not good. That drugged woman wanted to harm An Qian. Outside the abandoned building, there was no one. The gangsters looked at An Qian with scary eyes. An Qian shouted in fear, don't come over. I've already called the police. One of the gangsters snatched the phone. Go. Still want to send a message? They started to split up. Some holding An Qian back, some standing in front with a sinister smile, saying, today, I'll let you enjoy yourself to the fullest. Chen Mengqi held up the camera, laughing maliciously, ha ha ha, and prepared to film An Qian, saying, Luo Zhengyu, you ruined my purity, now I'll ruin the woman you love the most. The gangsters started tearing An Qian's clothes, while Chen Mengqi stood filming gleefully, saying, Luo Zhengyu, the good show is about to begin. Something breaking the rear window startled her. Those people also stopped what they were doing, saying, someone's here. Before they had time to think, the sound of windows breaking rang out one after another, clang, clang. Shards of glass flew everywhere, forcing them to retreat and cover themselves. The gangsters, still grabbing An Qian's hair, yelled, how many of them are there? Let's bail. There's too many of them. As they were about to run, Chen Mengqi stopped them, saying, you guys took my money, you're not going anywhere, we're switching positions. At that moment, Ji Yu-ning swung into the house on a rope, landing with a powerful kick to the face of Chen Mengqi, the mastermind behind the evil plan. The kick sent her sprawling, screaming. AAA, An Qian, seeing her, cried out in joy. Ji Yu-ning, Ji Yu-ning, Ji Yu-ning used the rope to swing it towards them. Chen Mengqi, rubbing where she was kicked, pointed at her and said, it's just her. She was just putting on a show. The gangsters started to charge, and Ji Yu-ning fought back, nimbly weaving through the gangsters, using the rope to trip them. While moving, one of them lunged forward, raising his fist at her, yelling, you wanna die, Ji Yu-ning? Seeing this, braced herself with one hand on the ground and kicked him right in the family jewels, causing him to cry out, ah-ya. He was about to fall when he tripped on the ropes tangled around his feet. Then, Ji Yu-ning stood next to An Qian and pulled the rope hard, causing them all to lose their balance and fall painfully, yelling, ah-ya, ouch. Chen Mengqi, seeing this, quietly picked up a piece of wood, saying, damn it. Then she got up and ran behind Ji Yu-ning, yelling and raising her hand to strike. If it wasn't for you last night, I wouldn't have lost my virginity. Ji Yu-ning noticed and quickly dodged to the left, then to the right, saying, you drugged the guy yourself. You brought it on yourself. How is that my problem? While they were arguing, a car stopped behind Chen Mengqi. It turned out to be the police car. Everyone drop your weapons. Also, Luo Zhengyu ran over. An Qian, Zhengyu. An Qian, seeing Zhengyu, was so moved that she cried, calling his name. Luo Zhengyu, seeing her like that, comforted her. I saw the message you sent, and came here right away. It's good you're okay, it's good you're okay. Chen Mengqi was arrested by the police, tears falling as she shouted, let me go. The police only explained, You're charged with intentionally causing harm to others. Where do you think you're going? Luo Zhengyu, seeing Anqian like that, angrily turned and scolded. Last night at the Royal Club, you drugged me. I didn't want to pursue it originally, but now it looks like we have to deal with it all together. The police said. Take her away, Chen Mengqi stubbornly explained. Let me go, I'm the victim. Afterward, Luo Zhengyu anxiously picked up Anqian. I'll take you to the hospital. While walking, Anqian said. Wait, then said. Thank goodness, Ji Yuning arrived in time. Are you hurt? Go to the hospital for a checkup with me. Ji Yuning smiled and replied. I'm fine. Luo Zhengyu at this time also turned to Ji Yuning and said, Thank you for taking action to help. Luo Corporation will definitely repay you handsomely. The next morning, at school, Ji Yuning sighed in relief. Phew, glad I made it in time. She recalled Luo Zhengyu wanting to thank her for half the day, almost making her late for the exam. Mutke went to her desk and praised. Impressive! You finished in half an hour. Are you free on the 6th day of the new year? Why, Su Anya wants to invite us to her birthday party. She knows you're busy, so she specifically told me to book a time with you in advance. Ji Yuning immediately agreed. Of course I'll go. At that time, she thought to herself, even though my winter break is almost fully booked, I can spare a day for my friends. Before long it was evening. In the reading room, Ji Yuning texted Iceberg. What's he doing? She didn't see a reply, and figured he must be busy. Thinking everyone's swamped at the end of the year, Ji Yuning continued working for another hour, reviewing financial reports and musing. The profits from Shuri Construction Materials and Emerald Beauty Jewelry Store are great, but these assets alone aren't enough to acquire Hongyun. Stone gambling is a quick way to make money, but whether I sell them directly to the store or cut out jade and sell it, it's troublesome and easily attracts attention. I definitely need to establish a jade supply company to solve these problems. Suddenly, her phone started ringing non-stop. Lang Xiaoting called, announcing, Hey, Ningning, I was just hustling with training, so I missed your message. Ji Yuning thought. Is he rushing? Xiaoting soothed. Don't be mad, okay? I'll find you after this busy period. Ji Yuning happily replied. Shouting, I'm not mad. On the contrary, I get worried if I don't hear from you for too long. I don't want you to get hurt, she continued seriously. Xiaoting was caught off guard and excitedly promised, Don't worry, I promise I'll come back to you safe and sound. Ji Yuning reminded. Call me before you come. No need for surprises. I'm going to Tang City for stone gambling in a few days. Not sure when I'll be back. Xiaoting sweetly said. Yes, ma'am. His subordinates whispered in the distance. What's going on? Our boss rushed out to answer the phone, smiling so gently. Could it be that our boss is in love? After speaking, he hung up the phone, his cold attitude freezing the warm atmosphere. The next day, Ji Yuning was sitting in the lobby reading a book. The old man sitting next to her noticed her reading books about stone gambling and asked, Little girl, you're actually reading about stone gambling. His granddaughter, Xiao Yin, scoffed beside him, TCH, pretending to be all mysterious. The old man scolded her. Shut your mouth, the old man kindly said. Sorry, little girl, I don't understand. Please don't mind me. Ji Yuning casually replied, It's okay, no need to argue with the ignorant. Xiao Yin retorted sharply, What I said wasn't wrong. She's just a girl. What does she know about stone gambling? I just don't like people who pretend to be experts. The old man scolded Xiao Yin. If you don't listen, I won't take you out anymore, the girl pleaded. Grandpa, oh grandpa, Ji Yuning mocked. Ha ha. The young miss of the Zhang family. That's all there is to it, Xiao Yin wondered. Hey, how do you know my surname is Zhang? Ji Yuning explained clearly to her. You've mentioned stone gambling so many times. If I'm not mistaken, you must be one of the 3 rough material mining tycoons in Tang City, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Decheng. Decheng praised. Little girl, you're experienced and meticulous. Looks like your stone gambling isn't just a game. Suddenly, he coughed violently, Xiao Yin said worriedly. Grandpa, Ji Yuning guessed. Old Sir Xiao Yin quickly stepped forward to protect him. What do you want to do? Zhang Decheng waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just an old illness. Ji Yuning offered. Since I understand medicine, let me help. Xiao Yin interjected. No need. Step aside, Zhang Laoye snapped, scolding his granddaughter who was blocking his way. Xiao Yin is becoming increasingly ill-mannered. Is this how I taught you normally? This made the girl's face darken. Ji Yuning didn't bother arguing with the brat and said to Zhang Laoye, You're also going to Tang City? If it's convenient after landing, I can take a look for you. The little brat Xiao Yin was still glaring daggers at Ji Yuning. Zhang Laoye nodded happily upon hearing this. All right, young people these days are so understanding. Though he said that on the surface, Zhang Laoye didn't believe she could treat his illness. He thought to himself, young people, after all, haven't seen the world. They don't know Jack and are easily conceited. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Ji Yuning smirked, already having her own plans. The Zhang family controls the largest source of raw materials. If I can cure his illness, I'll have the chance to secure this supply chain. The group arrived at Tang City Airport, which was bustling and noisy. Ji Yuning strode ahead, while Zhang family grandpa and granddaughter made clacking sounds behind her. Ahead of her was an old man with silver hair, dressed in extremely luxurious clothes, clearly a wealthy businessman, surrounded by several bodyguards. Suddenly, the old man clutched his heart, letting out a ugh. his face contorted in discomfort, looking extremely painful, startling the bodyguards behind him. The old man collapsed to the ground, and the bodyguards shouted in panic, "The master is having an attack! Get the medicine!" Another man carrying luggage hurriedly rushed over, apparently responsible for holding the medicine. The scene was chaotic. Ji Yu Ning, walking behind, was startled. She stepped forward, pushing aside the bodyguards surrounding the old man writhing on the ground, and said coldly, "I have experience in first aid. Let me take a look." Suddenly, a strange girl appeared, pushing them aside and approaching their master, causing the bodyguards to shout, "Who are you? Get away!" Ji Yu Ning ignored the people around her, focusing on performing chest compressions for the old man on the ground. She was mentally assessing the situation. This is an acute condition. By the time the ambulance arrives, he'll be a goner. Her face darkened. She frowned and glared coldly at the noisy crowd behind her, saying, "If you don't want him to die, shut your mouths." Her cold gaze startled everyone. Everyone stood there blankly, watching her perform first aid on the old man. Ji Yu Ning pried open the old man's eyes, trying to help him stay conscious, shouting, "Try to stay awake, can you hear me?" In his pain, the old man saw a blurry image of Ji Yu Ning. Her image overlapped with the image of some man. The two looked 7 or 8 parts alike. He mumbled, Yun Fan." Ji Yu Ning, hearing him call out, thought things were going south. He is starting to ramble. So she had no choice but to circulate her spiritual energy into the old man's body. Spiritual energy flowed from her palm into the body of the old man lying on the ground. The old man made a slight sound. And gradually opened his eyes, waking up. Seeing their master wake up, the bodyguards rushed to support him. You're awake, that's great, you're okay." Zhang Laoye, having witnessed everything, couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. "Ji Yu Ning, and you too, you're amazing girl, you really know medicine. Can you take a look at me?" Ji Yu Ning pointed around, saying, "There are too many people here. I hope Zhang Laoye can find a quiet place, and I'll take a look for you." Zhang Laoye replied happily. "Alright." The silver-haired old man, who had just been treated by Ji Yu Ning, watched her leave, saying to his bodyguard, "Investigate that girl. That girl really looks too much like him." Hearing this, the bodyguard asked, "Are you saying she resembles Ershao?" The Zhang family's mansion was decorated in a very stylish way, and it was extremely lively and bustling. Ji Yu Ning followed the Zhang family grandpa and granddaughter, sizing up her surroundings, and secretly marveling. The Zhang family's mansion is indeed worthy of its reputation. City Ji is like a child compared to an adult here. Suddenly, Zhang Laoye, who was walking in front, began to cough violently. Cough, 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 cough. Seeing her grandfather suddenly cover his mouth and cough violently, the little brat Xiao Yin worriedly called out, "Grandpa." The Zhang family members, hearing the commotion, also rushed out to check. "What's wrong, Laoye? Is the old illness acting up again?" Xiao Yin was frightened by her grandfather's attack, and was about to cry, "It's more serious than last time. Quickly call the specialist doctor." Suddenly, 2 small fingers were placed on Zhang Laoye's pulse. Ji Yu Ning calmly stated, "The old illness hasn't been cured. In recent years, you've overexerted your mind, there's emptiness inside, and you cough incessantly all day. The warning is that there's a quiche in the left side of your body. Am I right?" Every word she said was accurate, startling Zhang Laoye. The 3 members of the Zhang family stared blankly at her, not understanding how she knew so much. Zhang Laoye said, "Not a single word wrong." Ji Yu Ning took out a small green bottle of medicine, placing it in Zhang Laoye's hand. She also instructed him, "1 pill each day, and your condition will gradually improve." The little brat Xiao Yin hadn't believed her from the start. Seeing Ji Yu Ning hand over medicine from an unknown source to her grandfather, she couldn't help but speak up. "Grandpa, the doctors I consult are well known, if not the best, they're second best. Why would you trust the words of a little kid like her?" At this moment, the Zhang family members brought water. Laoye, water. Ji Yu Ning teased the girl while secretly channeling spiritual energy into Zhang Laoye's body. "Aren't you a little kid too? I don't want to hear your skepticism," the stubborn girl snorted. After being infused with spiritual energy by Ji Yu Ning, Zhang Laoye gently exhaled a word, "Ah." Then he happily stretched out his hand, which he hadn't been able to do normally for a long time, and exclaimed, Miraculous, miraculous, my hand isn't numb anymore." Xiao Yin, seeing that her grandfather had recovered, excitedly asked, "Grandpa, can your left hand move as you wish now?" Master Zhang was so moved he was about to fly to heaven, shouting, "I really have to thank that little friend." The Zhang family members were also extremely excited. "It's really miraculous." Ji Yu Ning, on the other hand, was busy examining the raw materials. Looking at the rough stones that contained shimmering light inside, she praised in her heart, "Worthy of Master Zhang's eye, there's a lot of good stuff in these raw materials." Master Zhang, happy to be cured, clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Little friend, I will never forget your help today. In Tang City, if there is anything you need, I will definitely help." Ji Yu Ning, upon hearing this, didn't stand on ceremony and pointed to the raw materials beside her, saying, "Then I'll be frank, I have a jewelry store and urgently need a large quantity of raw materials. That's also my purpose for coming here." Master Zhang was surprised by her words. Master Zhang, hearing this, generously waved his hand, saying, "You've seen it all here. Choose whatever you like. I'll give you a preferential price." His granddaughter, Xiao Yin, who had been forgotten for a while, put her hands on her hips and sulkily called out, "Grandpa, you promised to go see the bracelet today." Lil Guang turned his face away and arrogantly said, "I'm not going, I'm going first." Seeing Xiaoyin heading out the door, the Zhang family members hurriedly called out, "Little girl, Ah Yin, there are many kidnappers around these days, don't go out alone." Di Yuning asked with some doubt, "Kidnappers? Is the security in the country not good?" Master Zhang, knowing it was her first time here, explained to her. He's not joking. Although Tang City is famous for its gemstones, there's a lot of human trafficking around the border, little friend, you must be careful. Hearing this, she thanked Master Zhang and then planned to leave. Thank you for the reminder, I'll go back to the hotel to drop off my things. I'll definitely come to you about the raw materials when I have time. Seeing this, Master Zhang quickly stopped her. Have a meal before you go. The Zhang family saw her off to the car. Inside the car, she said to the driver, "Driver, Tang Yun Grand Hotel." The driver, who didn't seem like a good person, answered her wearing a hat. All right. The car sped off on the road. Realizing something was wrong, she said to the driver in front, "Driver, is this the way to Tang Yun Grand Hotel?" The driver in front calmly explained to her, "Girl, are you from out of town? This is the closest route. The main road will be congested." Her eyes darkened slightly, and she went along with the driver. "Yes, this is my first time here. Then wake me up later." From the rearview mirror, the driver saw that she had let down her guard and fallen asleep, revealing a sinister smile. At this moment, she was recalling Master Zhang's warnings. He's not joking. Although Tang City is famous for its gemstones, there's a lot of human trafficking around the border. She revealed a look of great interest, thinking to herself, "On the contrary, I want to see where your hideout is." The car sped into an abandoned warehouse district. Upon arriving, the driver stopped the car. He roughly pulled her out of the car, yelling, "Get out!" She cooperated, pretending to be frightened, asking, "Where is this? Who exactly are you people?" Afterward, she was led to a place with many captured women, guarded by burly men holding clubs. Click. With a sound, the door was opened and a figure walked in. The person who came was a bald, fat man with tattoos all over his arms, holding a cigarette butt. Following behind him were several lackeys with sturdy builds. The driver grabbed her and said to the person who had just arrived, "Boss, got another one." Her hands were held tightly by the driver, and the boss grabbed her chin, appraising Ly, saying, "Looks alright, put her with the girls. Team, can be sold for a high price." Afterward, she was pushed hard by the driver towards the group of tied-up girls. He fiercely said, "Go over there." Ji Yuning secretly observed and assessed the group, thinking to herself, "No heat, looks like they are easy to deal with." Suddenly, she noticed two figures in a corner, thinking to herself, "Are they their people too?" The smell of blood is so strong. In a corner, a man and a woman were hugging each other. The woman seemed to be seriously injured, blood flowing all over the ground. The man said to the injured woman, "Fei Diao, hang in there. After those people leave, I'll take you to find medicine." Ji Yuning's eyes suddenly widened upon hearing the words, Fei Diao. She recalled the past, her previous life when she was an assassin. They fought side by side. Unexpectedly, she could meet them again here. In her heart, she speculated, their situation isn't very good, especially Fei Diao. She tried to struggle, freeing herself from the rope, tying her hands behind her. She thought to herself, I have to hurry. The driver and the boss were still happily drinking together. The driver said, "Tomorrow, let's go find two more." Before he could finish his sentence, she smashed a wine bottle hard against his head. He screamed in pain. Arg! She pulled out a knife with a swing. Ji Yuning charged at the mob boss like a demon from hell. Thwack! The knife plunged deep into his palm. He howled in agony. Ah! His goons scattered like cockroaches. She stood up straight and turned her head, calling out to two figures in the corner, Fei Diao, Fei Ying. Hiding in the corner, they thought they'd been found by their enemies, thinking anxiously, crap, the assassins are here. At that moment, Fei Diao was gravely wounded, lying in Fei Ying's arms. Ji Yuning ran over, shouting their names, Fei Ying, Fei Diao, Fei Ying. Seeing her, panicked and pointed a gun at her, threatening, "Don't come any closer." But she immediately saw the gun was empty and said, "Don't pretend, that gun's out of bullets. Fei Diao's about to kick the bucket, let me save her." Fei Ying asked in surprise, "How do you know our identities? Who the hell are you?" Then he suddenly lost his balance and stumbled backward. Whoa, you two fell. But Fei Diao didn't forget to say, "Kill her." Ji Yuning then pulled a first aid kit out of her pocket dimension, feeling lucky. Thank goodness I had a first aid kit in my pocket dimension. Then she took a piece of cloth and gagged Fei Diao, reminding her, "Save your strength, stop talking nonsense." Then she took a pair of sharp pliers out of the kit. Seeing her take out the pliers, Fei Ying became wary, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "What do you want to do, stop?" Ji Yuning put on a serious face and said, "If you want her to live, shut up." Then she lunged forward and poked at Fei Diao's wound, causing her to scream in pain, "Ow, ow, ow!" Ignoring her, Ji Yuning kept going, thinking to herself, the assassins, Fei Diao and Fei Ying, are always high-ranking on the annual hit list. Who knew we'd meet here? Very quickly, she pulled a bullet fragment from her wound. Fei Ying then spoke up and asked, "Who are you working for?" Ji Yuning calmly answered while tapping on her phone, "Relax, I'm not here to hunt you two. I have a way to help you escape." With that, she called someone and said, "Old bro, hack into the assassin reward system and remove Fei Ying and Fei Diao's names." The person on the other end of the phone happily agreed. Okay. The two were shocked to hear about deleting their names. That wasn't it, so Ji Yuning explained to them, That means from now on, no one will know who you are. You can wash away your past identities and start over. My only condition is that you follow me from now on. The benefits are great, and I won't force you to do anything you don't like. Deal. The two looked at each other for a moment, then firmly said in unison, deal. Scene changed to another location. Ji Yu-ning had now led the two to a new house, saying as she walked, tomorrow I'll go to the wholesale market. Ji Yu-ning needs to find a warehouse. The two of you will find a warehouse for me tomorrow, and be careful to keep it secret. Fei Ying immediately agreed. Understood. Suddenly, she got a phone call. It turned out to be Lang Xiaoting. He said, Ning Ning, I'm coming to Tang City to carry out a mission. I can see you soon, Ji Yu-ning said with a smile. Perfect. I have so much that's happened here that I want to tell you about. I'll wait for you. Ji Yu-ning, in order to conceal her identity, had put on a lot of heavy makeup. As she walked, she thought, Wangxi Gemstones, one of the 4 gemstone families in Tang City. The quality of the raw materials isn't outstanding, but they still win in large quantities. With that thought, she walked straight into the gemstone shop. There were already a lot of people. On the contrary, if you just take the top quality stones, people will be suspicious. Just pick a few at random. With that, she saw a stone in front of her and reached out to grab it. Suddenly, an arm slapped her hand away, snatching the stone. After snatching it, she even said in a harsh voice, I took this stone first. Seeing her like this, Ji Yu-ning felt annoyed and said, first come, first served. I already registered for this stone's number. If you say you saw it first, show me your registration history. She's not being reasonable. Who the hell do you think you are? This shop is mine. I can pick whatever stone I want. Why do I need your permission? Then she gently patted her shoulder, causing her to stumble. Ji Yu-ning said angrily, so this is how the Wang family bullies people. Do you even want to survive here? She struggled and shouted, let go of me, Ji Yu-ning, then snatched the stone. I'm taking this stone today for sure. Your old man? The girl, no different from a shrewd merchant, butted into their conversation. All right, Wang Xinyan, don't argue with customers here. The young girl, coming first or later matters, but you also need to see whose territory this is. If my daughter wants something, I don't want to make things difficult for you. I can help you pick another stone. Then he pulled something out of his sleeve. Girl, take a look at this. I've been hiding it for a long time, just waiting for someone destined to take it. Although the jade he pulled out looked extremely high-end, in his heart he thought, it looks like top-grade emerald on the outside, but it's only a layer. Ji Yu-ning looked at the jade and thought silently. It seems these two have been causing trouble here for more than just a day or two. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, a man ran over and scolded the father and daughter. Shameless. The Wang family has been pulling these tricks more than once or twice. Last time I hit a stone, they actually offered. The people around them also started whispering. Wang Hongming using low-priced raw materials to deceive new players isn't the first time, pretending to be righteous but actually vicious. Boss Wang couldn't contain his anger and shouted, enough! Get all these people out! No business today! Being chased out, everyone started to leave. But Ji Yu-ning pulled them back, shouting, wait! What's the logic in selling goods and then chasing customers away? The boss's daughter, Wang Xinyan, then flipped out and yelled straight into Ji Yu-ning's face, asking, what do you want to do? If I don't sell to you, what can you do about it? But Ji Yu-ning brushed past her. Get out of the way. Then walked straight to the vicious merchant boss and said, it's my fault for causing trouble here. I really want to buy raw materials from the Wang family. How about this? For every kilo, I'll pay 10% more. How does that sound to you? Hearing this, he was stunned. No matter how his daughter called out to him, and everyone was surprised because 10% was a crazy amount. Ignoring his daughter's resistance, he still agreed. Okay, go pick, Ji Yu-ning replied. Then I won't be polite. Her eyes slightly opened, then scanned the stone pile. Her eyes activated her divine power, and stones containing jade of all colors appeared. Then she picked a bunch and set them aside, happily saying, let's settle the bill for this. The boss thought he was fleecing a good sheep and gave her a thumbs up for being generous, while his daughter was freaking out and kept yelling, wait, this is the stone that we fought over, which proves that my eye for jade is excellent. You're just taking advantage of me, Ji Yu-ning sneered and replied, haha, your eye for jade isn't good enough to play with me. Seeing Ji Yu-ning look down on her, she flared up again, yelling, do you dare to make a bet with me? If you can cut out 10 jades from the raw stones you bought, I'll subsidize you 20% of the price. Seeing that his daughter couldn't control herself, the merchant boss Wang Hongming quickly stopped her. Don't mess around. She continued to manipulate her old man's mind. Dad, do you really think this woman can cut them out? Hearing what his daughter said, he hesitated a bit, but he didn't expect to meet a daredevil. Ji Yu-ning agreed, without hesitation. I agree, surprising the two of them. Then she pointed to a stone and said, this one. Cut it first. The stone was placed on the laser cutter and was quickly cut open. Everyone knew what was inside when it was cut open. It was an extremely high-end jade. Everyone crowded around to watch and couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, it's floating flower jade. The first one already yielded green. Amazing. Wang Xinyan was now nervous. Keep cutting. What are you waiting for? Hearing this, Ji Yu-ning clenched the stones tightly, smiled dangerously, and said, have all your family's workers come out and cut them together. Cutting them one by one is a waste of time. Xinyan rushed over, seeing all the stones she picked were already in the machine, and said, let me cut them. She cut the second one, and it's jade again. Ji Yu-ning acted innocent, pouting, twisk, Huangqi isn't worth much. The two members of the Huang family gaped, their eyes almost popping out, but they still had a sharp tongue. She continued to cut the third one. Still jade. The crowd started buzzing even more. Holy crap, ice jade. And with a blue hue, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. The workers were cutting them all with shock. These are all green. This one is even crystal-like. The owner couldn't keep his cool anymore. I thought I was swindling a chick, but I ended up with a phoenix. His legs were shaking. Unable to stand straight, he had to lean on the table, stammering, You, who exactly are you? Seeing how cool she was, everyone hailed her as the queen. Could she be Jade Gambling Queen GU? The Jade Queen of City G? No wonder she looks familiar. Then they kept pulling out their phones, snapping photos, while she ignored them, loaded the stones onto the cart, and pushed it away. Suddenly, the cunning owner ran over to block her, saying, Stop right there, you can't leave. Wang Hongming pointed at Ji Yuning's face, yelling, You're here to ruin my shop. Tang Aining grabbed his hand, saying, Remember this, I'm Tang Aining, I'll be your nightmare. Ji Yuning thought to herself, My real identity can't be exposed. This disguise uses my past life's name. The green-haired girl yelled, chasing the onlookers out. Don't even think about leaving this place in one piece today. The man, surnamed Wang, glanced at the girl and whispered, What are you doing? With so many people watching, do you want the Wang family to die early? His implication was just to act secretly. Wang Xiaoshu responded. Ji Yuning then left and said, Owner Wang, thanks for the jade, bye-bye. Ji Yuning walked out amidst someone's shout, Tang Aining really is the Jade Queen. A friend of mine bought raw stones from her, and that's the name. I actually met the real deal. Owner Wang gnashed his teeth in anger, unable to do anything. Damn it, I absolutely can't let her take those raw materials away. A helicopter was flying over with a whirring sound, and Leng Xiaoting was standing and giving orders. This mission will proceed according to the old plan. Everyone split up and take action. Everyone replied, yes. Leng Xiaoting took out his phone and saw a message from Ji Yuning. Where are you? I'll come find you now. Ji Yuning held her phone, locating his position, smiling as she texted. At this moment, some people ran after her. She glanced back and heard them say, She's the one Owner Wang was talking about. Ji Yuning thought to herself, Owner Wang and Wang Hongming are getting restless. They want to attack me this time. Ji Yuning quickly ducked into a clothing stall and bought an outfit, giving the owner the money and saying, Keep the change, the owner exclaimed in surprise. Then she walked quickly down the street. The owner Wang's henchmen were still chasing after her relentlessly. She quickly changed into the clothes she just bought, throwing the old outfit into a trash can. The three henchmen were dumbfounded when they saw her in a schoolgirl uniform. Ji Yuning walked straight out, saying, Excuse me, Tang. The three of them shouted inside, Don't let her get away. The three ran into the women's bathroom. Ji Yuning glanced here, scoffing. As she walked without paying attention, she bumped into something. She cried out, Ouch! Looking up, it turned out to be Lang Xiaoting. Lang Xiaoting called out, Ning Ning. Ji Yuning happily wrapped her arms around Lang Xiaoting's neck, saying, Perfect timing. In the middle of their romantic moment, a chair went flying out, followed by a loud crash. Looking into a shop, a thug was grabbing an old uncle by the collar, yelling at him, If you don't pay up today, I'm gonna smash this entire shop. At this moment, Lang Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's heroic spirit ignited. They charged into the shop, shouting, Stop! The thug pushed the shop owner away. The shop owner fell and hit a display shelf. Ji Yuning grabbed the shop owner's arm and pulled him away. Just as a statue was falling towards the shop owner's head, the shop owner narrowly avoided the impact. Lang Xiaoting asked the thug, Who gave you the right to lay your hands on people? He replied, Ninth Master. You know Ninth Master. I'm telling you, kid, you're a dead man today. You won't escape this street. The shop owner clasped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you both, but you should leave quickly. Those people aren't easy to mess with. It's my foster son's debt that's dragging you into this. I can't allow that, Ji Yuning thought to herself. I'm planning to open a jade company and need someone to manage it. He can run such a big shop and seems like a decent person. I could consider it. Ji Yuning walked over, raised her leg, and put one foot on a chair, saying, I'm taking care of this. Lang Xiaoting pushed the thug to the ground. The thug yelled, Ouch! Two of his underlings came forward and asked, Boss, big bro, are you all right? The boss gnashed his teeth in anger but could only say, Let's go! The boss turned back and shouted, You two just wait. The shop owner turned around, picked up the statue, and said, Thank you. Ji Yuning turned to him and said, I can help you. The shop owner hastily replied, No, you shouldn't get involved in this, just in case you are implicated. Ji Yuning continued, Shop owner Zheng, if you really can't keep this shop open anymore, I invite you to come work for me. Shop owner Zheng thought to himself, This young lady is still so young, if she's going to do business, he said to Ji Yuning. But those loan sharks behind this belong to the Blue Eagles, and they are in the dark. Before he could finish, Ji Yuning cut him off. The Blue Eagles? Troubles? I'll take care of them for you. I guarantee they won't come looking for you again. Ji Yuning took out a business card and gave it to shop owner Zheng. Shop owner Zheng thought, She is so skilled and not afraid of the Blue Eagles, there is a chance she can do it. He looked at the two of them, and continued to think, Furthermore, they saved my life. Even if I am tricked, I'll accept. Shop owner, nice please, Ji Yuning and Lang Xiaoting in the drawing room. The owner poured tea for both of them. Shop owner Zheng said, Miss, what do you want me to do? Ji Yuning answered, Uncle Zheng, I want to invite you to help me manage a jade supply company. We already have the initial source of goods and customers. You just need to manage the other affairs in the company. Shop owner Zhang was surprised by Ji Yuning's words, saying, a jade supply company? That requires a large amount of raw stones, and no one can guarantee that they can open jade. Is this possible? Ji Yuning took a sip of her tea and continued, don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I have a special technique when it comes to sourcing jade. Boss Zhang beamed and said, don't worry, Miss Ji Yu. Now that I've chosen to follow you, my loyalty is unwavering. Ji Yuning stood up with a cheerful smile, extending her hand to Uncle Zhang. Great, Uncle Zhang. Then let's have a pleasant partnership. Boss Zhang happily took her hand. He said, a pleasant partnership. Ji Yuning walked towards the rough stones and asked, Uncle Zhang, where do you usually source your rough stones? Boss Zhang replied, I have a contract with the Wang family. All the rough stones come from them. Ji Yuning paused and asked, the Wang family? Ji Yuning thought, due to external circumstances, I can't take all of the Zhang family's jade rough stones. But if it's the Wang family, I certainly won't be thinking of their interests. Ji Yuning got into the car and said to Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang, tomorrow, can you use my name to take me to the Wang family to import a batch of rough stones? Boss Zhang replied. Oh, okay, just arrange it. Ji Yuning continued. Oh right, Uncle Zhang. Can I rent the storefront of this shop as a reception area? Boss Zhang replied. That's no problem. I'm not opening the store anymore anyway. The two were on their way back. Ji Yuning received a text message from Xing Tu. The content of the message was, need the help of Mr. Xing Tu. Leng Xiaoting saw the sender's name, got angry, and thought, it's Si Tuye again. Leng Xiaoting approached, thinking, why is this man so persistent? Ji Yuning stopped him with her hand. Ji Yuning said, smells like a huge vat of vinegar and it spilled. Leng Xiaoting grabbed Ji Yuning's hand, moving closer. Ning. Then said again, it's not like that. I won't interfere with your business, but you can tell me whenever you need me. Ji Yuning's face flushed red, and she stammered, Xiaoting. Suddenly, a phone ring broke the romantic atmosphere between the two. Ji Yuning answered the phone. Hello? The person on the other end said, Boss, someone is causing trouble at the warehouse. The Wang family sent them. Ji Yuning replied, Wang Hongming, of the Wang family, right? She said, oh, they're delivering themselves to my doorstep. Ji Yuning pushed open the warehouse door forcefully, creating a loud bang. The door swung open, revealing Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. The scene before them was two people, Fei Ying and Fei Diao, guarding the people the Wang family had sent to cause trouble. The three of them were sitting in a corner, trembling like leaves. Seeing Ji Yuning, Fei Ying and Fei Diao turned to greet her. Boss, Ji Yuning walked up to the three of them and sternly warned them, consider this a one-time thing. Go back and tell Wang Hongming, if there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. One of them stammered in response to Ji Yuning, why, yes, thank you, Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning glared and loudly told them, scram. Seeing the order to release them had been given, the three of them scrambled to run out the door. Seeing that the three of them had left, Ji Yuning immediately checked on the situation of her teammates. She found that the situation didn't seem too good. Fei Ying and Fei Diao seemed to be on guard. Leng Xiaoting assessed Fei Ying and Fei Diao, who were very wary of him. He could see that these two were no ordinary people. Meanwhile, Fei Ying and Fei Diao were on high alert. Fei Diao thought, does he know our identities? Fei Ying was thinking, this guy is too strong. If we fight, we don't stand a chance. Ji Yuning went over to smooth things over, linking her arm through Leng Xiaoting's, and introduced everyone. Xiaoting, these are my friends. Gaoji, Qiaoya. Ji Yuning thought, these are their real names. They don't need to use those Fei Ying, Fei Diao code names anymore. Ji Yuning then turned to introduce Leng Xiaoting to the two. Gaoji, Qiaoji, this is my boyfriend. Leng Xiaoting, don't worry, he's one of us. Upon hearing this, Gaoji and Qiaoya relaxed. Gaoji chuckled and praised, Lao Da's boyfriend is so handsome. Then, they both said hi to Leng Xiaoting as an acquaintance. Leng Xiaoting just nodded and grunted in acknowledgement. Gaoji and Qiaoya exchanged glances. Doesn't matter who he is, as long as he's not a threat to us. Besides, Ji Yuning wouldn't harm us. After the introductions and greetings, Ji Yuning walked off with Leng Xiaoting, arm in arm. She also gave instructions to the two. Qiaoji, you stay here and keep watch. Gaoji, go find the factory, and get things moved quickly, lest a long night invites troubles. Qiaoya and Gaoji replied in unison. Got it? Night fell, and the streetlights illuminated a corner of the road. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting strolled home together. Leng Xiaoting asked her, how did you get to know those two? Ji Yuning suddenly stopped in her tracks. She thought, I wasn't planning on hiding it from him anyway, it's just that I haven't told him everything yet. Leng Xiaoting silently watched Ji Yuning, waiting for her answer. He thought to himself, we've known each other for so long, and I still don't really know what Ning is really like. He recalled those dangerous situations. Ji Yuning is really good at fighting and has an imposing aura. She's clearly only 18, but she's hiding so much. Your charm, yours, always makes me want to learn everything about you. He glanced at the girl, who was also looking at him with a gentle smile. He continued to think, if you don't want to talk, I respect that. As long as you're sincere with me, I don't care about anything else. People often say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Right now Ji Yuning, in Leng Xiaoting's eyes, is extremely beautiful, to the point of making everything around them fade away. Leng Xiaoting spoke first, telling Ji Yuning, hacker skills alone can't completely erase their information. If the assassin organization has new network technology, they can still recover the information. Hearing him say that, Ji Yuning immediately realized, that's right, I really didn't think about that. Leng Xiaoting placed his hands on Ji Yuning's shoulders, turning her around so they could face each other and look into each other's eyes. He said to her with a sincere expression, if you trust me, I can make their information completely disappear, Ji Yuning replied. You. Of course I trust you. Just then, Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with a look of certainty, saying, Ningning, don't be afraid of bothering me. Ji Yuning blushed when she heard that and said, Xiaoting. She took the initiative to hug him and said, thank you. Leng Xiaoting also hugged her tightly, enjoying their embrace at the Jingcheng Villa, home of Tang Yaxin and Qi Ziyu. Tang Yaxin was sitting on the sofa enjoying wine when a notification popped up on her phone with the headline, Hot news, Emerald Queen Tang Yi-ning earns 23 billion. Reading that headline, Tang Yaxin's eyes nearly popped out of her head. The crystal wine glass fell from her hand and shattered on the ground, splashing liquid all over the floor. Qi Ziyu heard the noise and came downstairs. He asked her, Yaxin, what's wrong? Tang Yaxin held the phone, her face pale, and stammered, Tang Yi-ning. Qi Ziyu took Tang Yaxin's phone to see the news. He also turned pale and exclaimed, Tang Yi-ning, isn't she dead? The two of them suddenly remembered. That's not right. Before she died, she said Tang Yi-ning's dying words were still clear in their minds. If I'm lucky enough to live again, I will definitely make sure that you and the Tang family don't die peacefully. The two of them said. Could it be that she really isn't dead? Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin were intently reading the news on the phone about the Emerald Queen, Tang Yi-ning. Yaxin breathed a sigh of relief. It's not her, just the same name, Ziyu replied. I told you. How could it be? I saw her body being found with my own eyes. He scrawled quickly, saying, but this woman actually found 32 pieces of jade. The two exclaimed in surprise. What? Some of them are even top-grade emeralds. This is too heaven-defying. The two pointed at the phone and said, morning, what a beautiful day. At the Keisha Emerald Supply Company office, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked out. Ji Yuning. Thanks for the trouble these days, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang chuckled. No problem at all, thanks to Boss Guy's help. My life is so much better now. The two said goodbye to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, we'll head out first. Leng Xiaoting asked. Ningning, where to now? Ji Yuning said as she walked. Of course we're going on a date. Leng Xiaoting's face flushed red, stammering, a date. Ji Yuning happily walked ahead, humming a song. Xiaoting hurrying after her. Wait for me. Uncle Zhang watched them go, happily saying, haha, young people these days really. At a luxurious hotel, the receptionist greeted them. Ji Yuning heard a commotion. Miss Wang, this room is already reserved. Miss Wang replied. Humph, I don't care, I want this room. Ji Yuning saw Wang Xiaoji and thought, ha, talk about running into trouble. The server said, Miss Wang, please don't make things difficult for me. Miss Wang answered, make things difficult for you. I'm the young miss of the Wang family. It's an honor for you that I even come to your restaurant. The two girls with her chimed in, how dare this restaurant go against the Wang family? Are you tired of living? Be careful, you'll have to close shop. Ji Yuning stepped forward and said, I reserved this room, so what? Wang Xiaoji yelled at Ji Yuning. Want to snatch it? I want to snatch it. What are you going to do about it? Ji Yuning responded. Then we'll have to see if Miss Wang has the ability. Wang Xiaoji screamed. Ouch! At this moment, Leng Xiaoting walked in, holding a cup of coffee. Every girl looked over. Oh my god, so handsome. Wang Xinyan stood there stunned. So handsome, she thought. A man like this is the only one worthy of me, Wang Xinyan. She subtly adjusted her hair and walked towards Leng Xiaoting to greet him. Hello, I'm Wang Xinyan, the young miss of the Wang family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Xinyan held out her hand to shake Leng Xiaoting's, but he walked right past her. Wang Xinyan shouted, Hey, are you deaf? Don't you want to give me some face? Leng Xiaoting walked over and gave the coffee to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning asked with a teasing tone, What's wrong? Does this young miss want to snatch my man? Didn't realize you had this kind of hobby. Wang Xinyan angrily shouted, How dare you humiliate me? Ji Yuning whispered, You're the one humiliating yourself. The people around them whispered, Xinyan, it's his blessing that you took a fancy to him. Xinyan is the great miss of the Wang family. Don't be disrespectful and not accept it. Wang Xinyan continued to shout loudly, aiming at Ji Yuning, BTCH. Who do you think you are? How dare you oppose the Wang family? You're dead meat. Leng Xiaoting glanced at her with fierce eyes. He said as he glared, What is the Wang family? How dare you humiliate? Ning, I'll wipe you all out. Wang Xinyan took a step back with a frightened expression. The people with her advised, Just let it go, Xinyan, don't provoke them. This guy looks scary. Wang Xinyan still stubbornly said, Who do you think you are? Want to wipe out the Wang family? Dream on. Ji Yuning spoke up. Move aside. Don't bother us while we're eating. Wang Xinyan's face turned pale with fear. She could only blurt out, You guys? Ji Yuning glanced at the server and said, Server, it's too noisy here. Wang Xinyan still hadn't given up outside, saying, Hey, don't you go? The server? No, the receptionist, no longer hesitated. Miss Wang, please leave, Wang Xinyan angrily shouted. You? She gritted her teeth. Wang Xinyan yelled, just you wait. In the bustling street, people gossiped noisily. No way, celebrities would never openly stroll with their girlfriends like that. If only I had such a handsome boyfriend. Dream on. In your dreams, anything is possible. Ji Yuning munched on her candied hawthorns. Leng Xiao's charm hasn't waned at all. Just a walk outside, and so many girls are fawning over him. Leng Xiaoting moved his face close to Ji Yuning's, then wiped her mouth and whispered, in my eyes, there's only you. Ji Yuning's eyes sparkled, thinking, damn, this guy's looks are illegal. At a small stall, the vendor hawked, come one, come all, antiques for cheap, real deal, no scams here. Ji Yuning walked over and picked up a bowl. The vendor quickly said, oh, you've got a good eye, girl. Since we're faded, I'll give you a good price. 5 grand, Ji Yuning thought to herself. A blue and white glazed bowl, a real one, would be worth over 10 grand, and immediately agreed to the deal. The vendor happily said, let me wrap it up for you, muttering under his breath, what a steal. At this moment, Ji Yuning noticed someone discreetly following them. Ji Yuning signaled to Leng Xiaoting with a nod. Then the two continued walking. Someone was tailing them. When they reached the parking garage, the goons following them had lost track of them. One of them yelled, damn it, where'd they go? Just then, Ji Yuning spoke from behind. Looking for me, perhaps? Startling them all. They asked, where's that guy? Ji Yuning replied, behind you. Turning around, the goons revealed excited faces. Oh, even better, he's alive. Ji Yuning asked, Wang Xinyan sent you, right? What does she want? The leader replied. Since you know who you've offended, we won't be polite anymore. That guy has to agree to be Wang Xiaoji's boyfriend. They turned to look at Leng Xiaoting, the leader said with a sinister grin. And you, of course, will take turns with you, then ruin your face. He pulled out a knife. Click. If it weren't for you offending Wang Xiaoji, we really wouldn't. Before the woman could finish speaking, Leng Xiaoting flew forward and kicked him right in the face, thwack, knocking out his front teeth. He screamed, arg! Before they could catch on to what was happening, Leng Xiaoting had already taken care of his buddies. Swish, thump, thump, thud, bam, crash. And just like that, the whole bunch of them were sprawled on the ground, bleeding everywhere. Whoosh! Xiaoting was about to finish one of them off. Ji Yuning spoke up. Xiaoting, spare him. Thump. Ji Yuning stopped Xiaoting's hand with her own. Xiaoting was practically burning with rage. Huff, huff! The thug on the ground stammered, begging for mercy. Spare me? The whole gang scrambled up and bolted, running for their lives. Ji Yuning said, tell Wang Xinyan she's messed with the wrong person. A little later, back at the 5-star hotel, in the presidential suite, click went the door. Ji Yuning, what's row? Before she could finish, Xiaoting was kissing her passionately, tasting the sweetness of their love. Ji Yuning didn't resist. Smooch, smooch. They kissed deeply, caressing each other. Huff, huff, Ji Yuning then said, that's the first time I've ever seen you lose your cool. Leng Xiao held her tight, his voice choked. They were plotting against you. Ji Yuning, all right, don't be mad, aren't I okay? They want to cause me trouble. I won't just sit around waiting to die. Xiao, let me solve this. Thinking, I won't let you get hurt again. Ji Yuning worried in her head that if she rejected him, he'd be sad. Okay, Xiaoting heard that, and his face lit up with happiness. He carried Ji Yuning to the bed, and they began to caress each other. Ji Yuning kissed Xiaoting's neck. She started to actively pull his shirt off. Xiaoting breathed heavily, like he was floating on cloud 9. He turned Ji Yuning around, laid her down on the bed, and started kissing her body. Right at the crucial moment, Xu Jingsen called, the phone ringing non-stop. In the middle of prepping for the big event, Xu Jingsen's call came in. Lang Xiaoting hurriedly answered, and Xu Jingsen's voice boomed from the other end. Yo, boss, Lang Xiaoting snapped. His words laced with so much killing intent that Xu Jingsen nearly dropped his phone. Seeing that, Xu Jingsen thought in a panic, why is the boss so pissed off? Xu Jingsen didn't overthink it and quickly replied, so, boss, where are you at? Before the question was even finished, Lang Xiaoting roared like thunder. Cut the crap, get to the point. On his end, Xu Jingsen felt like a huge boulder had landed on him. He nervously thought, crap, did I screw up the boss's good time or something? Xu Jingsen stammered, it's nothing much, just wondering why you haven't come back yet at this hour. On Xiaoting's side, he was about to explode, practically turning into a demon from the legends. What had to come, came, Lang Xiaoting said. One word at a time. Xu Jingsen, wait, till I get back, I'm gonna shove you into the wall. Xu Jingsen heard those words like a guillotine hanging over his neck. His face turned pale and his lips trembled as he mumbled, I'm screwed, I'm so dead, I'm definitely gonna die this time. After hanging up, Xu Jingsen quickly packed his things and left his own home before Lang Xiaoting returned. His haste and flurry caused the security guard to wonder, Jingsen, where are you going so late? Running and turning back to answer the guard, Xu Jingsen yelled, going to save my life. The security guard was speechless with Senator Xu Jingsen didn't forget to add, oh yeah, if the boss asks about me, tell him I'm dead, got it? With that, he turned and ran, leaving the security guard utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, on Lang Xiaoting's side, Ning Ning had gone into the bathroom and was rinsing her face. Seeing this, Lang Xiaoting followed behind and hugged her from behind. Not forgetting to act spoiled with Ning Ning, Xiaoting rested his head and kissed her shoulder. Hugging her tightly, Ning Ning looked into the mirror and said, "We've been together for so long, and I still don't know who's in your family." Lang Xiaoting heard this and was startled, hugging Ning Ning's slender waist even tighter. Ning Ning sensed Xiaoting's difficulty and said, "It's okay," and stroked him soothingly. "If you don't want to talk about it," she trailed off. Lang Xiaoting quickly said, "It's not that, it's just that there's nothing I can't tell you." Ning Ning looked at him with expectant eyes. Not letting Ning Ning wait long, Lang Xiaoting continued. "My grandfather's name is Lang Weihua. He's the patriarch of the Lang family in Jingcheng, and I'm his direct grandson." Ning Ning suddenly realized, the Lang family? The leading family of the 4 great families in Jingcheng? People from the Lang family even hold important positions in politics, she thought to herself. Even though I had a premonition, I didn't expect the family background to be this powerful. Seeing Ning Ning's wide eyes, Lang Xiaoting anxiously shook her and said, "Ning Ning, what's wrong?" Ning Ning reacted, "You're the crown prince of the Lang family, and I'm just a regular girl. Will your family approve of us being together?" Lang Xiaoting said seriously. "No one can interfere in my affairs," and grabbing her hand tightly he continued. "Not even my grandfather." Ning Ning still sighed sadly. Who knows what will happen in the future? Lang Xiaoting also panicked and said in fear, "You don't want to be with me? Or is there something wrong with me?" Xiaoting said, flustered, making Ning Ning giggle inwardly. Xiaoting continued to panic. "Tell me, and I'll definitely fix it." Ning Ning happily hugged Lang Xiaoting, patted his back to comfort him, and said, "Yeah, you dork, I'm just teasing you. What could be wrong with you? No matter what you're like, I'll like you." The gentle words were full of charm, and both of them began to breathe heavily. Right then, Lang Xiaoting didn't wait any longer and placed a sweet kiss on Ning Ning's lips. Unexpectedly, the two continued with their initial plan. Their bodies intertwined in a deep, powerful kiss. Their cheeks flushed red, and all that could be heard were heavier, hotter breaths with each passing moment. Their heartbeats grew more rapid, their movements faster and more urgent, as they led each other to the bed, unable to break their kiss. Suddenly, Xiaoting said, "Ning, Ning." Xiaoting whispered, hugging Ji Yuning's neck, "You know, I'm an adult now too." Then Ji Yuning smiled shyly and said softly, "Xiaoting, I'm willing." Xiaoting's eyes widened, his cheeks flushed even more, and he looked at Ji Yuning with panting breaths. Xiaoting also stammered, "I love you, Ning Ning." Then Xiaoting placed a deep kiss on Ji Yuning's lips, gently removing Ji Yuning's clothes as he kissed her. Leaving Ji Yuning's succulent lips, Xiaoting kissed her all over. Even her hands. Everything was done gently. After a sufficient foreplay, the moment came when their hands clasped tightly together, expressing their sublimation and giving thanks to creation. After a night of bliss, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains of Ji Yuning's house, shining directly on her beautiful face, causing her to squint open her eyes. Then she got out of bed, stretched, and yawned. "It smells so good, what is it?" Noticing the breakfast someone left in front of her, with so many delicious dishes, Ji Yuning was as happy as a child, secretly thinking, "I've found a treasure this time." Waiting for Ji Yuning to come down, Lang Xiaoting said, "You're awake." Lang Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning caringly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Ji Yuning shyly lowered her head and ate, replying, "No, just a little tired." Then Ji Yuning praised, "The food is delicious." Lang Xiaoting remained concerned about Ji Yuning. He gently placed a glass of warm milk in front of Ji Yuning, and then stammered, "I'm sorry, Ning Ning, I couldn't stop myself last night." Holding the glass of milk and drinking, Ji Yuning spat out the mouthful she just took upon hearing those words. Ji Yuning quickly wiped her mouth and then shyly replied, "Then try to restrain yourself a little next time." Unexpectedly, Lang Xiaoting replied loudly and clearly, "Yes, I will definitely restrain myself next time." Just then, Shu Jingsen called, the ringing breaking the awkward atmosphere. Answering the phone, Xiaoting changed his attitude rapidly, becoming cold and replying, "What is it?" Shu Jingsen said. "Lao Da, the target has appeared." Returning to his spoiled face, Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning, "Ning Ning, Ji Yuning immediately said, "Go, don't worry about me." Ji Yuning also thought, it's a good time to deal with the factory issue. After that, both left home to take care of their business. Ji Yuning went to the factory to check the situation, followed by Uncle Zhang and 2 others. Uncle Zhang asked in surprise, Boss, you don't want to rent this entire factory area, do you?" Ji Yuning smiled gently and replied, "Not rent, but buy." Uncle Zhang asked in shock and disbelief. "What? Buy it?" He was taken aback and thought, normally you only need to rent a factory to open a mine, but I didn't expect her to want to buy such a large factory area. Her financial resources are too terrifying. Ji Yuning continued, "If we want to become the leader in the jade supply industry, we must have our own factory area. And working here will prevent any unexpected events from happening." "Uncle Zhang, I have to trouble you to look after the store," Ji Yuning said happily. Turning to Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang also replied happily, "No problem. You can rest assured and leave it to me." Ji Yuning turned to the other 2 and instructed, "Brother Gao, Sister Qiao, for now you 2 will stay and assist Uncle Zhang. After we get through this busy period, I will take you back to the city for the new year." The 2 thought to themselves, eat New Year's. For the past few years we've been risking our lives, and celebrating the new year has become a thing of the past. They quickly replied, "Ji Yuning, boss, won't we be bothering you?" Ji Yuning still happily replied. No, everyone who follows me must be together. With that, she placed her hands on their shoulders. Brother Gao and sister Qiao looked at each other, not believing that they could still celebrate the new year. They both replied in unison, yeah, and nodded slightly. 2 days later, there were red firecrackers everywhere, bustling crowds, and blessings resounding everywhere. Old Zhang, great business opening, congratulations on the establishment of Fei Kui, 7 colors Fei Kui, thank you for Zhang Zong's blessing, thank you very much, Uncle Zhang kept thanking. Among them, one person was picking up the phone on the banquet table. At this time, there were handshakes and happy reunions. Zong, what a coincidence you came here too. Why don't you come and enjoy the joy together, and bring good luck too? Next came a burst of hearty laughter. Ji Yuning and Ling Xiaoting were in a room, sipping tea and observing the scene of everyone at that time. Ji Yuning said, looks like we have quite the crowd today. Ling Xiaoting chimed in, want to take care of them now. Ji Yuning gently set down her teacup and said, nah, if they're here to snoop, can't let them go back empty-handed. Just then, Uncle Zhang began on stage. A warm welcome to all the distinguished guests present today. Zhang Peng here, on behalf of Chikai Jediite Supply Company's director, extends our gratitude to everyone. Then, Uncle Zhang continued, to express our appreciation for your esteemed presence, the company will be gifting 10 Jediite prizes to the lucky ones. Murmurs rippled through the audience below. One madam exclaimed, OMG, 10 Jediite prizes, such generosity. Another added, totally worth coming here. Yet another chimed in, starting big like this, the next act must be even more high-end. The whole venue buzzed with excitement, a symphony of anticipation. Could this Chikai Jediite Supply Company be linked to the Jediite Queen? After the event concluded, backstage, Zhao Zhenghong reported, Ma'am, boss, today's auction raked in 630 million RMB. Ji Yuning took the document Uncle Zhang handed over and replied cheerfully, hard work, Uncle Zhang. After reviewing it, Ji Yuning handed another document to Uncle Zhang, telling him to take it. Leaving him bewildered, Ji Yuning continued, consider it your bonus. Uncle Zhang took the document and stammered after reading it. This is a stock transfer agreement. He looked up at Ji Yuning. Boss, this is? Not letting Uncle Zhang question further, Ji Yuning explained, Uncle Zhang, you've been with me and I'll never mistreat you. Those who help me manage my businesses will all receive the same. Don't feel like you don't deserve the reward. At this moment, Uncle Zhang's eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Zhang, holding the document, bowed his head and said, thank you, boss, and vowed silently, I will definitely manage the company well and not let you down. Ji Yuning, still cheerful, helped Uncle Zhang up, adding, all right, Uncle Zhang, no need to be so formal. Amidst the happy atmosphere, someone was secretly snapping photos of Ji Yuning and Uncle Zhang nearby. On the other side, Wang Laoye was intently looking at the photos the stranger had brought. You're sure there's no mistake in the investigation? The voice came from the chairman of the board. Wang Hongming's assistant confirmed to him, no mistake. The legal representative of Chikai Jediite is indeed a girl named Ji Yuning. Boss Wang stared silently at the photo, saying nothing. Wang Xinyan burst through the door, fuming, and exclaimed, Dad, you promised to stand up for me. Boss Wang waved his hand, frowning in reminder. Xinyan, don't cause more trouble. Wang Xinyan looked at the photo in Wang Hongming's hand, wondering, why is it her? Wang Xinyan angrily pointed at the photo, agitated. Isn't this the woman who bullied me at the restaurant before? Wang Hongming heard this, his eyes widening, and he exclaimed, what? His assistant also eagerly spoke up, Lao Ye, I've uncovered another matter. Wang Hongming looked toward his assistant, asking, what is it? The assistant reported, most of Chikai Jadeite's raw materials come from us, and the Jadeite piece auctioned today was also. Boss Wang's jaw dropped. What? Wang Hongming trembled as he asked in detail. They opened the auction with 10 Jadeite pieces taken from us. The assistant stammered. Yes, that's right. It said they were cut from only 30-something raw materials. Wang Hongming, in too much shock, suffered a heart attack. He clutched his left chest but still managed to say, this is outrageous, cough, cough, cough. Wang Xinyan, worried about her father, supported him from behind. Wang Hongming, utterly drained, his face pale, leaned back in his chair and muttered, 30-something raw materials yielding 10 Jadeite pieces. Doesn't that mean they're using up all the Wang family's Jadeite raw materials? The assistant worriedly stroked his chest to calm him. Lao Ye, catch your breath. Wang Xinyan also stroked his chest. Seeing the events unfold, Wang Xinyan naturally refused to let it go, saying, Dad, you definitely can't let her get away with this. Wang Hongming's face turned black with anger, and he bit his teeth, uttering each word, Ji Yuning, I will make you pay. Elsewhere, at a 5-star hotel, Ji Yuning and Xiaoting entered the room. She stretched contentedly, saying, so tired today. Suddenly, she stopped short, spotting a hidden camera placed by the TV. Seeing this, she immediately turned and pressed close to Xiaoting, then said, Xiaoting, I want a mango smoothie. Xiaoting, clueless, asked, Ning, why the sudden baby talk? She tiptoed and whispered into his ear. There's a camera, she said. Hurry and make one for me in the kitchen. I'm gonna take a nap. Xiaoting turned halfway, leaving, and replied, okay, I'll make it right away. With that, he went into the kitchen. Another camera was attached to the ventilation fan. Xiaoting thought to himself, they actually hid so many. Daring to make trouble with Ning in Tang City, and with such underhanded methods. Must be the Wang family's dogs. Ji Yuning, upon entering the room, also paused, noticing a camera hidden beneath the bedside lamp. With her abilities, she spotted a suitcase under the bed. She thought to herself, a suitcase, huh? Looks like they're planning to frame me. With the camera there, I can't get too close, but with my current spiritual power, hiding the suitcase in my dimension is more than enough. She smirked smugly and began to use her powers. Ji Yuning opened her jade eyes, sucking everything in the suitcase into her space. Bam! The door was violently kicked open. Many cops with guns stormed into the hotel living room. Old Wang's assistant shouted, "Freeze! Everyone freeze!" Ji Yuning and Xiaoting heard the commotion and came out. He pointed at them, yelling, "Officers, it's them!" Then, an officer stepped forward and said, "We received a report that you're hoarding firearms. We're now going to search your premises. Please cooperate." Ji Yuning guessed. The Wang family really couldn't wait. Xiaoting approached the captain, questioning, "Do you have a search warrant?" Xiaoting reminded himself, "They definitely came prepared. We can't let them search." The officer calmly replied to Xiaoting, "Not yet." The assistant pointed at Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, stating confidently, "Officer, I swear they're definitely breaking the law. Now is clearly the best time to arrest them." Ji Yuning smiled confidently, saying, "Then search away. Sorry for the trouble, officers." Xiaoting, not understanding Ji Yuning's confidence, reminded her, "Ning Ning." The officer, hearing this, immediately ordered his subordinates, "Move out now, search." Old Wang's assistant smugly sneered. Ji Yuning turned to reassure Xiaoting, "It's okay, Xiaoting, they won't find anything." The sound of rushing footsteps echoed throughout the hotel room. One of the captain's subordinates ran back to report, "Captain, there's nothing in the bedroom, Captain. Nothing over there either." The assistant, hearing this, was stunned, saying, "No way, did you check under the bed?" Ji Yuning stood with her arms crossed, saying, "Are you implying the officers aren't searching seriously?" Then he stubbornly retorted, "Not finding illegal items doesn't mean you're not breaking the law. Spill it. Where are you hiding the stuff?" Ji Yuning smirked. "Ha! If it's not there, it's not there. Why are you trying to make things up? I suspect you're deliberately trying to frame me." Seeing this, the officer waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, "False report. Take him away." Old Wang's assistant tried to argue. "Officer, you're being framed. I'm really not lying." Ji Yuning turned to leave, glancing at them, thinking, "Wang Hongming, you're really rushing to your death." She picked up her phone and made a call. "Big bro, help me investigate the Wang family's criminal evidence in Tang City. The faster, the better." At another 5-star hotel, Xiaoting was carrying their luggage to put away, while Ji Yuning was on a call. She said, "Hello, old bro." The old bro on the other end said, "Boss, the Wang family's criminal evidence has been sent to your inbox." Ji Yuning replied, "Thanks for the hard work." Xiaoting opened the bedroom door, looking around to check. He put their luggage in the closet, thinking, "No hidden cameras found. This place is safe." Xiaoting opened his phone and dialed someone, saying, "You can move now." The other end replied, "Roger that." Outside, Ji Yuning was still on the phone with Ji Yuning. "I'm telling you, boss, are you on a mission to defeat evil or something? Your enemies are either seriously evil or extremely evil," Ji Yuning said. "I'm not on any mission, it's just that your boss is too talented, making people jealous." The old bro sighed. "Looks like I'll be busy later. No more hanging out," Ji Yuning calmly said. "You can change your mind, but I won't be responsible for your legs." The old bro got scared and quickly hung up. "I take back everything I said." Hanging up, Ji Yuning thought, HMPH. The Wang family is pushing it too far. It's time to strike back. The next morning, at the Wang family mansion, Wang Hongming was playing with birds. His assistant came in, leaning over hesitantly. "Master," Wang Hongming replied. "Yeah, how's the task I gave you?" The assistant replied fearfully. "The police didn't find anything. The thing under the bed vanished without a trace." Hearing this, Wang Hongming's face froze. He angrily shouted, "What? Vanished on its own? How is that possible?" His assistant continued. "The camera recording clearly shows that no one went near the suitcase. It really just disappeared." Due to excessive anger, Wang Hongming coughed up blood. Cough, 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 cough. The assistant worriedly said, "Master?" Wang Hongming tried to blink, still coughing, saying, "How could this be? Could it be the work of ghosts?" Wang Xinyan rushed in frantically, saying, "Dad, something's wrong. Big brother and second brother are in trouble." Wang Hongming weakly asked, "What are you saying?" Wang Xinyan quickly said. Second brother was inexplicably removed from his auditing position, and the fact that big brother found someone to take the fall for him in the past has been exposed online. Wang Hongming suddenly realized, it's Ji Yuning. She actually dares. So shocked, Wang Hongming spat out blood. He couldn't take it and collapsed. His assistant panicked, rushing to support him, shouting, "Master!" Wang Xinyan also called out in a fluster, "Dad." The trending topics on Weibo are all related to the Wang family. Ji Yuning, while eating fruit fed by Xiaoting, scrolled through Weibo, wondering, Wang Bakang fell from power. Consider it a fatal blow to the Wang family. I'm not involved in political matters. Could it be Xiaoting? She turned to him and asked, "Xiaoting, did you do the thing about Wang Bakang?" Xiaoting just hummed in agreement. He darkened his face and said, "Those who bully you must pay the price." She leaned over and kissed Xiaoting on the cheek, causing his face to turn red with surprise. Ji Yuning pinched his cheek, looking at him and said, "Xiaoting, thank you." Xiao Ting looked at her with affectionate eyes and said, I have a gift for you too. She widened her eyes in surprise and said, the Wang family's mining rights. Ji Yuning was sweating bullets, her eyes wide, and said, Xiao Ting, how much did this cost? She thought to herself. This mining license has countless jade minerals. The value is immeasurable. This gift is too precious, Xiao Ting said. Don't worry about money with me. She hesitated and said, but. Xiao Ting's face gradually turned red and said, if you really want to, then repay me with your body. He raised her chin, and they exchanged loving, affectionate glances. The two people's lips met, and they kissed passionately. Ji Yuning asked, why do you think about this all day? Xiao Ting replied, because I only have feelings for you. The next day, Ji Yuning stood outside the hotel lobby, stretching and thinking. If he didn't still have a mission, I'm afraid he would have kept at it all night. Wang Xinyan, holding a knife, hid behind the wall, saying, slut. Ji Yuning heard it and glanced over. Wang Xinyan went crazy, jumped out and pointed the knife at her. The stabbing knife was immediately grabbed by Ji Yuning. Then she threw Xinyan to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. Ah! The knife was released and fell on the ground. The people around saw it and gathered to discuss, isn't this the Wang family's heiress? Haven't seen her for a few days. Why is she in such a mess? There's a knife. Call the police. Xinyan angrily asked, you slut, did you expose the Wang family's secrets? The person watching spoke up. The Wang family's secrets were exposed by this girl. That's too awesome. Ji Yuning, her hand locked on her, replied, oh, do you have any evidence? Wang Xinyan said loudly. You did it. Who else can take revenge on the Wang family besides you? I, Ji Yuning, broke her hand, shouting crack. Then you should tell me, why should I take revenge on the Wang family? She grimaced and replied, what else could it be? Didn't I cause you trouble before? Ji Yuning pushed her away and said, you also know you offended me, now you actually want to assassinate me with a knife, want to go to jail. The police rushed over. Wang Xinyan was scared. No, I don't want to go to jail. She crossed her arms and said, now you know you're scared. Too late. She was handcuffed and taken into the car, turning her head to curse Ji Yuning as she left. You slut, you deserve to die. The female police officer suppressed her and said, be honest with me. Everyone around scolded Wang Xinyan in turn. HMPH. The Wang family should all go to jail. Retribution. This is the Wang family's retribution. A police officer said to Ji Yuning, hello, please come back to the station with us to record your statement. Ji Yuning cooperated. At the entrance of the police station, Leng Xiaoting rushed over. Ning. As soon as she saw him, her expression became happy. Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoting, hugged her tightly. You scared me to death. Ji Yuning patted him to comfort him. Aren't I okay? His face was extremely worried, saying, I believe you weren't hurt by her, but... Ji Yuning gently replied, Okay, she's already in jail. The police said she'll be locked up for a few years. Leng Xiaoting was uneasy, but before he could finish speaking, Ji Yuning pulled his arm. I'll take you out to play? At the antique shop, Ji Yuning pointed to the bowl on display. Look, that's a good one. Just as she was about to pick it up, someone placed their hand on it first. Looking up, an old man with 2 bodyguards said with surprise, it's you saved me that day. She thought to herself, it's the guy who suddenly had a heart attack when I came to Tang City. Ji Yuning happily replied, oh, it's you. Are you feeling better? The old man held her hands with both of his, bowing slightly as he said, my surname is Tang. Just call me Old Tang. If it weren't for you that day, this old man's life would have been over. Ji Yuning humbly replied, it was just a matter of convenience, Old Tang. You don't need to thank me. She thought to herself, he knows my surname is Ji Yu. Looks like he's investigated me. Old Tang replied, what do you mean, just a matter of convenience? You saved my life. Luckily, I was able to meet you today. I must thank you properly. The old man looked at Leng Xiaoting and asked, oh, and who is this? Ji Yuning wrapped her arm around his, introducing, this is my boyfriend, Leng Xiaoting. Old Tang nodded. Very good. A match made in heaven. She thought to herself. This old man is hard to read, extraordinary, and surrounded by so many bodyguards he must be rich, but he's not from my previous life's Tang family. Could he be from the Tang Huang group, the richest in High City? Old Tang continued, little Ji Yu, it's still early. How about I treat you to tea so I can thank you properly? Ji Yuning replied. Then I'll accept your kind invitation, she said in her heart. This Old Tang's identity isn't simple. He's someone worth befriending. At a tea house, Old Tang said to Ji Yuning, to be honest, you remind me of my second son, Yunfan, when he was young, so I feel a strange sense of closeness to you. Only for her to abruptly reply, what? She wondered. There's someone who looks like me. Could it be that Ji Yuning's father isn't dead? What are the odds? Old Tang pushed the teacup aside, saying, it's just a pity that I've dedicated my life to my career, with no wife or children, otherwise I would have suspected you were my long-lost granddaughter. Hearing this, she immediately replied, don't say that. I want to meet this Yunfan uncle. I've never had a father since I was little. My mother and I have always relied on each other. I've never even seen what my father looked like in my heart, the old man said with melancholy. Poor child, so pitiful since childhood, so rare to be so obviously kind. Old Tang said to her, how about you recognize Yunfan uncle as your adoptive father, then you'd be my rightful granddaughter, Ji Yuning awkwardly replied. The matter of adopting a father still needs to be discussed with Yunfan's uncle. The old man fell silent, pondering this matter. With Yunfan's personality, wouldn't he make things difficult for the child? Ji Yuning continued. If old Tang doesn't mind, I'll treat you as my grandfather at home and be filial like that. You don't need to think about it anymore. Old Tang laughed heartily. That's great! A win-win situation, haha. Little Ji Yu, you're taking the college entrance exam next year, right? Which school do you want to go to? She thought about it. I'm thinking, Old Tang said excitedly. Do you want to come to High City? I can take care of you then. Leng Xiaoting said unhappily. She has to go to Jing City? I'll take care of her. Old Tang was taken aback. Ji Yuning wrapped her arm around his and said to Old Tang, Thank you for your kindness, Old Tang. I'm planning to take the Jing City University exam. Old Tang smiled and replied, Jing City University is good, the #1 university in the country. Little Ji Yu is really amazing. Then you must come to High City to play when you have time, okay? Ji Yuning obediently replied, Yes, I'll trouble Old Tang then. Old Tang then said, It's nothing. After the tea session, she and he stood waiting for a car. Leng Xiaoting asked, Ji Yuning, should I investigate so I can let you know? But no matter what the result is, you must come to Jing City, she said in her heart. Go to Jing City, there is my previous life's path. In the hotel, Ji Yuning updated the data that CA sent. After downloading, the system asked, Open the document. Ji Yuning clicked yes, and the information appeared. Name, Tang Yunfan, age 42. Identity, the richest man in High City, chairman of Tang Huang Group. Looking at such information made her say, Ah, aloud, muttering in her heart. Although there are traces of time, but the facial features are indeed very similar to the Tang Yunfan, who disappeared 19 years ago. Based on Ji Yuning's age, it could really be his daughter. Tang Yunfan lost his memory for unknown reasons after returning, so that's not the reason he never looked for Ji Yuman and her daughter. But Ji Yuman always thought she would raise her children alone forever. It seems they were all misunderstandings. At the restaurant, she cheerfully called out as soon as she entered, Old Tang. Hearing her voice, Old Tang stood up and pulled out a chair, saying, Little Ji Yu, you're here. Come, sit down, sit down. I have to leave Tang City this afternoon, so I hurriedly invited you over. Ji Yuning helped him sit down, replying, It's okay, Old Tang. Don't stand anymore. Quickly sit down. Old Tang scolded her. What, Old Tang? Call me Grandpa? She obediently complied. Yeah, sure, she muttered inwardly. Who would have thought the old geezer in front of me is my grandpa? Talk about fate. Old Tang patted her hand. Little girl, this trip of mine, who knows when we'll meet again? Ji Yuning replied. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely visit you in High City. Someone brought a box to Old Tang. He took it and said, Since you called me Grandpa, I should give you a little something as a greeting gift. No refusing. Otherwise, Grandpa will think you're looking down on me. Ji Yuning looked at the 2 cards inside the gift box, thrilled. Hotel black card and department store card. These are all under the Tang Huang Group. He really sees me as his granddaughter. Ji Yuning obediently accepted and said, Then Ji Yuning, thanks, Grandpa. Old Tang laughed heartily at that. Grandpa, I have a gift for you too. You can't refuse either, or else you don't see me as your granddaughter. Old Tang was taken aback. Oh my, bring it out then. Old Tang curiously opened the gift box. This is natural red coral. She panicked inwardly. Priceless natural red coral. Ji Yuning definitely spent a fortune. Old Tang pushed the gift box back to her. No way, this is too expensive. Ji Yuning, you better take it back. Ji Yuning blocked it. It's okay, Grandpa, this is a little something from me, and it's not a burden at all. Just accept it. Old Tang was surprised, thinking to himself, Ji Yuning speaks and acts unusually. A red coral bracelet so expensive, and she doesn't even bat an eye. She's definitely not simple. Old Tang picked up some food for Ji Yuning, saying, Come on, stop talking. Eat, she replied. You eat too, Grandpa. They both laughed and chatted happily throughout the meal. As they left, Old Tang sat in the car waving his hand, saying, Little one, Grandpa will be waiting for you in High City. Ji Yuning waved back. Take care on the road, Grandpa. The phone in her pocket then rang. Ji Yuning answered. The voice on the other end said, Hello, Ning Ning, my mission is over, she happily replied. Then when are you coming back to Jing City? Leng Xiaoting replied. Not for now, I want to be with you. How about waiting for me to finish up my work, then we can go to Jing City together. Okay, Ji Yuning immediately agreed without hesitation. As the plane began to take off, Ji Yuning looked out the window, pondering, I'm here, Jing City, the place I was most familiar with in my past life. If I could meet the person who betrayed me, could I still be this calm? Leng Xiaoting draped a blanket over her shoulder, asking, Ning, is something wrong? She turned her head and replied, Nothing, just thinking about some things. Suddenly, a flight attendant lost her balance and fell. Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning tightly, asking, What's going on? The plane announced, Dear passengers, the plane is shaking due to turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts and do not move around without permission, thank you. Ji Yuning panicked. The level of shaking just now couldn't possibly be turbulence. Something hit the plane. He reassured her. Ning, just stay here and relax. I'll go see what's up. Leng Xiaoting just stood up when he was reminded by the flight attendant. Sir, please sit down immediately. He took something out of his pocket and said to the flight attendant, This is my flight certificate. Please take me to see your captain immediately. This, sir. The flight attendant opened the door. Leng Xiaoting entered the cockpit, where chaos and panic reigned. Control station! Control station! Please respond! The co-pilot shouted into the radio. Contact the control station! But there's no response! Another plane is unmanned! The captain yelled at a man with a head wound. Captain! Captain! He saw the flight attendant lead Xiaoting in and snapped. No one is allowed in the cockpit! Do you know that? Leng Xiaoting held up his flight certificate to the pilot who had just yelled at him, coldly saying, I hope you will cooperate and explain the situation immediately. The pilot was a little shocked and surprised to see his flight certificate. The captain was hit by a flock of birds. The captain is injured. Now the windshield is cracked. We've lost contact, and there's a risk of crashing at any moment, he frantically told Xiaoting. The current situation. Continue to contact the control station. Prepare for cabin depressurization. Hearing the pilot's report, Xiaoting walked over and sat down in the seat, then instructed. Tell the remaining pilots to put on their headphones and constantly contact the control station. In the passenger cabin, Ji Yuning gripped the armrest, thinking firmly, it's that feeling of being close to death again, but I believe that with Xiaoting there, nothing will happen. Oh my god! Someone fainted. The flight attendant screamed as she saw a passenger pass out. She shook the passenger and called out, Sir, can you hear me? Ji Yuning heard this and turned to look, suspicious. Is it high blood pressure leading to fainting? What should we do? Is there a doctor? The flight attendant screamed in panic, hoping that someone among the passengers could help this passenger. Ms. Ji Yuning stepped forward and said, I can help. When I saw Ji Yuning, she is not a doctor. Who will be responsible if something happens? Seeing that Ji Yuning was too young, thinking that she wanted to attract attention, the flight attendant looked at her with a dark face. Other passengers also agreed, and some angrily accused. Hey little friend, don't join in the fun. Just a girl, what hero is she trying to be? There's no time to hesitate, quickly save the patient, get out of the way. Ji Yuning stepped forward and pushed the flight attendant aside, shouting loudly. The flight attendant was surprised to see Ji Yuning lay the passenger on the ground. A girl wearing glasses held up a certificate and said, I have a rescue certificate. I'll help you see if there is blood pressure medication in his bag. People who often have this will always carry it with them. Ji Yuning adjusted his posture and said to the girl wearing glasses, and she replied, Okay, start rummaging on the body of the unconscious guest. Ji Yuning put her hand on his forehead and transferred a little spiritual energy to him. The girl wearing glasses exclaimed, I found high blood pressure medication. I can't transmit too much. It's enough to help him escape the danger of his life. Looking at the flight attendant feeding the guest medicine, Ji Yuning thought in her heart. The unconscious man groaned softly. Whoa, a sudden strong wind. The plane is shaking. The shaking scared everyone. The flight attendant tried to stay calm, yelling instructions. Everyone, quickly put on your oxygen masks and breathe steadily. At that moment, in the capital, Xu Jingsen was watching TV at home when a breaking news alert about a plane in distress popped up. Xu Jingsen was shocked to see the flight number. Jumping off the couch, holy crap, isn't that Big Bro's flight, he yelled, panicking. At Cityji's airport, Si Tu-ye and Chu Zhenghong were walking when a news bulletin appeared on the big screen. The announcer's voice was steady as it read out a list of people who had lost contact. Lu Jihan, Yan Lixin, Ji Yuning. Hearing the name Ji Yuning, Si Tu-ye froze. Ji Yuning, Si Tu-ye asked in disbelief. No way, right? It must be a different person with the same name, Chu Zhenghong said, also in a state of panic. Zhenghong, book a flight, I need to get to the capital, Si Tu-ye ordered Zhenghong loudly. Oh, okay, got it. Zhenghong stuttered. Accepting the order, the wind was howling. The plane bounced and skidded on the runway, its wheels sparking and screeching against the asphalt. Hurry! Hurry! Rescue workers rushed to the plane, yelling to each other to help the passengers. Flight B-9527's danger was averted, and it landed safely at the capital's airport. The news immediately reported on the major incident. Thank you both so much. On behalf of the remaining passengers and the crew, thank you, a pilot said, grabbing Xiaoting's hands with immense gratitude as everyone applauded and offered their endless thanks to Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Medical staff were checking on the injured and putting them into ambulances. On the stretcher! You did a great job! It's thanks to you two that we saved a lot of time. Thank you, a rescue worker said gratefully to Ji Yuning and Xiaoting. A flight attendant ran up to a paramedic and handed him some passenger documents. Doctor, here's the patient's ID. Looking at the name on the ID, the person Ji Yuning saved was Lu Zahan. Ji Yuning was surprised and thought to herself, he's director Lu Zahan. No wonder he looked so familiar. He's still blacklisted, right? Maybe this is my chance to get into the entertainment industry. Ning Ning, let's go. Xiaoting smiled and said to her, okay, Ji Yuning replied, smiling back at him. As they watched Ji Yuning and Xiaoting walk away hand in hand, everyone looked on in awe and admiration. They looked just like a couple from a manga, doing a good deed and then just leaving. That's so cool. A girl in glasses clasped her hands together and said admiringly, this is perfect material for me to write a script about. Another man also smiled and agreed. Right! They're so perfect for each other. In the pickup area, Xu Jingsen climbed the fence, waving his hands excitedly. Big bro, you scared me to death. Wah! Xu Jingsen ran up to Xiaoting, crying as he jumped up and hugged him. I thought I'd never see you in sis-in-law again. Xiaoting frowned and was about to say something, but Xu Jingsen understood immediately. He jumped down and stood at attention in a military salute, loudly and seriously saying, I'll go get the car right now and personally drive you two home. With that, he took off running as fast as he could. Ji Yu-ning lowered her head to check her phone messages. Si Tu-ye? Ji Yu-ning was surprised. The message from Si Tu-ye read, Ji Yu-ning, I believe you're okay. If you see this message, you have to reply to me. Then he sent another message. I've arrived in the capital. Wait for me. I need to see for myself that you're safe. Ji Yu-ning thought to herself. It seems my previous cold shoulder didn't make him give up, it just fueled his passion. As she was thinking, Xiaoting walked up to her and asked with concern, What's wrong? Ji Yu-ning looked up at him and replied, Si Tu-ye knows about our flight incident and is on his way to the capital. Do you want to go see him? Xiaoting's face showed a flash of sadness as he looked at Ji Yu-ning and asked softly, Si Tu-ye has feelings for you, but he's also helped you, so you can't just ignore him. We can't avoid it. We have to have a meal with him. Ji Yu-ning looked at the angry Xiaoting and thought, I shouldn't hide this from him. I know he helped you, but I don't feel comfortable with you meeting someone who has feelings for you alone. Xiaoting frowned, pausing for a moment before saying in a low, sad voice, I'm worried. I never said I'd go alone. Ji Yu-ning looked up at him, smiling softly, and said, Xiaoting. Surprised, Xiaoting uttered a confused sound. Huh. Ji Yu-ning reached up and pulled his collar down, bringing his face close to hers, which made his face turn red. She smiled and said, I'm going with my boyfriend, of course. Mr. C2. This is the room Miss Ji Yu booked. The waiter cheerfully led Si-Tu-ye inside. As he followed the waiter's instructions, Si-Tu-ye was deep in thought. It wasn't until the plane lost contact that I realized how important she is to me. I hope she's okay. As the waiter opened the door, Si-Tu-ye adjusted his tie. Please come in, the waiter said. Ji Yu-ning. Si-Tu-ye smiled and called out to her. Ji Yu-ning and Xiaoting stood up to greet Si-Tu-ye, and she smiled. Mr. Si-Tu, you're here. Please have a seat. Si-Tu-ye was shocked to see Xiaoting standing next to Ji Yu-ning staring at him. He thought to himself, Red Flame's team, why is he here? Could he be Ji Yu-ning's boyfriend? I'm relieved to see you're okay, Si-Tu-ye said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Ji Yu-ning replied, Thank you for your concern, Si-Tu. They're that close. Does Ji Yu-ning know a lot about what Blue Eagle is secretly doing? Si-Tu-ye frowned, thinking to himself as he glanced at Ji Yu-ning and Xiaoting. Oh, this is my boyfriend. Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yu-ning wrapped her arm around Xiaoting's arm and smiled happily as she introduced him to Si-Tu-ye. Oh, Si-Tu-ye replied with an awkward smile, his mind filled with doubt. But she hasn't been avoiding me. Or maybe Leng Xiaoting hasn't told her. Hello? Xiaoting greeted Si-Tu-ye in a low voice, inwardly cursing. Hypocrite, Si-Tu-ye replied in a similar tone, likewise. But in his mind he was thinking, Talk about running into your nemesis. Xiaoting and Si-Tu-ye locked eyes, sparks seeming to fly between them. Scene 2GE, Xiaoting and I are treating today. Order whatever you like, Ji Yu-ning said awkwardly. Trying to diffuse the tension between the two men, Scene 2Yi looked at her, smiling. Since you're treating, I certainly won't hold back. Ji Yu-ning, have some of this. Xiaoting gently placed food on her plate. Scene 2Ye was taken aback by the lovey-dovey display, his face darkening as he thought, how sickening. Ji Yu-ning is still young. She doesn't necessarily have to be with Leng Xiaoting. As he thought this, Si Tu-Yi took a sip of his drink, his eyes calculating, I still have a chance. Ji Yu-ning, you work in Jingcheng. If you ever need anything, you can look for me, Si Tu-Ye said to Ji Yu-ning. Ji Yu-ning smiled gratefully. Thank you, Si Tu-Ji. Ji Yu-ning has me, Xiaoting protested, annoyed. Don't be so quick to refuse, there might be things you can't handle, Si Tu-Ye replied with a smirk. Hearing Si Tu-Ye's words, he coldly retorted, That's none of your business. For Ning-Ning, I'd do anything. Looking at Ji Yu-ning, Xing Teng-yang thought to himself, Thank you, Xian Tu-Ji, but we can handle most things ourselves. Ji Yu-ning responded to Xian Tu-Ye, placing her hand on Xiaoting's and said, If we really need you, I definitely won't hesitate to ask. This Xin Tu-Ye shouldn't overdo it. Ji Yu-ning glanced at Xin Tu-Ye, thinking to herself, It seems Leng Xiaoting's position in Ji Yu-ning's heart is even more important than I imagined. Si Tu-Ye watched Ji Yu-ning's actions and words, frowning in silence as he thought, If I can't let go, then I'll just follow my heart. After all, opportunities are there for the taking. Si Tu-Ye tapped his fingers on the table, making a decision in his heart, he said in a low voice. All right then. At the villa under Leng Xiaoting's name, Xiaoting's face was full of anger, and he said nothing. Ji Yu-ning looked at him. She gently asked, What's wrong? Leng Xiaoting angrily said. He's hitting on me. Ji Yu-ning covered her mouth and giggled. Do you not have confidence in yourself? Or faith in me? Ji Yu-ning reached out and caressed Xiaoting's cheek, asking with a gentle smile, I know you are irrational now, but so many people like me, you just feel like you're going to lose me, Xiaoting said angrily. You're so handsome, so great. What if more people pursue you than this? Ji Yu-ning looked at him and smiled, saying, I should be worried about whether you're sure about me or not. Hearing Ji Yu-ning's words, Xiaoting grabbed the hand stroking his cheek and said in a loud, serious voice, Got it. Of course I'm firm. Then why don't you believe that I love you so firmly? Ji Yuning took both hands and cupped Xiaoting's face, and still worried about losing me. Xiaoting looked at her and hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. I'm sorry, Ning Ning, I shouldn't be like this. He hugged her tightly and whispered, Ning Ning, I love you. Suddenly, Xiaoting's phone rang. It was his grandfather calling. As soon as he answered, Xiaoting's grandfather started scolding him. You ungrateful brat! Do you still know I'm your grandfather? Such a big thing happened and you didn't say a word to me? Hearing his grandfather, Xiaoting awkwardly uttered, Grandpa, I'm okay, Xiaoting said into the phone. On the other end, his grandfather, though angry, still asked with concern, Nothing happened? Not coming back? Are you hurt? Xiaoting reassured the old man. He said softly, Not hurt. I'm handling a few things. I'll be back tomorrow. Watching him talk to his grandfather on the phone, Ji Yuning thought to herself, Xiaoting's grandfather is really strong. After hanging up, he turned and said, Ji Yuning, Ning Ning, are you coming home with me tomorrow? Hearing him ask, she shyly said, wiggling her fingers, That's your home. What am I going there for? You're my grandpa's granddaughter-in-law. Why can't you go? Pushing her down, he supported himself with his hands. Looking at her, Ji Yuning looked at him and smiled. Although being well-matched in social status is a tradition, your and my identities are special, going home uninvited would not only be impolite, but also make people unhappy. Reaching out to gently caress his cheek, Ji Yuning smiled softly and said, I want to meet your family after I have a career, okay? You listen to me, Lang Xiaoting replied. When she said that, at the Lang residence, Xiaoting held the gift box in his hand, smiling gently as he thought, Ning Ning is so thoughtful, it's actually okay not to prepare a gift. The butler of the Lang residence, named Lang Zhangjihe, happily greeted, Xiaoting, Da Xiao, you're back. The butler smiled and said, The old master is inside. Xiaoting looked at him and smiled. Yeah. Oh, why is cousin back? A beautiful girl stood among the pillars, pretending to be on her phone, smiling as she said, I thought you'd forgotten you had this home. Hearing her speak, the butler and Xiaoting were startled, and unexpectedly looked to where she was standing. Lang Xiaoting ignored her, coldly walking past her, making her angry. Bah! An expression of resentment was evident on her face as she thought, Lang Xiaoting, you already left, why did you come back? Grandpa values him the most too. In the Lang family's grandpa's room, when he saw Lang Xiaoting walk in, he angrily slammed his teacup on the table, loudly saying, Oh, you still know how to come back. Lang Xiaoting also retorted grumpily, In that case, I'll leave. Hearing this, Grandpa Lang roared in anger. Get your ass back here, where do you think you're going? Lang Xiaoting replied calmly. Of course, I'm going to hang out with my girlfriend. Hang out with his girlfriend. Hearing Lang Xiaoting's words, Grandpa Lang immediately changed his attitude. He opened his eyes wide and looked at him, excitedly asking, You're dating. Don't you dare joke with me. Grandpa Lang was secretly happy, thinking, He finally got enlightened. I almost thought Xiaoting wasn't interested in girls. Lang Xiaoting raised the gift box he was holding, and said to Grandpa Lang, You don't believe me, then. Can I take back the gift your future granddaughter-in-law gave you? Hearing this, Grandpa Lang shouted, You dare. Immediately afterward, he snatched the gift box from Lang Xiaoting's hand. Grandpa Lang happily opened the gift and said with a bright smile, That girl is so thoughtful. Lang Xiaoting was about to introduce the gift to him, but Grandpa Lang spoke first. He exclaimed in surprise and joy, A genuine copy of the Luotian Fu scroll. A treasure I've been searching for a long time. Seeing such a precious gift, Grandpa Lang grabbed Lang Xiaoting's arm and asked, Xiaoting, what does your girlfriend do? When are you bringing her home for me to meet? Lang Xiaoting replied indifferently. Grandpa, she's still in school. After she finishes the college entrance exam, we'll get everything ready and come to see you. Hearing Lang Xiaoting's answer, Grandpa Lang exclaimed in shock. What did you say? After the college entrance exam? How old is that girl? 18 years old. Lang Xiaoting replied calmly. Grandpa Lang thought to himself in surprise. 7 years younger than Xiaoting. I didn't expect this kid to like grazing on young grass. Thinking this, Grandpa Lang carefully held the gift that Ji Yuning had given him, and he softly sighed. To be able to give such a high-quality item at such a young age, she's truly not simple. Lang Xiaoting also agreed, saying, That's right, Ning Ning is extremely outstanding. Then, he turned around and coldly left. He said, I'm not talking anymore. Your grandson is going back to spend time with Ning Ning. Hearing this, Grandpa Lang angrily pointed at Lang Xiaoting and scolded, You brat! You want to leave as soon as you get back? You don't want to spend time with me? You're not allowed to have people investigate her. Lang Xiaoting warned him in advance. Seeing this, Grandpa Lang muttered, Yeah, once you have a wife, you forget all about your grandpa. When Lang Xiaoting walked out of the room, he saw Lang Xiaolun, and Lang Xiaolun also saw him. He immediately said happily, Brother Xiaoting, you're really back. I missed you so much. Lang Xiaoting also greeted him. Xiaolun, long time no see. Lang Xiaolun saw Grandpa Lang happily admiring a piece of paper, so he asked Lang Xiaoting curiously, Hey, what's Grandpa so happy about? Did you give him a gift? Then, Lang Xiaolun quickly ran over to Grandpa Lang and asked, Grandpa, what gift did Brother Xiaoting give you? Grandpa Lang replied with a smile. A genuine copy of the Luotian Fu scroll. This time, I have to show off in front of old Jiang Zhongyu. Grandpa Lang thought to himself. But I can't tell them about Xiaoting having a girlfriend. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out from behind. Isn't it just a tattered painting? What's so impressive about it? The cousin Xiao Jia glared at Leng Xiaoting, thinking, he doesn't have parents, he only knows how to suck up to grandpa. Isn't he aiming for the position of head of the family? Hearing this, Leng Xiaolun turned around and retorted to her, Sister Xiao Jia, are you going against grandpa or against brother Xiaoting? Why are you talking so harshly? Leng Xiaojia replied angrily. Can you third branch people control it? While the two of them were arguing loudly, Grandpa Lang angrily roared, Shut up! Shut your mouths for me! Leng Xiaoting also quickly said, Goodbye, Grandpa Xiaolun. I have things to do, so I'll go first. Both of them stared blankly at him, while Leng Xiaojia still coldly snorted. She thought to herself, Leng Xiaoting, you're not worthy to compete with my brother. The Leng family will sooner or later belong to our second branch. Inside a KTV room, Xu Jingsen, Chen Meng, and Ximing were happily laughing and clinking glasses with each other. Chen Meng said with a smile, Jingsen, why hasn't the boss arrived yet? Ximing also chimed in, saying, That's right, we have to make him drink Bali as punishment this time. Xu Jingsen calmly said. He went to pick someone up. Hearing this, Chen Meng and Ximing looked at each other in confusion. Both of them quickly asked, No way, who is it? Who is it that the boss personally went to pick up? Secret. Xu Jingsen winked and smiled secretly. Told getting such a glib answer, Chen Meng and Ximing quickly joined forces to pin Xu Jingsen down and beat him. Both of them angrily shouted, No way, you still want to mess with me, talk? You dare not speak? Today I'll let you know why your butt is red. While the group was joking around, the door suddenly opened. Leng Xiaoting led Ji Yuning in together. Seeing such an amorous scene, the two of them fell silent and stared. When the group saw Ji Yuning, they exclaimed in panic, No way! There's a girl, Xu Jingsen, who was pinned down, immediately struggled and shouted, Let me go first! The group quickly stood up, straightened their clothes, and politely greeted Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting introduced each person to her, Ximing, Chen Meng, and also Xu Jingsen, whom you've already met. These are my teammates. Ji Yuning softly greeted, Hello everyone, she secretly sighed in her heart. I thought Xu Jingsen was an exception, but I didn't expect that Xiaoting's teammates are all so lively. When Chen Meng clearly saw Ji Yuning's face, he blankly stuttered, You're that girl in Ji City. Ximing also raised an eyebrow and asked, You two know each other. Chen Meng reminded Ximing about what happened before. She's the one with the good skills who helped us wipe out that group of gangsters. Hearing this, Ximing also quickly recognized her, and he happily said, Oh, it's her. She's the girl who sent the message to the boss. Then, both of them approached Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning and teased them, saying, Ah, yeah, being in love is different. You're glowing with happiness. Ximing rubbed his chin and exclaimed, Your skills are really good. Where did you learn them? Ji Yuning shyly replied, Suddenly, Xu Jingsen rushed forward from behind, and he proudly smiled and said to Ji Yuning as he held out 2 tickets, Sister-in-law, don't mind them, that's just how they are. I'm the only one who understands things. Knowing that you like trading antiques, I especially brought these to give to you. Seeing the tickets, Ji Yuning couldn't hide the joy on her face, and she happily thought to herself, The 4-yearly Jiazi auction in Jing City? I might be able to get something good. Where did you get these tickets? Ji Yuning asked. This is just a small matter. Seeing her so happy, Xu Jingsen puffed out his chest with pride. Ximing quickly stepped forward and nudged him, saying, Sister-in-law, don't listen to his bragging. If the Shushu family can't even handle this small matter, they might as well collapse. Chen Meng also smiled and suggested to Ji Yuning, Enough talk, let's sit down and drink. Saying that, he quickly grabbed a bottle of wine and poured it for everyone. Phil, Emup, brothers. Xu Jingsen also quickly poured the wine. Laughing happily, let's toast to our boss's stunning romance with sister-in-law. Cheers! Everyone shouted and clinked their glasses together. After everyone had their fill of food and drink, they happily walked out. The waiter was already standing outside the door to see them off. Welcome back anytime. But suddenly, Ji Yuning's expression changed. She frowned, staring intently at a room. Ji Yuning could see through the walls. She saw a scene of a man about to assault a girl. The girl was screaming in terror, Help! Seeing this, Ji Yuning frowned and thought, It's her! It's the girl I saved with Director Liu on the plane. Seeing Ji Yuning's serious expression, Leng Xiaoting asked, Ning Ning, what's wrong? Ji Yuning didn't answer him. She swiftly kicked the door open, sending it flying. The man, about to do the deed, was interrupted and yelled angrily, Do you have a death wish? How dare you barge into my room? As soon as she entered the room, Ji Yuning quickly grabbed the man by the collar and threw him hard to the back. She said coldly, I hate trash like you the most. Seeing this, Chen Meng and Ximing's eyes lit up as they praised, Ji Yuning, you're the best sister-in-law. So strong, awesome moves. After throwing the man away, Ji Yuning approached Yan Lixin and comforted her gently. Are you okay? It's safe now. Yan Lixin looked at her in shock, stammering, It's you! On the plane, the man who was thrown to the back was still not afraid, pointing at Ji Yuning and yelling, Damn it! Are you crazy? Do you know who I am? Not letting him utter another stupid word. Leng Xiaoting quickly stomped on him, causing him to scream in pain. Leng Xiaoting glared at him, warning him coldly. Say one more word and I'll make sure you die here. Xu Jingsen and the others also came forward. He said grimly, damn it, you dare cause trouble at my Huangchao's place. Hearing this, the man shrank back in fear, trembling and saying, You are Xiao Jia from Huangchao. Not bothering to say anything more to him, they quickly dragged him away. Xie Ming said angrily, Let's go, take you to the police. The dog shit, Xu Jingsen also angrily cursed the man. Just now he was all tough and arrogant, but now he was cowering in fear, saying, Xu Shao, I was wrong, I won't do it again. They quickly dragged him away. Leng Xiaoting opened the door slightly and said to Ji Yuning, Ning, I'll wait for you outside, no one will come in. Okay, Ji Yuning replied. After instructing her, Leng Xiaoting quickly closed the door. Yan Li Xin calmly adjusted her clothes and said softly, Thank you, Ji Yuning. Kindly replied, No need to thank me. Are you hurt? I'm okay, luckily you came. Yan Li Xin tried to hold back her tears and said, I wrote a script that a film company liked and I came to Jingcheng to negotiate the contract, but the producer wanted to. Saying that, Yan Li Xin couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She weakly threw herself into Ji Yuning's arms and cried, He's so disgusting, why did this happen to me? Ji Yuning gently hugged her back, comforting her, Don't be afraid, it's not your fault, the bad guys will be punished. Saying that, Ji Yuning suggested, That's right. I plan to start a film company. I guarantee you won't meet bad people. Do you want to work with me? Ji Yuning thought to herself. The Tang family has the highest status in the entertainment industry. I have to build my own power. And she lacks experience. But she has talent. It's a good opportunity to recruit. Hearing Ji Yuning's invitation, Yan Li Xin stopped crying and asked, Me, can I? Ji Yuning replied with a firm tone, Of course you can. Now I want to buy your script. Hearing this, Yan Li Xin happily said, That's great. I always carry the script with me. My name is Yan Li Xin. What's yours? Ji Yuning smiled and replied. Then she reached out and took the script. A while later, when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had returned to their room together, Ji Yuning was happily lying on the bed, thinking to herself, The script is really good. The media company must be established quickly. Leng Xiaoting poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the bedside for Ji Yuning. He asked softly, What are you looking at? Ji Yuning replied, Looking at what good places there are in Jingcheng to open a company. She turned to look at him, resting her chin on her hand, and said, I want to build the headquarters in the capital. Hearing this, Leng Xiaoting suggested, Leave this to me. I have more friends in Jingcheng. It will be easier to work. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's words, Ji Yuning rested her chin on her hand and looked at him attentively. After a while, Ji Yuning smiled brightly like a flower and replied, Okay. Hearing her answer, Leng Xiaoting was surprised and pounced on her, hugging her shoulders tightly, and said, You agreed. I thought you would refuse. Ji Yuning raised her eyebrows and said softly, Have I ever rejected you? As she spoke, she gently touched Leng Xiaoting's abs. Touched by Ji Yuning's smooth, small hand, Leng Xiaoting's whole body quickly heated up. He said in a low voice, Ning. Don't tease me. Be careful. Be careful what? Ji Yuning continued to fuel the fire. Leng Xiaoting replied, Of course. As he spoke, he quickly took off his shirt. Leng Xiaoting said the rest of the sentence in a low voice, Be careful of me. Then, he threw the shirt far away. Immediately afterwards, Leng Xiaoting pounced on her and kissed Ji Yuning's lips, causing Ji Yuning to exclaim in surprise. Oh, Ji Yuning snapped back to her senses just in time. She raised her hand to stop him. Wait, Ji Yuning said, her face flushed with embarrassment, to Leng Xiaoting, Not today, my aunt is visiting. Hearing this, Leng Xiaoting sighed in resignation. Fine. He quickly wrapped a towel around himself and hurried into the bathroom. I'll just take care of it myself then, Leng Xiaoting said weakly. Seeing this, Ji Yuning giggled mischievously in the room. Leng Xiaoting was listlessly soaking in cold water to cool down. He muttered in annoyance. My Ning is such a pyromaniac. Suddenly, Ji Yuning opened the bathroom door and walked in. Seeing her, Leng Xiaoting said in surprise, Why are you here? Ji Yuning walked closer to him, then said gently, You look so pitiful, I came to help you out of pity. Hearing these words, Leng Xiaoting blushed and blurted out, But didn't you say? The two quickly pounced on each other immediately after. The bathroom filled with moans and groans of the couple, making one blush with embarrassment. A moment later, during dinner, Xiaoting's phone suddenly rang. Leng Xiaoting didn't even bother to look, and handed it directly to Ji Yuning, then said, Ning, they've investigated Lu Zhan's contact information and details. Reading the information carefully, she couldn't believe her eyes. Tang Ping-sen is the one who blacklisted Lu Zihan. Unexpectedly, Lu Zihan has a common enemy with me. My father from my previous life, Tang Ping-sen. Leng Xiaoting asked with concern, What's wrong? Ji Yuning pretended nothing was wrong, she continued. Xiaoting, I want to meet director Lu Zihan. He immediately agreed, then offered, I'll go with you. The next day, at a cafe, Lu Zihan spoke first. Miss Ji Yuning saved my life. I should have sought you out to thank you. I didn't expect you to contact me first. Is there anything you want to discuss? Ji Yuning leisurely sipped her tea, while presenting. Has director Lu Zihan thought about making a comeback? Do you want to return to your peak? Even higher than before the ban? Lu Zihan affirmed. Of course I want to, but I know that no one dares to hire me now. Ji Yuning then declared, I do, I can definitely make you rise from the ashes. Lu Zihan was surprised. Huh? You want to help me? Why? At that moment, Ji Yuning tried to persuade him. The quality of the works you direct is very high quality. I want to invite you to be the director of my company. Lu Zihan recounted, I offended someone powerful so I was blacklisted, and the works I participate in basically can't pass censorship. Leng Xiaoting, sitting next to her, slammed the table in anger, affirming, they wouldn't dare. No one can stop Ning Ning. Lu Zihan thought in surprise. This Miss Gun's boyfriend has an outstanding aura. Could he have some background? Ji Yuning reassured, Director Lu, rest assured, I dare to find you. Naturally, I'm not afraid of the Tang family, she thought to herself. Anyway, resolving the Tang family is only a matter of time. Lu Zihan was curious. Miss Ji Yu even knows the person who blacklisted me. Maybe she really has some background. Ji Yuning continued to persuade. Director Lu, you can look at the script first and then decide. This is a work that I recently set my sights on. He then agreed. Lu Zihan happily remarked, the plot is rich, the logic is clear, there is a lot of difference compared to other works of the same genre on the market, it is a rare piece of work, he praised to himself. Once filming is complete, it will definitely be famous. This Miss Ji Yu has a keen eye. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu, for your appreciation. Well, I have strict requirements for the work. Ji Yuning put forward a condition. I know that Director Lu was previously blacklisted for rejecting the arrangements of the investment side of the work. Later I will give you the supreme decision-making power. Lu Zihan squinted his eyes with joy, and said politely, Miss Gu's sincerity is overflowing. What reason do I have to refuse? Ji Yuning hoped. Happy cooperation. Ji Yuning, at the fake antique auction, is on the phone. Uncle Anne, transferring the repairs to the head office in Jingcheng, will trouble you to come over in person. Next year we have to take a step in the plan, and time is of the essence. Uncle Anne replied. No problem, leave it to me. Ji Yuning then said politely, Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Anne. Inside, the party was bustling with excitement. A staff member said respectfully, This way, please. Miss Ji Yu, here is the list of auction items. The Guanyao brush washer you provided is the competitive item of the day. After the auction ends, I will bring the transaction confirmation to you. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu, for supporting the fake antique auction. Just call me if you need anything. In the lobby, another staff member greeted the guests. Mr. Qi, Miss Tang, this way, please. Tang Yaxin whispered to Qi Ziyu. Today I must buy the eagle. Supporting the wounded for Dad, Ziyu replied gently. Okay. Whatever you say. Ji Yuning saw Qi Ziyue and Tang Yaxin, and she exclaimed, Them. Shao Ting next to her asked in surprise, Do you know them? Ji Yuning dodged the question. I don't know them? I just don't like the way they look. In her heart, she was in turmoil. I didn't expect to meet them so soon. Sure enough, I still can't control it. I want to kill them. Qi Ziyue said softly in the lobby. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Yaxin next to him asked. Ziyue, what are you looking at? Xing Yue declined. It's nothing. After speaking, Yaxin pulled him away. Ji Yuning on the upper floor was feeling annoyed and confused. At the auction, the host said, Today's fake antique auction will auction 20 precious items. I hope you will actively bid. After speaking, he took out the first item, introducing the first item from the Xiang Yunshuan antique shop in Jingcheng. The starting price is 20 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience below began to talk about this item. The century-old shop, Xiang Yunshuan, has a great reputation in the antique world. Why is it being auctioned off? It is said that Dong Laoban has had an accident at home, and he had no choice but to put it up. The host shouted, Start the auction. Ji Yuning sat on the second floor and thought to herself, Xiang Yunshuan's geographical location and reputation are very good, might as well buy it to sell. While Ji Yuning was thinking, people below had already started raising their bidding paddles. Number 48, 21 million. Number 62, 22 million. Number 56, 35 million. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, the host began to count. 35 million once. 35 million. While counting, someone suddenly rang the bell to bid. It turned out to be Ji Yuning, ringing the bell for the price. Number 2, 45 million. The people below were shocked when they saw the price increase tenfold. No way, an increase of 10 million at a time. That's too much money. The seats on the second floor are all sponsor seats, either rich or powerful officials. Who is the person on the second floor? So mysterious. After a while, no one bid anymore, and the host struck the gavel and said, Sold. Congratulations to guest number 2 for winning the Xiang Yunshuan piece from Jingcheng for 45 million. The next items were also put on the shelves and gradually auctioned off. The next item, the host introduced. Item number 9 is the ancient painting, Father-Son Eagle, a masterpiece by a national treasure-level grandmaster that has been lost for many years. Not only does it have peak artistic value, but it also carries profound emotional significance. Tang Yaxin sat below, looking eager, and said, Finally waited for it. Seeing this, Qi Ziyue patted her hand and said, Don't worry, that painting is definitely ours. Above, Leng Xiaoting was also aiming for this 9th item, saying, It would be nice to buy it for Grandpa, Ji Yuning replied. Okay. At this time, the host also said loudly, "The starting price is 25 million. Start the auction." Tang Yaxin immediately rang the bell. Number 62, 26 million. Another person rang the bell, and the host pointed to the second floor, saying, "Number 2, 36 million. Everyone below also whispered, "It seems that number 2 wants to get this painting." Another increase of 10 million. Number 2's way of bidding is too OP. Tang Yaxin saw this. Her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth and said, "No way, I must buy this painting. If I can't fulfill my promise, Dad will definitely be disappointed in me." After that, Tang Yaxin angrily rang the bell. Number 62, 40 million. Qi Ziyu had no time to react, turned to look at Tang Yaxin and said, "Yaxin." Leng Xiaoting still calmly drank water and rang the bell. Number 2, 50 million. Ji Yuning turned to see Xiaoting and laughed to herself. "Xiaoting is inadvertently helping me vent my anger." Tang Yaxin's mouth is about to twist. The host also began to count. 50 million once, 50 million twice. While counting, Tang Yaxin continued to calculate, ringing the bell to bid. What is he relying on to compete with me? I must buy it. Seeing this, Qi Ziyue blocked Tang Yaxin's hand and said, "Yaxin, no way, it's already over budget." The host then yelled, "Congratulations to VIP customer number 2, who has once again successfully bid for the ancient painting, Fu Shang's Eagle, for 5 million. Tang Aining was disappointed to miss out and said, "It's over." Qi Ziyu, standing next to her, comforted her. "There are so many items at the auction, we can find something to give to your uncle." The auction continued until the final item was brought out. The host introduced it. The last precious item, a Guanyao brush washer, is from the personal collection of VIP customer number 2. All auction proceeds will be donated to charity. Let's thank her for supporting charity and helping us bid. As the host spoke, he pointed to the second floor, prompting applause from the crowd below. VIP number 2 just bid tens of millions and is also doing public good. So envious. So awesome. After the auction ended, an auction staff member approached Ji Yuning and said, "MZU, here is the transaction confirmation for the Guanyao brush washer. Your purchased collection will be delivered to your home within 3 business days." Downstairs, Tang Aining angrily stormed off, and Shi Ziyu chased after her, calling, "Aining, wait for me." Tang Aining, pouting, turned around and asked, "I couldn't buy what I wanted. Am I supposed to give my dad air as a gift?" Qi Zingyu took her hand and said, then he rubbed her shoulders and comforted her. "Aining, I'll think of something for your uncle's gift." Tang Aining, on the verge of tears, asked, "What else can you do?" Ji Yuning, looking down from upstairs, thought to herself, "I didn't plan on confronting them during this trip to the capital. I have family, friends, and my lover. I can't afford a scorched earth policy right now, but that doesn't mean I'll let them off the hook." As she thought this, she picked up a pebble from a nearby potted plant, then flicked it. The pebble flew and hit the heel of Tang Aining's shoe, causing Tang Aining to lose her balance and fall forward, crying out, "Ah, Qi Ziyue!" Seeing this, exclaimed, "Tang Aining, it was too late, Aining." Then they both lost their balance and tumbled together, accidentally bumping into a woman in front of them. Startling her, she turned around angrily and said, "Watch where you're going. You ruined my dress. Can you afford to pay for it?" Tang Aining was about to argue. "I was the one who—" But Qi Ziyu stopped her. He whispered, "Aining, don't get worked up. She's not easy to mess with." Hearing this, Tang Aining was angry, but still had to say, I'm sorry." Ji Yuning, seeing the scene, sneered, thinking, "Serves you right, Tang Aining." Seeing her, Xiaoting called out, "Ning Ning." Ji Yuning turned around and said, "Just ask what you want to ask directly," Xiaoting explained. "I didn't mean to pry into your secrets, I'm just worried. Do you have a grudge against them?" Before this was asked, Ji Yuning's eyes immediately sharpened, filled with murderous intent. Anger was written all over her face as she replied, "Yes, they killed my master, Tang Jianing." Ji Yuning placed her hand on the railing and continued, "She taught me combat skills. My master was the real heiress of the Tang family in the capital." Then she thought to herself, "Sorry, Xiaoting, this is all I can tell you." Ji Yuning's face grew even angrier as she continued. "The head of the Tang family, Tang Bi, was later infatuated with his mistress and illegitimate child. He sent my master to an assassin organization, using her real mother to force her to do dirty work for the Tang family." Xiaoting, afraid she would lose control, called out, "Ning Ning." But Ji Yuning didn't stop, clenching her fists tightly, and continued, "That woman just now is the illegitimate child of the Tang family. She colluded with outsiders to kill my master in order to seize the family fortune." Hearing this, Xiaoting felt a pang in his heart and rushed over to hug Ji Yuning, saying, "Ning Ning, I'll help you get revenge." Ji Yuning's eyes were filled with resentment as she replied, "No, I'll take revenge myself." Xiaoting didn't object, and looked at her, saying, "Okay, but if you need anything, you must tell me. From now on, you're not alone in your hatred. I'll always be by your side." Hearing this, Ji Yuning hugged him tightly and replied, "Okay." The next day, at the entrance of Xiang Yunxuan, Ji Yuning was walking in when she heard a commotion inside. "You dare sell me fake goods? 20,000 for what? Gongting Zisha. I spit on it, brother Wu, calm down. Can you show me the item?" Ji Yuning was walking in and wondered, why is it so noisy inside? Inside, a man held out a teapot and said loudly, "Look at it. Are you scared of you, Xiang Yunxuan? You compensate 10 for every fake? Quickly compensate me 2 million. After handing it over, that name thought in his heart, I will make the same Zisha pottery. Let me see what else you can do. Ji Yuning stood in the crowd, thinking, turns out it's a scammer causing trouble. Might as well see how well the shop handles crises. After careful examination, Chen Darong said, Brother Wu, your Zisha is not from Xiang Yunxuan. The scammer, hearing this, became even more flustered and shouted even louder. If you say it's not, then it's not. I bought this Zisha set from Xiang Yunxuan. Chen Darong showed no further expression, took out a piece of paper, and said again. The transaction appraisal states that the patina of hundreds of years has a warm color, while yours is bright but turbid. These are the traces of mechanical rust. Ji Yuning stood by and watched everything, commenting calmly, he's very good at appraising antiques. This Chen Darong is a talent. The guy refused to give in, pointing at the paper and saying, who knows if your appraisal certificate is fake? Anyway, what I received is fake. In his heart, he thought, as long as I don't admit it, Xiang Yunxuan will be caught for making fakes, and my mission will be completed. He shouted loudly for everyone around to hear, come and see, Xiang Yunxuan is selling dog meat under a sheep's head, cheating customers. Everyone around also began to surround and discuss, really, Xiang Yunxuan actually makes fakes. Where there's smoke, there's fire. The world of antiques is really deep. Seeing the chaos, Chen Darong held up the appraisal and shouted, don't believe these slanders. The items at Xiang Yunxuan are inspected by the Antique Association. I can ask the association to testify. If I'm lying, I'll compensate Mr. Wu with my private collection. The scammer glanced at the two behind him, thinking, can't let him wait for the association to arrive. The two behind him, receiving the signal, also added fuel to the fire. Those guys from the same ilk behind the scenes must have been bribed too. That's right. Who would dare to come to Xiang Yunxuan after this? Greedy merchants, Ji Yuning, standing behind, saw the two secretly smiling and thought, these guys are trying to mislead the public and push Xiang Yunxuan to the forefront for selling fakes. The three of them closed in on Chen Darong, shouting, fake goods, pay up. We hate greedy merchants like you the most. Chen Darong couldn't argue with three people, only managing to say 2 words, you guys. The scammer took advantage of the chaos and reached for the appraisal, thinking, as long as I destroy the certificate, there will be no evidence. Of course, he didn't expect an arm to grab his hand out of nowhere. Ji Yuning twisted his arm back and said, with such filthy hands, do you want me to cut them off for you? The scammer was startled and scared, shouting, hey, hey, hey! Ji Yuning continued, you can't be too soft on scammers and rascals like you. Then, she threw him down, face first, onto the ground. In the crowd, a group of 3 called Wei Sheng stood beside him, saying, Master, it's too dangerous here, shall we take you back? The master in the middle said, it's all right. My intuition tells me there will be a valuable item here today. Let's keep watching. Ji Yuning turned to Chen Darong and said, Uncle Chen, call the police. Next time you encounter this kind of person, don't be polite with them. Chen Darong snapped out of his shock but still replied, okay, okay. The scammer, Scumbag Long, sat up holding his arm and looked up to ask, who are you, nosy little brat? Ji Yuning turned to look at him, smirked, and took out the scroll, holding it up high. Ji Yuning looked down at him and said, take a good look. I'm the new owner of Xiang Yunxuan. The troublemakers were escorted into the police car, constantly begging for forgiveness. Forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. But the police didn't listen to their pleas, and they obediently got into the car. The new owner of Xiang Yunxuan is really awesome. Ji Yuning clasped her hands and said to everyone, the commotion has disturbed everyone's mood. Xiang Yunxuan apologizes to everyone today by giving a 30% discount on profits. The surrounding crowd was extremely happy and agreed. Okay, okay. She tilted her head and said to Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen, take good care of our distinguished guests, he replied to Ji Yuning. Okay? At this moment, an elegantly dressed old man walked out of the crowd and called out, Uncle Chen Darong? Uncle Chen was also very surprised to see the old man, and he said, Old Jiang, why are you here? The surrounding crowd also discussed animatedly, isn't that Old Jiang? Chairman Old Jiang is very hard to see. Old Jiang looked at Ji Yuning and couldn't help but praise. This young girl is fearless in the face of danger. The younger generation is to be feared. Ji Yuning also happily clasped her hands in thanks. Old Jiang is too kind. It's Ji Yuning's fault for not being able to greet you in time. In her heart, she thought, the chairman of the Capital Antique Association with the surname Jiang must be the person I was expecting. Old Jiang chatted with her happily. It's all right, it's all right. I've been researching the origins of bronze culture recently, and this time I've come just to look for related items. Ji Yuning also enthusiastically invited him. Coincidentally, I have a few bronze utensils in my hands. Old Jiang, would you like to take a look? Old Jiang was quite happy and said, really? Quickly bring them out for me to see. At the VIP room of Xiang Yunxuan, Ji Yuning began to introduce the items to Old Jiang. I don't know if this bronze sword will catch your eye, Old Jiang. He also examined it very carefully. He stroked the sword with his hands, extremely excited. The blade is sharp, the casting is beautiful. This sword is definitely not ordinary. Then he looked up at Ji Yuning and said, Ji Yu Noodle, you set the price. Ji Yuning knew how to speak. I have a weak voice. Old Jiang is an authority in this field. I still hope you can give me a price. Old Jiang thought for a moment and said, 3 years ago, a superb bronze sword was auctioned in High City. The selling price was 48 million, but it's still inferior compared to this sword. Ji Yuning took a sip of tea and said to him, if it's an auction, the price will naturally be high, and old Jiang has a predestined relationship with this sword. He saw her make a gesture of 3 fingers and said, how about 30 million? Old Jiang was startled by the price. He was afraid that Ji Yuning was too young and didn't understand the business in the industry, so he asked again, 30 million? Little noodle, why did you open your mouth with a discount price? Ji Yuning didn't not understand the ways of the world, but because she knew how to do business very well, she knew that a little profit from the discount price was nothing compared to old Jiang's favor, she said happily. After all, I still have to borrow your aura. Don't worry, I'm a businessman. Naturally, I won't let myself lose money. Old Jiang is the golden sign of the antique world. If you think highly of Xiang Yunchuan, then people will definitely admire the reputation and come. Old Jiang secretly praised in his heart. She isn't swayed by immediate gains, knows the situation. This girl is truly extraordinary. He laughed heartily and said, all right, consider old Jiang making friends with you. Advertising for Xiang Yunchuan, haha. Ji Yuning clasped her hands together happily, expressing her gratitude. Then I must thank old Jiang. Before leaving, he even reminded Ji Yuning, Ji Yu girl, if you have any good stuff in the future, you must tell me first. She enthusiastically agreed. Of course, Ji Yuning saw old Jiang off. Take care. Upon leaving, old Jiang happily turned to his bodyguard and said, old Lan is always showing off his Lushen dagger to me. This time I've recovered some face. Ji Yuning was slightly surprised upon hearing the 3 words old Lan, and she speculated in her heart, could that be Xiao Ting's grandfather? Ji Yuning took a stack of documents to find Uncle Chen, give everyone in the shop double bonuses at the end of the year so that everyone can celebrate the new year. Well, also, your labor contract with Xiang Yunchuan needs to be renewed. Uncle Chen was a little surprised to hear his name called, okay? Uncle Chen took the stack of documents, and when he saw the words, from this day forward, Chen Darong owns 10% of the shares of Xiang Yunchuan on the equity transfer paper, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, this is Miss Ji Yu. You didn't write it wrong, did you? Giving me 10% of Xiang Yunchuan's shares. Ji Yuning happily said upon hearing this, this is my sincerity. You don't need to feel ashamed. I'll have to trouble you more with Xiang Yunchuan's affairs in the future, Uncle Chen said gratefully. I would die to fulfill this mission. Uncle Chen happily saw her to the door. Miss Ji Yu, be careful on your way. Ji Yuning went out of the door of Jiang Yun and saw Lan Xiaoting waiting for her in front of the car. He waved at her. Ning Ning. Lan Xiaoting was wearing a neat suit, holding a large bouquet of flowers, and waved as he walked towards Ji Yuning. The younger members behind him were happily gossiping in the car. He walked up to Ji Yuning, gave her the bouquet of flowers, then looked at old Jiang's departing figure, and said, was that old Jiang just now? It's a good thing he didn't see me, or he'd nag me a few times. He's a good friend of my grandpa's. Ji Yuning happily took the bouquet of flowers from Lan Xiaoting and said, sure enough, the people you know are all old fogies who love antiques. He bought a bronze sword for me today. Lan Xiaoting took off his glasses and said, they have a good relationship and often show off their treasures in front of each other, just like a playful old kid. Ji Yuning hugged the bouquet of flowers and admired them, teasing him. Why did you suddenly become enlightened? He replied. Then do you have any rewards for your enlightened boyfriend? Ji Yuning said, of course. Then suddenly leaned in and kissed Lan Xiaoting quickly, making his face flush red. The younger members sitting in the back of the car kept teasing the two of them. Aya, I want roses too. Get lost, get lost, get lost. You want a fist, ha ha ha. They bantered back and forth, making Lan Xiaoting blush with embarrassment, and he shouted, if you guys keep making noise, get out of the car. Xu Jingsen was very observant. Hearing Lan Xiaoting say this, he informed Ji Yuning, sister-in-law, we have a mission to hang out with you today. Where do you want to go? Ji Yuning replied happily. I heard that Yunshan Amusement Park has the biggest Ferris wheel in the country. I want to go there. Lan Xiaoting gave an okay sign. Okay, let's go. The car sped off to the amusement park. That night, a bustling evening, Ji Yuning and the others arrived at Yunshan Amusement Park. Chen Meng said, it's been ages since I've been to an amusement park. The last time, Si Ming draped his arm around Xu Jingsen's neck and glanced at Chen Meng, saying, don't talk nonsense. Ahead, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were entering the amusement park. Chen Meng stepped forward towards Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, saying, sis-in-law has always wanted to compete with you. How about we try today? Ji Yuning replied without hesitation. Sure, just a competition in the amusement park. In the distance, there was a ring toss game booth, and the shop owner was enthusiastically inviting customers. Win prizes by tossing rings. Come and try. So Ji Yuning pointed to the ring toss booth and said, how about we compete at ring tossing? Chen Meng responded excitedly. All right. The two of them happily held red rings in their hands. Chen Meng laughed and said, sis-in-law, don't cry after the competition. I'm accurate with throwing shoes and balls. Ji Yuning just smiled at Chen Meng after hearing that. Just like that, one after another, Ji Yuning's purple rings flew straight to the target. Chen Meng's red rings were equally impressive. The two of them seemed evenly matched at first glance, and indeed, every ring they tossed hit a prize. They even hit the shop owner's head. Everyone around was surprised and praised, wow, they're amazing at ring tossing. In the end, Ji Yuning won the most plushies. She happily took the cat ear headband from the ring toss shop owner's head. Chen Meng was so shocked that he froze on the spot. Xu Jingsen and Si Ming happily carried an armful of plush toys, constantly praising, "Sis-in-law is awesome." In an instant, the shop owner's ring toss booth was emptied. All the prizes were gone. There was nothing left. My heart is empty too. The shop owner stood there blankly holding a ring. At this time, Chen Meng was crying because he had lost to Ji Yuning. I actually failed because his subordinates were too noisy. Leng Xiaoting shouted loudly. After we get back, double the training time. Those behind him heard and immediately complained. Lao Da, we were wrong. Wah wah wah. Then the three of them hurriedly dropped the plushies and ran away, quickly scurrying off. Not disturbing you and sis-in-law on the Ferris wheel. Xu Jingsen and Si Ming patted Chen Meng's head and scolded. It's all your fault for wanting to compete, hurting Lao Zi and the sister. Ji Yuning happily picked up the pile of plush toys and returned them to the shop owner, saying, Shop owner, there are too many prizes. I'll just take these 2 headbands. The shop owner tearfully accepted them and said, Thank you, you're really a good person. The amusement park at night. The lights of the Ferris wheel were shining brightly with many colors, and the crowd below was bustling. Ji Yuning pulled Leng Xiaoting towards the Ferris wheel. Both of them were wearing the cat ear headbands, making Leng Xiaoting blush with embarrassment. People exclaimed, Hurry over there, the Ferris wheel is starting. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoting stopped. He took off the headband, looked at Ji Yuning, and said, Ning Ning, can I take the headband off? Ji Yuning turned back unconsciously. Ji Yuning happily turned away and said, No way, I want it. With that, Ji Yuning reached out and put the headband back on Leng Xiaoting's head. Leng Xiaoting replied, Then I'll just wear it, Ji Yuning happily said. It's so cute. So the two of them held hands and walked towards the Ferris wheel, a truly romantic scene. But as soon as they reached the Ferris wheel car, Ji Yuning said, I heard that couples who ride the Ferris wheel to the end will eventually break up. Leng Xiaoting stopped hesitantly upon hearing this. He grabbed Ji Yuning's hand and immediately pulled her away, saying, Then we won't ride. Ji Yuning was shocked and replied, Hey, wait, I haven't finished yet. Ji Yuning leaned closer to Leng Xiaoting and continued. But when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, kissing the one you love will keep you together forever. I want to ride to the top with you, Leng Xiaoting asked in surprise. Really? Ji Yuning replied. If you don't believe me, go ask someone else. With that, Leng Xiaoting hurriedly ran towards the person wearing the pink bunny costume. His reaction was so fast that Ji Yuning was stunned. Leng Xiaoting asked the bunny with a serious face, Excuse me. Is it true that if 2 people in love kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, they will be together forever? The bunny, upon hearing Leng Xiaoting's silly but cute question, replied, Ah, that's true. In the distance, Ji Yuning, seeing Leng Xiaoting acting like a child, couldn't help but find him adorable. Then the bunny led the 2 of them to the Ferris wheel car. In the car, Ji Yuning was still amused by what had just happened. She said, Aren't you embarrassed to go ask? Leng Xiaoting blushed slightly and replied, As long as it's related to you, I won't be. Just like that, the Ferris wheel car slowly rose higher. Ji Yuning happily raised her hands. Awesome, we're flying. Leng Xiaoting was now only concerned about what Ji Yuning had just said. It's almost at the highest point. Ji Yuning laughed out loud. Peeved, we're only halfway there. Leng Xiaoting turned to look at Ji Yuning with a slightly serious expression, saying, I won't give up any chance to be with you forever. Ji Yuning blushed upon hearing this. Leng Xiaoting's eyes now clearly expressed extremely sincere feelings. Ji Yuning was deeply moved, saying, Xiaoting. Under the brilliant fireworks, the 2 finally reached the top of the Ferris wheel. They moved closer to each other. They slowly exchanged a kiss of commitment, for the wish to be together for life. They hugged and shared a warm kiss. The Ferris wheel continued to turn. Their Ferris wheel car reached its stopping point, and the bunny was already there to greet them. But it seemed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't want to stop yet. Sup, y'all lovebirds? Been waiting? A minute? Could you maybe hop off now? The bunny dude's voice totally startled them inside the Ferris wheel. The bunny guy bowed. Wishin, you 2 happiness forever. Zhu Feng and Ji Yuning were so embarrassed their faces were burnin' red as they quietly dipped out. After walking a bit, Zhu Feng turned to Ji Yuning, say, Protected by the Ferris wheel legend, we're gonna be together forever for real. He held her hand with the flower, looking straight into her eyes. Ji Yuning, super happy, replied, That's the truth. Suddenly, Ji Yuning realized something was up, and her eyes changed, looking all serious. In her mind's eye, Ji Yuning saw a robber grabbing a young dude, both about to fall into the water. The kid yelled, Mom! Up above, a woman in a red dress screamed, My baby. Ji Yuning turned towards the felon and said, Zhu Feng, I got a bad vibe. A ways off, at a bridge, a serious situation was going down. The mom in the red dress was yelling, Begin, let my son go. Right at the edge of the bridge, her son cried, Wah, Mom, help me. The bad guy held a knife to the kid's throat, screaming, Where's Jiang Zhenghua? I want Jiang Zhenghua to pay. Dudes gathered around, whispering, Isn't that the chairman of Guanghua Pharma? Heard they got busted for selling fake meds, and the company's shut down now. Someone else said, He's in debt, so he's hattin'. On Chairman Jiang stand-in. Behind the crowd, Ji Yuning and Xu Feng figured it out. Xu Feng said, That hostage is old Jiang's grandson. Ji Yuning replied, Gotta find a way to save him, ASAP. Ji Yuning looked under the bridge. thinkin'. There's a support beam under the bridge, you could stand on it. Ji Yuning glanced over and said, Shu Feng, you distract him and I'll sneak around from the support beam and save the kid. Shu Feng quickly stopped Ji Yuning. No way, too dangerous, I'll handle this. He grabbed Ji Yuning's hand and said, just stay put. Ji Yuning replied seriously. Don't you trust me? Her words made Shu Feng freeze up. He said, I'm just worried about you. Ji Yuning continued, if it was you, would you just stand by because I was worried about you? Her words hit Shu Feng hard. He stuttered. Ning, Ji Yuning added, if you wouldn't do that, then what right do you have to ask me to? I can't just ignore this. Herein, Ji Yuning, Shu Feng let go of her hand. Shu Feng said, okay, but be super careful, you gotta not get hurt. Ji Yuning dashed off, say I'll be safe. So Ji Yuning grabbed onto the side of the bridge and started moving, closer to the target. Finally, Ji Yuning was right below the bad guy, who was still screaming, where's Jiang Zhenghua? Get Jiang Zhenghua out here. Ji Yuning was hanging off the bridge, thinking, he's got a knife, gotta find a way to chill him out. Up on the bridge, Shu Feng was trying to calm the dude down. Just chill, dude. Jiang Zhenghua's on his way. The bad guy held the knife to the kid's throat, screaming, don't come any closer, or I'll kill this kid. Shu Feng raised his hands. Okay, I won't move, but if you die now, that's a big L. He's holding the Jiang's family member as a card. The Jiangs will definitely agree to pay off the debt for you, and help you and your family skip town too. The bad guy yelled, who's gonna believe your BS? Below, Ji Yuning was creeping closer, thinking she could use her jade eyes to calm the dude down, but that would use a lot of her spiritual energy and stamina. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to calm the bad guy. The bad guy stopped being angry. He asked, is what you said real? Ji Yuning pushed more power. She's sweating. As she pushed the power to the bad guy, Shu Feng called, it's real. The wife said, it's true. Just let my son go. We'll give you anything. A lot of police cars sound came. Police are coming. Both Ji Yuning and Shu Feng didn't feel well. The bad guy shouted, damn, you called the police. He pulled the kid down the river. Mom, the wife cried. Ji Yuning used her foot to push the bad guy up. Ji Yuning's kick was too strong. The bad guy released the kid. The kid was released to Shu Feng. Shu Feng caught him. Finally, the police got the bad guy. The wife was with her son and crying. My boy. Down by the bridge, Ji Yuning gradually felt uneasy. This is bad. My spiritual energy is running out. Ji Yuning's hands gradually loosened. She couldn't hold on any longer. Finally losing her grip and falling, Xiaoting rushed to the bridge railing. Seeing Ji Yuning fall, he shouted, Ning Ning. Without thinking, Xiaoting reached out to grab Ji Yuning's hand. Leng Xiaoting used all his strength to pull Ji Yuning up. Ning Ning, can you hear me? At this time, Ji Yuning was completely exhausted, her whole body motionless in Xiaoting's arms. Ji Yuning heard what he said, then opened her eyes to look at Xiaoting, her voice weakening as she replied, I'm okay, just a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest. Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning tightly. Ning Ning. In the distance, the doctor arrived just in time. That night, at the Leng residence, Old Man Leng said, see if this bronze sword is good, Old Jiang said. Opening the box containing the sword, Old Man Leng replied, yeah, good. How many times have you repeated this sentence? Suddenly someone shouted from afar, it's bad. Leng Xiaoshun panicked. Grandson of Grandpa Jiang has been taken hostage. Jiang's family panicked upon hearing this. What did you say? Old Man Leng asked. Where did you get this news from? On the news, Leng Xiaojun said, raising his phone. A video of Xiaoting taking Ji Yuning to the hospital played. He said, luckily, young Master Leng and a girl saved them. After watching, the two elders suddenly recognized. Isn't this girl the little boss of Xiang Yunshuan's store? Old Man Leng continued. Is she the girl who sold you the bronze sword? That's right, Old Jiang replied. After watching the news, Old Man Leng stroked his beard. Could this little girl be Xiaoting's girlfriend? At this time, Ji Yuning had also woken up in the Jade Eye's space. She opened her eyes, looking around, surprised. Why am I in the Jade Eye's space? Then she suddenly realized. Is this the emergency self-healing mechanism activated after my body was exhausted? This spiritual energy is healing me. Unexpectedly, spiritual energy can condense into physical crystals. Spiritual energy doesn't have healing abilities. If it's combined with the medicine currently being researched, who knows, it might be able to cure some incurable diseases. Specially made spiritual energy medicine, if it's introduced to the market, it will definitely promote the development of the medical industry. Let's do it that way. Thinking this, she grinned. Ji Yuning on the hospital bed also woke up. Leng Xiaoting held her hand tightly. Seeing her wake up, he was overjoyed. Ning, you're awake. Seeing him, she was very surprised. Xiaoting, he's been by my side the whole time. Xiaoting hurriedly asked about her health. How are you feeling? Ji Yuning replied happily. I'm fine, I've completely recovered. Xiaoting was even more worried, saying, you promised me you'd protect yourself, but you almost fell. Ji Yuning quickly reassured him, it's just that my physical strength wasn't enough. Isn't everything okay now? Xiaoting moved his face closer to hers, saying, what if I didn't manage to pull you up? This time it's okay, but what about next time? I don't want to helplessly watch you fall. She was about to explain, Suddenly, Xiaoting gave her a passionate kiss. This is your punishment. The two blushed. Then the two continued to make out and kiss. Ji Yuning stroked him to help him calm down. Suddenly someone came and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The two stopped making out. Come in. The people who came in were the Jiang father and son. Little Ji Yu, seeing Xiaoting also sitting there, surprised him. Xiaoting, why are you here, you and this girl? Xiaoting then replied, Grandpa Jiang, Ning Ning is my girlfriend. Ji Yuning also invited. Please have a seat, Grandpa. Alright. He sits down and thinks. If that old geezer knew that his Xiaoting radish had a girlfriend, he'd be ecstatic. Plus, they're the ones who saved his grandson. Talk about fate. At this moment, Bureau Chief Zhang Zhanghong from the Pharmaceutical Administration Bureau speaks up. Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, thank you both for saving my son. Don't refuse this little gift. Ji Yuning, seeing how polite they were, says with a smile. It's no problem, Chief Jiang. Anyone would have helped in that situation, old Jiang replies. Ah, you see, he's the only child of the Jiang family. We absolutely have to thank you, Jiang Zhanghong adds. That's right, Miss Ji Yu. There's no repaying a life debt. If there's anything the Jiang family can help with, just say the word. In his heart, he was already admiring her, so young and not arrogant, plus favored by Banye. This girl is truly something else. Hearing him say that, she happily says, Then I must thank Chief Jiang in advance. In her heart, she's already snickering. Launching new drugs needs the Pharmaceutical Administration Bureau's approval. This personal favor comes in handy. Scene change to Leng Xiaoting's place. Ji Yuning is on the phone with someone. I want to acquire a pharmaceutical company for me. See if there are any suitable targets in Beijing. The person on the other end says, Boss, are you expanding into another new market again? Ji Yuning replies, That's right. Isn't this how I keep myself busy? The other person sighs. You truly have a hard-working destiny. Alright, leave this to me. Then the other person hangs up. Suddenly, Xiaoting pushes the door open and enters. Ning Ning, dinner's ready, you just got out of the hospital, let's eat something light. Ji Yuning puts on an adorable act and says, I'm not that weak. Then he personally feeds Ji Yuning porridge. I have a mission these next few days, so I won't be able to be by your side then. Hearing his voice somber and a bit sad, she grabs his hand tightly to comfort him. Don't worry, I'll definitely recover before you leave. I'm also going to City G to handle some business then. We can meet up. After it's done, Xiaoting's lips slightly curve into a smile. Then he takes out a bunch of keys from his pocket and gives them to her, telling her, Take these. If you're in Beijing for business, just stay here. Ji Yuning accepts them. Feeling a little touched, Xiaoting promises. Don't take any more risks on my account. If there's any danger, I want you to call me first, and I'll send people to help you. Ji Yuning agrees. I know, you must come back safely too. Ji Yuning is now in her fancy car, heading to deal with business. Then she calls someone. Hello, Uncle Yan. Yes, I just arrived in City G. There's something I need to meet with you to discuss. When do you have time? The other person sounds surprised. It's rare for you to come to City G. Just come straight to the City Hall to find me. Ji Yuning also agrees. Yes, okay. Then she ponders. The evidence that Ba Ye investigated this time is enough to make Hong Yun's business dirty. This old fox spirit Feng Changsheng is out of options. Then she tells Uncle Zhao to go to City Hall. Suddenly, a very loud shout rings out, Hong Yun real estate, return our money. Ji Yuning then tells Uncle Zhao, wait, the worker who was beaten and shouted is because you guys owe the workers money. What gives you the right to beat them? I'm called Fatty Coconut, beating him while scolding. My boss beats you lowly folks. If you ruin tomorrow's ribbon-cutting ceremony, go ask King Yama for your wages. Seeing someone being beaten, Ji Yuning tells Uncle Zhao to stop the car. Hong Yun real estate. Uncle Zhao stops the car. Uncle Zhao is surprised. Boss, you wanna... She gets out of the car with an imposing attitude, a smirk on her face. Ha! The man who was beaten is hugging his leg and begging him. Mind your own business, please. Please pay us our wages. My mother is still in the hospital waiting for me. Fatty scolds. It's not my mother. What does it have to do with me? Then he raises the stick, ready to hit him on the head. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks by. It's Ji Yuning. She flies like Superman, kicking Fatty straight in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain and fly backward. His underlings see this and immediately run over to check on him. Captain, boss. Fatty painfully holds his face, points straight at Ji Yuning and tells his underlings, That bitch, which one of you dares to hit me, grab her for me. His underlings receive the order and, yelling, they pick up weapons and charge forward. A kick here, a punch there, whack whack, all the trash are kicked away by her. Then she slams herself onto the leader Fatty, who immediately begs her, Heroine, spare me, I'll tell someone to have the director pay their wages. Then she also agrees, okay, I want to see what this guy's gonna do. Then he immediately turns to yell at one of his underlings. You, call the director and tell him to bring the money here. Hearing this, the underling obsequiously says yes and makes the call. Hello. The workers all crowd around, constantly praising her. Thank you, miss. Thank you for helping us get back our wages. You really are a good person. While Fatty reveals his true nature, thinking with an evil grin, you bastards, just wait to die. Then a line of fancy cars arrives, and Fatty excitedly runs out to greet them. Director, you've arrived. Getting out of the car, he kicked Fatty in the ass, cursing, You useless piece of crap, can't even handle this little thing. Ji Yuning immediately went up to Fatty and taunted him. Woof woof. So many people here, are they all your bosses? Fatty confidently replied, HMPH, you're done for now. That guy didn't say much, and immediately ordered his goons, Don't hold back, let's celebrate the new building's opening. Get, The thugs all yelled and charged with weapons. Ji Yuning smirked. Warming up my hands? This mama's got a tough fate. Too bad for you. One of them tried to smash her head, but she caught him, then turned and kicked him away. That guy saw this scene and got chills down his spine, yelling, "Hurry up, you useless bunch!" Thinking, how is this chick so scary he was about to yell, "Finish her." When suddenly, Ji Yuning appeared in front of him. She grabbed his neck tightly, threatening, "Don't move, or I'll snap your neck." Threatened, he didn't know what to do but fearfully obey her. "Okay, I won't move, I won't move." Then she kicked his legs, making him kneel down. That guy's fear reached its peak. "Don't come over here, I'll let you go. Let's pretend today never happened." Ji Yuning sneered, getting close to him. "You'll let me go? More like I'll let you go, right?" That scared prick panicked. You're calling the cops." Very quickly, a bunch of cops swarmed in. "Drop your weapons, freeze," the police asked that guy. "Drop your weapons. If you have any difficulties, look for the police. Is there anything wrong?" A guy nearby ran to a police officer holding out his phone, saying, "Officer, I recorded a video. They attacked the workers first." The thugs were all subdued. That guy, being arrested, still tried to yell, "You dare arrest me? Do you know who I am?" The cops asked Fatty, and they said, "Comrade police, I really didn't do anything," the police told them. "Be honest, you might get a lighter sentence." The injured were being bandaged and treated by the medical staff. They felt extremely happy, grateful for Ji Yuning. "Our wages finally have hope. My sibling is still waiting to go to school. Luckily, thanks to that girl, my mom has money for treatment." Reporters also arrived to record the news. According to the latest news from our station, Hongyun Real Estate in City G is in arrears with the wages of its workers. On Ji Yuning's side, a car arrived. A police officer reminded her, "Miss Ji Yu, someone wants to see you." Ji Yuning was surprised to hear that someone wanted to see her. The window gradually rolled down, revealing the figure inside. It turned out to be Uncle Yan from Goose Family. He waved to Ji Yuning. Seeing him, she was surprised. "Uncle Yan, why are you here?" Then the scene changed. At this time, the two of them moved to a quiet place to chat. Ji Yuning seriously asked, "Uncle Yan, Yan Bobo, Feng Chongsheng has been causing trouble in City G for a long time. Do you want to eliminate this malignant tumor?" Hongyun Yan Bobo also said seriously, "To be honest, I'm also investigating them. The network of relationships behind Hongyun Real Estate is complex, with mutual protection and cover-ups, making it difficult to get their evidence." Ji Yuning took a sip of tea and said, "Then Yan Bobo, have you thought about, instead of reacting passively, why not strike first?" Yan Bo sighed and replied, "Hi, one careless step, and the whole game is lost. If I'm not sure, I can't act rashly, otherwise more innocent people will be dragged in." She pulled out a USB drive, saying clearly, "I can help you. This contains nearly 20 years of criminal clues of Hongyun Real Estate. Connecting them will form a complete chain of evidence." He was surprised and took the USB, asking, "How did you get this?" Ji Yuning replied, "High-handed methods and strong backing don't mean there are no traces. I just pieced together the fragments. Don't worry, the process of obtaining evidence absolutely complies with the regulations, and justice can make the evidence valid in court. What's inside is enough to send Feng Chengsheng and his backers to jail." He plugged the USB into the computer and checked the information inside, causing him to be shocked and exclaim, "This, fraud? Forced transactions, kidnapping, violent crimes, bribery, corruption of officials? Is there anything they wouldn't dare to do?" Then he slammed his hand on the table in anger. "These beasts! They have no respect for the law. This matter is extremely dangerous. Why did you have to get involved?" Ji Yuning replied, "After Hongyun is sealed, the capital will be auctioned." He then realized, "You want to ask me to help you get the right to participate?" Ji Yuning winked, revealing a confident look. "The instinct of a profit-seeking merchant is the boss behind Shenghua Real Estate. I want to take this piece of cake, Hongyun." He was surprised, his mouth hanging open. "Shenghua is your business." Ji Yuning didn't hide anything anymore, confirming, "That's right, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. My identity is not convenient to appear in front of others, and the businesses are all managed by others." He was stunned, adjusted his glasses, and thought to himself, first, a beauty with discerning eyes, and now Shenghua Real Estate. How can such a young girl be so capable? Seeing that he was still hesitant, Ji Yuning tried to persuade him. "Uncle Yan, cooperation is a win-win choice. You're in the open to take care of everything, and I'm in the dark to manipulate. Hongyun building will fall, and its demise is only a matter of time." He thought to himself, "I really need someone in the dark to set up the formation. Ji Yu is such a smart and careful girl." Thinking it over, he decisively nodded in agreement with Ji Yuning. "All right, I'll cooperate with you." Quickly, the two finished their conversation. Ji Yuning went downstairs and, seeing Grandpa Yan's servant, greeted him. "Grandpa Yan?" Grandpa Yan was a little surprised to see her too. "Ji Yu Ya Tu, girl, Ji Yu." Then he hurriedly ran over, took her hand, and said with a smile, "It really is you, girl. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Ji Yuning cheerfully replied, "Wasn't I afraid of disturbing your rest?" Then he hurriedly ran over, took her hand, and said with a smile, "It really is you, girl. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Ji Yuning cheerfully replied, Wasn't I afraid of disturbing your rest? Then a woman ran over from afar, surprised. We have a guest. Such a beautiful girl, Yanba hurriedly introduced. Ji-yu Ya Tao, this is my wife, you can call her Auntie Ba. Ji-yu Ning immediately stood up and greeted. Hello, Auntie Ba. Yanba's wife happily pinched her cheek. This face really has spiritual energy. I always wanted a daughter. Too bad, girl. It would be so great if you were my daughter. Ji-yu Ning thought helplessly. Auntie's personality is quite generous. Seeing his wife being so enthusiastic, he hurriedly ran over to stop her. Aya, Principal Zhao, stop! Don't scare the little girl as soon as you come up. She's overwhelmed. Adopting a daughter makes me sad. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. Ji-yu Ning muttered in admiration. So she's a principal. No wonder I felt strangled earlier. Fate. Grandpa Yan also stood up. Li Hua. I told you before, the girl who saved Zhang Lin is her. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised. Ning Ning is the benefactor of the Yan family. Ji-yu Ning politely replied, Auntie, you're too kind. Then, Yanba's wife, Li Hua, happily said, You have kindness to the Yan family, of course you do. I'll personally cook to thank you tonight, Ji-yu Ning immediately said politely. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you for what? Scene changes to the chess room, where Grandpa Yan and Ji-yu Ning are playing chess together. He said, It's been a long time since anyone played chess with me. Indeed, Ji-yu Yatu is still to my liking, Ji-yu Ning also happily said. Then I'll play with you for a while longer. He decisively made a move, but then suddenly became sad. You young people have important things to do. You won't be with an old man like me for long. Seeing him a bit upset, she spoke up to ask, Grandpa Yan, is there something bothering you? He wiped his glasses and slowly replied, When you get old, you always get sentimental. I have an old friend who became paralyzed from the waist down after a serious illness. Every time I see him, I can't help but lament life. Ji-yu Ning, hearing this, fell into thought, thinking to herself, using spiritual energy to nourish the meridians and organs should be able to reduce the aging of the body's functions. Paralyzed from the waist down isn't necessarily irreversible. Thinking it over, she said to him, Grandpa Yan, I know a massage technique that might be able to alleviate your friend's condition. He asked doubtfully, Really? Seeing him a bit skeptical, she went over to him to show him her abilities. Hearing is believing, I remember your back isn't good, let me massage it for you. Grandpa Yan nodded in agreement. All right then. She concentrated her spiritual energy and channeled it into her hands. Grandpa Yan thought to himself, unexpectedly, Ji-yu Yatu's technique is quite professional. It's rare for this little girl. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed loudly, Whoa, that's so comfortable. Then he stood up abruptly, twisted his back, and exclaimed, It's miraculous, miraculous. I have so much strength now. It feels like I can live another 20 years. Seeing him so happy, she felt a warmth in her heart. Grandpa Yan treats me like his own granddaughter. Allowing them to be healthy and enjoy their old age is my greatest wish. He hurriedly ran over and took her hand. Girl, tomorrow I'll take you to see old Bai. He'll definitely be happy. Ji-yu Ning also happily agreed. Okay, quickly. Ji-yu Ning and Grandpa Yan arrived at old Bai's house. As soon as they arrived, someone ran in to report, Dad, Uncle is here. Come in quickly. As soon as he entered the house, he happily called out, Lao Bai. Seeing him, Lao Bai was also surprised. Lao Bai pointed at him with a bit of helplessness, saying, This old man will either die of illness or be scared to death by you. Grandpa Yan immediately spoke up. My old friend, spit out the bad luck. What do you mean die? I want to introduce someone to you. This is Zhao Ning, and she can cure your illness. Hearing him say this, everyone was surprised. Ji-yu Ning also came forward and politely greeted everyone. Hello, Grandpa Bai, I'm Ji-yu Ning. Lao Bai also politely greeted back. Hello. Bai Shuiyan looked at her with a face full of suspicion and said, You can cure my grandpa's illness. You're so young. Do you have a medical license? Ji-yu Ning calmly and politely replied, No, but I can try. Hearing her say she didn't have a license, Bai Shuiyan immediately raised her voice and mocked. What can you do without a medical license? Don't tell me you're trying to scam the Bai family for medical fees. The girl's father immediately got angry. Xiaoyan, be quiet. In his head, he thought, although this girl's background is unclear, she was brought here by uncle after all. I can't let Xiaoyan embarrass him. Bai Shuiyan, not understanding the situation, strained her voice and shouted, Dad, are you really going to let this person with an unknown and unclear background examine Grandpa? What if it makes his condition worse? Her father scolded her. How did I teach you, Bai Shuiyan? Where are your manners? Get out of here. Seeing the situation tense, Grandpa Yan hurriedly tried to stop them. Hey, all right. Bai Shuiyan continued to shout loudly at her grandfather. I'm not leaving. I can't let anything happen to Grandpa. Lao Bai also spoke up to stop his granddaughter, Xiaoyan. Be good. Ji-yu Ning spoke up to explain, I didn't come here for money. I only came here to help Grandpa Yan solve his worries. If my skills are lacking, I will leave on my own. Lao Bai, hearing her words, told his grandson to stop. All right, stop talking. Let this little girl give it a try. Shu Yan was worried when she saw him agree, Grandpa, but in his mind he had already assessed Ji-yu Ning. This little girl is well-mannered, not like those ordinary people trying to climb the social ladder, and she looks kind-hearted. Then she stepped forward to check on his leg condition, thinking to herself, Old Bai's leg muscle atrophy is very serious. If I want it to return to normal, I have to use a lot of spiritual energy to treat it. She focused her spiritual energy and transmitted it into his leg. Her eyes at this moment revealed a clear look of fatigue. Grandpa Yan hurriedly ran over to inquire about Bai Lao's condition. Lao Bai? How do you feel? Does it feel very comfortable? Old Bai replied. That's right. This little girl's hands seem to have some kind of magical power that cannot be explained. Grandpa Yan then said, after she's done, you'll feel like your body has gained strength, like you've become a few years younger. The father and daughter of Shu Yan asked in doubt. That magical, very quickly, it was done. At this moment, Ji Yuning also retracted her hand and said, Old Bai, let me help you try to move around for a bit. He was stunned, and asked back, Can I move now? Ji Yuning replied with a smile. Let's give it a try. Seeing him stand up made everyone gape. He can walk again. It's really working. I said it could definitely be cured. Ha! Ji Yuning explained to him what massage was. Massage can help relax your muscles and tendons, but if you want to recover completely, you should still persist with rehabilitation. Old Bai happily nodded. Okay. Zhu Yan at this time was embarrassed, her face as red as a tomato. She bowed and sincerely apologized to Ji Yuning. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. I hope you can forgive me, Ji Yuning thought to herself. A sincere apology. Clearly, Bai Shuiyan's nature isn't bad, she's just a simple girl with an upright personality. Ji Yuning said, It's okay, you're just worried about old Bai. Seeing Ji Yuning forgive her so easily surprised her. She forgave me so easily, I clearly humiliated her like that. She quickly thanked Ji Yuning. Thank you. Then Shuyan's father took out a card and handed it to her, saying, Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. If there's anything you need help with in the future, the Bai family will not refuse. Shuyan happily agreed with her dad. That's right, just come find my dad if anything comes up. Ji Yuning held the card and thought, Bai Linwei is an award-winning entrepreneur with a certain influence in City G. His status cannot be ordinary. We can definitely cooperate in the future. Thinking this, she smiled and said, Then I thank Bai Jiansheng in advance. Lao Bai spoke up, reminding her not to use such formal address anymore. You're about the same age as Xiaoyan. Just call me Grandpa and call Linwei Uncle. In his head, he thought, Lao Yan indeed didn't misjudge the person. Ji Yuning also obeyed old Bai. Okay, Grandpa Yan, took the opportunity to promote Ji Yuning. Don't look down on little Ji Yu. Because she's young, she's also amazing at gambling on stones. Emerald Beauty is her business. Hearing his old friend say that, old Bai was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Emerald Beauty is that famous jewelry store. Shu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Heavens! Emerald Beauty is opened by you? Ji Yuning also confirmed. Yeah, old Bai had already admired her. At this moment, he admired her even more. Emerald Beauty has achieved very high commercial value in a short period of time. This girl is too amazing. He turned to Shu Yan, grabbed her hand and said, The children of other people have already started their own businesses at a young age, while my Xiaoyan only knows how to hug me and cry. What a big contrast indeed. Zhu Yan was embarrassed to hear her father reveal such an embarrassing thing, Grandpa. Isn't it because I was worried about you? Although I'm not as extraordinary as Ji Yuning, I'll definitely be very amazing when I grow up, so don't underestimate me. Old Bai also gave in to his granddaughter. Okay, ha, Ji Yuning thought to herself, I've lived 2 lives, and if I still haven't improved, then it's worth questioning life. Then Shui Yan ignored the 2 old men, ran over and took Ji Yuning's arm. Don't mind these 2 old people anymore. Can you take me to Emerald Beauty to have a look? I really want to go there. Ji Yuning, seeing how quickly this kid changed, agreed to take her. Sure, I can. Transition to Ji Yuning's store. Shu Yan entered the store and couldn't help but marvel. Wow, I finally got to Emerald Beauty. If those gold diggers knew, they'd definitely be so jealous they'd die. She noticed a jade bracelet and exclaimed, Wow, this is so beautiful. Ji Yuning said, I'm going to do some work. You can look around on your own first. She thought to herself, jewelry is indeed something that girls always love the most. Ji Yuning was processing paperwork when Shu Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Lu. Why are you snatching other people's things? I saw this first. She arrogantly challenged Shu Yan, saying, Just admit you're snatching. Looking at you don't even look like you can afford it. Who in our class doesn't know your family's humble financial situation, huh? Seeing her humiliate her family, Shu Yan couldn't contain her anger. You've gone too far. Ji Yuning coldly snorted at this scene, putting on a dangerous face, daring to bully my friend in my territory. Lu still continued to provoke Shu Yan with a sneer. Ha, this necklace is 3,000. How can you even afford it? Zhu Yan was already grinding her teeth in anger and clenched her fist tightly. Ji Yuning thought to herself at this scene. The Bai family raises their descendants to stay away from disputes, dressing and using simple things. There really are people with eyes but without insight who think that Bai Shuiyan's family circumstances are ordinary. Shu Yan pointed to the necklace and sneered back at her. Based on you, Lulu, you can afford such an expensive necklace? She just replied with a cold laugh. What's it to you? Anyway, I already bought it. The famous Hong Yun group also has to rely on my dad. You're not worthy to compete with me. Shu Yan was speechless. Suddenly, Ji Yuning came forward, telling Shu Yan to let her buy it. Liu Lulu looked at Ji Yuning with contempt, asking, Who are you? Ji Yuning then curled her lips, signaling to Shu Yan, and replied, Who I am is not important. What's important is that this jadeite necklace is even more suitable for people like you. Liu Lulu was flattered and overjoyed. Shu Ren understood what Ji Yuning meant, and didn't insist further. Fine, fine, I can't afford it, so if you want it, just take it. She thought to herself, Ji Yuning must have her own reasons for doing this, and I can't ruin her plans. The staff handed the card swiper to Liu Lulu and asked, Miss, Liu, how would you like to pay? But suddenly she turned back and asked, Shu Ran, you're not going to compete with me anymore. Shu Ran was surprised. Why the sudden change? Is something up? Ji Yuning saw her hesitation and provoked. Can't afford it, Miss, Liu? Hearing this, she shouted out of pride, Who says I can't afford it? Wrap it up for me. Then she slammed her card on the table. After paying, she took her items and left, not forgetting to insult Zhu Ran before leaving. HMPH. If you can't afford it, don't pretend. No amount of pretending will magically produce money. Zhu Ran flared up and shouted, I want to shut her mouth. But Ji Yuning stopped her. All right. Zhu Ran asked Ji Yuning, puzzled. Why did you give it to her? Are you afraid I'd like that necklace too? Ji Yuning quickly explained. Because I want to make money. Sooner or later, this kind of person's money will be squeezed dry. Zhu Ran pretended to be angry and blamed. HMPH. Money grubber. It's not like I don't have money either. Seeing the girl sulking, Ji Yuning took out an even more exquisite bracelet and patted her head, saying, Okay, you win. I'll give you this better one. Seeing such an exquisite jade bracelet, she exclaimed, Blood jadeite, I've only ever seen it in my grandfather's treasure vault. It must be very expensive, right? Then Ji Yuning tried it on her. It looks pretty good. It really suits your complexion, Shui. Ran panicked. I don't have enough money, I can't afford it. But Ji Yuning said that she didn't need to pay, just consider it an early birthday gift from her. Shu Ran was a little shocked and asked, We just met and you're already giving me something so valuable? Are you stupid? No way, I can't accept it. If my dad finds out, he'll definitely scold me again. Ji Yuning got close to Shu Ran's face. Yo, it's okay, I've already talked to Uncle Bai and he definitely won't scold you. Just accept it with peace of mind. Zhu Ran's face was full of obvious disbelief. Really? Then she patted her chest confidently, saying, But I can't accept it for nothing. This necklace will do. Your business is my business from now on. I will definitely support you wholeheartedly, Ji Yuning replied with a smile. Then I must thank you in advance. In her heart, she secretly thought. Suddenly feeling like having a little sister isn't bad at all. Then Ji Yuning turned to the staff and said, Issue the invoice to Bai. Charge it to my account. Then the staff invited Shu Ran to go, This way, please. Another staff member showed her the video that was recorded earlier. The boss recorded everything. She fell into thought again. Thinking of the backing of the Hongyun group, if they're offering themselves up, then let's collapse together. Then she asked the staff to send it to the media. The staff agreed. Yes. A moment later, the two arrived at a snack shop. Shu Ran invited Ji Yuning to eat to thank her. For the necklace, I'm treating you to this shop's super delicious milk tea and pastries. She looked at Shu Ran and was about to call her Shu, but stopped and sighed. You just ordered and can't wait already, Shu Ran. I'm super hungry. Shu Ran smiled adorably and said, Yeah, a little bit. The waiter came out with a plate of pastries covered in smudges. Suddenly, he said, Dear Shu, you've been waiting. Seeing him, Shu Ran stood up straight and greeted. Hello, Alun. Alun replied gently. Shu, I'm very happy that you came. Thank you for liking my desserts. I hope you both enjoy your meal. Shu Ran stammered, Thank you, Ji Yuning, teased. Ooh, it's not that you wanted the delicious food, but you were missing Ling Jun. Being teased by Ji Yuning, her face turned as red as a tomato. Ning, don't talk nonsense. Ji Yuning said to Shu Ran while eating. If you like him, go after him. You have to seize the opportunity in your hands. Shu Ran's face flushed and replied, Ailan is liked by many people, and the age gap between us is too big. I'm not sure if he'll like a little kid like me. Ji Yuning continued to encourage her. Zhu Ran, don't overthink it. The worst outcome is that you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zhu Ran sighed sadly. Maybe I should just forget it. My family still doesn't allow me to date. At this moment, Ailun came out with the food Zhu ordered. Zhu Ran was startled. Mr. Ailan, put the dishes on the table, he said to Shu Ran. Here, the new desserts from the shop. As usual, you get to try them first, Shu Ran shyly replied. Thank you, Mr. Ailan. Ailan glanced at Ji Yuning and said, If Shui's friend comes to the shop, they also get the privilege of enjoying free desserts. Ji Yuning smiled, nodded her thanks, thinking to herself, Only this little bunny Shu Ran is unaware of the special treatment. Shu Ran tried a piece of dessert and exclaimed, Wow, this dessert is so delicious. Ailan happily replied, I'm glad you like it. Ji Yuning ate while watching the two of them, thinking, Grey Wolf is so skilled at psychological warfare, Zhu Ran. You're about to fall into the river of love. Seeing the two of them dishing out dog food like this, Ji Yuning suddenly missed Leng Xiaoting a lot. Wondering what Leng Xiaoting was doing, it's been a few days since they separated. Ji Yuning said to herself, I need to hurry back to City E and handle business. Once everything is done, I can see Xiaoting. Elsewhere, a storm was raging. Inside a villa, a man was rushing up, talking on the phone as he hurried. Quick, help me book a plane ticket abroad, the sooner the better. It turned out to be Fang Changsheng. He quickly hung up, angrily thinking to himself, It's all because that bitch Liu Shikun, that boastful idiot, caused the old news to be dug up by reporters. This time, I'm finished. As he was thinking, a light suddenly shone on Fang Changsheng's face. Fang Changsheng was shocked to see many people standing in front of his house, thinking, They came so fast. The mayor quickly appeared in the crowd asking, "In the middle of the night, where does Chairman Feng want to go?" Seeing this, Feng Chengsheng panicked. Mayor Yan coldly asked, "Chairman Feng has heaven-defying skills. I won't say much more. Come with us for a trip." Hearing this, he trembled and replied, "Wait, I want to make a phone call." Mayor Yan continued, "Don't waste your effort anymore. Liu Shikun is waiting for you inside. Arrest him," the mayor shouted. Yan Zhenglin's men arrested Feng Chengsheng, he shouted in fear. "So you were prepared all along, Yan Zhenglin. You plotted against me." Mayor Yan looked at Feng Chengsheng with a cold expression and said, "No one plotted against you. Everything is according to your crimes." He loudly denounced, "Hong Yun has done so many evil deeds for Xiangsheng. It's time to restore order, confess your sins." Feng Chengsheng's face turned pale with fear. The next day, in City E, inside a study, there were Uncle An and Ji Yu Ning. Uncle An said, "Based on Hong Yun's network of connections, Feng Chengsheng's arrest was indeed a bit sudden. Currently, everyone in the industry is observing the situation, not daring to be careless, all worried about being dragged into the chaos." Ji Yu Ning, after hearing this, smirked and replied, "This is exactly what we've been waiting for, Uncle An. It's time for us to act." Ji Yu Ning adjusted the screen, saying, "If Shenghua wants to become a key enterprise, the fastest way is to devour this juicy piece of meat, Hong Yun. We need it very much." Uncle An exclaimed in alarm, "Acquire Hong Yun's central industry. Boss, isn't this too risky?" Uncle An continued to explain, "The competitive risk is too high, our capital could be depleted." Ji Yu Ning then replied, "You don't need to worry about the capital problem, Uncle An. I've prepared for it a long time ago." Uncle An looked very surprised, saying, "Prepared a long time ago?" Thinking to himself, could Hong Yun's investigation and sealing be related to the boss? Ji Yu Ning stood up, stretched, and replied, "Uncle An, don't worry. I'm only 70% sure that I can make Shenghua the only carnivore in this situation. Just do as I say." Uncle An responded in confusion. Okay, he thought. Planning and strategizing, step by step, the boss's business mind is probably even more profound than those sly foxes who have dominated the business world for many years. Ji Yu Ning turned and said, "Uncle An, the acquisition must proceed quickly according to plan. It will require a bit of your effort." Uncle An replied, "It's okay, just leave it to me." Just then, Ji Yu Ning's phone rang. It was Pai Han calling. Ji Yu Ning happily answered, "Hello, Pai Han." The people on the other end also replied, "Hello, Lao Da, we heard you're back." Ji Yu Ning then replied, "I just got back not long ago. I haven't had time to inform everyone yet." Pai Han said, "You've been gone for so long, everyone misses you a lot. How about we have a meal together? We'll treat you." Ji Yu Ning replied, "No rush, I have to pick someone up first." The next morning, at the City E airport, Shu and Xiao Ya, a man and a woman, were walking out. Shu said, "Suddenly integrating into a normal life feels a bit strange." Xiao Ya patted him on the shoulder and replied, "It's better to take it easy." The guy checked his watch and said, "It should be soon. The boss said she'd send someone to pick us up." Just then, a car stopped in front of them. Ji Yu Ning in the car said, "Hey there, handsome and pretty, need a ride?" The two replied, "Thanks, we're good." Ji Yu Ning then got out of the car, rolled down the window and said, "Beep, beep, beep, the Ji Yu Ning Express is the fastest way to get there." The two excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, why'd you come in person?" The car took the three to an apartment complex. Ji Yu Ning pulled the two into the house and said, "Shu, Xiao Ya, from now on, this place will be your home in the city. Someone will be here later to register the property rights." Zhu and Xiao Ya exclaimed, "Boss, this place doesn't look cheap." "Don't feel pressured," Ji Yu Ning replied. "Just consider this house my end-of-year gift to you two." Ji Yu Ning continued, "My family and I live next door, so it's easy to help each other out if anything happens." Xiao Ya replied, "Thank you, boss." Xiao Ya said, "It feels like a dream. We finally have a home." Zhu put his arm around Xiao Ya's shoulder and comforted her. "Following the boss, our lives will only get better and better." Just then, Pai Han called Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning answered the phone. "Hello, Pai Han, I'm listening." Pai Han said, "Boss, this is bad. Something happened at Mig's house." Ji Yu Ning said anxiously and a bit loudly, "What? I'll be right there." Shu and Xiao Ya saw Ji Yu Ning leaving in a hurry. Shu called out, "Boss." Xiao Ya quickly said, "Hurry, let's follow." Soon, the three of them were standing in front of Mig's house. Muke and Pai Han were arguing with some moneylenders. Upon hearing that the house would be demolished and they were about to move, they immediately wanted to collect their money. "You guys are so shameless. With us here, don't even think about getting a single cent. You were nowhere to be found when Mig's family was in trouble." Muke angrily shouted. The red-haired, pot-bellied uncle replied, "This is the Vu family's business. What are you meddling in? If I don't get the money today, I'm not leaving." Everyone echoed, "That's right. That's right." At this moment, Mig suddenly rushed forward, pointing at her grandfather's altar, bursting with suppressed anger, and said loudly, "Hey, eldest uncle. Before Grandpa passed away, did your family ever visit him once? Wasn't the amount of money your family spent on Grandpa before too little? My family won't back down. Don't even think about taking a single cent." The eldest uncle angrily pushed Mig to the ground, yelling, "Adults are talking, what's a brat like you butting in for?" Mig cried out in pain. Mig fell backward, but luckily Muteke caught her in time. her parents cried out. Mig, Mutake said. This is too much bullying. Muken stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves and said, You dare to hit people. You guys started it. Don't blame us for being impolite. The eldest uncle laughed scornfully. That's hilarious. Threatening me, just based on you kids. Ji Yuning, Shu, and Xiaoya arrived at this moment. Ji Yuning stepped in and said, Just us is enough to threaten you, the eldest uncle asked. Who are you? Everyone clamored. Who is she? Here to help. Mu Ke called out. Boss. Pai Han happily called out. Ning Ning. Mig ran into Ji Yuning's arms. Ji Yuning stroked her head and said, Mig, it's okay now. The eldest uncle said, HMPH, I thought your boss was some big shot. Turns out she's just a kid. Ji Yuning retorted. Which dog is barking? It's so noisy. The eldest uncle stepped forward, raised his hand to strike Ji Yuning, and shouted, You dare to call me a dog? What the hell are you? Before his hand could touch Ji Yuning, it was grabbed by someone. Shu grabbed the eldest uncle's hand and twisted it behind his back. He yelled, Stop acting tough. I don't believe you dare to hit me, Shu replied. Oh, wanna try? Shun twisted his hand, and with a cracking sound, the eldest uncle screamed in pain. Ouch, that hurts. That hurts. The guys over there are saying, This is bad. They're really doing it. Let's go, let's go. Chow Yama blocked the door, cracking her knuckles with a stern look. The guy with the hat begged, Good sir, please spare me. The guy next to him added, This has nothing to do with us. Ji Yuning said, Let me give you a choice. Do you want money, or do you want your miserable life? The uncle painfully replied, I choose life. I choose life. Ji Yuning shouted, Get lost. Hurry up. Ji Yuning turned to Mig and said, I'll help you settle this. You and your aunt and uncle should move to Jiahua Garden. I'll give your family a house, Murakang asked in surprise. A house in Jiahua Garden must cost at least 2 million yuan. Right, Mig's mother replied. Oh, Ji Yuning, we're not close, and we're not enemies. We're already grateful for your help. Forget about the house, Mig's father added. That's right, it's too expensive, Ji Yuning continued. The house isn't free. Mig has to study financial management and will definitely work for me in the future. Consider this house as his advanced salary, Mig happily exclaimed. Ning Ning, Ji Yuning continued. Besides, the security at Jiahua Garden is good. You don't have to worry about people causing trouble, Mu Ke added. That's right, uncle, just accept it. Mig's father wiped away tears and replied, Well then, I thank you very much, Ji Yuning. Pai Han pointed to Gaoji and Xiaoya, saying, Ning Ning, those two are so cool. Are they the helpers you called? Ji Yuning replied, Gaoji and Xiaoya are my friends and also my bodyguards. I brought them here today to introduce them to everyone, Mu Ke said. Since the matter has been resolved, let's all still go hang out as planned. Everyone happily agreed. Ji Yuning replied, Let's go, it's on me. Soon, everyone was at the 5-star restaurant. The waiter greeted. Welcome everyone, please follow me, Pai Han asked Gaoji and Xiaoya. Brother Gao, sister Chao, how long do I have to train to get a body like yours? Ji Yuning saw someone and called out, Brother-in-law, don't go. Ji Yu Qingyang pulled Jiangshu's arm, saying, We're all family. Just help me this time, Jiangshu replied. This matter has to wait for the CEO's opinion. I can't make the decision. Mig turned back and asked Ji Yuning, Ning, why aren't you coming? Ji Yuning replied, You guys go ahead first. I'll be right there. Ji Yuning looked at Ji Yu Qingyang and Jiangshu, thinking strangely. Why is my uncle with Ji Yu Qingyang? Jiangshu forcefully pulled his hand back, saying to Ji Yu Qingyang, Guai's construction materials can't be concluded as not meeting the standards. The CEO won't reconsider cooperating with you. No amount of begging will work. Ji Yu Qingyang lost his patience, immediately changing his attitude, pointing at Jiangshu's face and scolding, If you don't want to help, just say so. You know a few famous people, and you want to show off to me? What are you even good for? Ji Yu Qingyang, the reason I asked you to do this is because I valued you. Jiangshu turned pale and stammered. Ji Yuning observed everything from behind. She walked closer with a displeased look. Ji Yuning said, Asking for help with this kind of attitude? Someone like you crawling on the ground and barking like a dog might get some pity and be rewarded with a bone. Ji Yu Qingyang was startled when he heard someone scolding him, turning around to look. Jiangshu was also surprised to see Ji Yuning here, asking, Ning, why are you here? Ji Yuning replied gently, I came here to eat with friends. Before she could finish, Ji Yu Qingyang interrupted, scolding, You little bastard, how dare you talk to elders like that, you ungrateful wretch. Ji Yuning wasn't angry but found it amusing. She smirked and mocked him. Goon's construction materials are plummeting, and you're short on money, so you're probably about to go bankrupt, right? Even if you carried my shoes now, you wouldn't be worthy of being my elder. You're not good enough. Ji Yuning put her hand on Jiangshu's shoulder, proudly continuing, Now my uncle is the boss of Shu Reconstruction Materials. Why don't you kneel down and beg him? Maybe when your family is at its wit's end, he might reward you with a meal. Ji Yu Qingyang suddenly turned pale. He stammered in fear. Shu Reconstruction Materials. Jiangshu. Ji Yu Qingyang was sweating profusely, he said in astonishment. Impossible. How could a poor guy like Jiangshu have money to open a company? Absolutely impossible. Ji Yuning raised her chin, pointed her finger at him, and said smugly, You're so capable. Try investigating and you'll find out. I hope your family can still have a warm new year after you find out. Then she turned to Jiangshu and said, Uncle, let's go. Jiangshu looked at her with a face that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting. Ji Yu Qingyang stood frozen, his mouth constantly agape. At Heiguangyuan, a red Happy New Year sign was hung above the entrance, with 2 red lanterns on either side, looking simple yet beautiful. Inside, Ji Yu Man was helping Ji Yu Ning hang decorations on the wall. Ji Yu Ning asked, "Is it straight?" Ji Yu Man replied. A little higher, Ji Yu Qing walked over from behind, holding a phone, calling softly, "Ji Yu Man, A Man." The mother and daughter Ji Yu Man stopped and turned to look. Ji Yu Man asked, "Second sister, what's wrong?" Ji Yu Qing quickly replied, "Just now Big Brother called and asked us to attend a housewarming party." His attitude was very polite. Ji Yu Qing hesitated a little before continuing. "We haven't contacted each other for so long, and the new year is coming up. Could it be that his family wants to reconcile with us?" Ji Yu Man helped Ji Yu Ning down from the chair, feeling a little confused by what she had just heard. Ji Yu Ning heard the trickery of her uncle. Her face turned ice cold, thinking to herself, how could such a greedy and vicious person know how to repent? It seems it's because of the incident that day. Ji Yu Man smiled awkwardly, turning to ask Ji Yu Ning's opinion. "Ning Ning, should we go?" Ji Yu Ning looked at her mother with eyes that saw through the world, thinking to herself, after all, they're relatives with blood ties. Mom is softening again. Ji Yu Ning replied unhappily. "Go if you want to go," she thought to herself. It seems that only by tearing off their animal skin can I make Mom see clearly. At a luxurious 5-star restaurant with multiple floors, Ji Yu Qingyang happily and politely waited to welcome everyone to the table. "Ah, everyone's here." Ji Yu Qingyang stepped forward with a smile to shake hands and pulled Jiangshu to sit down in the seat next to him, saying sweetly, "Brother-in-law, sit next to me. Let's have a good drink today for the new year." Jiangshu forced a smile and replied, "Big brother, you sit." Lin Li Huan said politely, "Oh my, you guys quickly sit down." Ji Yu Man flashed a bright smile in response. But all Lin Li Huan saw was the huge diamond necklace around Ji Yu Man's neck. Lin Li Huan thought to herself, HMPH, just got some money and bought such an expensive diamond, totally a one-night rich type. Seeing Ji Yu Qingyang and Lin Li Huan's strange attitude, Jiang Xinyu whispered to Ji Yu Ning, "Sis, why are they so subdued today? Not like usual at all." Ji Yu Ning just chuckled softly and replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Ji Yu Qingyang stood up, holding a glass of wine in his hand, grinning from ear to ear and saying loudly, "Today's party is held to maintain our precious family ties. Everyone, eat and drink your fill." Ji Yu Ning rolled her eyes at him disdainfully, thinking, "Can act this well, huh? Seems like there's a good show coming up." Lao Tai Tai glanced at Jiang Shu, sarcastically saying, "Son-in-law, you hit it well. If Dage hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known you're already a boss. What's wrong? Got money now and don't want to acknowledge your relatives anymore." Jiang Shu choked, not knowing what to say. Jiang Shu turned to pick up a cup of tea to ease the embarrassment, trying to salvage the situation. "Mom, you're taking it too hard. There's no such thing as hiding or not hiding. How our family lives doesn't necessarily have to be told to outsiders." Lao Tai Tai narrowed her eyes, cursing inwardly. "Well done! You've grown your wings." Lao Tai Tai continued, "Son-in-law, you have no father or mother, and you initially lived as a live-in son-in-law in our Ji family. Of course, what's yours is also the Ji family's. Dagi is the head of the Ji family. Your company should be handed over to him to manage. Only then can the Ji family show face to everyone." Suddenly, someone stood up and slammed the table hard, causing the cups and dishes on the table to move. That person was Ji Yu Qing. She said with great indignation, "Mom, what are you saying? Everyone's face has darkened." Ji Yu Man was a little bewildered, asking softly, "Mom, did you call us here just for this?" Ji Yu Ning also mumbled angrily, "You guys really have no shame. You want to take everything that belongs to others. Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death?" Lao Tai Tai resentfully snapped, "Shut your mouth. What right does a bastard like you have to speak here?" Jiang Xinyue also slammed the table and stood up just like her mother, angrily yelling at Lao Tai Tai. "Grandma, she's also your granddaughter. How can you say that to her?" Ji Yu Ning coldly glanced at Lao Tai Tai, saying, "Lao Tai Tai, you're old, so your memory isn't very good, huh? Have you forgotten what I warned you about?" Lao Tai Tai said this. "How does a small, illegitimate child like you want to rebel against me?" Ji Yu Ning's hands clenched into fists. She couldn't help but stand up. But before she could stand up completely, a hand held her shoulder down, pushing her back down. That person was none other than Ji Yu Man. She had been very polite just now, but now, as Ji Yu Ning's mother, Ji Yu Man couldn't suppress her anger, she growled, "Enough." Rarely seeing this side of her mother, Ji Yu Ning asked in surprise, "Mom," Ji Yu Man continued, "Ning Ning is not a bastard. It's not your turn to insult my daughter." Ji Yu Man gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't like it." Then she yelled loudly, pointing towards the back, "Then get the hell out of here for me." After hearing this, the three of them stood up angrily, taking turns cursing. Lao Tai Tai spoke first. "What? You dare tell me to get out?" Ji Yu Qingyang continued. "Got money now and you're different." Talking without respect, Lin Li Huan also followed. "Ji Yu Man, how dare you talk to Mom like that?" Ji Yu Man yelled angrily. "Why can't I talk like that? Who do you think you are, the Emperor of Heaven? We've endured time and time again, but in return, we only get humiliation and bullying." Ji Yu Man continued with tears streaming down her face. "Now you want to set your sights on Yifu's company? You're really pushing people too far." Seeing her lose her composure, Ji Yuning stood up to stop her mother, comforting her. Mom, I'm here. They won't be able to do anything. Ji Yuqing also stood up to reassure her. A man, calm down. Lao Tai grabbed the teacup in her hand and cursed. Rebellious daughter, getting pregnant out of wedlock and ruining our family reputation. She threw the teacup at Ji Yu Man and shouted, Get out of here for me! Ji Yuqing desperately turned to protect Ji Yu. Man, she yelled loudly. A man, be careful. But Ji Yuning was faster, standing in front of her mother, catching the teacup in her hand to everyone's astonishment. Her eyes seemed to emit sparks, looking very scary. Ji Yuning angrily clenched her hand, as if wanting to crush the teacup, and then the teacup shattered in Ji Yuning's hand, shocking everyone. Ji Yuqing Yang was sweating profusely, thinking she crushed the cup. Lin Li Huan was so stunned that her mouth was agape. How is this possible? Ji Yuning raised her hand to her face as if to gain momentum, covering half of her face, leaving only those terrifying, fiery eyes. Ji Yuning waved her hand, throwing the shattered pieces in her hand towards them, shouting, Don't force me to kill you guys. The shards that were thrown made all three of them, Lao Tai, Ji Yuqing Yang, and Lin Li Huan, panic and sit still, not daring to move. They turned to look at the shards stuck in the wall behind them, stammering. Ji Yuqing Yang's face turned pale with fear, trembling inwardly. So scary, it's like they're on the verge of death. Ji Yu Man and Jiang Shu's family of three surrounded Ji Yuning, worried about her hand. Ji Yu Man worriedly said, Ning Ning, your hand? Ji Yuning softly replied, Mom, I'm fine. Jiang Xinyu looked at Ji Yuning with eyes full of admiration, gushing, Wow, big sister, you're so awesome. Ji Yu Man stood protectively in front of her daughter, saying sharply, If you look down on us so much, then let's cut ties. From now on, Ning Ning and I will have nothing to do with you. Ji Yu Man, Ji Yuning, and Jiang Xinyu left first. The old madam angrily called after them, Fine, consider it as if I never had a daughter like you. Ji Yuqing called out, Sis, wait for me. Then she turned back and explained to the other three, Ji Yuning invested in the company. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be where we are today. Jiang Shu continued his wife's words. If you're going to be this heartless, then let's not contact each other anymore in the future. Both of them also left. Ji Yuqing Yang exclaimed in surprise. What? Ji Yuning invested in the company? Lin Li Huan tried to calm them. Consider this meal a farewell party, please. Make yourselves at home. The old madam's face paled. She clutched her left chest and said with difficulty, How could she possibly have such immense capability? That bastard? As soon as she finished speaking, the old madam fell backward, unconscious. Ji Yuqing Yang quickly caught the old lady, worriedly shouting, Mom! Not long after, Ji Yuning returned to the luxury apartment, carrying a crate of water and saying, Boss, I've got the drinking water. Ji Yuning happily brought out a tray of dumplings and replied, All right, go wash your hands and let's eat. Ji Yuqing caught someone sneaking a snack, angrily pinching Jiang Xinyu's ear and scolding, Well, Jiang Xinyu, sneaking food again. The girl cried out in pain, Ow, 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 Mom, I was wrong. Everyone standing nearby just watched the mother and daughter smiling happily. Everyone quickly gathered around the dining table. Ji Yu Man spoke up, defending her niece. Sister, just let her eat. Then she gently picked up a dumpling and said, Come on, Xiao Chao, eat more. Treat this place like your own home. Gao Ji obediently held out his bowl and replied, Thank you, Auntie. Ji Yuqing also chimed in, praising, These two really are a perfect match. A little while later, while everyone was watching a comedy show on TV, today, we'll perform a segment of crosstalk. Ji Yuning noticed her mother sitting sadly in a corner of the room. She walked in and softly called, Mom. Then she hugged her mother to comfort her. Gi Yu Man saw this and smiled faintly, saying, Ning Ning, I'm fine. It's a good thing that they won't be able to bully me anymore from now on. Suddenly, Ji Yuning asked, Mom, you've been alone for so many years. Do you still miss my biological father? Hit where it hurt, Ji Yu Man couldn't say anything more. Ji Yuning continued. Back then, father's body was never found. Have you ever thought he might still be alive? If fate allows you to meet again, would you be willing to accept him? At this, Ji Yu Man no longer concealed anything and replied, He's the person I loved most. Of course, I hope he can live well. But meeting an old Jianglong might not necessarily be the best outcome. Unexpected things always happen in life. Hearing this, Ji Yuning sadly thought, Mom doesn't know about Tang Yunfan's amnesia. Their misunderstanding can only be resolved if they meet again. Suddenly, a warm hand rested on her cheek. Ji Yu Man gently said, Ning Ning, I've never regretted giving birth to you. Having a daughter like you is enough for my life. Ji Yuning unexpectedly spoke up, overcome with emotion. Mom. Then she hugged her tightly. Ji Yu Man continued to comfort her. My darling Ning Ning, you don't need to worry about me. Just spread your wings and fly. I'll always support you. Tears streamed down Ji Yuning's face as she thought to herself, I will definitely protect Mom well and make sure she's always happy. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyu's voice echoed from outside the room. Big sister, you have a call. Ji Yuning quickly wiped away her tears and replied, Coming. Jiang Xinyu, quick and curious, held out the phone and asked, Big sister, who's the big iceberg? Ji Yuning stood there, bewildered, not knowing how to answer. Then she turned to her mother and said, I'll go answer the phone then. From the phone, a voice echoed, Ning Ning, Happy New Year. Ji Yuning teased with a smile. Just one line, nothing special. Leng Xiaoting immediately replied, I can fulfill one wish for you. Ji Yuning immediately laughed and joked, my wish right now is to see you. Then go out to the balcony. Leng Xiaoting's immediate reply surprised her. Ji Yuning exclaimed in disbelief, what? Then she quickly ran out to the balcony. Below was Leng Xiaoting, waving to her, Ning Ning, your wish has come true. Mom has an appointment with a friend, so I'm heading out first. Ji Yuning greeted everyone and ran off. Ji Man saw this and worriedly called, hey, Ning Ning, go a little slower. Jiang Xinyue also called after her, big sister, I haven't even taken a picture yet. Ji Yuning just turned back and said, let's talk when I get home. And then she was gone. Ji Yuning ran into Leng Xiaoting's arms, hugging him as she happily asked, why are you here? Is your mission over? Leng Xiaoting lovingly embraced her. Yeah, it just finished. It's New Year's Eve. Shouldn't you be back in the capital hanging out with your grandpa? Lin Xiaoting was like, it's too hectic at home, plus someone's already keeping him company. I'm spending New Year's with you, heading back on the first day of the New Year. Their hands intertwined. Let's go watch the New Year countdown by the lake. Ji Yuning excitedly dragged Lin Xiaoting along. Lin Xiaoting just went with it, totally doting on her. All right, let's go. By the lake, the two kids held hands, strolling around. I'll get you some candy. Yay! Ji Yuning leaned against the railing, soaking it all in. Whoa, it's so lively here. Lin Xiaoting, standing next to her, pulled out a red envelope from his chest and handed it to her. Here, a New Year's red envelope. Hope everything goes smoothly for my Ning Ning in the new year. PF'd. You think I'm still a kid? I'm all grown up, she said, but her hands were super honest, grabbing that red envelope tight. Lin Xiaoting fondly patted her head. Think of it as good luck, all right? Everyone else gets one, so you gotta have one too. From inside the red envelope, Ji Yuning pulled out a black card, Xiaoting's credit card. Ji Yuning teased Lin Xiaoting. Who puts a bank card in a red envelope? Aren't you afraid I'll swipe your card clean? It's all good, even if you swipe it clean. I've got more. Lin Xiaoting flirted. My heart is all yours anyway. Ji Yuning giggled, hearing that. These shameless lines. Who are you trying to seduce? Ji Yuning leaned in close to Lin Xiaoting's ear and whispered, then I'll take it. Thanks, boyfriend. Seeing her get so close, Lin Xiaoting's poker face turned tomato red and he stammered, no problem. The two hugged each other, all lovey-dovey. Ning Ning, this is our first year together. I hope we can always be like this. Year after year. Lin Xiaoting expressed his feelings. The clock struck midnight. Fireworks shot into the sky. Someone shouted, it's midnight. A burst of fireworks lit up the whole sky. In the darkness, everyone cheered. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Yeah, we'll be together every year, Ji Yuning promised, and gently tiptoed. Their lips touched. They snuggled together, embracing tightly, welcoming the bright new year together. The two strolled hand in hand. Suddenly, a voice called out hesitantly from behind. Ning Ning, Ji Yuning, hearing her name, turned around. Anya, Anya, for real, is that you? The two grabbed each other's hands, overjoyed, and hugged tightly. Anya, Happy New Year, long time no see, Ji Yuning said. Happy New Year, Anya pouted. You didn't invite me to hang out. I thought you'd forgotten about me, Ji Yuning quickly said. How could I? I was away on a business trip, but your birthday card already got to me. I'll definitely be there. The two were busy chatting when Anya noticed Lin Xiaoting standing behind Ji Yuning and asked, Ning Ning, who's this hottie? Ji Yuning turned to look at Lin Xiaoting. This is Lin Xiaoting, my boyfriend. Anya cheerfully greeted him. Hi, future brother-in-law. Hey there. Lin Xiaoting replied with a polite smile. Kim Kei-shin, who was with Anya, whispered, this Lin Xiansheng is so handsome. Kim Kei-shin, with a super tea-flavored tone, said, why don't you bring Lin Xiansheng to Anya's birthday party too? Thinking, didn't expect to meet such a top-tier guy today. Ji Yuning and Lin Xiaoting asked the same question. Does this girl have a problem? Kim Kei-shin composed herself and said in a whiny voice, ugh, whatever, Anya said with disgust. Kim Kei-shin. Ignoring her, Kim Kei-shin said with an air, what's with your tone? I'm your cousin. Kim Kei-shin's voice was even more tea-flavored this time. I'm just trying to be nice. Someone as amazing as Lin Xiansheng would definitely be welcome at the party. It'd make you look good. Ji Yuning narrowed her eyes dangerously. Without saying a word, she led her boyfriend to stand in front of her. How dare they? Ji Yuning thought to herself. Leng Xiaoting coldly said to Jin Kei-shin, please stay away from me. I'm allergic to girls, except for Ning Ning. Oh, young Master Lang is so good to Miss Ji Yu. It's truly enviable, Jin Kei-shin said, not forgetting to pull down the scarf on her neck to reveal her slender neck and collarbone, thinking, rotten men, you don't know romance. Ji Yuning saw her actions and frowned. Miss Jin, the wind is very strong tonight. Be careful not to catch a cold. Anya couldn't stand it anymore either and said, that's right, cousin, put your clothes on properly. Hearing everyone scolding her, she was so angry that she couldn't speak and could only shout loudly, you people. Anya didn't bother to pay attention to her anymore, turned around and pushed Ji Yuning away, saying, let's go, ignore her. If my mom hadn't told me to bring her out, I wouldn't want to be with her. Jin Kei-shin stood there angrily, clenching her fists, gnashing her teeth. Ji Yuning, I'll remember you, just you wait. In the evening, at Su Anya's birthday party, Anya, dressed in a beautiful dress like a princess, greeted the guests who came to her birthday. You guys are finally here. Ji Yu Ning's group walked over. Anya, happy birthday. Anya looked at Ji Yu Ning in her sexy red dress and praised. Oh my god, Ning Ning, you're so beautiful. Are you here to make me question my sexuality? Her playful friend retorted. Anya, even if you turn gay, it's useless, the boss is straight. Aya was even happier when she heard that. Then let me be a silent guardian of the flowers. Happy laughter surrounded everyone there. Anya, don't be self-conscious, you are the most charming princess at the party today. Ji Yu Ning complimented. Anya took out the gift she had prepared and handed it to her. Here, birthday present. Anya, wow, it's so beautiful. Anya opened the gift box, and inside was a glittering jade necklace. This jade necklace was of very good quality and must be expensive. Thinking about the price of the necklace, Anya said worriedly, Ning Ning you. Suddenly, a voice filled with sarcasm interjected, Oh, isn't this Miss Ji Yu, the jade necklace from Fei Se Myron? Did you get it from a sugar daddy? Everyone looked at Jin Qijin with murderous glares. The girl next to Ji Yu Ning angrily asked, Who are you? The girl angrily shouted, How dare you talk like that? Watch your mouth. How dare you slander our boss? I'll tear your mouth apart. Anya also frowned. Jin Qixin, please respect my friend. Jin Qixin pretended to care and said, Anya cousin is just reminding you not to be seen as a tool to cling to the rich and powerful. If she hadn't met Lang, how could she afford such an expensive necklace? Although Jin Qixin was criticizing Ji Yu Ning, she was extremely jealous in her heart. Ji Yu Ning calmly replied, I got the thing from my own store. Is there a problem? Furthermore, I don't need to cling to the rich and powerful, because I am the wealthy family that people cling to. Ji Yu Ning said with an imposing tone. Peefed, haha, you said Fei Si Myren is yours, that's hilarious. Are you daydreaming? Jin Qijin held her stomach and laughed loudly, losing all composure. Not far away, a group of people heard the laughter and asked each other, What's going on over there? A man looked over there and exclaimed in surprise, It's Miss Jin Qijin. After laughing enough, Jin Qixin reached out and wiped away the tears from laughing too much, and ridiculed. If Fei Se Myren belongs to Ji Yu Ning, I, Jin Qixin, will go and apologize to her. I can prove it. She is the boss of Fei Se Myren. A voice rang out like a slap in her face. Ji Yu Ning saw the person who came and thought to herself, Uncle An, he's helping me out of this mess, Mr. An, and Jin Qixin's father, along with Mr. Su, slowly walked over. Jin Qixin also turned around to see who it was. Mr. An happily shook hands with Ji Yu Ning. Boss Ji Yu, long time no see. Ji Yu Ning also replied, Long time no see. Jin Qixin was terrified on the side. How could this be? Ji Yu Ning is acquainted with General Manager An of Shenghua. Anya heard Mr. An call Ji Yu Ning boss and said admiringly, Ning Ning, you're the owner of Fei Se Myren. That's amazing, Mr. Su, who was standing next to her, heard everything and asked his daughter, Anya, you two know each other. Anya saw her father asking, so she introduced, Dad, she is the good friend I mentioned before. Ji Yu Ning, Mr. Su, upon hearing this, warmly welcomed her. You're the girl who saved Anya, right? You're the benefactor of our Su family. Such a young girl, with so much ability. Ji Yu Ning modestly replied, Mr. Su, you flatter me. The dude couldn't help but add, Do you believe it now? Who was it just now who said they wanted to kneel down and apologize? The two little girls next to her also added fuel to the fire. That's right. That's right. Jin Qixin's father's face turned dark. Qixin quickly apologized to Boss Ji Yu. Jin Qixin didn't want to admit defeat, even if she died, and said, I won't. How could she have expected that her father would be so heartless, giving her a stinging slap, scolding this rebellious daughter? She couldn't believe it, covering her face. Dad, you hit me. Her father didn't care either, scolding her for being a disgrace. Don't you even look at what the occasion is today? Watch your manners. Then he turned to Ji Yu Ning and said obsequiously, Boss Ji Yu, my unworthy daughter apologizes to you. Please forgive her. Ji Yu Ning looked at him, the CEO of Jinhua Group. This old fox is not someone to be trifled with. Ji Yu Ning said indifferently, If it's General Manager Jin's apology, then I won't pursue the matter, but you must teach your daughter's troublemaking nature a lesson. Seeing that Ji Yu Ning didn't give him any face, his face turned green. Yes, Boss Ji Yu is right. Ji Yu Ning left with Mr. Su and her friends. As they walked, Mr. Su smoothed things over. If the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's all forget about this matter. Only the Jin family was left there, angry, thinking, This little brat, still wet behind the ears, dares to teach me how to raise my daughter. The party officially began. The playful girl found it strange and asked, Hey, it's almost time to cut the cake. Where's Anya? The girl looked around for a while and said, I think I saw her go upstairs. She probably went to touch up her makeup. The innocent dude asked, Does touching up makeup take that long? They didn't overthink it either. Right, pictures. Suddenly, Ji Yu Ning felt a sense of unease. An image flashed in her mind of Anya falling to the ground, her head bleeding. This isn't good. Anya is in danger. She rushed upstairs to find Su Anya, not forgetting to tell everyone, You guys stay here. I'm going to find her. Ignoring the calls from behind, Ah, boss. As soon as she opened the door, Ji Yu Ning saw Anya lying unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood flowing from her head. Seeing this, Ji Yu Ning shouted, Anya! Ji Yu Ning approached and helped Anya up, noticing she was still breathing. Luckily, she's still alive. She used her powers to heal Anya. Ji Yu-ning consoled her silently. Anya, just hang in there. Then she tried her best to use her powers to save Anya. Jin Keijin appeared out of nowhere and screamed, "Ah! You killed Anya!" Turning back, she shouted towards the hall. "Someone! Ji Yu-ning is a murderer!" Everyone bustled and ran upstairs, Su Zong shouted. "Oh my god!" Mu Kang saw Ji Yu-ning fall back, exhausted, and caught her. "Boss! My daughter, Anya! What on earth happened?" Jin Keishin stood behind, pointing at Ji Yu-ning, and said, "Ji Yu-ning is the murderer. I saw with my own eyes that she killed Anya. You should call the police to arrest her," Mu Kei said angrily. Jin Keishin, what nonsense are you talking about, Vu M? I said loudly. Ning Ning would never harm her friends, we trust her. Chu Pai Han looked at her with hatred. Ji Yu-ning stood up, her face cold, and said, "Miss Jin, if I really killed Anya, would I be stupid enough to wait for you to catch me red-handed? With my skills, I could just kill you to silence you." Jin Keishin frowned. Oh, Jin Zong came from behind and said with a treacherous expression, "Miss Ji Yu, the dead can't testify, so you can say whatever you want. Anyway, you can't prove you're innocent." Ji Yu-ning smiled slightly. "Who said Anya is dead? I just gave Anya some emergency treatment, and she's out of danger now," Jin Zong asked back. "Still alive." Jin Keishin panicked in her heart. "Impossible. She was clearly dead when I checked just now." Ji Yu-ning replied with a smile. "After Anya wakes up, the truth will be revealed." Chu Pai Han announced that the ambulance had arrived. Anya's mother hugged her tightly, her eyes filled with tears. "No matter who tried to harm Anya, the Su family will make them pay dearly." Jin Keishin looked at her father in fear. At the hospital, a person pushed a cart with injections into the room, with a treacherous look on their face. "Want to harm Anya?" She drew the medicine into the syringe. Jin Keishin held the syringe in her hand, not forgetting to say before taking action, "Anya, you shouldn't have gotten involved in the matters of the study. Don't blame your cousin for being ruthless." She was about to inject it into the IV drip while saying, "The Su family will be ours sooner or later. Only one step away from success." But suddenly a hand appeared, blocking her. She panicked incessantly. "Who is it?" Ji Yu-ning, from behind, used a syringe directly on Jin Keijin's neck, subduing her. "This nurse's drug of yours doesn't seem like something you can use recklessly. Have you tried it yourself?" Jin Keijin said, her voice trembling. Ji Yu-ning. Anya sat up and said to her, "Cousin, since when did you develop a hobby for dressing up? How come I didn't know?" Seeing Anya calm, Jin Keishin became even more frightened. "Anya, you were awake all along." The door opened, and Anya's parents and everyone else rushed into the room. Madame Su was in shock. "Jin Keishin, it really was you." Her face was drained of all color. "Uncle, aunt," Anya's mother slapped Jin Keishin across the face, angrily saying, "How dare you plot against my daughter? You're nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing." Two people behind restrained CEO Anne. Jin Keishin, seeing her father kneeling on the ground, immediately shouted, "Dad?" In her heart she was utterly terrified. "This time, I'm done for," CEO Ain said humbly. "Second brother, I was momentarily foolish and caused trouble. We're all family, please forgive us." Jin Keishin beside him begged, "Uncle, I only wanted to steal the files. I didn't intend to kill Anya Ga. I won't dare again." CEO Su replied loudly, "You harbored intentions to seize my family's wealth and even attacked my little daughter. How dare you still face me with this attitude? You should wake up from your beautiful dream." Anya, sitting on the bed, said, "Save these pretenses for the police. If it weren't for Ning Ning thinking of it, you would have more schemes, and it wouldn't be so easy to catch you in the act like this." The police car quickly arrived at the scene. Madame Su bowed politely to Ji Yu-ning. "Ji Yu, Miss Ji Yu, you saved Anya once again. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. If Miss Ji Yu ever encounters any trouble in the future, the Su family will definitely do everything we can to help," Ji Yu-ning said gently. "Anya is my friend. This is what I should do. You two are too kind." Anya's mother held her hand. "Girl, don't be so polite. Just treat us like family. If you need any help, just come to us." "Yes, okay," Ji Yu-ning replied. CEO Su waved his hand and said, "Little Ji Yu, Anya needs to do some tests later. We'll go ahead first." Madame Su also waved, "Goodbye, come visit us at home whenever you have time." Ji Yu-ning politely replied, "Definitely, goodbye, uncle and aunt." At the same time, the phone rang. It was Grandpa Tang. Ji Yu-ning answered the phone. "Grandpa, Happy New Year." Lao Tang replied, "HMPH. I'm not happy at all, girl. I've already prepared the red envelopes. Why haven't you come to wish me a Happy New Year yet?" "Have you forgotten about this old man?" Ji Yu-ning said while walking on the road. "How could I forget you? I've already booked the ticket. I'll be in Haishi tomorrow." Lao Tang's face lit up upon hearing this. "Is that true? Then this old man will be here waiting for you. A promise is a promise," Ji Yu-ning said credibly. "Definitely keep my word." Hanging up the phone, she thought to herself, might as well go to Haishi and see the rumored biological father, Tang Yunfan. The next day, at Ji Road, Haishi, Tang Lao meets Ji Yu-ning. "Happy New Year, little girl. You've finally deigned to visit this old man. Here's your red envelope. Good luck for the new year." She happily accepts and replies, "Thank you, Grandpa Tang." Then, she takes out an exquisitely carved wooden gift box and says, "This is my New Year's gift for you." Tang Lao strokes his beard and says, "This girl is really thoughtful, knows how to surprise me." Opening it, it's a camel statue. Tang Lao says happily, A Tang Dynasty tricolor camel statue. This thing isn't cheap. You're spending money recklessly again, aren't you? Ji Yuning shakes her head with a smile, saying, didn't cost anything. This is something I sell at my shop, because I treat you like my own grandpa. That's why I brought it out to give to you. You absolutely can't refuse. Then, there's the sound of someone running down the stairs, and the person who just ran down asks, Grandpa, is my little sister here? Tang Lao, seeing him so noisy, yells, what's the rush? Don't scare my little sister. The old man says and introduces, girl, this is Tang Jia Kai, my second grandson, a bit older than you can just call him brother. Tang Jia Kai, hearing the introduction, also says, you're Ji Yuning, the little sister? This is a New Year's red envelope from your brother. Ji Yuning accepts the red envelope, saying, thank you, big brother Tang Jia Kai. Big brother Tang Jia Kai still smiles and says, this is great. Tang Jia Kai finally has a little sister. After speaking, Tang Jia Kai seems to realize something, stroking his chin and saying, hey, Ji Yuning, little sister, why do I feel like you look so familiar, like I've met you somewhere before? Tang Lao, hearing this, doesn't believe it, saying, you stinky brat, don't pretend. Just as he finishes speaking, Tang Jia Kai immediately recognizes, oh, I remember. Are you the female hero who took action to save people on the Jingqing overpass bridge last year? I saw it on the news. Ji Yuning doesn't hide anything, replying, that's right, it's me. Hearing this, Tang Lao worriedly asks, saved people on the overpass? How dangerous, girl, are you hurt? Seeing the old man so worried, Ji Yuning says with a smile, aren't I perfectly healthy now, Grandpa? Just relax. Tang Jia Kai says admiringly, little sister's martial arts are so good. If someone bullies me, you have to protect me, she says. Okay? The old man behind them also speaks up, saying, Tang Jia Kai, you're really making me lose face. Since when does a big brother ask his little sister to protect him? Tang Jia Kai isn't bothered after hearing this, even striking a pose, saying, a man can be straight or bent, what's the loss of face? With little sister Ji Yuning here, that female devil Cao Wenjin won't dare to bully me anymore. As soon as he finishes speaking, Tang Jia Kai is hit on the head by someone, who scolds, who are you calling a female devil? Slandering your sister in front of your little sister? You deserve to be hit? Tang Jia Kai, being hit, only manages to yell, ah, sister! You hit too hard. After hitting Tang Jia Kai, she also turns to introduce herself. Hello, little sister. I'm Cao Wenxin, Jia Kai's cousin. You can just call me sister like him. Here's a New Year's red envelope. She replies, thank you, sister Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin puts her hand on Ji Yuning's shoulder, instructing, from now on, we're all family. If you need anything, just come find me. Tang Jia Kai interjects quietly, TCH, little sister Ji Yuning's martial arts are so good, who needs you? Cao Wenxin, hearing this, turns to say, you're the weakest one here. Do you have a say here? Tang Jia Kai bites his lip in frustration. I originally don't have any human rights in this family. I want to run away from home. Boo-hoo. Cao Wenxin finishes speaking to Jia Kai and turns to say to her, little sister Ji Yuning, you know martial arts? Ji Yuning says with a smile. Just some basic stuff. Enough to defend myself. Wenjin enters a sparring stance, saying, I've been learning martial arts since I was little, and I love challenging new opponents the most. If little sister has learned martial arts, how about we spar today as an exchange? Ji Yuning also enters a sparring stance as if accepting, saying, since you've already said so, how can I refuse, please? Hearing this, Cao Wenxin invites everyone, let's go to the backyard. Tang Jia Kai also adds to the fun, little sister Ji Yuning, you must win against her, my future depends on you, Tang Lao. Seeing this, doesn't stop them, only instructing, be careful, don't hurt each other, Wenjin. Give your little sister some leeway. Arriving at the backyard, both of them enter their stances. Tang Jia Kai yells loudly, start. Cao Wenxin flies forward, Ji Yuning reacts and blocks the attack with her hand. Cao Wenxin says with an amused smile, little sister's reaction is quite fast. Ji Yuning also smiles back, saying, come on. Hearing this, Wenjin smiles and uses her index finger to push Ji Yuning away, then jumps up and kicks down, saying, a martial artist's respect for their opponent is to fight with all their might. Little sister Ji Yuning, I won't hold back. Cao Wenxin kicks a strong kick down to the ground, but Ji Yuning skillfully dodges the attack, then she rushes forward to retaliate with a punch, but Wenxin also dodges it, even praising with satisfaction. So fast, the two exchange blows. Wenjin keeps smiling, saying, this is too great, haha. Tang Lao is also shocked by the fight, saying, to be able to be a real opponent to an expert like Wenxin, it seems this Ji Yu girl is not simple. Tang Jia Kai cheers for his little sister, Ji Yuning, go for it. A new car parks in front of the gate, and the manager comes out to greet the return of the second young master. The man enters the house, hearing the noise in the backyard, and asks, what's the noise in the backyard? The manager explains, the old master's guest is exchanging martial arts with a young lady. That Miss Ji Yu is also quite good. Would the second young master like to go take a look? Hearing this, the man stops, thinking, the Ji Yu family. Is it the girl that Dad mentioned before? After thinking for a moment, he says, let's go take a look. Arriving at the backyard, the fight is still continuing. Tang Lao, seeing the man, calls out, Yunfan, you're back. Tang Jia Kai also calls out. Third uncle, Ji Yuning, hearing the voice behind her, also turns to look and sees Tang Yunfan paying attention from behind. Tang Yunfan suddenly yelled, Careful, Ji Yu-ning reacted, turned around and saw Wenxin attacking and blocked it with her hand, then unintentionally used her inner force, sending Wenxin flying backward, falling hard to the ground, and letting out a cry. Ah! Ji Yu-ning retracted her stance and turned to look at Tang Yunfan, thinking, it's him. Ji Yu-ning's biological father, Tang Yunfan, recognizing that gaze, froze. The butler standing beside him was surprised, thinking, the second young master is usually unfazed, even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Why is he so out of control today? Jia Kai, seeing this, teased, Wenxin, you she-devil, you finally have this day, haha. Tang Lao, seeing this, was also worried and asked, Wenxin, are you alright? Ji Yu-ning, seeing everyone's reaction, went over to help Wenxin up, saying, sorry, I went a little too hard. Wenxin waved her hand dismissively and replied, it's fine, what's a fight without getting hit, your older sister lost. Afterward, Tang Lao led Ji Yu-ning to introduce her. Girl, this is Uncle Yunfan that I mentioned to you before. Ji Yu-ning, upon hearing this, said, hello Uncle Yunfan. Tang Yunfan said, But in his heart he thought, why do I feel so close to her? At this moment, Wenxin also came over and suddenly said, I felt Ning Ning looked familiar just now, but now that I see her again she looks so much like third young master. Jia Kai added, yeah. If it weren't for third uncle being unmarried, I'd suspect Ji Yu-ning was his daughter. Is she an illegitimate child? Hearing this, the old man smacked Jia Kai hard on the head. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? See if I don't knock your dog brain out. Jia Kai clutched his head and begged for mercy. Hearing the words daughter, Tang Yunfan seemed to realize something, and suddenly his brain reacted violently. Fragmented memories flooded his mind. Who is it? Who is she? Where have I met her before? Afterward, Yunfan's head throbbed with pain, and he clutched his head in agony. Ugh! Wenxin and Jia Kai rushed over. Third master, what's wrong? Third uncle, Tang Lao worriedly turned to say, butler, quickly get Yunfan's headache medicine. It's acting up again. The butler, upon hearing this, replied, yes, and ran off. Ji Yu-ning came over and said, don't panic, put him down. Jia Kai, who was supporting him, put him down. After hearing this, Tang Lao also added, let Ji Yu girl do it, I trust her. Ji Yu-ning used her spiritual energy and saw that the meridians in Tang Yunfan's head were congested, which must be the source of his headaches. She continued to use her spiritual energy to heal him, thinking she could try using her spiritual power to clear the blockages. After a while, Tang Yunfan began to open his eyes. He said, Ji Yu-ning anxiously asked, Uncle Yunfan, how do you feel? Tang Yunfan opened his eyes, saw her, and thought, it was her who saved me. Wenxin, seeing Yunfan wake up, exclaimed, wow, Ning Ning, you're amazing. Tang Yunfan also opened his mouth to reassure everyone, I'm all right now. Tang Jia Kai, surprised, said, a massage can cure third uncle, are you not a reincarnated celestial being? Tang Yunfan approached Ji Yu-ning and said, thank you, she replied. It was nothing. Then she turned and said, I still have documents to process, I'll go back to my room first. Ji Yu-ning didn't stop her, saying, okay. The old man, seeing Tang Yunfan like that, explained, Yunfan has a solitary and aloof personality. Don't mind it, girl, Ji Yu-ning said. It's all right. Tang Lao continued. He was fine just now. How is it that this disease of his just acts up when it does? Could it be getting worse? Ji Yu-ning turned to comfort the old man. Don't worry, with me here, Uncle Yunfan will be fine. Tang Lao sighed and said, you're still the most reliable girl. While speaking, Wenxin came over and hooked her arm around Ji Yu-ning's shoulder. Ning Ning, how about I take you out tonight? She replied. Okay. Jia Kai also asked to go. Take me too, I'll be the driver for you two. Afterward, Wenxin and Jia Kai happily ran off to prepare. Ji Yu-ning sensed something, turned back and looked toward the building, and on the high window, there was indeed someone watching. Tang Yunfan ordered the butler, go investigate Ji Yu-ning's background. Yes, the butler replied. A little later, the three sisters had arrived at the amusement park. The four images matched, and the machine displayed, WIN, cheers erupted. Ooh, 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 another win. Tang Jia Kai looked at the mountain of gold in front of him and laughed non-stop. Little sis, are you a goldfish? Playing with you, the luck is heaven-defying, Tang Jia Kai said gleefully to Ji Yu-ning, holding a box of gold. Ji Yu-ning smiled and replied, it's not luck, you just need to grasp the operating rules of this kind of slot machine to calculate the position where the result appears. Cao Wenxin happily pressed the button and said with a smile, come on, let's take advantage of this lucky streak for another round. Ji Yu-ning also happily played along with her. Another win! Tang Jia Kai raised his hand and shouted excitedly. Ji Yu-ning was startled and glanced behind her, seeing many people around watching them. She thought in a panic, oh no, I was having too much fun just now, and forgot that these places are the easiest to cause trouble. The surrounding people whispered and discussed, heavens, this young girl is too amazing, she can win every round. Someone said, I really want to hug her big thighs. An employee at the arcade frowned uncomfortably and muttered, the slot machines have programmed settings, how can she keep winning? Ji Yu-ning glanced at the employee, and after hearing what he said she thought, I have to stop quickly and get out of these people's attention. Thinking this, she pressed the button on the game, and the screen displayed different images. Then again, the results were different. Tang Jia Kai and Cao Wenxin were startled by the results. Ah, no match at all, Tang Jia Kai said. It's okay, Ningning, we spend money to buy happiness. Come on, Cao Wenxin comforted. Ji Yuning followed, and they lost more and more. Looking at the screen displaying the losing results, and the mountain of gold they had won earlier had also disappeared, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were silent. Some of the onlookers also said with dissatisfaction, TCH, what's going on? Go away, go away. Just stepping out of the amusement park, Tang Jiakai said sadly. Lost it all, boo-hoo-hoo. Ji Yuning patted his shoulder to comfort him, handed over the tray of money that still had a little left, and said, all right, don't be sad. Isn't there still a lot here? Cao Wenxin put her hands on her hips angrily and scolded. Jiakai, Tang Jiakai, you stop for me. Ningning won it all. What are you crying about? Stop. A man stepped forward and said. The three of you, Ji Yuning, was startled, and looked over. It was the boss. We want to invite this young lady to gamble with him. A man with a gangster look cocked his head at the three of them, smoking a cigarette, followed by a group of his underlings, all fierce and menacing. Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin angrily stood in front to protect Ji Yuning, loudly questioning, who are you people? What do you want to do? Ji Yuning held Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai's hands, stopping them. She looked at the gangster and asked in a deep voice. What if I refuse? The gangster boss said. Then we can only forcefully invite you. In theory, the soldiers here have all been trained. Ji Yuning assessed the people in front of her, thinking, fighting recklessly might put me at a disadvantage. No need to make things difficult. Ji Yuning curled her lips into a cold smile and said, lead the way. Jiakai and Wenxin stared blankly as Ji Yuning entered a room. The gangster boss respectfully said to the person already sitting in the room, Boss, the person has arrived. Sorry for not welcoming you from afar. The person called boss held a glass of wine, with a treacherous and dangerous face, and smiled sinisterly. Esteemed guest, Ji Tianlin, Ji Yuning exclaimed in her heart. The boss of the casino is Ji Tianlin. Ji Yuning pondered, Boss, Ji Tianlin. I fought with him in my previous life, and I can be considered half acquainted. Most of the country's gray assets are related to Si-Tu Ye. Ji Yuning reasoned to herself. And the other half largely passes through Shi Tianlin's hands. This crazy guy is not easy to deal with an unpredictable temper, Ji Yuning muttered in her heart. It's hard to guess what his next move will be. What does this boss put so much effort to invite us here for? What do you want to gamble on? Ji Yuning asked coldly. Shi Tianlin looked at Ji Yuning's attitude and was surprised. He smirked, thinking, not afraid of me, interesting. Dice, guess the points. Giving the glass of wine to his underling, Ji Tianlin said with a sly smile, 1 round to decide the winner, what's the bet? Sitting down on the chair opposite Ji Tianlin, Ji Yuning asked him, what do you want to bet? Ji Tianlin asked with a wicked smile. Ji Yuning thought and looked around. She said, this place looks very valuable. How about betting 30% of the shares here? Ji Yuning supported her chin with both hands and smiled. But in her heart she thought, it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Today I must peel off a layer of your skin. What big words? Do you know who this is? The gangster boss heard Ji Yuning's words and shouted angrily. Shi Tianlin chuckled. Ah, your boss isn't speaking. What are you shouting for? Or do you want to overstep your boss? Ji Yuning crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, coldly said to the gangster, you, he shouted angrily. Shi Tianlin raised his hand to stop him and said, Shun, step back. You really know how to play with people's hearts, but they are all brothers who have gone through thick and thin with me. Not someone outsiders can easily sow discord between. Shi Tianlin curled his lips coldly. Aki Shun stood next to Shi Tianlin and snorted. He said, so much talk, I thought a big boss like you couldn't afford to bet. Ji Yuning said coldly, looks like you're pretty confident. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Shi Tianlin replied with an amused smile. Spare me your concern, Ji Yuning said with a smile. I can afford to lose this little bit of money. Shi Tianlin looked at Ji Yuning in surprise, at her arrogant demeanor. Shi Tianlin frowned absent-mindedly, thinking, that woman had it too. Then he pondered, too bad she's dead, otherwise I could have continued playing with her. Shi Tianlin frowned, looking down, not knowing what he was thinking. Then let's begin. He picked up the dice cup and said, then Ji Tianlin skillfully shook the dice cup. Opposite him, Ji Yuning's technique was no less impressive, shaking incessantly. Clack, clack. Both Ji Yuning and Shi Tianlin simultaneously placed the dice cups on the table. Ji Yuning's and Shi Tianlin's eyes met, staring at each other. The referee said, once placed, remove your hands. Next is the dice guessing round. Dealers, please. The referee said. Tang Jiakai bit his finger and whispered, God bless, I must win. Cao Wenxin clasped her hands in prayer. If it's not right, then we can only open it. 12 points. Ji Yuning said decisively. Indeed, she's skilled. This number has an 8/10 chance. Shi Tianlin thought to himself silently. Facing a life or death gamble, without hesitation, this woman is definitely not ordinary. 12 points. Correct. The referee announced. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai happily said, she guessed right. Sis is amazing. Shun couldn't believe it, and exclaimed loudly, how is this possible? The gang leader's dice listening skill is number 1. He absolutely won't lose, Shun thought confidently. Dealer, the referee, please. Ji Tianlin folded his hands, bowed his head, and remained silent. Shi Tianlin was thinking of 3 sixes. Ji Yuning used her spiritual power to see But Shi Tianlin was not quite right. Shi Tianlin pondered deeply, thinking, could she be deliberately shaking a full house? 17 points. Shi Tianlin gritted his teeth and said, 18 points, the referee announced. The dealer is 1 point off. Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin were overjoyed. We won. Ji Yuning smiled with an attitude of, this is only natural, remember to fulfill the bet. If there's nothing else, we'll head out first. Ji Yuning stood up with a smile, looked at Shi Tianlin, glanced at him, and thought, child's play gambling in front of all seeing eyes? I'll make you lose even your pants. Did I say you could leave? Shi Tianlin said coldly. You want to go back on your word? Ji Yuning asked coldly. This is my territory. Shi Tianlin smiled coldly and then gestured for his goons to come forward. He ordered loudly. Immediately after, the group of underlings surrounded the three of them, Ji Yuning's group. While blocking the attacks from the goons, Ji Yuning shouted loudly, Sis Wenxin, Bro Jiakai, both of you step aside, we're all family here. Being courteous is too formal. Consider these shrimps and crabs as practice for this grandma. Cao Wenxin shouted loudly in response to Ji Yuning while attacking. Tang Jiakai also made a move against the goons. The guy also shouted loudly, although I'm super noob, sharing a few of these guys with you two isn't a problem. Ji Yuning frowned and thought angrily, Ji Tianlin, you're not keeping your word, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Thinking this, Ji Yuning attacked with more force. She kicked one of the underlings, and he screamed, Ooga! Shi Tianlin saw Ji Yuning's moves and immediately stood up in panic, thinking in his head, these moves are exactly like Tang Aining's, he wondered. What is this woman's relationship with her? Ji Yuning's foot stepped on the face of a goon. Don't move! Shi Tianlin pointed a gun at Ji Yuning's head, saying with a triumphant smile. Tang Jiakai shouted anxiously, Ning Ning! Cao Wenxin said angrily and loudly, if you can't beat her, you pull out a gun. Do you guys have any martial ethics? Shi Tianlin chuckled, saying coldly, I already said, without my permission. He changed his expression, his eyes full of murderous intent, shouting loudly, none of you are leaving here alive. After Ji Yuning took down all his subordinates, the Tianlin gang leader pointed a gun at her and she scoffed. Ha, so the mighty Tianlin gang leader is a sore loser. Is this rage-induced homicide to silence everyone? Everyone around was shocked. He's Shi Tianlin, the guy who's practically got a monopoly on the underworld in Haishi. This guy is ruthless and vicious, we're in trouble now. Tianlin, you know me, Ji Yuning replied coolly. Is it that hard to guess? The one and only lawless badass in Haishi? Gotta be you, Tianlin said proudly. Very good, if you know me, then you should know that no one has ever gone against Shi Tianlin and lived to tell the tale. Ji Yuning snapped back just as sharply. What a coincidence, no one has ever stopped me from doing what I want either, he threatened. If you don't want to die, don't get in my way. At that moment, Tianlin thought, this woman looks a lot like Tang Aining, so he warned. Ji Yuning, the woman who threatened me last time, is already reporting to King Yama. You want to join her? She said leisurely. Don't worry about me, my life is tough, even King Yama wouldn't dare to take me. Tianlin laughed, praising. Sharp tongue. He pressed the gun to Ji Yuning's head. A moment later, Tianlin declared, rare for me to be in a good mood, don't want to see blood. If you can heal my injured brothers back to how they were, I'll give you guys a way out. Ji Yuning curled her lips, mocking. Seriously, that's just unreasonable. You clearly told them to attack first. I can only be considered as acting in self-defense at most. You sure can put a nice spin on everything. Tianlin arrogantly challenged. That's right. I'm being unreasonable. What can you do about it? Ji Yuning had no choice but to agree. Alright, I'm not gonna waste my breath on you. If I heal them, you gotta keep your word, let us go, and also, you can't welch on the bet. Tianlin withdrew the gun, immediately agreeing to her condition and saying, if you heal them, I'll honor our bet from before. It's just a bit of money. It's not like I can't afford to lose. Ji Yuning took out a vial of medicine from her bag, replying, okay, deal. She handed it to each person. Eat this. While handing it out, she thought to herself, lucky me, I happened to test the new medicine made with spiritual energy. The injured man worried, this woman doesn't want to poison me, does she? Seeing them hesitate, she tempted, your call if you want to eat it or not, this stuff is expensive. Tianlin ordered from behind, Ashun, try it. She wouldn't dare to poison you in front of me. Hearing this, Ashun quickly put the pill in his mouth. A second later, his eyes lit up. Boss! Ashun shouted, chief, and gang leader, I'm all better. Doesn't hurt at all anymore. Tianlin was surprised. It took effect in just 10 seconds. Is this medicine really that magical? What is this medicine? Where did you get it from? Ji Yuning said calmly. Secret medicine. There's only one shop that sells it. The formula is not passed down to outsiders. Tianlin offered. How much more do you have? I'll buy it all. Ji Yuning pondered. Shi Tianlin is rich, doing all sorts of businesses. I'll have money to make in the future. She immediately agreed. Leaving the place, Wenxin praised. We really got lucky this time, Shi Tianlin. That guy is a psycho. I was scared he'd start shooting. Jiakai defended. Praised Ji Yuning. You were so brave. Actually, all you needed to do was say you were from the Tang family, and they probably wouldn't have done anything. Ji Yuning interrupted. Just in case, Brother Jiakai, Sister Wenxin. Sorry, I got you two involved today, Wenxin complained. I don't like hearing you say that. In the end, the plan was my idea. No matter what, you were implicated by us. Jiakai immediately agreed. That's right. Quickly swallow those apologies back down. Ji Yuning chuckled, accepting. Okay. Pretend I didn't say anything. I'll transfer the money I won today to you two later, Wenxin retorted. Ji Yu Ning, you won it with your own skills, no need to give it to us. Jia Kai also agreed. Definitely can't transfer it. Later, people will say that I, Tang Jia Kai, am eating from a little girl. Ji Yu Ning insisted. No way, you have to take it. Weren't we just saying we're family? I'm using your words against you, haha. At the Keeling gang, the subordinates reported to Tianlin, gang leader. We've investigated. Her name is Ji Yu Ning, 18 years old, from EP City. We found out she has a relationship with some leader from the Blue Eagles. Tianlin doubted. Could she be someone from Shu Tunye's side? If that's the case, then she can't be allowed to live. At Tang Yunfan's study, the assistant reported, second young master. The documents show that Ji Yu Miss, only family, is her mother, Ji Yu Man. At 20, having a kid without being married, getting kicked out of school, raising her all alone for 18 years, Ji Yu got dissed and iced out by her family. Tang Yunfan was shook when he heard the name Ji Yu Man. Flashbacks hit him and he blurted out, Man, I love you, man, marry me. Is this some memory I lost or something? The assistant, seeing Tang Yunfan stressed, tried to chill him out. Second young master, keep calm first, don't push yourself too hard, take your meds. Yunfan calmed down, took a sip of water and ordered, sort out the schedule, I'm taking a trip to City E. After a bit, Tang Yunfan told the butler. Do as I say, keep it on the hush-hush, the butler replied. Yes, sir. Just then, Tang Lao strolled in all smiles holding a calendar. Yunfan, your old man wants to pick a lucky day for a meet the family, bash with that Ji Yu girl, help me out. Tang Yunfan didn't even turn around, just said, hold your horses on that meet the family thing, let's talk in a few days. Tang Lao's face went sour. Why the rush? If we don't throw a party, what if that Ji Yu girl gets bullied by some blind chumps out there? Tang Yunfan's face turned serious. I've got my reasons, just roll with me on this one. Then he thought to himself, if she's a Tang family miss, can't just pull a fast one with an adoption to fool the public. Once my memory's back, I'm bringing her home proper. Later, Ji Yu Ning came to the Tang family to wish them a happy new year. Tang Lao handed her some papers. Girl, your uncle and aunt are overseas, can't make it back right now, they know you're here to wish us well, asked me to give you their New Year's gifts. Ji Yu Ning took them. Said, this is. Holding the two papers, Ji Yu Ning realized. A villa, a race car, this first meeting gift is seriously over the top. She was about to hand the papers back to Tang Lao. Grandpa, this is too much, I can't take it. Tang Lao saw Ji Yu Ning handing them back and chuckled, take them, no takebacks. Suddenly someone chimed in, take it, it's what they should do. Ji Yu Ning turned to see Tang Yunfan, surprised. Uncle Yunfan, Tang Yunfan, also whipped out a red envelope. I didn't prep anything, don't even know what girls your age are into, get whatever you want. Ji Yu Ning saw through it, and knew it was a black card, and thought, figures, my real dad's dropping the big bucks. Tang Lao then strolled over, stroking his beard and smiling. Listen to your Uncle Yunfan or he'll get mad. Ji Yu Ning laughed and took the red envelope. Then Ji Yu Ning will humbly accept. After getting the red envelope, Ji Yu Ning said, I don't have much to offer, but I did prep some New Year's gifts for the elders. Wait for me. She pulled out a bunch of jade and rare bracelets until Tang Lao was shook. Girl, did you clear out your shop or what? Ji Yu Ning grabbed a dragon jade and walked up to Tang Yunfan. Uncle Yunfan, a junior's giving a small gift. Don't be mad if you don't like it. Tang Yunfan was stunned seeing the gift, thinking, top grade Lao Kang glass, conservatively worth 40 million. From stunned, Tang Yunfan turned suspicious. Giving away such a pricey gift, is this girl's jade business even making money? Ji Yu Ning saw Tang Yunfan silent and got up close. Judging by your face, don't you like the gift I got you? Tang Yunfan snapped back to reality. Nah, I dig it. Tang Yunfan looked at the gift thinking, first time getting a gift from my daughter, how could I not like it? Out loud, he smiled. Thanks. After giving the gift, Ji Yu Ning turned to leave. Saying hi to you two, other elders, gifts are thanks to you and Uncle Yunfan to help move. Van Hint asked me to go shopping this afternoon, so I will go first. On the way to go, Tang Yunfan suddenly called out, Ning Ning. Ji Yu Ning heard someone calling her and turned back, asking, Uncle Yunfan, is there anything else? Tang Yunfan told her. If you run into trouble in Haishi, just hit me up, I'll sort it out for you. Ji Yu Ning was a little taken aback, paused, then smiled brightly. Okay. Thanks, Uncle Yunfan. In the afternoon, at a busy shopping mall, Ji Yu Ning asked Sister Van Hinth while shopping in mall, I want to buy a few sets of gowns in case they need. You have famous to recommendation. Van Hinth, listen this and answer her happy gowns. So you ask right person, I lead you to a shop. To a shop, steps in, wind bell rings. Van Hint call a voice, hey sis. The girl in shop also go out a happy face said, Van Hint. Long time no see, why do you come here? Van Hint smile answer, I lead my sis come to buy a few sets of gowns then. Tang Wengsing introduced them to each other. Ning Ning, this is the shop owner and designer. Yunxi reached out her hand and said, hello. Ji Yu Ning also happily reached out her hand and said, hello. After the introductions, Tang Wengsing winked at Yunxi and said, honey, I'm leaving my sis to you, I'm gonna hit the restroom. Yunxi heard this, and made an okay sign with her hand, saying, no problem. While they were talking, Ji Yu Ning took the opportunity to admire some of the designs around her, thinking, The dresses here are all so beautiful, with unique elements, exquisite designs, not inferior to international brands. After handing her over, Yoon-si came to Ji Yu-ning's side and asked, "Do you want me to recommend a few styles for you?" Ji Yu-ning replied, "Yes, please." Then, Yusi went to get a blue dress, saying, "The material of this dress is shimmering tulle, very transparent, combined with sparkling diamonds. The dark blue color system creates a vast and serene starry sky. It is our most popular Galaxy series this season." After the introduction, Yoon-si passed the dress to Ji Yu-ning, saying, "Your skin is fair and your figure is good. You will definitely be able to bring out the inner beauty of this dress." Ji Yu-ning saw the dress and secretly praised in her heart. Each dress design has its own thinking. She is indeed a very talented designer. Ji Yu-ning took the dress and was about to say something, but had only managed to utter the word when someone appeared and interrupted her, saying, "I'll take this dress, swipe the card." Yoon-si looked at the new customer with a weary face and said, This dress is already being looked at. You can look at other styles." Hearing this, the girl angrily pointed the card at Yoon-si and said, "Your store is so deserted, me coming to see it is giving you face. Shouldn't you give me a good look for appreciating you?" Yoon-si's face became even more disgusted, and she said, "I wouldn't dare to say you're giving us face. The most important thing about the dresses in my store is fate. If you don't have fate, no matter how much money you have, I won't sell it." Seeing that she couldn't get her way, the girl angrily lunged over to snatch the dress, shouting, "It's not even a famous brand. What are you being so snobby about? Today I definitely have to." While she was shouting, Ji Yu-ning blocked her hand and looked at the girl with a sharp gaze, saying, "Business is about give and take. There's no such thing as forced buying and selling, miss. Don't bully people too much." Ji Yu-ning coldly twisted Fang Xiaoqi's hand hard, causing her to scream in pain. "Ah, you little BTCH, let me go, or I won't let you get away with this." "Oh, really?" Ji Yu-ning replied indifferently. "Hearing you say that, I'm so scared." With that, she immediately threw her to the ground. Fang Xiaoqi shouted in panic, "Ouch!" Then, immediately after, she stood up angrily, yelling, "Daring to push me! Who do you think you are? Today I must teach you a lesson." Just as Fang Xiaoqi was about to raise her fist towards Ji Yu-ning, suddenly an angry voice rang out from behind. "Why is there a dog barking? Is this a place where you can be arrogant?" Hearing this familiar voice, Fang Xiaoqi turned pale. She turned back in fear and blurted out, "Wang Xing." Cao Wang Xing stood behind with a frown, staring angrily at her and scolding, "Fang Xiaoqi, the person you just pointed your finger at and cursed, is the daughter of the Tang family, the sister of Cao Wang Xing. What do you think she is?" Hearing these words, Fang Xiaoqi looked at Ji Yu-ning in shock, blurting out, "What?" She thought to herself, "This little BTCH is the miss of the Tang family. I've never seen her before." Thinking this, Fang Xiaoqi immediately changed her attitude 360 degrees. She hurriedly tried to defend herself, saying, "Wang Xing, what just happened was all a misunderstanding. I didn't know this girl was acquainted with you. We're friends." Ji Yu-ning stood beside her, watching her put on a show from the beginning, and secretly despised her, thinking, "Did this woman learn how to flip faces?" Over here, Kyle Wang Xing had barely heard the word friend when she angrily pointed at Fang Xiaoqi and scolded, "Who's friends with you? Don't try to gild your face. It was already shameless of you to seduce my brother before, and now you dare to be arrogant with my family? Are you forcing me to settle accounts with you?" Faced with the fury from Cao Wang Xing, Fang Xiaoqi could only stutter in fear. But, not allowing her to say more, Cao Wang Xing angrily continued to scold, "Apologize and then get out. I have a bad temper. Don't force me to take action against you." Hearing this, Fang Xiaoqi lowered her head with her tail between her legs, trembling and saying, "I'm sorry, I was rude to you just now." With that, she quickly ran away. Cao Wang Xing looked at her fleeing figure and said with disgust, "See, if you encounter such people in the future, kick them straight out of the store. I've got your back." Yusi heard this and happily smiled, saying, "It's okay, I can handle it." Putting aside the unpleasant preamble, Ji Yu-ning quickly turned to look at the dresses in the store. She said softly and sincerely, "Sister Yoon-si, your designs are incredibly inspired. Do you have plans to create a brand and go international?" Yoon-si heard this and chuckled, saying, "Of course I do, but I don't understand anything about business. This store has already used up all the capital I've accumulated. I really don't dare to take any more risks." "I can invest," Ji Yu-ning said excitedly. "Help you analyze the design and development path of the brand. You just need to do the design and share the royalties. The business TC can be handled by a professional team." "Really?" Hearing these words from Ji Yu-ning, Yusi exclaimed in shock. She thought to herself, "A young person like Miss Ji Yu is so knowledgeable about business." Cao Wang Xing also winked triumphantly and said, "Atsi, Ning Ning is amazing. Don't you want more people to see your designs?" Ji Yu-ning spoke up to reassure her once again. "Don't worry, the founder of the CC brand will still be you. The company only needs to sign an agency contract for the brand's business. If there is any behavior that violates the terms, you can terminate the contract at any time." Hearing this, Yusi sighed inwardly. "The trial and error costs will be borne by the company. Such conditions are completely beneficial to me. Moreover, she is also the sister that Wang Xing values." Thinking this, Yoon-si happily agreed. She smiled and shook hands with Ji Yu-ning. "Okay, I agree with you, happy cooperation." Ji Yuning immediately shook her hand and smiled. Cao Wengsing stood beside her, seeing this, and said happily, "Great." A moment later, at B1 level, the parking lot, Ji Yuning and Cao Wengsing walked to their car together. The bodyguards who were carrying things for them asked, "Miss Cao, where shall we put the things?" "Put them in the trunk," Cao Wengsing replied. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning was making a phone call. She said, "Hello bro, the thing you asked me to investigate before has clues." The bro was in the rehabilitation center. She was stretching while answering. Ji Yuning. In Jingcheng, there is a medium-sized pharmaceutical company called Tang Lai Ning. The registered capital is 30 million yuan. Because business is not good, it has fallen into a state of commercial competition. Now they are posting a transfer of shares. We will discuss the details of the acquisition later. Ji Yuning replied. "Okay, I will go to Jingcheng tomorrow." Cao Wengsing heard the words, Jingcheng. She stepped forward and said to Ji Yuning, "Ning Ning, you want to go to Jingcheng? It just so happens I have to meet a friend. Do you want to come along?" "Yes," Ji Yuning said with a smile. At the airport, while Ji Yuning and Cao Wengsing were chatting happily with each other, suddenly an argument rang out near them. A woman was pleading earnestly, "Please don't leave me, don't go." The man coldly refused. "Let go of me, do you have any self-respect?" The woman begged. "Xingbei, I gave up so much for you, you just got ahead and want to abandon me, you're so heartless." Xingbei gritted his teeth in anger, his voice tight. "You Wenjing, stop twisting the facts. There are people here, so I'm giving you face. Know when to quit." Seeing this, Capio Wengson was furious. She frowned and cursed. "Oh my god, this guy is such a loser, I can't believe he's this trashy, I can't take it anymore." Ji Yuning, seeing her anger, reassured her. "Sis Wengson, don't act rashly, let's observe first. These relationship issues are usually not as simple as they seem." But as soon as she finished speaking, the person next to her was gone. Ji Yuning looked around, bewildered. Where'd she go? Turns out Cao Wengsing had already rolled up her sleeves and rushed over, yelling, "Bullying women in front of me. You're so dead today." Seeing this, Ji Yuning thought to herself, talk about fast action. Over there, Xingbei shoved Yu Wenjing's hand away, yelling angrily, "I don't have time to play with you. Don't come clinging to me again. Or don't blame me for being rude." No sooner had Xingbei finished speaking than he got smacked in the face with a purse. Cao Wengsing, throwing the purse, shouted angrily, "Go die, scumbag!" Xingbei cried out in pain. Cao Wengsing went over to comfort Yu Wenjing. "Girl, you don't need this kind of garbage man. Don't be sad over him." Xiangbei, having taken a purse to the face, rubbed his nose in pain, wondering, where did this woman come from? Thinking this, Xingbei shouted angrily at Cao Wengsing, "You crazy woman, mind your own business." Hearing this, Cao Wengsing retorted angrily, "Humph, this is my business. I'll beat up any guy who crosses the bridge after getting what he wants, like you." Fang Xiaoke snorted coldly and threw a punch. But Xingbei wasn't an easy target. He quickly dodged Cao Wengsing's punch. As he dodged, he thought in surprise, "She knows martial arts. What's this woman's background?" After dodging, Xingbei grabbed her wrist and quickly subdued Cao Wengsing in one move. This one move made Cao Wengsing cry out in pain. "Ah!" Red-faced with anger, she yelled, "Let go! Don't touch me with your filthy hands." Ji Yuning, watching from afar, saw Xiangbei's movements clearly and speculated, wrist lock takedown, he had professional training. Seeing Cao Wengsing getting her ass kicked, Ji Yuning quickly stepped forward and chopped at Xingbei's arm, forcing him to release Cao Wengsing immediately. Xingbei was shocked by her move. Such a light chop, yet it forced me back. Xingbei frowned, staring at Ji Yuning, thinking, these two are no ordinary people. Haishi is truly full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After comforting Cao Wengsing, Ji Yuning turned to Xingbei, cupping her fist in a traditional greeting. "Dude, sorry for the intrusion, but it was a bit much when you had Cesis pinned." Xingbei, hearing this, frowned, thinking, that crazy woman pissed me off, I gotta get out of here. Thinking this, Xingbei quickly turned and left, angrily throwing back a parting shot. "Control your sister!" Hearing this, Cao Wengsing yelled angrily, "Stop right there, Yu Wenjing!" Standing beside them, cried out in alarm. "Ah, Xingbei, don't go." Seeing Yu Wenjing about to chase after him, Cao Wengsing immediately grabbed her arm, saying firmly, "Girl, don't chase after him. This kind of garbage man isn't worth it." But Yu Wenjing shook off her arm, yelling angrily at Cao Wengsing, "It's none of your business. It's all your fault for meddling." Xingbei couldn't help but curse under his breath. "What the F?" Cao Wengsing was stunned by Yu Wenjing's accusations. She said angrily, "Why are you blaming me? I helped you because you were being bullied. Are you stupid?" Seeing this, Ji Yuning turned and gently comforted Cao Wengsing. "Relationship issues are complicated. I told you not to act rashly." Cao Wengsing, hands on her hips, shouted in anger, "I get beat up," and blamed, "I never want to see this trashy couple again." All right, we're gonna miss our flight, let's go," Ji Yuning urged. At the airport in Jingcheng, their flight had landed successfully. "Hello, passengers." The airport loudspeaker announced the arrival of flight number 8145 to Jingcheng. In the VIP lounge, Leng Xiaoting was holding a bouquet of roses, waiting for Ji Yuning. As she entered the lounge, Ji Yuning happily ran to hug him tightly, exclaiming, "Xiaoting, I missed you so much." Leng Xiaoting immediately responded. Shu Jingsen, standing behind them and witnessing their lovey-dovey display, didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking, these two make me feel like an idiot, I'm just a super bright light bulb. Ji Yuning walked over and took Cao Wengsing's arm, introducing Leng Xiaoting with a smile. Sis Wangsin, this is my boyfriend, his name is Lang Xiaoting. Kao Wangsin smiled gently and said, I knew it already. You two are so sweet, it's giving me a toothache. Hello, Lang Xiaoting spoke up first to greet her. Xu Jingsen, standing behind him, also stepped forward and waved. Hello, Ji Yu Ning introduced Kao Wangsin to him. Xiaoting, this is Sis Kao Wangsin. Hearing Lang Xiaoting's name, Kao Wangsin speculated, the famous family in the capital also has the surname Lang. Could this kid be from that family? Even if he is from the Lang family, our Ning Ning is still a perfect match for him. Thinking this, Kao Wangsin looked at Ji Yu Ning with affection. She instructed Lang Xiaoting, Bro-in-law, you must take good care of Ning Ning. She's our family's treasure. Lang Xiaoting sincerely replied, don't worry, I will. Then, Lang Xiaoting suggested to Ji Yu Ning, Ning Ning, a childhood friend of mine, is also returning today. Jingsen has gone to pick him up. I'll introduce you when we meet. Okay, Ji Yu Ning agreed in surprise. At the exit of the train station, Fu Jingsen led a man to Lang Xiaoting and the others, saying with a smile, Boss, sis-in-law, he's here. Seeing clearly that the person who came was Xingbei, Ji Yu Ning thought in surprise, it's him, Xiaoting's childhood friend. Seeing Xingbei, not only Ji Yu Ning but also Kao Wangsin was equally surprised, and she shouted angrily. Nan's father Xingbei also frowned in response. Are you crazy? Why is your girlfriend here? The two companions shouted. A burst of uncontrollable laughter echoed in the restaurant. Haha. It was Xu Jingsen's laughter. He clutched his stomach, laughing while slamming his hand on the table. Xingbei, seeing this, got angry and said in a cold voice, keep laughing and I'll break your legs. Xu Jingsen, while still laughing, covered his mouth and explained to Kao Wangsin, ugh, cough cough, Sister Kao, you've really misunderstood Xingbei. The truth isn't what you see. Misunderstanding, Kao Wangsin said angrily. I saw him bullying a girl in public with my own eyes. If he's not a player, then what is he? Xingbei, hearing this, coldly snorted. This crazy woman's eyesight is crap. The clear are clear themselves. Hearing that, Kao Wangsin shouted angrily, you want to say that again? You asking for a beating? Xu Jingsen, seeing that the situation was getting tense and Xingbei was adding fuel to the fire, quickly covered Xingbei's mouth, scolding him angrily. Your mouth will get you killed! You're just making things worse. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let me teach you how to talk to pretty ladies. After the two of them left, Lang Xiaoting slowly explained to Kao Wangsin, that woman betrayed Xingbei before. She was too materialistic and went after another man. After finding out about Xingbei's family background, she wanted to get back together, so she's been clinging to him. Hearing Lang Xiaoting's words, Kao Wangsin exclaimed in surprise. What? Ji Yu Ning, hearing this, also said, Sister Wangsin, it seems we really misunderstood him. Outside on the balcony, Xu Jingsen dragged Xingbei out for some fresh air. He rested his arm on the balcony railing and said with a laugh, wow, Brother Xing has quite the temper. Xingbei, still very angry, cursed, get lost, don't make fun of me, I've had enough bad luck today. Hearing that, Xu Jingsen said seriously, don't blame me for not warning you. Xiaoting is crazy about his wife now, and Sister Kao is also his sister-in-law. You should at least give him some face. Xingbei sighed and blew out some smoke, replying, I know. The two quickly returned to the dining room, and when Kao Wangsin saw them, she immediately straightened up. Seeing her imposing aura, Xu Jingsen quickly stopped her, saying, Sister Kasayo, calm down. I've already lectured him. Kao Wangsin blushed with embarrassment and said softly, Kao Wangsin isn't the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for her. If I really misunderstood him, then I should apologize. After speaking, Kao Wangsin bent down and bowed, saying, I'm sorry. Xingbei was also surprised and replied, no worries, it's fine, he thought to himself. So she apologizes so easily. After Kao Wangsin apologized, Ji Yu Ning stood up to mediate, saying, no fight, no acquaintance, we're all friends from now on. Hearing this, Xu Jingsen happily agreed, saying, oh, so after eating, let's go play some fun games. How about mahjong? Kao Wangsin, hearing this, happily responded, I'll choose first. I'm on a team with Ning Ning. Ji Yu Ning, hearing this, said softly with a laugh to Kao Wangsin, Sister Wangsin, but I don't know how to play mahjong, Kao Wangsin said smugly. You said you didn't know how to play last time too, and ended up making the boss lose half of his Jinglong Bei. She winked playfully at Ji Yu Ning and said, don't say you don't know, learn how to play right now. For me, I'm betting Jinglong Bei. Lang Xiaoting frowned and looked at Ji Yu Ning in surprise. He thought to himself, that's Qi Tianlin's property. When did Ning Ning meet him? In the restaurant of the building, after everyone finished eating, Xu Jingsen's voice sounded, after this, I won't ever play mahjong with my sister-in-law again. My money, wah wah. Ji Yu Ning and everyone happily walked out of the restaurant. Ji Yu Ning smiled and replied, don't be sad. Money is just an external thing. Don't let trivial things cloud your eyes. Next to Ji Yu Ning, Kao Wangsin happily said, it's a good thing I was smart to choose a team with Ning Ning. From the beginning, we won again, haha. After hearing the last sentence, Xingbei suddenly stopped. Kao Wangsin, engrossed in talking and not paying attention to the road, bumped straight into Xingbei's back quite hard. Ouch. Kao Wangsin winced, grimacing, and looked at Xingbei, saying, why did you stop? Are you unhappy that I won some of your money? Xingbei startled, panicking, and said, sorry, I did not mean that. Xingbei said further, I also had my mistakes. Let me take you back to your place. Just consider it as an apology to you. Kao Wangsin, surprised, replied, take me back. On this side, Ji Yu Ning looked at the two of them smiling, then thought, Indeed, the atmosphere of these two people has both conflict and harmony. Xu Jingsen looked at both sides in confusion, saying, the big boss went with his sister-in-law, Xingbei is taking Sister Cao home. Why am I the only one left alone? Xu Jingsen shouted, I am not convinced. Behind him, Leng Xiaoting frowned, saying, Barrett, if you are not convinced, don't you know how to drive yourself? Ji Yuning smiled playfully. Xu Jingsen could only begrudge. Xu Jingsen shouted and protested in his heart. The world where only Xu Jingsen is hurt has been formed. On the car, Ji Yuning, just fastening her seatbelt, turned around and asked Leng Xiaoting, What's wrong with you? Just now playing MT Mahjong you were keep distracted. Leng Xiaoting looked somewhat worried and replied, Do you know Qi Tianlin? Ji Yuning happily replied, You're thinking about this? Last time I went to Jinglong Seabank to play, then I was targeted by him, then had a confrontation with each other. Xiaoting worried asked, Did nothing happen? Ji Yuning continued, He and I made a bet, and I scammed a pretty big sum from him. If he loses, of course he'll let me go. Hearing this, Xiaoting thought in surprise, He's that easy to compromise with. Is there some other scheme afoot? Then he spoke up, reminding her, Ningying, Qi Tianlan is super dangerous. Don't go near him later. He's even more dangerous than Situ Ye. Seeing this, Ji Yuning could only sigh helplessly. Oh my god, he's jealous again, she teasingly whispered. So you mean I can hang out with Situ Ye? Xiaoting couldn't hold back anymore, and lunged to kiss Ji Yuning, leaving her speechless in surprise. The two of them kissed passionately, not letting go, then he pouted and said, You can't go near Situ Ye either. If there's anything you can't handle, just come to me, Ji Yuning replied with a wry smile. Alright, I get it. Not long after, the two of them arrived home. Just then, Ji Yuning's mother, Ji Yu Man, happened to call. Xiaoting saw this and asked, Is that Auntie Ji Yu Man calling? Do you need me to step away? Ji Yuning smiled and replied, It's fine. Then she answered the call. Hello, I'm here. From the other end of the line, Ji Yu Man asked, Ningying, Lantern Festival is coming soon. When are you coming back? Ji Yu Ning gently replied to her mother, I still have some things to deal with. I'll definitely be back before the Lantern Festival. Ji Yu Man warned with a touch of worry. If you're out there alone, remember to watch out for danger, okay money? Whether a little or a lot, doesn't matter. Your life is the most important thing, understand? Hearing this, Ji Yuning couldn't help but wonder and ask her mother, Mom, what's wrong today? Why are you suddenly talking about this? You haven't run into anything lately, have you, Ji Yu? Man honestly recounted, Well, actually, something strange happened today on the way to the commercial district. Then she recalled, Suddenly, a motorcycle zoomed past, targeting my bag. Ji Yu Man was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, only able to scream, My bag, and anxiously thought to herself, Ningying once told me to be careful, and go to the police station to report it. With that thought, Ji Yu Man quickly ran off. Suddenly, a person approached and called out to her, Ma'am, this is the bag that was just snatched from you. Our boss told me to return it to you. Seeing this, Ji Yu Man asked in surprise, Boss? Then she walked towards the car where the boss was sitting and said, Sir, thank you for helping me get my bag back. I'd like to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude if that's okay. The person in the car simply replied softly, No need, I just happened to lend a hand. Ji Yu Man continued, telling her daughter, That man was really strange. He helped me but wouldn't show his face. Hearing this, Ji Yuning said with concern, It's a good thing you weren't hurt, Mom. Next time you go out, remember to bring Xiao Ya along, okay? Ji Yu Man cautiously replied, Yeah, I know, it's getting late now, Ningying, you should rest early. Leng Xiaoting, who had heard the whole story from beginning to end, asked, Was that Uncle Tang? Ji Yuning replied absently, Who else could it be? But he probably still isn't mentally ready to meet Mom. Mom definitely wouldn't have guessed that the man who helped her was the one she's been longing for all this time. What a cruel twist of fate, Xiaoting also said sympathetically. Even if Uncle Tang lost his memory, he still doesn't want to get married. He must really love Auntie Ji Yu Man deep down, Ji Yuning continued sadly. I hope they can have a sweet ending. I just want Mom to be happy. She suffered too much these past few years. As soon as she finished speaking, the hair towel was decisively tossed aside. Xiaoting lunged forward and pinned Ji Yuning down, causing her to ask in surprise, Xiaoting, what are you doing? Xiaoting replied mischievously. To prevent the tragedy of the previous generation, we both need to remember each other well, Ningying asked, confused. Remember how? Xiaoting slowly smiled as he took off his shirt, replying at the same time, Of course, from body to heart. From the inside out. The next morning, at Riverside Cafe, Wen Xin was already waiting. As soon as she saw Su Tongruo, an artist and Wen Xin's best friend, she immediately raised her hand and waved. Tongruo, over here! Tongruo walked over hesitantly, softly calling out, Wen Xin. Wen Xin, however, still spoke loudly. You need sunglasses just to see me. Are you afraid of fans seeing you? It's super private here. Don't be so bundled up. As she spoke, she took off Tongruo's sunglasses. Tongruo couldn't stop her in time, only managing to exclaim, Don't take them off. But Wen Xin was quicker. As soon as she took off the sunglasses, she was startled to see that Tongruo's left eye was bruised black and blue. Wen Xin immediately asked angrily, What happened to your face? Who did this? What's going on? Tongruo didn't hide anything and recounted. At the annual party, Chairman Jia wanted to gift me to an investor. I had to resist fiercely just to get through this mess, and I might have to pay a contract breach penalty. Hearing this, Wen Jin couldn't control herself and slammed the table as she stood up. That's outrageous, damn it, that bastard. How dare they bully my friend? This time, I'm going to break their legs. Tang Ruo grabbed her hand. Tang Aining tries to calm An Wen Xin. Hey, calm down, these people have a lot of power. Going head-to-head like this isn't a good idea. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to cancel the contract. I won't let them control the situation. Wen Jin is angry, but she still thinks rationally. Our family's influence is mainly in Haishi. If we were in the capital, then she suddenly remembers something and says, Dong, I know someone who might be able to help you. At the same time, at Kanglai Ning Pharmaceutical, Old Ning and Ji Yu Ning just finished discussing business. Old Ning speaks first. Thank you, Madam Ji Yu, for letting me continue at Kanglai Ning Pharmaceuticals. This is just too good. Ji Yu Ning responds without being too polite. This company was founded by Uncle Ning. I hope to see it become stronger with you. We'll turn things around. We'll be doing business soon enough. Suddenly, her phone rings. Ji Yu Ning answers. Hello, it's me, Wen Xin, on the other end of the line. Wen Xin says urgently, Ning Ning, I need your help with something. She starts to tell Ji Yu Ning the whole story. After listening, Ji Yu Ning just smiles and says, just leave the contract cancellation to me. Don't let Dong Ruo go out recently. Protect her well. With that, she turns to look at Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting understands immediately when he meets her eyes. Looks like Ning Ning plans to handle this herself. Thinking this, he reminds her, be careful. Ji Yu Ning happily replies, okay. Then she thinks contentedly, just one look, and he already understands me. Not long after, at Fei Tang Entertainment, a fatso walks into the hall with a long-legged woman and a bodyguard. The staff bows respectfully and says, hello, General Manager Jia. Suddenly, someone steps in behind them and says, stop right there, General Manager Xia. As soon as the fatso sees Ji Yu Ning, he thinks, this girl is gorgeous. Why haven't I seen her before? Is she not from our company? Then he quickly starts a conversation. What's up, little sister? The beauty next to him frowns, feeling snubbed, and calls out, General Manager Jia. Ji Yu Ning coldly replies to him, I'm a representative from Manhwa Entertainment. I'm here today to discuss the cancellation of the contract for the artist Su Dong Ruo. She's decided to leave your company. Hearing that name, General Manager Xia is surprised and thinks, Fenghua Entertainment? The small company that Lu Zhan signed a contract with? They have no power or influence, and dare to come here and compete for people with me. The long-legged woman next to him steps forward, points unhappily at Ji Yu Ning, and says, Su Dong Ruo is canceling her contract? That's ridiculous. She offended a big shot. How can we let her go so easily? Ji Yu Ning calmly replies, as long as there is compensation, the company can't hold on to employees unreasonably. Doesn't your company's legal department know that? Hearing this, the woman argues stubbornly, what the hell do you understand? As long as General Manager Xia doesn't let her go, do you think any lawyer would dare to take this case? General Manager Xia smiles lecherously and stops her, saying, don't put it so bluntly, it makes it sound like I don't sympathize with people. Canceling the contract isn't impossible. Would you be willing to come to my office to discuss it in more detail? Ji Yu Ning saw through his intentions long ago but still goes along with it, okay, thinking he's caught a big fish. General Manager Xia leads her to the door of his office and says solicitously, this way, please. After he enters the room, he orders his subordinates. All of you, get out. Don't disturb my private talk with this lady. The subordinates obediently reply, yes. After only the two of them are left in the room, he greets her invitingly. Hey, little lady, how about we have a few drinks? Ji Yu Ning calmly replies, it's better not to drink when discussing business. It's easier to work with a clear head. That Xiadong finally shows his true colors and says, then let's talk business. I, Xia Jihong, cherish beautiful women. If you let me give you a kiss, I'll agree to anything you want. Hearing this, Ji Yu Ning says sarcastically, I'm afraid General Manager Jia doesn't have the life to enjoy it. Seeing this, not only is he not angry, but he's even more excited. Wow, you're not easy to seduce, huh? But I like stubborn people like you. Then he pounces towards Ji Yu Ning. Now that you've stepped through this door, you're isolated from the outside world. I advise you to be obedient. Ji Yu Ning doesn't hesitate. She raises her hand and slams Jia Jihong's head into the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Ah! He screams in fear, you dare to hit me, where are you guys? Seeing this, Ji Yu Ning becomes even more forceful, making him unable to bear it, and he shouts, ah. Then she smiles gently and says, has your memory deteriorated, you beast in human clothing? You were the one who told them to leave, idiot. Ji Yu Ning presses his head down and he screams, what do you want to do? If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Ji Yu Ning opens the recording in her phone. If I can get close to you, I will agree to anything you want, because I only like stubborn girls, Ji Yu Ning continued. If this recording got leaked, wanna bet whether Fei Tang Entertainment stock would tank harder than a lead balloon? Bitch, you actually recorded me. I'm gonna find someone to off you. Ji Yu Ning grabbed his head, yanked him up, and said, we'll see who offs who first. Jiadong. Abeliand Jiadong continues, I don't believe you dare kill someone in broad daylight. You won't get away with it either if you kill me. Ji Yu Ning choked Jiadong. Making people disappear without a trace is my specialty. Wanna test it out, he gasped. Ji Yu Ning squeezed Jiadong's neck harder. He coughed, cough, cough, cough. This crazy chick is actually doing it. Jiadong screamed, I agree, terminate the contract. Ji Yu Ning let Jiadong go and replied, See? Wasn't that better? Have someone process the termination. Jia Dong coughed. Cough, cough. The procedure can be done, but the recording. Ji Yu Ning pulled out a knife from her thigh. Twirling it in her hand, she said, I'll delete it after the paperwork's done. Don't even think about pulling any stunts. Otherwise, Ji Yu Ning held the knife to Jia Dong's neck and continued. Careful, that's your carotid artery getting a CT scan. Easy peasy. Just listen to Ji, Jia Dong thought angrily. I've lived for over 50 years, but I'm being blackmailed by some little brat. I can't believe this. Ji Yu Ning walked out and called. Sister Wen Xin opened her arms and walked towards Ji Yu Ning, saying, Ning Ning, you're finally out. I was so worried. Ji Yu Ning handed the contract to Tong Ruo. Here, the contract. The white-haired girl replied, Thanks. Was it this easy to get? Wen Xin happily hugged Ji Yu Ning and said, Hee, I knew Ning Ning would find a way. Lang Xiaoting thought. My Ning Ning has always been so reliable, Ji Yu Ning said to Tong Ruo. Don't worry, they won't bother you again. If you still want to act, you can come to Fenghua Entertainment. The white-haired girl's face lit up and she hummed in agreement. Wen Xin happily hugged both of them and said, That's great. Tong Ruo can continue to pursue her acting dream. Ji Yu Ning replied. Don't worry, Sister Wen Xin. I'll take good care of her, Ruo Tong replied. Thank you everyone. At the parking lot, Lang Xiaoting said to Ji Yu Ning, Ning Ning, Jia Zhijiang is the type to hold grudges. He might cause trouble for you later. You have to be careful, Ji Yu Ning replied. Don't worry, he won't get the chance to mess with me. Lang Xiaoting glanced at Ji Yu Ning's confident expression. Oh, Ji Yu Ning said, I can release the evidence of Jia Zhijiang's crimes on my phone. Now, I want to see Fei Tang Entertainment stock plummet, CA replied. Yes, understood. Ji Yu Ning held up her phone, winked at Lang Xiaoting and said, Of course we have to go for the kill when dealing with these types of people. How could I miss such a good opportunity? Lang Xiaoting pinched Ji Yu Ning's nose and said, That's my girl, you drive me crazy. Ji Yu Ning leaned in and kissed Lang Xiaoting. Ji Yu Ning looped her arms around Lang Xiaoting's neck and said, We are a match made in heaven, Lang Xiaoting replied. You're buttering me up, Ji Yu Ning continued. I have to go back to Street E by the Lantern Festival. Consider it a reward for you, Lang Xiaoting replied. Then you, Lang Xiaoting, stepped on the gas, drove away, and said, You better prepare well. At Heguang Garden, Ji Yu Ning's mother was preparing food and called out, You two come inside after playing with the fireworks. Don't catch a cold, Ji Yu Ning replied. I know, Mom, her younger sister spoke up. Guo, this is so pretty. The two saw the person below. Her younger sister said, Hey, who's that uncle downstairs? Doesn't he need to celebrate the holiday? Ji Yu Ning found the person familiar and thought, That's Tang Yun Fan. Ji Yu Ning thought to herself, It's such an important day like the Lunar New Year, yet he didn't return to Haishi. Looks like I need to find him for a little chat. Ning Ning, go call Uncle Tang. He was a bit surprised. Turning to look at Ning Ning, Ji Yu Ning said, I know you've been around here for the past few days. Want to talk a bit? Tang Yun Fan replied. Sure. At the tea house, Ji Yu Ning poured tea for Tang Yun Fan. Ji Yu Ning asked directly, Does Uncle Tang feel like I'm approaching the Tang family with ulterior motives? So you personally came to investigate? Tang Yun Fan replied. Of course not. Ji Yu Ning continued. Then what is it? You're making it easy for people to misunderstand. Tang Yun Fan responded. I'm here on a business trip, just taking the opportunity to visit you and your mother. After all, you're a foster grandchild of the Tang family, so, of course, I should take care of you more, Ji Yu Ning asked seriously. Just a foster grandchild, Tang Yun Fan said, slightly surprised. You, Ji Yu Ning, continued. Too many coincidences become inevitable. The relationship between you and me isn't hard to guess. Your appearance in EP City, isn't it because you were suspicious and wanted to confirm this? Tang Yun Fan replied. Seems like you knew it a long time ago. Does your mother know that I'm still alive? Ji Yu Ning answered. She doesn't know. I won't tell her until I have results. Ji Yu Ning continued. You've been following her for a while now. Aren't you planning to meet her? Tang Yun Fan replied. I don't want to meet her with incomplete memories. That's very irresponsible towards our feelings. I want to find my memories first. Ji Yu Ning replied. Your idea isn't wrong, but aren't you afraid that after you recover your memories? Tang Yun Fan said with a flustered expression. Does your mother have someone else? Tang Yun Fan said sadly. I hope she's happy, even if that happiness isn't related to me. Ji Yu Ning said, Uncle Tang, although I can't interfere with Mom's decisions, deep down, if there must be someone who spends the rest of her life with her. Ji Yu Ning looked at Tang Yun Fan and said sincerely, I hope that person is you. Tang Yun Fan smiled slightly and said, Thank you. When everything is settled, I'll give you two the best at the Dihao nightclub. Ji Yu Ning walked in and said, Sorry, I was held up on the way. Bei Han and Mig rushed over to hug Ji Yu Ning, saying, Ning Ning, long time no see, I missed you so much. Mukei hugged the gifts, exclaiming, Wow boss, you even prepared gifts for us, Ning Ning. You're so thoughtful. The brown-haired guy called out, Ji Yu Ning, looked over and replied, See too, Brother Chu. You guys are here too, Brother Chu replied. Bei Han told me you guys were having a get-together, so I came to join the fun, Si Tu said. What about my gift? Ji Yu Ning replied. Seal Tu, you're so rich you probably don't need my little gift, Seal Tu said coldly. I do. Brother Chu tried hard to hold back his laughter, thinking, It's not the gift the boss is missing, it's love. Ji Yuning opened a bag, took something out, and said, "Fine, I'll give you one. Don't despise it." She pulled out a tube of something and said, "This is my unique secret medicine. Take one when injured and it'll work immediately." "I'm sure you can use it." Situng took it and replied, "Sounds magical." "Thank you." Ji Yuning gave a gift to Brother Chu, saying, "Here, Brother Chu, this one is for you." Brother Chu was surprised and replied, "I get one too." Brother Chu thought, "If I take this, the little one will definitely not let me off the hook." "Boss, have mercy, I didn't ask for this," Ji Yuning said. "Hurry and take it, there's one for everyone," Sion Tu thought. "I'll deal with you later." Ji Yuning happily called out to everyone. All right, everyone raise your glasses. The new year has passed. Wishing everyone smooth sailing in the coming year. Everyone shouted, "Cheers." All right. Ji Yuning was about to take a sip when she spotted a red glint from across the nightclub. A sniper was aiming at Sion Tu. Ji Yuning reached out and pushed the glass of wine towards Sion Tu, yelling, "Careful!" The bullet grazed Sion Tu, hitting the wine glass and shattering it. Mu Ke pulled Pai Han and Mig back. Si Tung yelled, "Get down!" Mig screamed. "Ah, what's going on?" Mu Ke said. "It's okay, don't be scared." Ji Yuning, hiding behind the window, said, 30 degrees southeast, the rooftop of the Fuxing building. "They're running," Si Tu shouted. "Xuanfeng, go get them, I want them alive." Chu Xuanfeng replied. "Yes," Si Tu said. "Looks like someone's getting restless." A moment later, Chu Xuanfeng brought the person before Sion Tu. Chu Xuanfeng kicked the guy down, shouting, "Kneel." The guy was kicked down, grinding his teeth in resentment, saying, "Si Tu Ye, you ruined my family, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." Chu Xuanfeng glanced at him, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? We've never even met you, stop throwing mud." But the guy didn't believe it, gritting his teeth. Besides Xiu Ye, this hypocritical bastard, who else could do such a disgusting thing? Xiu Ye held a piece of paper in his hand, annoyed. "I should be asking you that. Who sent you instead of you barking here?" Hearing Si Tunye's words, the guy questioned, "Could it be? Not you?" Seeing this, Chu Xuanfeng didn't ask the guy anything further, turning to ask Si Tunye, "Boss, what should we do now?" Si Tunye threw the photo on the ground, saying, "Make it an accident. Take care of it." While speaking, he burned the picture of the Ji Tianlin ancient book. That guy. Now that the flames of Shi Tianlin have been ignited, let me add some fuel. Back in the room from before, Ji Yuning's group was sitting. Mu Ke turned to ask Mig, "Are you okay?" Mig replied, "I'm fine." After comforting Mig, Chu Pai Han propped his hand on his chin, questioning, who on earth would dare to challenge Bro C2? Seeing everyone worried, Ji Yuning spoke up, "It's probably gang grudges, not aimed at us. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much." "Yeah." Everyone answered in unison after listening. Afterwards, Ji Yuning thought to herself, in this world, the only one who dares to openly oppose Si Tunye is probably Shi Tianlin. Another new school year at Ji Yuning's group's school. Chu Pai Han sighed in frustration. School's starting again. When will the happy holidays have NP service? Ji Yuning deliberately teased. Probably in your dreams. Mu Ke turned to ask Mig, have you thought about which university to apply to yet? I want to take the exam with you. Mig didn't understand, innocently replying, "Haven't thought about it, but I'm planning to major in finance." Hearing this, Ji Yuning laughed, thinking, Mig, you blockhead, when will you finally see Muke's feelings? Suddenly, while thinking, there was a loud voice behind her. Ji Yuning turned around and saw Xin Zheng pushing Ji Yu Zhao Zhao, scolding, "Ji Yu Zhao Zhao, haven't you caused enough trouble?" Chen Zizhao stood next to Xin Zheng, saying, "Zhao Zhao, Xin Zheng is my boyfriend now. It won't be good if you keep clinging on." Ji Yu Zhao Zhao angrily shouted, "Chen Zizhao, I treated you as my best friend, and you actually stole my boyfriend." Chen Zizhao pulled Xin Zheng away, retorting, "Don't say it so harshly. Before, you getting fired made Xin Zheng lose all face. I'm the one who helped him get out of his heartbreak." Xin Zheng was annoyed, saying, "Zhao Zhao, it's useless talking to this kind of person. Let's go." Just as he was about to pull Chen Zizhao away, he saw Ji Yuning standing in front of him, startling both Xin Zheng and Chen Zizhao. Ji Yuning, who had been watching the whole time, thought, "What a great show." Seeing Ji Yuning, Ji Yu Zhao Zhao felt even more resentment, standing up saying, "Ji Yuning, did you come to watch my misfortune?" Ji Yuning calmly replied, "Of course I came to study. Who has the free time to care about your stuff?" Hearing Ji Yu Zhao Zhao say that, Chu Pai Han couldn't help but shout, "That's right, stop acting so important. Haven't you been humiliated enough?" Ji Yu Zhao Zhao looked up, gritting her teeth looking at Ji Yuning, saying, "Aren't you resentful that I deceived your feelings with Xin Zheng before? Now that I've been dumped, you must be very pleased." Ji Yuning was too lazy to care, only saying one sentence, "Does this kind of trash deserve my real feelings? Only you and Chen Zizhao see him as a treasure." Hearing that, Chen Zizhao was too angry to retort. Then Ji Yuning continued to turn to Ji Yu Zhao Zhao and sneer, "Ji Yu Zhao Zhao, when you were doing bad things before, did you ever think about the miserable, broke state you're in today?" Ji Yu Zhao Zhao was speechless, unable to say a word. Ji Yuning just turned away like, "Looking at you now, you're not even fit for a dog to lick. I'm not even interested in mocking you." Then she said to her friends, let's bounce back to class. They all agreed. Ji Yu-ning thought, since Ji Yu Xiaoxiao brought this on herself, Ji Yu-ning can finally rest easy down there. Then Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, seeing Ji Yu-ning, was so shocked she laughed and said, what goes around comes around, haha. Chen Zijiao, seeing this, quickly dragged Jin Zheng away, saying, is this woman nuts? Let's get out of here, so unlucky. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's face twisted, and she said, I will never regret anything. What is mine will always be mine. Then she collapsed, laughing loudly. No one can take it away. No one can take it. At the dinner table, Ji Yu-ning was eating. Ji Yu-man said, Ning Ning, eat a lot, you've been sick for a while. Okay, she replied. The TV was broadcasting a news report. Breaking news. A case of intentional homicide occurred on a road in City F this afternoon. The suspect, Ji Yu Mao, pushed the victim, Chen Mao, into oncoming traffic, resulting in her death. The suspect, Ji Yu Mao, has now been detained. Ji Yu Man was shocked after watching, and shouted, the murderer is Zhao Zhao. Afterwards, Ji Yu Man approached the television to get a clearer view, asking, this means she'll have to go to prison, right? Ji Yu-ning, standing behind, supported Ji Yu Man, remarking, if she could do something like this, she certainly didn't think about the consequences. Suddenly, a call came from Ji Yu Qingxiang, and Ji Yu Man answered it, saying, hello, what's the matter? The person on the other end, hearing Ji Yu Man answer, excitedly shouted, hello, Ji Yu Man, something's happened to Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao can't go to prison. You tell Ji Yu-ning to ask those big shots she knows to find a way to save her. Li Wan was crying beside him, while Ji Yu Qingxiang was desperately shouting through the phone for help. We're all family. She can't just stand by and watch her die. Xiao Xiao is her cousin. Ji Yu Man, hearing this, trembled, struggling to respond. Whose family with you? We severed ties long ago. Moreover, your daughter killed a living person. Ji Yu Qingxiang, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, saying, you, Ji Yu Man, must you be so heartless? You give the phone to Ji Yu-ning. As he was speaking, the other end hung up. Ji Yu Qingxiang angrily called back while cursing. Now that you're capable, you dare hang up on me. Li Huan anxiously urged him to call again. We absolutely can't abandon Zhao Xiao. After making several calls, the message returned was, sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. So distraught, both Ji Yu Qingxiang and Li Huan collapsed to the ground, saying, it's over, she's not answering the phone, Xiao Xiao is really finished this time. On Ji Yu Man's side, the number had been blocked, with the screen showing, blacklist. You will not receive calls and messages from the blacklist. Ji Yu Qingxiang 137 XXXXXXX. Ji Yu Man fearfully turned and said to Ji Yu-ning, Ning Ning, this is what they deserve, Mom won't let them bother you anymore. Seeing Ji Yu Man cry, Ji Yu-ning hugged her, comforting, it's okay Mom, our lives will be free of them from now on. A little after 8 o'clock the next day, at school, Ji Yu-ning and Mig were walking into the classroom, when Xiao Fei suddenly stood up and said, isn't this Ji Yu-ning? The little sis of a murderer, doesn't she need to be investigated? Mig, walking beside her, retorted, Xiao Fei, what's with your weird tone? The criminal is Ji Yu Zhao. What does it have to do with Ning? Xiao Fei sneered, HMPH, who knows if the Ji Yu family has a gene for murder? No one wants to risk their lives. Several people in the class also chimed in, that's right, just look at Chen Zijiao's fate. I heard her face was unrecognizable when she died. Hearing this, Mig angrily shouted, Xiao Fei, you're twisting the truth? Ji Yu-ning then stopped Mig, saying, Mig, don't waste your breath on a mad dog. Xiao Fei angrily retorted, who are you calling a mad dog? Ji Yu-ning didn't even look at her, saying, whoever answers is the one. Xiao Fei was even more furious after hearing this, preparing to rush up and hit her. How dare you insult me? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Then two friends stopped her. Fei, calm down, we can't beat her, don't do it. A wise man knows when to retreat. Suddenly a student ran in and said, stop making noise, the principal is here. The principal adjusted his glasses, saying, Ji Yu-ning, please come out here for a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Fei's group thought Ji Yu-ning was getting scolded and laughed gleefully. Ji Yu-ning is done for this time. Hey. After Ji Yu-ning went up, the principal shook her hand and said, student Ji Yu-ning. Shocking Xiao Fei's group below, the principal continued. The plan to donate a teaching building to the school has begun preliminary construction. On behalf of all the teachers and students, I thank you, Ji Yu-ning replied. It's nothing. This is something I should do, Xiao Fei, still in disbelief. How is that possible? I must have misheard. The people next to her were also puzzled. What? Donate a building? Where did Ji Yu-ning get the money? Isn't her family very poor? Seeing this, the principal turned to explain to the whole class. Student Ji Yu-ning started her own business. Besides studying, she single-handedly established the Fei Se Mei Ren brand. After her success, she didn't forget to contribute to our school's education. Everyone should learn from her. Causing everyone to exclaim in amazement, oh my god, even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. That Fei Se Mei Ren, she's really awesome. Hearing this, the principal smiled even more brightly and said, the school having a talent like you, as the principal, I am very proud. Then he pulled Ji Yu-ning out, walking and saying, "The school is planning to put your photo in the Hall of Fame exhibition. Let's go to the office to discuss the details." Xiao Feifei gritted her teeth and complained, "Why does Ji Yuning get all the good things, damn it?" After the bell rang for dismissal, everyone who saw Ji Yuning was whispering and gossiping. "That's Ji Yuning from class 3. Is it true that she donated a teaching building to the school?" "It's true. It's true." The principal admitted it himself. Seeing this, Qin Zhang's friends ran over to mock him. Tusk, one a business mogul, the other a murderer. All the same, Ji Yu, such a big difference. Zhang, you really picked up sesame seeds and threw away the watermelon back then. Qin Zhang, knowing what happened, secretly seethed in his heart. Damn it, if I hadn't been seduced by that crazy woman Ji Yu Zhao back then, I would probably have half of the honor now. Suddenly, a supercar drove up and parked in front of the school gate, causing everyone to surround it. Wow, this car is so cool. Which Fu Erdai is picking up his girlfriend, so arrogant? Then the person in the car stopped next to the road where Ji Yuning was walking. Two beauties need a ride. Causing her to wonder what was going on, he rolled down the window, smiling as he looked at her and said, "Beauty named Ji Yuning, right? Free ride." Only then did Ji Yuning recognize the acquaintance, replying, "You're Gezen? Your leg is healed, you can drive now." CA jumped out of the car, looked at Ji Yuning and patted her leg, saying, "Thanks to Madam Ji Yu, I'm almost completely healed. I've come this time with a favor to ask of you." Ji Yuning listened and stroked the hood of the car in front of her, saying, "Such a grand formation, it seems the favor you need isn't a small matter." Ika's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said, "Indeed, it's not small. A friend of mine was in a car accident, his leg bones were shattered, and after transferring to many hospitals, they all said they had to amputate. You're our last hope." Ji Yuning was surprised and asked again, "Leg bones shattered? This is so sudden. If the injury is severe, we might not make it to the airport in time." CA started the car after hearing this, saying, "You don't need to worry about that." The car door slowly lifted, and CA said, "When I came, I brought him to City Fry. He's at a private hospital in Chengnan." She smiled in surprise and said, "You really came prepared." After a while, they arrived at the private hospital in the South District. The elevator went up and stopped on the 6th floor. F saw CA, and the doctor inside rushed out and said, "You're finally back." The doctor, with a serious expression, began to urge, "You must make a decision quickly. If Mr. Chen's injury drags on any longer, it could be life-threatening. We're preparing to start the surgery at any moment." CA ignored the doctor's words, turned to Ji Yuning and said, "Temporarily stop the leg amputation surgery. Let her try first." The doctor was upset upon hearing this and said, "Even if you don't believe my diagnosis, you can't gamble with the patient's life. What can she, a little girl, do?" The doctor became even angrier and faced her, saying, "My hospital has to be responsible for every patient. Time is of the essence. We can't let you mess around." Seeing that she was blocked, she said unhappily, "You know that time is of the essence, so stop talking nonsense." She walked over, picked up the medicine box, and said, "Give me half an hour. If I can't reverse the condition, I'll take full responsibility." The operating room lit up with a red light, forbidding disturbance. She changed into protective clothing for the surgery and entered the operating room. She frowned slightly and diagnosed, "The leg is severely inflamed, the tissue is necrotic, it seems really critical." Then she took out a pill for the patient to take, using spiritual energy to protect his heart and treat the internal injuries. Then she placed spiritual energy on the leg, and then used spiritual energy to stop the necrotic cells and reorganize the biological tissue in the injured area. She had to use a lot of strength to sweat a lot. Thinking, the operating room was still lit, and the doctor sitting outside also began to get anxious, saying, "It's almost half an hour, we can't let that girl mess around." CA didn't care about the doctor's words, and then said, "Don't disturb her." Then he looked at the red light in front of the operating room and smiled. "Still not out," which proves she really has a guarantee. As soon as he finished speaking, the light turned green, the door also opened, and Ji Yuning walked out, saying, "His leg is saved, the follow-up treatment can be handed over to the hospital." The doctors rushed in to see upon hearing this, and discovered what she said was true, saying, "Oh my god, the cell survival rate has reached the standard for treatment, no need to amputate the leg anymore, so miraculous, how did you do it, young lady?" CA looked at her and winked, saying, "I knew you definitely had a way." Ji Yuning took off her protective clothing and said, "This is a life-saving grace. From now on, work harder for me like a horse." The two stood outside on the balcony. CA said, "You have to repay Lao Chen for saving his life. His skills can't be wasted." Ji Yuning also asked, "Oh, so this friend of yours is also a talent?" CA smiled triumphantly and boasted, "Could my friend be an ordinary person? Have you heard of the famous financial expert Chen Kengyi, the person who is called the myth of the industrial and commercial management world?" Ji Yuning was surprised and confirmed again, "It's him." Thinking to herself, "At this time, the illness is covered up, it's really not visible." Then she put on her coat and looked inside, saying, "But this has to be said, whether the person involved can casually make the decision." CA replied to her, "Lao Chen, this person values loyalty, waiting for him to wake up, he will definitely willingly work for you." After hearing this, she smiled and said, "Then tell him to find me when he wakes up," thinking, perfect timing for Gi and Chen Kangji to be stationed at HQ in the capital, feels like I've got wings. Suddenly, she got a bad feeling. She saw her mom and wondered, "Mom, Then she saw Ji-yu Man getting whacked with a stick. Seeing that, she thought anxiously, crap. My spirit energy is low, and now this. Cut to a vase getting smashed, and the leader yelling, smash it all, don't miss a thing. Then he grabs an employee's shirt. Where's your store manager? Get her out here. I've got a score to settle. Ji-yu Man steps out, blocking the store entrance, saying, I'm the manager, take it out on me, leave my employees alone. The employees inside try to stop her, saying, Manager Ji-yu, don't go, it's too dangerous. The gangster sees this and throws the employee aside, saying, feisty, huh, Ji-yu? Man, scared, says, what do you think you're doing in broad daylight? The guy walks up to Ji-yu Man, rolling up his sleeves, says, what are we doing? Someone paid us to mess with you and we're just collecting the dough. Then he raises the stick to hit Ji-yu Man, who closes her eyes tight, and he says, no hard feelings. Suddenly someone jumps in front of Ji-yu Man, hugging her, surprising her, so the hit lands on them, stopping the gangster in his tracks. Ji-yu Man, confused, still says, old yaks. This Tang Yunfan turns to look at the gangster, gritting his teeth. Get lost. His presence surprised the gangster, thinking, where did this dude come from? Hurt and still acting tough. Before he can recover, one of his goons yells, boss, the cops are here. We're screwed if the higher-ups find out. The gangster hears this and orders, let's bounce. Tang Yunfan barely hangs on, and when he sees the gangsters are gone, he finally relaxes and collapses. He falls to the ground, shocking Ji-yu Man. Tang Yunfan is totally unconscious. Ji-yu Man sees this, worried and not knowing what to do, crying, old. She's scared, and tries to hold Tang Yunfan's head up, saying, blood. Why won't the bleeding stop, Ji-yu? Man crouches down, holding his head tightly, crying. Tang Yunfan manages to open his eyes, reaching up, saying, I'm okay, don't cry. Just then, Ji-yu Ning arrives with tea. Mom! Are you okay? Ji-yu Man cries loudly, looking at Ji-yu Ning, saying, Ning, save him. Ji-yu Ning sits down, holding Tang Yunfan's head up, then comforting Ji-yu Man. Relax, I've got this. After that, they were taken to the hospital. The operating room light turns red again. Ji-yu Ning sits beside her, trying to soothe her mom. Have something to eat. Ji-yu Man refuses, replying, I can't eat anything. Seeing this, Ji-yu Ning says, seeing how you're acting, you probably already realized he's my biological father, right? Ji-yu Man hears this, surprised, asking, Ning, you knew? Ji-yu Ning explains, yeah, I've known he was alive for a while now. The reason I didn't tell you is because he lost his memories of the time he spent with you because of his illness. Ji-yu Man is confused, lost, only remembers. Ji-yu Ning continues, after he found out about us, he secretly came to F City, secretly searching for his past memories. Last time you were in danger, the person who helped you get your bag back was him, Ji-yu. Man hears this, tears falling, asking, then, why didn't he come find me? Ji-yu Ning says, he was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept him losing his memories, so he wanted to recover his memories first. Ji-yu Man's tears fall even more, hugging Ji-yu Ning's head, saying, he doesn't know how much I've missed him for the past 19 years. I thought I'd never see him again in this lifetime. She leans on Ji-yu Ning, continuing, we haven't even had a proper reunion yet. What if he's gone just like that? He'll be perfectly fine, Mom, trust me. As Ji-yu Ning finished comforting her, the surgery room light finally turned green. The door to the room opened. Ji-yu Man hurriedly asked the doctor, how is he? The doctor replied, the surgery was a great success, all his vitals are normal, and after the observation period he can be moved to a regular ward. Ji-yu Man was overjoyed upon hearing that, breaking into a smile. Only then did Ji-yu Ning turn to ask, what have you found out from my investigation? He looked at the screen and said, based on the surveillance footage, this person is most likely Lan Ying. Hearing that, she frowned, snorted, then sat down to look at the screen, saying, Lan Ying wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. Someone must have hired him. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on my family. Having said that, Ji-yu Ning slammed the laptop screen shut. At this moment, the thugs had already been caught and tied up. One of them awkwardly chuckled, saying, Bro, you've got it all wrong. Our brothers have taken jobs like this before. As long as nothing goes wrong, it's cool. Isn't tying us up like this a bit much? Chu Quanfang coldly chuckled, telling them, you guys broke the rules, offended a big shot, and you still expect to get off scot-free. Hearing that, they all started clamoring, begging Brother Chu, mercy, we won't dare again. Please let us go, we messed up. Ignoring them, Chu Quanfang coldly told Ji-yu Ning, the boss said you can deal with them however you see fit, no need to save our face. Ji-yu Ning also coldly responded to him, and he turned around, saying, I'll leave this to you, I'm heading out. After he left, seeing Ji-yu Ning, the thugs panicked, secretly thinking, she's the big shot, even Brother Chu has to be respectful to her. Could she be the boss's direct subordinate? Ji-yu Ning walked up to them and coldly asked, who's the mastermind who hired you to cause trouble at Kakami Beauty Salon? She put on a furious expression, threatening, I'm only asking this once. Scared, they quickly stammered in reply. It's the owner of Yiren Beauty Salon, Qin Li Ling. She was jealous of Kakami Beauty Salon's business, so she hired us, and behind her is the city official, Qin Yue Hai. We didn't dare refuse. Ji-yu Ning frowned upon hearing that, thinking to herself, Qin Yu Hai, Qin Zhang's father, that whole scumbag family is nothing but trash. As she thought that, she pulled out a dagger. Seeing her draw the blade, they immediately begged, "Big sis, big sis, big sis! We were blind as bats, please spare us!" Unexpectedly, she cut their ropes, releasing them. Then she yelled, "Come on, didn't you guys brag about being such great fighters? Come at me, beat me, and I'll let you go." Seeing her do that, they were dumbfounded. Then, one of them spoke up. "Bro, this is our only chance." Another chimed in, "How strong can one woman be? Let's take her on." Ji Yuning's eyes were filled with hatred as she thought, "Harm my family. Your sins are unforgivable." One guy charged forward, only to be punched so hard his jaw nearly dislocated. The rest couldn't escape their fate either, getting punched one after another, screaming, "Archarg." A moment later, Chu Quanfeng saw her walk out and immediately went to offer her a towel to wipe away the bloodstains, saying, "We also bear some responsibility for this. The hospital fees and damages for Aunt Lan Ying will be covered by us." She took the towel and said, "No need. Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its owner. I'll make the mastermind behind this pay back 100-fold. The thugs, beaten black and blue, crawled out begging for help. "Chu Quanfeng, save me, I messed up." Another one of Chu Quanfeng's subordinates then asked, "Brother Chu, what should we do?" He coldly replied, "Deal with them. These good-for-nothings are useless even if they get back." The subordinate received the order and obediently complied. Cut to Ji Yuning's mom. She's super worried, saying, "It's been a day, why hasn't he woken up yet?" Ji Yuning's thinking, "I've been constantly feeding him spiritual energy, what's the deal?" Uncle Ziu calls and says, "Second master situation is kinda special. I've contacted the top doc in Haishi, chartered a plane, we're heading out soon." Ji Yuning's mom replies, "Okay, you guys be careful." Ji Yuning hands Uncle Ziu some medicine, saying, "Before he regains consciousness, give him this every day. It's for his heart and protection." Uncle Ziu bows. "Thank you, Miss Ji Yu, please rest assured. After we get to Haishi, I'll update you and Madam Ji Yu on the second master's condition. He's been taken away." But Ji Yuning's mom still looks worried and sad. Ji Yuning comforts her, "Mom, it's okay. We'll see him again at the Haishi sanatorium." Just then, a bunch of people rush in. Old Tang barks, "Yunfan had an accident. Why didn't anyone tell me sooner? You guys are seriously rebelling." The assistant nervously replies, "Second master's vitals are all normal. Didn't want to worry you, so we didn't say everything." He yells, "What? What do you mean, add trouble, worry? That's my precious son." The hospital said Yunfan came from East City, no projects to discuss. What's he doing there? He says, "Tell me the truth," asked. Assistant Zhuao anxiously stuttered, This is second master's secret itinerary." Just then, the doctor finishes the examination and rushes out to announce the results. Old Tang stops yelling and says, "I'll deal with you later. You think of what to say." The doctor finally speaks. Old Tang, second master's brain CT is normal, indicators meet the criteria for regaining consciousness, probably his subconscious is keeping him in a sleep-like state. Old Tang heard so ask in doubt, "Subconscious, huh?" The doctor replies, "This belongs to the psychological category. The patient is attracted by the obsession in the dream, immersed in it, unwilling to wake up, need external stimulation to be able to recover consciousness." He sighs, "Dang it. How do we know Yunfan's obsession? If we can't figure it out, can't we wake him up?" Uncle Zihao finally steps forward and says, "I think I know second master's obsession." Old Tang is surprised and blurts out, "This father doesn't even know." Uncle Zihao is silent for a while and says, "Sorry, in order to safely wake you up, I can only announce your secrets to everyone." He publicly stated, "The reason why the second master came to East City this time is because of his lover, who has been separated for many years. She is the mother of Miss Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yuning is the second master's biological daughter." Old Tang was shocked when he heard this. "What?" Then realized, then isn't that my biological granddaughter?" Old Tang heard the bad news and shook. "Are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me, old man. Yunfan has had no love affair for many years. How can he have a lover?" He quickly explained. The second young master had a relationship with her when he disappeared, and then because of amnesia, the Tang family found him, so he separated from love. Miss Ji Yu looks so much like the second young master, maybe it was not a coincidence from the beginning. Old Tang recalls Ji Yuning's image. "No wonder. The first time I met Ning Ning, I felt close. So everything was destined. God has destined to bring my granddaughter back to my side." Does Old Tang need to immediately send someone to Haishi to pick up Miss Ji Yu Ning's mother and daughter? The second young master's obsession is related to Mrs. Ji Yu Man. With her by his side, the second young master will definitely be able to wake up soon. But Old Tang shouted, "No way. Waking up Yunfan is important, but must obey Ning Ning's mother's wishes. Can't act recklessly." Although it was an accident that Yunfan left that year, he couldn't guarantee that Ning Ning's mother wouldn't mind this, and couldn't let them feel that the Tang family only took them back to save Yunfan. Hearing what Old Tang said, he felt that he was a little reckless, and bowed his head to apologize. "It's because I didn't think carefully." But Old Tang said, "It's okay. I'll handle this matter myself." At the Dongcheng hotspot at this time, it is very lively. The default city of E-City, the politicians of E-City, Qin Yue Hai involved in bad news, public power for private interests, the popularity of Dongcheng 8,396. 39, top 1. Number 2. Tan Yuehai was taken away for investigation, and the popularity of Dongcheng 6,122. and the items on the hots were all related to the Chin family. Eel City's news reported, Shin Yuhai's house was splashed with paint. At this time, Umig watched the phone and shouted angrily, "Dare to attack Ningning's family, they deserve it." Seeing her friend so angry, she persuaded, "Don't be angry anymore, if you don't go again, PE class will be late." Suddenly someone called her name, Ji Ning. It turned out that person was Shin Zheng. He said, "I want to talk to you, can we talk privately for a while?" Umig rushed up to block Ji Ning and shouted at his face, "Tanzheng, you trash man, stay away from our Ning Ning." Ji Ning decisively pushed him away, said that I have no time to talk to you, don't block the way if you don't want to die. Shin Zheng hurriedly said, "I know you are in control of the Chin family's affairs, I can only find you. Before, my aunt didn't understand the matter and smashed your mother's shop. I'm here to say, sorry to you. The Chin family is willing to compensate for the loss. Can you please show respect for the past and stabilize the Chin family?" Not listening to him, Ji Ning's angry face darkened. "Don't understand the matter. Show respect for the past, Shin Zheng. You really have the face to say it." Although she was very resentful inside, she still tried to smile, and said, "Shin Zheng, you really have a face. The young Master Chin is begging people. How can he stand? Your attitude makes me very suspicious of your sincerity." Hearing this, Shin Zheng asked happily, "What do you want me to do?" Then she tossed the ball far away and told him to go fetch. He looked at the ball and thought, "For the Chin family, I'll endure this." And then he ran to get the ball. As soon as he brought it back, Ji Ning threw it far away again, yelling, "Fetch again, hurry up, didn't you eat today?" Seeing this scene, I was super impressed. Ji Ning torturing men is so hot, making him fetch the ball until he's dog-tired. He handed the ball to Ji Ning and asked, "Okay, is it okay now? Can you keep your promise and clear things up for the Chin family?" But Ji Ning put on a blank face and said, "How shameless! When did I promise you anything?" Seeing Ji Ning going back on her word, Chin Zheng angrily shouted, "You're playing me, I already let you humiliate me." Ji Ning said coldly, "Isn't this what you did to me before? Why is it humiliation when it's done to you?" He remembered the days when he nitpicked at Ji Ning, and anything that was sweet he bought it for her, and Ji Ning followed him obediently, apologized to me, so she remembered everything. "You trash who abuse your power to do whatever you want are devoid of emotion and don't need to put on a holier-than-thou act, begging me to show mercy." Her sharp words left him speechless with fear. She said coldly, "I already said you would pay the price. No mercy, Qinggongzi, just wait and see. This is just the beginning." School ended quickly. At this time, a fancy car was already waiting, and someone called her, Ning Ning. Seeing Tang Lao getting out surprised her. "Grandpa, why are you in City E?" Seeing him, Ji Ning quickly asked about her father, Yun Fan. "Is there any change in his condition?" Tang Lao quickly explained, "He's fine, I came to visit you." Hearing the words visit you surprised her. Her eyes widened. "It's not because of his illness. Could it be that he knows my background?" Tang Lao took her hand and said slowly, "Ning Ning, when Yun Fan was in a coma, I learned some old things related to him. Child, do you know why you look so much like Yun Fan?" Seeing that he was hesitant to speak directly, she said, "You don't have to be shy about this, I already knew." He was surprised. Ji Ning already knew. He immediately asked, Then do you guys resent him?" Ji Ning frankly replied, "Grandpa, no one expected this accident, so there's nothing to resent, just feel a little surprised." He felt regret and self-blame and frankly said, "The Tang family will do everything possible to compensate for the shortcomings of these years. Are you willing to accept the Tang family and accept your father?" Ji Ning smiled gently and replied, "Grandpa, I can't make decisions for Mom about love. This matter has to wait for Yun Fan to wake up and follow their wishes. But no matter what the result, you are my closest relative." The two hugged each other tightly. Hearing her granddaughter say this made him feel relieved and laughed heartily. "Good girl. I didn't waste my love on you." Suddenly she remembered something and said, "Oh right, Grandpa. What were the results of Yun Fan's examination in Haishi?" Tang Lao sighed and replied, "The two doctors said that there is an unresolved obsession in Yun Fan's heart, and he is trapped in a dream and unwilling to wake up." She pondered thoughtfully. "An obsession, so it's the subconscious messing around." Tang Lao added, "His obsession is caused by his lover. Maybe only your mother can wake up Yun Fan." She suddenly had an idea. "This has reminded me. We can use deep consciousness to awaken his buried memories." Thinking this, she smiled happily and said, "I will persuade Mom to help. Wait for my news." He also happily agreed to wait for her. A moment later, Ji Ning told her mother everything. Her mother wondered, "His obsession is me. How could it be?" Seeing her doubts, she quickly explained to her, "He hasn't remarried after losing his memory for many years. Maybe subconsciously he can't accept anyone other than you." Her mother still didn't seem to completely believe her and asked to confirm, "Really? Is that so?" Ji Ning added to convince her that it was true. Although the contact that day was short, the vibration in the heart can't deceive people. You two were desperately protecting each other. Hearing Ji Ning's words made her remember the time when Yun Fan shielded her without regard for his own safety, causing her eyes to tear up. "Risking everything to save me is because he always remembers me." Then she took Ji Ning's hand and said, "Ning Ning, what do you think I should do?" she advised and comforted her. Don't worry, Mom. Just listen to the truest thoughts in your heart. Thinking this, she became determined and said, Mom wants to help him at the VIP lounge at the airport. Ji Yuning's mom asked doubtfully, Ning, do we not need to wait for a plane? She explained to her, private jets don't require waiting. We can just use the VIP exit later. Seeing herself about to travel by private jet, even with bodyguards for protection, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, sending both bodyguards and a private jet, what exactly does the Tang family do? Ji Yuning replied, the Tang family is a prominent family in Hai City, but your daughter isn't bad either, enough for you to hold your head high when facing them. I'll always be behind you, so don't feel any pressure, okay? The two embraced warmly, laughing happily. At this moment, Elder Tang walked over. My dears, you're here. The people I sent out said that if their car had gotten here sooner, they'd have known I personally came to pick you up. Ji Yuning and the elder man were instantly cheerful, chatting away. Even if I picked you up myself, it wouldn't guarantee no traffic, he said. Even so, I got to see you two sooner. He looked at Ji Yuning's mom, a clear sorrow in his eyes, and said, my child, you're Ning Ning's mother, aren't you? I'm sorry for all the hardship you've endured these past years, Ji Yuning's mom replied tearfully. Elder Tang, please don't say that, I didn't suffer. He wiped away his tears, then sighed. Our two families are reunited today, why am I saying all this? With that, he burst out laughing, haha, let's go, we're going home, Hai City has been eagerly awaiting you two. At the same time, at the diplomatic villa in Hai City, someone rushed into the building to report news from the dispatched person. Tang Yunfan was unexpectedly injured and is now unconscious. The dangerous-looking man replied, the Tang Huang group is currently leaderless. It's time to make a move. The other person asked again to confirm. Are you saying we should make a move from within the group? Thunder rumbled, and the stormy rain made the atmosphere even more dangerous. The dangerous man's voice rose again. This time, I won't let him get away easily. Everything the Tang family owes me, I'll take it all back. He clenched his fist, showing his resolve. At the Tang family residence, a black car was parked in front of the house, and a voice came from inside. The old master is back. Tang Yunrong, the Tang family's youngest daughter and Kaio Wengsen's mother, sat beside Gi Yuman, greeting her warmly. You must be my sister-in-law, right? You really are beautiful. Brother 3 certainly has an eye for beauty. Jiang Lihua, the Tang family's eldest daughter-in-law and Tang Jiakai's mother, also happily held a teapot, pouring water for Ji Yuman while smiling and chatting. Time was short and we didn't know your room preferences, so Yunrong and I prepared it. You can check it out later. Tang Yunrong quickly added, anyway, it's a long-term residence, so if it's not to your liking, just have someone change it, Ji Yu. Man, a bit flustered from being pulled around, politely replied, oh, that's too much trouble. Ji Yuning calmly sat opposite, sipping water. She looked at Ji Yuman and thought to herself, Mom's personality is gentle. Since it's her first time staying at the Tang family, she'll definitely feel constrained. It's better to let her get used to it gradually. Ji Yuning reached out and took Tang Yunrong's hand, softly saying, Aunt, I have business matters to discuss in Hai City. It's not very convenient here. I want to take Mom to stay at Shanshui Huafu Villa. Tang Yunrong replied a bit awkwardly. Oh, is that so? Ji Yuning turned to look at Jiang Lihua, smiling as she continued. This villa was... My uncle and aunt gave it to me before. I won't stand on ceremony, is that okay? Jiang Lihua smiled lightly in response, already understanding what Ji Yuning meant. My sister-in-law has a gentle personality, so Ning Ning probably worries she won't feel comfortable here. Jiang Lihua pinched Ji Yuning's cheek. Ji Yuning now looked just like a puppy asking for a treat, her invisible puppy ears even perking up. Jiang Lihua said fondly, when this girl pouts like that, I just can't say no. You can stay out, but you have to come home for dinner. Ji Yuning replied sweetly. Okay, Ji Yuning leaned her head against Jiang Lihua, smiling as she continued. Thank you, Aunt. Tang Yunrong embraced Ji Yuman, happily saying, we're family, no need to be polite, as long as my sister-in-law and niece are happy. With that, the whole family burst into joyous laughter. Ji Yuman happily thought to herself, the Tang family members are quite easy to get along with. In Tang Yunfan's room, Elder Tang gently told Ji Yuman, my good child, don't feel pressured, just do your best. Yunfan is entrusted to you two. Ji Yuman replied sadly. Yes, Ji Yuning helped her mom to the bedside. Where Tang Yunfan lay unconscious, Ji Yuning reminded Ji Yuman, Mom, try to talk about past memories so Dad can sense the real world. Use your shared memories to wake him up. Ji Yuman looked heartbrokenly at the man she had been separated from for so many years, trembling as she replied. Okay. Ji Yuman reached out and touched Tang Yunfan's face. Even though she knew he couldn't hear, she still said, I still feel it so unreal, I can't believe you're in front of me again. Ji Yuman's eyes welled up with tears, and she continued. They all call you Yunfan, only I still remember you as Anning. Ji Yuning stood by, listening to her mother's heartfelt words, wondering to herself, is this the origin of my name, Ji Yuning? Because she always remembered her beloved. Ji Yuman recalled old memories, from when Tang Yunfan and she were young. When he was injured and confined to bed, just like now, Tang Yunfan had said, my name is Anning. Can you be a good person and take me in completely? I can protect you. Ji Yuman blushed shyly upon hearing this, thinking, I wasn't loved much growing up. Only with him did I feel the warmth of a home. Ji Yuman remembered another memory, when both of them were incredibly happy. Tang Yunfan lifted Ji Yuman and spun her around, smiling as he said, once I'm done with this busy period, I can properly marry you, Ji-yu Man remembered and thought to herself. He never mentioned his family background, and I never asked about what he did. Another memory appeared. Ji-yu Man was sitting in front of the TV, watching news about a car that had fallen into a ravine being pulled up. Someone called to report that her beloved was not on the list of lucky survivors. We're so sorry, Ji-yu Man sobbed uncontrollably in front of the TV, holding a pregnancy ultrasound scan in her hand. Ji-yu Man, Ji-yu Man, you're pregnant, the doctor announced. Ji-yu Man said to herself heartbrokenly, if it weren't for Ning-Ning, I would have died with you in that accident long ago. Ji-yu Man looked at Tang Yunfan, unable to hold back tears of pain, and sobbed. We've wandered through half our lives to finally meet again, and now heaven leaves you in a coma. Ji-yu Man hugged Tang Yunfan's neck, burying her face in his shoulder and crying, why are we always separated? Seeing her mother cry, Ji-yu Ning was also very sad, but could only stand beside her, gently patting Ji-yu Man. She thought to herself, so their love back then was so deeply ingrained, no wonder mom can't forget him. Tang Yunfan suddenly regained a bit of consciousness, feeling someone crying. He thought to himself, who is crying? In my coma. Tang Yunfan was still a young man. Shaking a baby bottle in his hand, Tang Yunfan asked curiously, Man Kimin, did I hear someone crying? Ji-yu Man, in Tang Yunfan's coma, was also a beautiful young woman, smiling brightly. It's our daughter crying because she's hungry. Hurry and feed her, be careful it's hot. Then they both turned all their attention to the baby in their arms. Tang Yunfan, with happiness on his face, saw the baby stop crying and happily drinking milk. Ji-yu Man happily looked at Tang Yunfan, smiling widely. Look how well she's eating. If we could be happy like this forever, that would be great. Yunfan, will you always be with me? Tang Yunfan replied joyfully. Yes, I will always love you. Suddenly, Tang Yunfan in his coma turned his head away, confused, but he only wondered in his mind. Strange? Why doesn't that woman's crying stop? In reality, Ji-yu Man was still sobbing and pleading, Yunfan, wake up, Ning-Ning, please, wake up. At that moment, Tang Yunfan's finger twitched slightly. From outside, someone was rushing over frantically. It was Uncle Zhu. He rushed from the gate to the living room, calling out loudly. Tang Lao, this is terrible. Tang Lao, who was sitting in the living room drinking tea, turned around and scolded him when he heard the butler's call. What's the rush? What's with the panicked look? Uncle Zhao stopped in front of Tang Lao, panting but still trying to speak. The news of Ershao's coma has been leaked. Tang Lao was shocked and said, wasn't it sealed off? How did it get leaked? Ji-yu Ning, hearing the commotion, also came downstairs and asked coldly. Have you found out who leaked it yet? Uncle Zhao looked up quickly and replied, there are no results yet. This morning, the stock price of Tang Huang fell, and most of the group's shareholders know about this. Ji-yu Ning and Tang Lao were both furious, their faces wrinkled, and the surroundings seemed to become colder, Uncle Zhu continued. They're putting forward a proposal, preparing to hold a meeting tomorrow to choose a new CEO. Tang Lao frowned slightly and asked, re-elect the CEO? Those good-for-nothings we've been feeding, they're really rebelling. Ji-yu Ning handed Tang Lao a glass of water and analyzed. Someone deliberately created this crisis. The stock price drop definitely isn't just to remove the CEO. Tang Lao nodded in agreement. That's right. Their real target must be the Huangzhang group. Ji-yu Ning brought the glass of water up to her lips, her expression becoming sly. She smirked and said, we definitely can't be led by the nose. We have to play them at their own game and find the person behind the scheme. Tang Lao was happy to hear Ji-yu Ning say that and turned to ask, so, you have a plan? Ji-yu Ning said confidently. Although I have a plan, you have to go on stage and put on a show with them. Ji-yu Ning and Tang Lao smiled wickedly as if they understood each other's intentions. Uncle Xiao felt a little creeped out and thought to himself, this grandpa-granddaughter duo working together, I don't know who I should be worried about. The next morning, in the meeting room of the Huangzhang group, everyone had gathered, chattering among themselves, making the space a bit noisy. Tang Diming, a collateral member of the Tang family, coughed lightly, signaling that he wanted to say something. Ahem, I think everyone knows about the chairman's coma. Today's shareholder meeting is also to discuss this matter. What are your opinions? Fu Kaiyu, sitting next to Tang Diming, immediately gave his opinion. Of course, we should dismiss him. The stock price fluctuations have caused irreparable losses to the group. Tang Yunfan is the chairman and cannot shirk responsibility. The others chimed in. That's right, we can't hinder the development of the group. A person in a coma can't take on such a great responsibility. Tang Yunhang, the eldest son of Tang Lao of the Deng group, spoke up angrily, making Tang Diming and Fu Kaiyu feel guilty and startled. If the chairman were sitting in the main seat today, would you dare to question him like that, Fu Kaiyu? I never see you worrying about the group's affairs. Why are you jumping so high today? The other shareholders also chimed in with the chairman. Outstanding achievements. How dare you insult him? That's right, the leech of the group. You're the one who should be dismissed. Fu Kaiyu was so angry that he couldn't speak. Everyone, Tang Diming, put his hand up to stop Fu Kaiyu, looking at Tang Yunhang with a smug expression. Yunhang, you're Yunfan's older brother. I understand your feelings, but for the sake of the group's interests, I hope everyone can make a rational decision. Tang Yunhang asked indifferently. Nice words. Don't tell me you don't have your own agenda. Don't think I don't know your intentions. Tang Diming pretended not to care about what Tang Yunhang said. He replied calmly. What can you do, Tang Yunfan, the most outstanding one, is now in a coma. Suddenly, from outside, someone pushed the door open forcefully and strode in, startling everyone, especially Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu, who quickly turned around to see who it was. It was none other than Tang Lao. He entered with an imposing aura. Followed by many others, Tang Lao said loudly, "So lively today, couldn't you inform this old man?" Everyone in the meeting room immediately stood up to greet Tang Lao. Tang Yunheng called out happily, "Dad, why are you here?" Tang Deming was a little scared when he saw Tang Lao, thinking to himself, "Isn't this old man suffering from dementia?" Tang Lao sat down in a chair and said, "Why can't I come? Am I not a shareholder of the group?" Tang Lao opened the lid of the teacup, looked into it, and complained, "Why is the tea cold? What is the administration doing? How can the chairman's tea be cold?" Tang Lao unhappily handed the teacup to Tang Deming and ordered, "Deming, go get me a fresh cup." Tang Deming stammered in confusion, "Tang Lao, oh here." Suddenly, Tang Lao clicked his tongue softly, raised his fan and tapped his head lightly, pretending to be helpless, and said, "Oh, look at my memory. Deming is now the third largest shareholder of the group. He can't pour tea for me anymore." Tang Deming was as scared as a turtle retracting its head, and replied immediately, "How could that be? I'll go right now." Ji Yuning stood behind Tang Lao, observing everything, and chuckled softly to herself, thinking, "This old man knows how to play the game. Jia Wei really brings the killer vibes." Tang Lao sat, sipping the steaming hot tea that Tang Deming poured for him. After finishing the tea, Tang Lao noticed that everyone except him was standing, and said, "Hey, sit down. What are you all standing for? Is this old man that scary?" Tang Lao put down the teacup and said sternly, "I originally wanted to see the emergency handling capabilities of the group, but the results are disappointing. I had to invite this old fogey to come out of retirement." Uncle Xiao, standing behind him, announced loudly. Following the emergency handling procedures set by the chairman, the authority is now fully delegated to Tang Haifeng, the second largest shareholder of the group, as the acting chairman, effective after this meeting. Everyone in the meeting room, especially Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu, were stunned. Everyone just sat there, frozen in shock. Tang Deming's face turned pale as he flipped through the contract, bewildered and questioning, "What emergency procedure? Why don't I know about this?" The manager immediately replied, "This is a chairman delegation document specifically for unexpected events. If you have any objections, you can consult the legal department." Tang Lao asked unhappily, "What? Are you suspecting that I'm using a fake document to deceive you?" Tang Deming hesitantly replied. Deming wouldn't dare. He thought to himself, "Tang Haifeng has a very high position in the group. I can't openly oppose him." Tang Lao stood up and said sternly, "This old man may be old, but I'm not senile. I won't do anything that would be detrimental to the interests of the group." Tang Lao glanced at Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu as a subtle warning. "I also hope that no one will cause trouble, understand?" Both avoided his gaze and replied, "Understood." Tang Deming thought to himself, "It seems that this old man is already suspicious of me." After the meeting, Ji Yuning helped Tang Lao walk back, both laughing and joking together. Tang Lao praised, "Girl, you're knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. Trick worked really well. It made this old man's performance great." Ji Yuning smiled back. "Your authority isn't just an act." Suddenly, Ji Yuning became serious and said, "Let's talk business. You need to find someone to keep an eye on Tang Deming. He's likely to contact the people behind the scenes. Don't worry about the documents. I'll make sure there are no loopholes." Tang Lao nodded trustingly. "Okay," he thought to himself proudly. "This Ning Ning girl is really a business prodigy. She must be nurtured. Well, Tang Ji has an heir now." Ji Yuning returned to the Huafu Shanshui villa. As Ji Yuning walked, she didn't realize that someone was following her from behind. Ji Yuning was busy thinking, such a blatant power grab. Could it be because of some old grudges? Looks like I need to investigate. Suddenly, the person behind reached out to grab Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning reacted extremely quickly, blocking the person's hand and asking, "Who is it?" Ji Yuning's eyes widened in surprise. Her eyes became as sparkling as if there were stars inside. The person was Xiaoting. He pulled her towards him, holding Ji Yuning's hand tightly with one hand and wrapping the other around her waist, and said affectionately, "Long time no see, Ning Ning. You're still as vigilant as ever." Ji Yuning couldn't believe her eyes and asked with a smile, "Xiaoting, why are you here?" Xiaoting pinched Ji Yuning's cheek and said tenderly, "I saw your message saying you were in Haishi and the mission was over, so I wanted to give you a surprise." Ji Yuning smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed, and replied happily, "Thank you, I'm so surprised." Suddenly, Ji Yuning leaned up and kissed Xiaoting on the lips. Catching him by surprise, she wrapped her arms around his neck. He pulled her closer, with her cheeks flushed with shyness. Then, Xiaoting also reached out and hugged Ji Yuning tightly, both immersed in a passionate kiss, until they ran out of air that they reluctantly separated. Whether it was from heat or embarrassment, both of their faces were flushed. Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with infatuated eyes mixed with a hint of sadness, and gently stroked her lips. He thought to himself, "It seems that Ning Ning missed me a lot during this time." Ji Yuning suddenly reached out again and squeezed his cheeks together, startling Xiaoting, but she didn't care, and said to him with a bright smile, "That's great. Meeting you has suddenly made me feel so much better." Xiaoting frowned slightly at her words and asked, "Is the situation in Haishi very difficult to deal with?" Ji Yuning retracted her hands, which had been dominating his face, and sighed sadly to Xiaoting. "He hasn't woken up yet, and the Tanghuang group is facing some troubles." "It's really testing people's mentality." Xiaoting took both of Ji Yuning's arms and comforted her. "Take it slow. You have me behind you." Hearing his words, Ji Yuning felt a little more relaxed. She returned to her previous cheerful demeanor, took his arm, and said while pulling Xiaoting along, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's find a place to eat, my treat." Xiaoting was still not used to her quick changes in emotions, so he was a little stunned. Just as they were about to leave, a voice came from behind. Ning Ning. Ji-Yu Man called Ji-Yu Ning, startling both of them and causing them to let go of each other's arms. They turned around in a panic, and when they saw that it was Ji-Yu Man, Ji-Yu Ning's mother, calling her, Ji-Yu Ning's face turned red with embarrassment, and she stammered, "Mom, why are you home so early today?" Ji-Yu Man replied happily, "You're busy today, and I was afraid you wouldn't eat, so I came home early." Xiaoting stood beside her, tense and stiff, watching the two of them talk. At this time, Ji-Yu Ning's mother turned to look at Xiaoting and asked in surprise, "Ning Ning, this is?" Ji-Yu Ning was like a cat caught sneaking food. She stiffened and patted his shoulder hard, saying nervously, He's my friend. He came to Hai-Shi today to find me to play." Xiaoting wasn't much different from her. His whole body was like a robot covered in cold sweat. Ji-Yu Man smiled happily after hearing her daughter's words, "If he's a friend, then let's eat together." She held out the food basket and cheerfully invited Xiaoting to try her cooking. Xiaoting's usual majestic demeanor had vanished. He clasped his hands tightly in front of him, lowered his head with a red face, and asked, "Ji-Yu Ning, is it okay?" Ji-Yu Ning was just as stiff, only knowing to twirl her hair and laugh it off. She whispered, "Why are you looking at me? My mom already spoke. Of course it's okay." Ji-Yu Ning's mom was busy preparing food for Xiaoting and Ji-Yu Ning to enjoy. Seeing this, Xiaoting understood the situation and rolled up his sleeves to enter the kitchen, politely saying, "Auntie, let me help you." Ji-Yu Man, who was washing vegetables, turned around upon hearing Xiaoting and refused, "No need, I can manage on my own." Ji-Yu Ning walked over and pulled Xiaoting down to sit on a chair, which made him a bit stunned. She playfully scolded him, "Just sit tight. We don't have the habit of letting guests help out. I'll do it." Ji-Yu Ning leaned in close to Xiaoting, asking softly with a teasing expression, "Are you nervous yet? Sooner or later, even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet the parents." Hearing her question, he felt a little embarrassed for being called out on his thoughts. Suddenly, his face turned serious, as if determined to do something. Xiaoting nodded, agreeing with what he was thinking. "Right, this is my first time meeting Auntie. I must leave a good impression." After cooking and setting the table, the three of them sat down to eat together. Ji-Yu Man was extremely hospitable, constantly putting food into Xiaoting's bowl with a smile on her face. "Xiaoting, eat more vegetables." Ji-Yu Ning, sitting next to her mother, blushed like a tomato, and just kept eating without stopping. Xiaoting was a little awkward, because Ji-Yu Ning's mother was enthusiastically putting food in his bowl, and he nodded and thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you, Auntie." Xiaoting took a bite and immediately looked up with a face brighter than car headlights, praising nonstop. "Auntie, your cooking is amazing. It's been so long since I've had such delicious food. This braised eggplant has perfect color, aroma, and taste. It's even better than a 5-star restaurant." Ji-Yu Ning couldn't help but chuckle at how quickly he changed his tune, she thought to herself. He was all flustered just now. How did he suddenly become so composed? Then suddenly, Ji-Yu Man spoke up, asking about Xiaoting. "Where are you from?" Xiaoting reverted to his shy demeanor from before, but what came out of his mouth wasn't shy at all. "From Jingcheng, 27 this year. There's a grandpa at home. I can't say too much about my job, but the good thing is that it's very stable." Hearing Xiaoting reveal almost his entire life story, Ji-Yu Ning wanted to choke on her food. Ji-Yu Ning quickly interrupted Xiaoting. Eat! You talk too much. No talking while eating." As she spoke, she put food into his bowl, glancing at him with flushed cheeks. Xiaoting also felt that he was talking a bit too much, so he awkwardly replied, "Oh." Ji-Yu Ning thought to herself, "I can't let this guy keep talking. He's probably going to start talking about marriage." Her mother sat beside her, saying nothing, just smiling softly. At this moment, Ji-Yu Man spoke up, brushing off what Ji-Yu Ning had said earlier. "Don't listen to Ning Ning, there aren't that many rules." Seeing herself being sold out by her mother, Ji-Yu Ning just glared at her with a betrayed look, exclaiming, "Mom." Xiaoting, hearing Ji-Yu Man say this, calmly replied, "Yes." A moment after they finished eating, Ji-Yu Ning immediately pushed Xiaoting out the door. To the surprise of her mother and the helplessness of Xiaoting, Ji-Yu Ning said back, "Mom, I'm sending this guy off. I'll wash the dishes later." Then she turned and whispered to Xiaoting, Go quickly, go quickly." Ji-Yu Man, while putting on gloves to wash the dishes, chuckled to herself, thinking, "This girl thinks she's hiding it well, but her eyes are full of him." But then her expression suddenly darkened, her eyes sadly gazing into the distance, silently asking, "My daughter is in love, Aning. When will you wake up?" At a villa surrounded by tall coconut trees, a panicked shout came from inside. "Something bad has happened." Tang Deming hurriedly ran in, bursting open the door to the room where Tang Wei-rong was sitting in a wheelchair, looking out the window. Tang Deming nervously said, "The plan failed. Tang Haifeng has come out of retirement. That old geezer seems to have found out. I barely managed to shake off the tail." Tang Wei-rong remained as calm as water, turning to reply, "Tang Haifeng is so old, just ignore him." He cracked a mysterious smile, holding up a photo in front of Tang Deming. Tang Deming continued, "Moreover, I just found out something very interesting." Tang Deming lowered his head, curiously looking at the photo, asking, "This is..." As soon as he picked up the photo and looked at it, Tang Deming was stunned to see the two women in it, his eyes widening in surprise. How can this girl's appearance be so similar? Could it be? In contrast to Tang Deming's surprise, Tang Weirong burst into laughter. Ah, unexpected, unexpected indeed. The black cat lying on Tang Weirong's lap also curiously looked up at the man, wondering why he was laughing so gleefully. After a bout of loud laughter, Tang Weirong suddenly stopped due to a coughing fit. Cough, 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 cough. Tang Weirong leaned back, looking up at the ceiling, saying with a mocking expression, Tang Yunfan, so you also have a fatal weakness? Tang Weirong's expression instantly changed to anger. He gnashed his teeth and growled, then let you also taste the bitterness of ruin and destruction. Ji Yuning sat in the car, calling her mother to say, Mom, wait for the opening ceremony to finish. I'll go back to Haishi with you, it won't be long. Her mother replied, Ning Ning, you don't have to worry about me, go work. She replied, Mom, okay. Leng Xiaoting opened the car door, took Ji Yuning's hand, and helped her out of the car. Ji Yuning exclaimed, It's my first time participating in an opening ceremony. I'm suddenly a little excited. He smiled and said to her, The movie, Dare to Mock, will definitely be a smash hit. The two of them walked into the film set and directed everyone. Ji Yuning said, All right, everyone, please unload the stuff from the truck. Yan Lixin and Director Lu ran out to greet her. Ning Yan Lixin said, Boss, you've arrived. Director Lu also exclaimed, Boss. Looking at the boxes being carried off the truck one by one, Louis Zihan couldn't help but curiously ask, What are these boxes? Ji Yuning smiled and replied, If it's a movie related to archaeology, of course we need some solid stuff to back us up. Yan Lixin exclaimed in surprise, Antiques? Are these antiques all real? Are you serious? Even the most expensive productions in the industry only go this far. Lu Jian and the others were equally surprised. Ji Yuning said to everyone with extreme confidence, Calm down. When have I ever joked with you guys? At the end of the movie, remember to credit Xiang Yunchuan for the special sponsorship and help me promote the antiques. Lu Zihan was so happy that his eyes lit up, saying, Real antiques? The special effects award is definitely in the bag. He kept turning around to instruct everyone. Prop team, quickly go carry the stuff carefully, don't bump into anything. Leng Xiaoting smiled and praised Ji Yuning. Linked promotion, saving a lot of advertising money. You really are a business genius. Ji Yuning leaned on Leng Xiaoting, laughing as she replied to him, I'm a businesswoman, I can only make more, not less. From afar, a stylishly dressed woman with a long, white ponytail waved her hand and called out, Ji Yuning! Ji Yuning! Turned around to look, that is, after a closer look, Ji Yuning recognized her and said with a surprised smile, Tong Ruo, your styling makeover is amazing, I almost didn't recognize you. As expected of a female lead, Tong Ruo smiled happily at Ji Yuning's compliment. Tong Ruo smiled brightly at Ji Yuning and said, Thanks to you, Ji Yuning, I have the opportunity to play the female lead. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Ji Yuning put her arm around Tong Ruo's neck like they were close friends. Ji Yuning said, No need to thank me, I should be thanking your acting skills. Ji Yuning took out a red envelope and handed it to Tong Ruo. Here, a red envelope for the female lead's first day. Tong Ruo reached out to receive it and said, Thank you. After settling down, Lu Zihan shouted to the two of them, It's almost time, everyone hurry over here. Ji Yuning, still with her arm around Tong Ruo's shoulder, replied loudly, Coming! The table was full of cakes, fruits, incense, and candles, and the sign was set up. Lu Zihan arranged the seats for everyone, with director Ji Yu and Mr. Leng standing in the middle. After everyone was ready, they posed for a photo together, shouting, Manhwa Entertainment, the wireless thriller film crew. May the filming be a great success. Lu Zhan posted the photo on his Kuabo account, named Lu Zhan, with the caption, Thank you for the encounter, plus at mentions of Su Tong Ruo and Tuan Li Xin's accounts omitted. Manhwa Entertainment and the wireless thriller film crew had a good interaction. The news also made the Hot Topics list. Top 1, Lu Zihan's new work, wireless thriller, starts filming. Top 2, famous director Lu Zihan returns. Top 3, Manhwa Entertainment. Top 4, feeling the vitality of spring in 1 minute, someone angrily slammed their hand on the table shouting, Outrageous! The person angrily shouting was Tang Haifeng, the head of the Tang family in Jingcheng. And Tang Aining's father. He angrily shouted, What the hell is Manhwa Entertainment? They even dare to use someone who's blacklisted. His assistant pointed to the photo and said, The owner of this company is the girl in the middle of the photo. Back then, Fei Tang Entertainment went bankrupt and it seems she had a hand in it. Tang Haifeng was so angry that he trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, Her feathers haven't even grown in yet, and she's already so capable. He ordered his assistant, Investigate. I want to see what she's relying on to go against me, the assistant replied. Yes. On a QU airline plane, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were sitting in the cabin. He said, Ning Ning, Lu Zihan's reputation is solid, and the online data far exceeds expectations. Leng Xiaoting then said seriously, But Tang Bingsen's side might cause trouble. Do you need me to help suppress it? Ji Yuning closed her eyes and leaned against the seat, saying to Leng Xiaoting, No need. Ji Yuning opened her eyes slightly. The reason I dared to use Lu Zhan is to provoke him. If he takes any action, then I have a reason to take action against the entire Tang family in Jingcheng, to avenge my master, she said grimly, gritting her teeth. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Leng Xiaoting gently kissed Ji Yuning's forehead and covered her with a blanket. To comfort her, he said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Sleep for a while. I'll wake you up. When we get to Haishi, Ji Yuning listened to him and closed her eyes to relax. The plane was flying at a normal speed, and Ji Yuning was dreaming again. Seeing her mother being kidnapped, she mumbled, Ji Yuning suddenly woke up and shouted, Mom! Leng Xiaoting also asked Ji Yuning worriedly, Ning, what's wrong? She sat up and replied, I'm too uneasy. I feel like something happened to my mom. Leng Xiaoting put Ji Yuning's head in his arms and comforted her. Aunt will definitely be fine. We'll be in Haishi in another hour, he thought to himself. Ning's intuition has always been accurate, but we're still on the plane, and there's nothing we can do right now. Ji Yuning angrily shouted in her heart, Damn it, what's the background of those guys? Why did they attack my mother? In the night rain, there were 2 cars by the side of the road. Next to the car, there was a voice. Quick! 2 strange men grabbed Ji Yu Man, who was unconscious, compared her to the person in the photo in their hands, and then a voice rang out. It's this woman, take her away. The man holding the umbrella ordered his subordinates. Before the rain stops, clean up the scene, don't leave any traces. On the head of a car, there was an unconscious man lying there, covered in blood, and Ji Yu Man was dragged away. 2 subordinates heard the order. Yes! Within an hour, a teacup was smashed. How do you guys do things? An angry voice rebuked. You can even lose someone you were assigned to guard, Tang Lao scolded loudly, and hearing this, the bodyguards fearfully reported. The 2 cars drove into an area without surveillance cameras and lost contact. We searched the entire road and couldn't find them. Someone erased their tracks. Who has the guts to mess with someone from the Tang family? Tang Lao angrily couldn't figure it out. Contact all forces. Expand the scope. Search. Turn Haishi upside down. And find my daughter-in-law, Elder Tang ordered. The bodyguards, yes. On the terrace, Elder Tang called Ji Yu Ning. Hello, Ning, something happened to your mother. It was my poor management that gave the villains a chance. Ji Yu Ning comforted him. It's okay, Grandpa, I already know. Is there any new discovery now? Elder Tang calmly replied. The GPS satellite just located the last location where that car stopped, and I'm preparing to send people over, Ji Yuning replied. Send me the location, I'll go there first, Elder Tang replied. At the scene, Ji Yuning and Xiaoting carefully checked. Gasoline was poured on the car, probably because they were afraid of making too much noise, so they didn't destroy the bodies. Luckily, we arrived in time. There's still a breath left. Leng Xiaoting checked the driver. No matter what, I will make those people pay the price, Ji Yuning said, her face pale with anger. Then she thought, Mom's personality is gentle, she couldn't have made enemies. Could it be my enemies? Or did our blood relationship with the Tang family get exposed, leading to disaster? Ji Yuning was lost in thought. Ji Yuning closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. The urgent matter now is to find Mom and get her back safely. In her mind, she saw the scene of her mother being dragged away. Ji Yuning opened her eyes wide. Yu Tong is giving me a hint. It's this way. With that, Ji Yuning ran in the direction her mother was taken. As soon as she saw Leng Xiaoting, he chased after her. They stopped in front of a streetlight. Looking at the faint traces washed away by the rain, Ji Yuning was sure they had switched transportation here. The rain made their tracks unclear, and it was impossible to determine which way they went. Then she turned to Xiaoting and said, Xiaoting, it seems we have to split up. Leng Xiaoting replied, Don't worry, leave it to me. Contact me immediately if there's any news. Ji Yuning reassuredly responded, Okay. Leng Xiaoting then received a notification from his phone. The surveillance cameras on the road starting from 6 o'clock have been in a resting state. They must have been hacked, Leng Xiaoting replied. Expand the scope of the road, continue to investigate, and pay attention to suspicious vehicles. Yes, the other side obeyed. Leng Xiaoting thought, It's a waste of effort to hack the surveillance cameras here. It's 8 or 9 out of 10 that this is the route the kidnappers took. But it could also be a feint. I have to quickly share the intelligence with Ning. Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning, but he only heard a mechanical voice. The phone you are calling is currently busy. Please call again later. He worried secretly, wondering, Busy? Who is Ning talking to? At Ji Yuning's place at this moment, she was also on the phone. Hello, Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning replied grimly. Who are you? The other end of the line replied, Ha! Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I have the person you need in my hands, Ji Yuning calmly asked. His conditions, speak. What do you want to release her? He continued to give conditions. Half an hour later, the Dajing warehouse, hand to hand, use you to exchange. Don't let me find out that you have a tail behind you. Hearing this, Ji Yuning replied, Okay, the other party didn't underestimate me. It seems they know about my background, requiring me to come alone, fearing that they can't exchange Mom. Even knowing it's dangerous, Ji Yuning still decided to go. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Even if it's a trap, I have to get something out of their mouths. Mom, you must wait for me. Thinking this, Ji Yuning ran off. In the cold, mechanical hospital room, Tang Yunfan's finger twitched slightly. He woke up. The old man struggled to call out, moving awkwardly and uncomfortably. Then he vaguely called out, Man. Tang Yunfan tried to hobble along in his dream. Something happened to Man, I have to go save her. Ji-yu Man, in his dream, young and radiant, was holding a newborn baby. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't I right here? Ji-yu Man presented Ji-yu Ning in her arms, saying, look, this is our child. Could everything be fake? Tang Yun Fan, no, that's not right. Our Ning Ning is all grown up. The baby I met wasn't her, Ji-yu Man said gently in the dream. That's right, the years pass so quickly, we should have grown old long ago. Don't let it trap you. Go find your sincerity. Goodbye, Cherish. With that, Ji-yu Man slowly disappeared before his eyes. Tang Yunfan woke up with a start. He still couldn't escape the dream. Reflexively, he sat up quickly to hold on. Man. The little nurse who just stepped in the door was startled by him. The little nurse quickly regained her senses, overjoyed to the point of crying, and shouted, Old master, second young master is awake. Someone, come here quickly. Tang Yunfan now regained his composure, looking at his hand, and asked, Is it all rain? Why am I in the house? Has it been a long time? Tang Lao Yi heard the news and strode over. My son, you've finally woken up. If you didn't wake up, the Tang family would be in chaos. What happened? Are Man and Ning Ning okay? Tang Yunfan asked urgently. Tang Lao Ye was surprised, Man. Could it be that Yunfan remembers everything? Tang Lao Ye replied. Recently, Ning Ning's mother has been giving you resuscitation training. Tonight, when the driver was taking her home, they were attacked by a group of people. Their whereabouts are now unknown. Hearing this, Tang Yunfan asked excitedly, What? Man, Tang Yunfan painfully clutched his head. Seeing this, Lao Ye worried. Yunfan, don't get agitated. I've sent people to find her, and Ning Ning is also taking action. There will be news soon. Tang Yunfan closed his eyes tightly to calm his emotions. When he opened his eyes, he was calmer, consoling himself. Stay calm, don't panic. Any hesitation will put Man in more danger. I need to quickly figure out a plan. Tang Yunfan calmly analyzed. They're new here, there's no way they've made any enemies, so the person behind this is likely targeting the Tang family. I need to keep an eye on the movements of business competitors. With the Tang family's strength, it's hard to track them down, which means the kidnapping definitely involved shadowy forces. Hearing his son's words, Old Master Tang standing beside him nodded in agreement. Tang Yunfan ordered, Immediately send people into the gray market to investigate. Tang family subordinates immediately replied, Yes. Tang Yunfan gnashed his teeth in hatred. Dare to touch my wife and daughter, I'll make you pay 100-fold. At an abandoned train station, the blue-haired guy asked, Boss, you think that Ji-yu Ning chick will actually show? The boss exhaled a puff of smoke and said, If she promised, she'll definitely come. The higher-ups said Ji-yu Ning's got some skills, so don't underestimate her. Ji-yu Ning watched from a dark corner. Just as I thought, a faint Ji-yu Ning cracked her knuckles, thinking, Mom's not here, so I don't need to hold back. Another minion didn't believe it, saying, Haha, hey Ji, you're too nervous. What kind of skills could a little girl have? Before he could finish speaking, a slender hand touched his head as fast as lightning. Ji-yu Ning snapped his neck. He only managed to utter a, huh, before collapsing to the ground. Then the boss and the remaining minion looked up in shock. The boss stammered, You're Ji-yu Ning. The minion beside him said in fear, Too fast. Is that even human speed? Not waiting for them to react, Ji-yu Ning dashed forward. I'm in a hurry, come at me. Each decisive strike, each powerful kick, the goons only had time to yell, Whoa, ugh, ah, before she beat them all into the ground. Ji-yu Ning stepped on the boss, held a sharp knife to his throat, and asked, Speak, where's my mom? The boss looked at the knife, his face pale with fear, and threatened, I advise you to let us go. If anything happens to us, you can forget about seeing your mom. Seeing that he didn't answer and even threatened her, Ji-yu Ning asked, You're threatening me. Ji-yu Ning stabbed the knife straight into his shoulder. The boss cried out in pain. Ugh, ah, hey. The blue-haired guy lying on the side was so scared that he blurted out the information, Your mom, big sis, your mom is in the hands of another group. The Kill and Bang divides tasks and doesn't share information with each other. We really don't know the specific location. Hearing this, Ji-yu Ning asked, You mean my mom is in the hands of the Kill and Bang? Ji-yu Ning thought. Ji Tianlin wouldn't use such a cheap trick to deal with me. Besides, I haven't settled the score with him yet. Could it be he hired someone to do this, still in an old building, with only a few rooms lit? Ji-yu Ning called Ji Tianlin, Hello, Mr. Ji. The voice on the other end replied, Yo, Miss Ji-yu, I'm surprised to receive a call from you, she said seriously. I need a favor. The subordinates hearing Ji-yu Ning mention the name Ji worriedly said, The Shi family? Could it be our boss? The one called Hey Ji-e also said in fear, This girl knows our boss, we're screwed this time. Ji Tianlin chuckled. What? Are you causing trouble on my turf again? Ji-yu Ning glared behind her and said, I wish it were that simple. Getting out of your territory isn't difficult, Shi Tianlin replied. Ha! I smell a lot of gunpowder. Get to the point. Alright, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Tonight, my mom was kidnapped by people from the Kill and Bang. I need your help to find her. Shi Tianlin on the other end widened his eyes, stunned. What? Then Shi Tianlin calmed down and said, The outsourcing tasks are handled by my subordinates. I usually don't ask. I'll check. If this really happened, I'll give you an answer. Ji-yu Ning came out, and Xiaoting was already waiting for her by the stairs. Seeing her come down, he waved, Ning Ning. He opened the car door for her. Ji-yu Ning said, Xiaoting, I found out where she is, at Jinglong Beach. Xiaoting told her, I'll go with you. Ji Yuning didn't forget to remind him. Yeah, your identity isn't convenient to reveal in front of Xi Tianlin. Just take me to the entrance. Suddenly, Tang Yunfan called her. She thought to herself, Uncle Yun Fan is awake. Ji Yuning answered the phone. Hello, Uncle. The man on the other end said, Hello, Ning Ning. My people have found out your mother is in the hands of the Qilin gang. They are incredibly ruthless. Don't risk it. They are incredibly ruthless. Don't risk it. I'm sending people to pick you up. Ji Yuning said. Don't worry, Uncle. I've already had people locate my mother. She's safe now. On the contrary, you just woke up. Don't get too excited. How are you feeling? Tang Yunfan teared up and said, Ning Ning, I remember everything. I'm sorry. For the past few years, Ji Yuning's eyes widened in surprise. She happily said, No need to apologize. As long as you're okay. Do you want to come with me to bring Mom home? At the Jinglong coastal base, Tang Yunfan anxiously held her hand and called out, Man. Ji Yuning was equally worried, calling her, Mom? She glanced sideways at Xi Tianlin. What's going on? Xi Tianlin replied, startled. The doctor said she might wake up tomorrow. The person who did this has been locked up. You can question them yourself later. Ji Yuning replied, Okay, I'll take them out first. Tang Yunfan picked up Ji Yu Man in his arms, letting her arm drape over Xi Tianlin's shoulder, saying, Tang, CEO. I apologize for the rushed and inadequate reception this time, Tang Yunfan said. It's all right. After saying that, he glanced at Ji Yuning and Xi Tianlin, thinking to himself, Ning Ning's social skills are truly amazing. She's only just arrived in Haishi and already knows the Qilin gang leader. But this guy is dangerous. I need to help Ning Ning be careful. Xi Tianlin, with a sinister look, raised his hand to his chin, thinking, I didn't expect Ji Yuning to have this relationship with Tang Yunfan. Interesting. The two had reached the door. Ji Yuning said to Xiaoting, take them to the hospital. I have some things to do. Xiaoting had already opened the door, gently replying, Okay. Tang Yunfan, sitting in the car, said to Ji Yuning through the window, Ning Ning, it's not safe for you to be alone. Let your friends stay to help. The two exchanged loving glances. Ji Yuning said, It's okay. I can manage alone. You both need to be taken care of more right now. I don't trust anyone else with you two. I only trust Xiaoting. Tang Yunfan glanced at them, thinking to himself, Ning Ning's attitude towards this Mr. Leng seems a bit special, he said. Then be careful, she replied. You too. In the interrogation room. The screams were so loud they echoed outside. Ah! The subordinates, covered in wounds, knelt on the ground, rubbing their cheeks, stuttering. Big sis, don't hit us anymore. Ah! It's a man named Zhang Yongjun. He must have noticed something was wrong. We can't contact him anymore. Xi Tianlin smirked and said, Finding people? My specialty? Leave this to me. I guarantee he'll be in front of you by morning. Ji Yuning turned her head and said, Thank you. Xi Tianlin also turned his head and waved. It's nothing. This was originally caused by my subordinates. I should take responsibility. Ji Yuning wiped her hands with a towel, seriously instructing, This person has very strong counter-espionage awareness. Be careful to conceal your people when you send them to search. I have a bad feeling about this. In a city district, a voice rang out. Uncle D. The Qilin gang's people turned on us. We must have stirred up a hornet's nest. A man's voice asked from the phone, You've been exposed. Right in the phone booth, a man dressed in concealing clothing, the owner of the voice, Zhang Yongjun, urgently rang out. That girl named Ji Yuning seems to have some connection with Tianlin. I've been targeted by him. You must save me. I only obeyed your instructions. Tang Deming stood by the window, calmly replying, Yongjun, don't panic. You are my most capable assistant. How could I abandon you? Where are you? I'm sending people to pick you up. On the other end of the phone line, Zhang Yongjun said where he was hiding. After pacifying Zhang Yongjun, Tang Deming turned to talk with Tang Weirong. The person beside him had heard everything just now. Tang Yunfan's daughter is indeed not the docile type. Tang Weirong's face darkened. HMPH. I want to see what tricks she can pull. Elsewhere, everything became chaotic. Doctors rushed back and forth to help patients. Police officers hurriedly searched for people and ensured the security of the district. In a car parked by the road, Xi Tianlin's voice rang out. Taking your good words, your bad premonition has come true, Ji Yuning replied. He has the ability to silence people, and he even hired you guys to kill with a borrowed knife. This kind of method is truly both sinister and disgusting. Miss Gunn's clues are cut off. What a pity. His tone was both mocking and regretful. Not necessarily. It's too early to say that, Ji Yuning calmly replied. Ji Yuning playfully winked and said, He has his plans, and I have my ways. At Haishi Hospital, Ji Yuning was on the phone. Hey boss, Zhang Yongjun is a wanted criminal, super vicious, makes a living off illegal stuff. But summing up all the incidents he's involved in, I noticed the beneficiary is always the same force. Bro excitedly reports his unexpected discovery to Ji Yuning, a shareholder of Tang Huang Group, Tang Deming, and his faction, it's them. Ji Yuning was thunderstruck. First, that blatant power grab, and now this comeback. Sure enough, there's a force behind him. Ning, why didn't you call me to come with? Are you short on? Xiaoting asked. Puzzled. Approaching her, Ji Yuning replied, It's okay, I'll just grab a cab back. Is my mom awake yet? Not yet. Uncle Tang Zhao's been keeping watch all night. Xiaoting reported Ji Yuman's condition. Ji Yuning hummed in acknowledgement and walked towards the ward. The door wasn't closed. Looking inside, Ji Yuning saw Old Man Tang taking care of her mom. Ning Ning, you're back. Old Man Tang heard the footsteps and turned around to greet Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning approached and responded, Grandpa, I have something I want to discuss with Uncle. Old Man Tang replied, covering Ji Yu Man with the blanket, and stood up. Okay, let's talk outside. After talking with Ji Yuning, Old Man Tang angrily roared, that damn Tang Deming, to dare to lay his cruel hands on my family. Unforgivable. After venting his anger, he turned to Ji Yuning and said, they must have found out about our relationship. If something happens to me, your status as the first in line will threaten them. Ji Yuning replied grimly, even without me, there are others in the family. It wouldn't be the turn of collateral relatives no matter what, Old Man Tang frowned. No, they want to use this, jade shards and broken tiles tactic, to push everyone in the family out of the game. Thinking back to the past, Old Man Tang said with a dark expression, 19 years ago, they ganged up to deal with my main family. I laid in ambush until the new year and defeated them, securing my position as chairman. He angrily recalled the past. If they hadn't orchestrated that accident, I wouldn't have been separated from Man. Ji Yuning was still puzzled. But Tang Deming alone couldn't have set up such a big trap. I suspect there's someone more dangerous behind him. Did you have any enemies back then? Old Man Tang pondered, and said, I did, but he's dead. Suddenly realizing something, Old Man Tang turned back to ask Ji Yuning, you don't think? Ji Yuning smiled meaningfully. Even death doesn't guarantee no future troubles. Since there's someone we suspect, let's take this opportunity to test them. Old Man Tang came up with an idea. I can continue to pretend to be unconscious, lure the snake out of its hole. We think alike. The two secretly made an agreement. This time, they wouldn't let them escape. Ji Yuning saw Ji Yu Man waking up, helped her sit up, and said, Mom, you're awake. Ji Yu Man held her head and said, Mom, this is. Ji Yu Man recalled being hit on the head. Then Ji Yu Man turned to ask Ji Yuning, Ning Ning, how's the Tang family's driver? Ji Yuning placed her hand on Ji Yu Man's hand and said, Mom, don't worry, the Tang family used the best treatment resources. He's out of danger, and those bad guys have been punished. Ji Yu Man asked again, did anyone come while I was unconscious? I remember someone talking by my bedside. Ji Yuning smiled inwardly. Sure enough, soulmates have a telepathic connection. Ji Yuning replied, it was Uncle Tang. He kept watch by your side last night, Ji Yu Man happily said upon hearing this. He's awake. Ji Yuning replied, yeah, he's fine now. Let's go see him later. Ji Yu Man said after listening, it's good he's okay. Then my mission to Haishi is also complete. The Tang family doesn't need any more attention, right? Ji Yuning didn't say anything, looked at Ji Yu Man and smiled, thinking to herself, I know with Mom's personality she won't take the initiative. If they're in love, then I'll give them a hand. Ji Yuning turned back to look at Ji Yu Man and said, we have to act. We have to cooperate with the Tang family in a play. Ji Yu Man asked, puzzled. A play? She replied, yeah, the bad guys who attacked Mom want to use Uncle Tang's coma to deal with the Tang family. If this threat isn't removed, we can't live in peace. So we'll tell the outside world that Uncle Tang hasn't woken up and join forces to catch the mastermind behind it all. After speaking, Ji Yuning asked Ji Yu Man, Mom, if you feel awkward, we can decline, Ji Yu Man said. It's not awkward, I'll listen to you. Jiang Lihua was helping Old Man Tang stand up and said, Dad, you haven't slept all night, go upstairs and rest. Old Man Tang replied, I'm fine, I can still handle it. At this time, Ji Yuning and her mom also walked in. Ji Yuning asked, Grandpa, you two are... Old Man Tang saw the mother and daughter and said, you two are here, please come in and sit down. Old Man Tang continued, Yunfan's condition isn't good. The doctor checked and said his internal organs are failing. Ji Yu Man exclaimed in shock. What? Old Man Tang continued with a sad expression. You should go see him too. It's probably the last time. Seeing this, Ji Yuning immediately knew in her mind, looks like the plan has begun. Ji Yu Man started crying, saying loudly, impossible, impossible. Ji Yu Man rushed upstairs, asking as she went, didn't she act like she was fine just a moment ago? Reaching the room, Ji Yu Man pushed the door open. Ji Yu Man burst in, shouting, An Ning, Tang Yunfan. Seeing Ji Yu Man also said, Man. Tang Yunfan asked Ji Yu Man, are you okay? Is there anything still bothering you since you woke up? Ji Yu Man, with tears still on her face, said, I'm okay, didn't they say you? Tang Yunfan raised his hand to wipe away Ji Yu Man's tears, saying, that was acting for outsiders. Before, information inside the Tang family was leaked, and we suspected there were traitors causing trouble. This is part of the plan. Ji Yu Man listened and said, is that so? Then thought to herself, they acted too realistically, I forgot Ning Ning's instructions. Then Ji Yu Man suddenly stepped back, saying, Old Tang, it's good you're okay. I was impolite just now, I'll cooperate with the plan. Tang Yunfan reached out and said, you're not being impolite, I'm very happy that you're worried about me. Tang Yunfan came in front of Ji Yu Man and said, Man, I've remembered everything related to An Ning. Then Tang Yunfan also recounted the events of that year. That year he was being hunted down because of a family struggle, and you picked him up when he was seriously injured. He didn't want to drag you into the Tang family's dangers, so he used a fake name and identity to hide from you. That time he left, thinking he could stabilize things, but he didn't expect them to attack the car. When he woke up, he had forgotten everything. Hearing this, Ji Man remembered crying while holding the ultrasound report and watching the news, thinking, so that's what really happened that year. Then Tang Yunfan continued, if it weren't for you, Tang Yunfan would have died in a foreign land long ago, so don't call me old Tang, I'm just your Ning. Then Tang Yunfan recalled the past and asked, Man, can you give me a chance to make up for the regrets of that year? Ji Man didn't know how to answer, only thinking in her head. Answer quickly. Why can't I say anything at such a crucial moment? Isn't this what I've always been looking forward to? Seeing Ji Man not moving, Tang Yunfan continued, it's okay if you don't accept it, but please forgive my sudden request. It's just really hard to restrain myself. Tang Yunfan reached out, hesitating, and asked another question. Man, can I hug you? Ji Ning, seeing through everything, saw the two hugging and smiled happily. Then she stood and thought, reunions aren't easy, perfection is even harder, I must protect all of this. The counterattack officially begins. Around the lake, two employees were whispering, have you heard? Second young master probably doesn't have much time left. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful. Uncle Dong hears you. The two employees continued. It's true, I heard it from a Yun who works in the main hall. Then another employee noticed them. At night, someone went into the main house. He secretly observed from the side that there were several more patrols than usual. It seems something really happened in the mansion. I have to confirm it quickly. Tang Lao Dai, being supported by Ji Ning, was using a cane. Call the doctor. The doctor sighed and waved his hand, saying, your residents should invite someone else. Inside the room, old Tang held Tang Yunfan's hand who was being bandaged, and said with heavy breaths, Yunfan, don't worry, I will definitely find the best doctor to save you. Ji Ning, standing beside him, also hugged Ji Man, saying, Mom, he will definitely be okay. The employee standing outside heard everything and thought to himself, is it true? Even someone as powerful as second young master is going to die. Ji Ning, seeing through everything, saw that person leaving, snorting in a certain room. The employee was rummaging for something in the flower vase next to the bed. He took out a device and closed his eyes, thinking, please don't blame me. I have no choice. Just as he finished thinking, before he could do anything, someone burst into the room, startling him and causing him to drop the device on the ground. The employee looked out, terrified, and said, Master, second young master Tang Yunfan, looked at him and said, so you're the Tang family traitor. The staff member quickly explained, second master, they threatened me with my son's life, I had no choice. Someone stepped forward and picked up the device that had fallen to the ground. Ji Ning examined the device for a moment and said, a new type of communication device that can block tracking signals. These people are really investing heavily. Glancing at the staff member, she asked, who's forcing you? He trembled as he replied, I don't know either. I don't even know if that person is male or female. They're like a ghost haunting us, there's no escaping. Then he kowtowed before everyone, begging, betraying the master is unforgivable. My death is not a pity, but my wife and children are innocent, can you save them? Seeing the scene before him, Tang Lao thought to himself, the Tang family's servants have always been loyal, and as a father myself, I can understand his helplessness. Then, Tang Lao put on an angry face and said, while the circumstances are understandable, responsibility is hard to escape. Ning, let him handle that matter. Ji Ning asked, can he be trusted? The staff member replied, rest assured. Then Tang Lao leaned in close and said, you don't need to worry about the safety of your family. After this is over, leave Hai Shi, and no one will bother you again. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and said repeatedly, thank you, elder. Thank you, Miss Ji Ning. Having heard everything, approached the staff member with a smile that wasn't very friendly. All right, help me get the news out. At a hospital, Jiang Lihua was blocking the door to a hospital room and said loudly, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Tang Diming sighed, gesturing for his subordinate to bring a box over. He said, Uncle, I was so worried about Yunfan getting sick. We're family, of course I had to come see him. This is a Lingji mushroom I've been saving for years. Looking at the hospital bed, he said sarcastically, but looking at his condition, he probably can't eat anything. Hearing this, Tang Lao was so angry that he could only say, you. Then Tang Lao struggled to sit up, coughing a few times, cough. Seeing this, Jiang Lihua rushed over, exclaiming, ah. After coughing, Tang Lao couldn't take it anymore and lay down. Jiang Lihua's face was also worried, and she kept calling out, ah. Seeing the scene before him, Tang Diming thought to himself, it seems this information is true. This old geezer really is on his last legs. Jiang Lihua suddenly turned around, pushed Tang Diming, causing the bird's nest box to spill, and shouted, don't provoke my father, take your things and get out. Tang Diming was angered by this and said, truly ungrateful, I want to see how arrogant you branch family can be for. After saying this, he slammed the door and left. At this moment, someone opened the door slightly and entered the room. When Tang Lao saw Ji Ning, Tang Lao immediately sat up and asked, how is it? Am I exposed right now? Seeing Tang Lao like this, Ji Ning couldn't help but smile, then leaned down and said, sir, it's a little bit of a pity that your acting skills aren't in professional performance. Hearing this, Tang Lao also laughed loudly. Tang Lao looked at Ji Ning with admiration. It's still Ning, with her divine calculations, knowing that this Tang Dining would reveal his true nature and arranged everything in advance. Inside Tang Lao's house, he exclaimed, what? Telling me to fake illness? Tang Lao worriedly asked. but the group is full of danger now. With no one to restrain them, I'm worried they'll cause trouble. Ji Yuning replied with a confident expression. It's precisely to lure the snakes out of their holes, to let them cause trouble, the more chaos the better. Tang Lao replied in surprise. Tang Yunheng explained, Dad, it's because they'll be wary of Ning Ning, wanting to use the excuse of your illness to lure them into making a move first, and then follow the clues to catch them all. Ji Yuning happily replied. Only Uncle understands me. Then, Ji Yuning continued, someone needs to step forward to handle matters on the surface of the Tang Huang group. If my existence has already been discovered by them, why not let me follow the correct path to lure the enemy? It can deceive public opinion and make them underestimate us. Ji Yuning looked towards her uncle, Tang Yunheng, and said, As for you, you can use the identity of an invisible man to secretly work in the shadows. Tang Yunheng immediately replied. That's right, Tang Lao happily replied. One in the light, one in the dark. A comprehensive plan. I think they wouldn't expect us to have a female Zhu Liang as our backup. Taking advantage of everyone leaving, Ji Yuning leaned close to Tang Lao's ear and said, Grandpa, everyone trusts me so much. Aren't you afraid I have ulterior motives for the group? Tang Yunrong turned around and said, Have ulterior motives? Then that's even better. We elders can take a break then. If your dad knew, he might just throw everything aside and take your mom on a trip. Ji Yuning was surprised. Jiang Lihua smiled and patted Ji Yuning's head, saying, You're so silly. They're waiting to trick you into saying that. You can't run away this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yuning became even more puzzled. Tang Lao then held Ji Yuning's hand and continued. Did you hear that? We're all family. Just let go and do it. If anything happens, we'll be there from the hospital. Okay, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got into the car. Ji Yuning looked at Xiaoting and asked, What's the situation with Tang Deming? Leng Xiaoting replied, After leaving the hospital, there's been no strange behavior, only at the group and his house. Ji Yuning smiled triumphantly and said, Haha. This guy's reaction is strong. It seems he and the person behind him have a different way of communicating. It won't be easy to expose them without pushing them to the limit. Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand tightly, looking at Ji Yuning and saying, Ning Ning, the fake businessmen of the Tang Huang group aren't easy to deal with. You must be careful when you are in the open. If you encounter any difficulties, you can take and use any of my business resources. Ji Yuning replied in surprise. Oh, then tell me, what resources do you have? Leng Xiaoting thought for a moment and then said, Actually, I'm not too sure myself. My subordinates handle everything. It's called Shengxi Group. I'll have someone send you a detailed document later. After hearing the name, Ji Yuning was surprised. Shengxi Group, a large international group, involved in various industries, with assets of over 100 billion. Ning Ning, you know it. Although it may not be of much help, I'm willing to give you everything I have. Yi Yuning covered her mouth and chuckled. Are you feeling superior? Ji Yuning happily said, I didn't expect to be acquainted with an anonymous tycoon. It seems I won't have to worry about money in the future. Please take care of me for life. Leng Xiaoting smiled shyly and replied, Then isn't there any expression of gratitude? Of course. Ji Yuning moved closer and kissed Leng Xiaoting on the cheek, causing him to startle. Leng Xiaoting immediately recoiled and said, Wait, not enough? As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Xiaoting lunged forward and kissed Ji Yuning directly, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. So the two of them are feeding us dog food. Again, in Leng Xiaoting's car, the two of them kissed, until they had to separate to breathe. Oh my god, save me. Ji Yuning looked at Leng Xiaoting and smiled, then asked, How long have you been holding back? You're too eager. Leng Xiaoting said coquettishly. Guess, I've been in high shi for so long, and you haven't had time to be with me. I'm about to become a ninja. Ji Yuning went forward and hugged Xiaoting, saying, Pleft, okay, after this busy period is over, I'll definitely make it up to you. While hugging Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning thought of herself in her previous life. In her previous life she was isolated and never felt warmth. Reborn, she has everything, the trust of her family, and the support of her lover. Ji Yuning hugged Xiaoting beside her, her eyes facing the void, her determination rising. This time, I definitely won't lose this battle. I must win. Returning to the Tang family. In the study, Tang Yunheng handed Ji Yuning a piece of paper and said, Ning Ning, take a look at this. Ji Yuning was surprised. This is. In Ji Yuning's hand was a blood paternity test report. Ji Yuning looked through it and said, The sample and the control sample do not belong to a paternal blood relationship. Whose is this paternity test report? Tang Yunheng looked at Ji Yuning with a serious expression and replied, It's my cousin, and also my enemy, Tang Weiyang. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I sent someone to dig up his grave and used his ashes to do a paternity test. He's indeed not dead. Ji Yuning said, If he's your cousin, didn't you personally confirm his death that year? Tang Yunheng got up from his chair and walked step by step to the window, saying, I was in a hurry to rebuild the Tang family. There were many loopholes, and I didn't get involved in his funeral. Ji Yuning asked suspiciously. What happened that year? Tang Yunheng stood in front of the door, looking up at the bright moonlight. He said thoughtfully, Xu Feng and I were once the most highly anticipated successors of the Tang family. We entered the company together and brought the Tang Huang group to its peak. But later, his ambition grew, and he was unwilling to support me. Plus, the family head and relatives were fighting amongst themselves. In the end, we split. He rallied the forces of the family and did everything he could to strike at the family head, even daring to engage in fratricide. That year, I was being hunted down by people he hired when I met your mother and you. I pretended to have amnesia, secretly helping against him, but I was still trapped and injured by him. Eventually, I really did lose my memory and forgot you two. Tang Yunhang turned to Ji Yuning and continued. After that, I returned to the Tang family and took back everything. As for him, after losing, his whole family emigrated, and in the end their private plane crashed in the rain, killing the whole family. After listening, Ji Yuning couldn't help but feel resentful, saying, "It's normal to have desires, but to use any means to seize other people's benefits like him, he can only be said to be eating his own bitter fruit." Tang Yunhang replied, "That's right, he probably blamed me for his family's ruin after he ran away, so he looked for an opportunity to attack you two." Ji Yuning stepped forward and supported his shoulder, comforting Tang Yunhang. "It's okay. Deal with soldiers with generals and water with earth. This time, we won't let him win either." Tang Yunhang felt somewhat relieved hearing this. Yeah. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door urgently, saying, "Chairman, something happened at the company." Tang Yunhang replied. "Come in." Quan Mingkai hurriedly pushed open the door, looking panicked. "Our company's joint cooperation project with Yijian Royal Science and Technology Company and Liang Guo has been leaked. The person in charge of Yijian Science and Technology is on the way, probably here to demand answers." Quan Mingkai continued. "Also, news just came from the group that Tang Diming has called a shareholders meeting, preparing for a second election of the chairman tomorrow." Ji Yuning frowned upon hearing this. Those two old foxes couldn't wait any longer. Tang Yunhang narrowed his eyes. With the international influence of Yijian Science and Technology, if the leak is blown up, it will cause a serious reputational crisis for the Tanghuang group. Quan Mingkai replied, "That's right, this move is too vicious. This is clearly trying to roast us over a slow fire." Ji Yuning replied, "This isn't urgent. I'll send people to monitor the public opinion." Ji Yuning narrowed her eyes, her face turning cold, and she replied, "The urgent matter now is to handle internal affairs. I will personally teach Tang Diming how to be a person at tomorrow's board meeting." Then Ji Yuning turned away to make a phone call. Seeing this, Quan Mingkai leaned into Tang Yunhang's ear and whispered, "Gaia's aura is becoming more and more like yours." Tang Yunhang replied, "Of course, she is my daughter." Early the next morning, at the Tanghuang Group's headquarters, the board meeting was about to begin. Hey, everyone, be quiet, calm down, and listen to me for a couple of sentences," Tang Diming said loudly. Tang Diming continued confidently. "Everyone must already know about the leaked secret project. The group is now without a leader. The purpose of this meeting is to re-elect the chairman and lead everyone to resist the crisis." The people below angrily criticized Tang Diming, saying, "Tang Diming, you called for the election of the chairman as soon as something happened. Is all of this your plan? That's right, you dared to sit in the chairman's seat before anything was decided. Truly the ambition of a wolf." Tang Diming replied confidently. "Tang Yunfan and old Tang are seriously ill. Who else here is more qualified to sit in this position than me? If you don't agree, then let's vote." As soon as he finished speaking, except for the three people who had objected earlier, everyone unanimously replied, "I support re-election." "Me too, yes, re-elect." Those three could only angrily say, "You guys." Tang Diming smiled slightly and said, "The minority submits to the majority. Let's begin the vote now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the conference room was flung open, and Ji Yuning, along with Leng Xiaoting and two bodyguards, unexpectedly entered. Ji Yuning said calmly, her face confident, "Uncle D, you're in such a hurry to set up the stage and start acting before everyone has arrived." Tang Diming yelled, straining his neck. "How dare you barge into the Tanghuang board meeting?" In his heart, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Why is Tang Yunfan's daughter here? Ji Yuning replied with a cold expression, "What do you mean by barging in? You're sitting in my seat. Of course I'm here to ask you to move." Seeing this, Tang Diming began to sweat profusely, then slumped down in his chair, looking up at Ji Yuning. Everyone in the council began to whisper, "What's going on? Who is this girl? I think she looks very familiar." Tang Diming angrily said, "Nonsense. You don't even have the qualifications to attend the meeting. Someone, throw her out for me." Ji Yuning sat on the table, her face calm. From behind, a voice said, "I'd like to see who dares to move." Leng Xiaoting continued, "Ji Yuning is Yunfan's biological daughter. She naturally has the qualifications." The people in the council were shocked. What? The chairman's daughter? Tang Diming pointed his finger and said, "I don't care who you are. Non-shareholders are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the group. This is the rule." Quan Mingkai presented the equity transfer agreement. This equity transfer agreement is a gift from Chairman Tang and Old Tang to Miss Ji Yu. According to the ratio of the fixed amount, she has the right to be on the board of directors. Tang Diming snatched the paper, yelling, "Nonsense! Don't even think about tricking me with this." Rage flared in his heart. Tang Yunfan is in a coma. How could he have arranged this beforehand? He stared at the paper in his hand. "Signed before the coma," Quan Mingkai replied. "This document has always been kept in the secretary's office. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask the legal department." Tang Diming cursed inwardly. "So many shares. Is Tang Yunfan crazy?" he said loudly. Quan Mingkai. "Her identity hasn't even been confirmed yet. Are you trying to cause internal strife in the company by helping her? She might just be a bastard child." Leng Xiaoting. From behind, a chilling voice rang out. "Who are you calling a bastard child? Say it again, and I'll cut your tongue out." The guy paled, thinking, This is some serious killing intent. He's no ordinary bodyguard. Ji Yuning walked over, grabbed his hand and pulled it down, saying, "You don't have to jump to conclusions. This kind of thing can be proven with a simple DNA test. Besides, I wouldn't lie to you uncles in a situation like this. As for causing internal strife, I'm no match for you, since you always want to stir things up," Tang Deming said weakly. "Oh, Tang Yunfan raised a good daughter. She's got a sharp tongue." Ji Yuning nonchalantly replied, "Thanks for the compliment. Since everyone's here, let's revote. You uncles better be careful. Don't go down the wrong path." The others looked at her, thinking, that look, that aura, it's just like President Tang. After the voting period, Quan Ming Kai announced the results. Shares in favor account for 25%, shares against account for 30%. He finished reading the results. According to company regulations, the motion to re-elect the chairman is rejected. Shareholder Tang Deming's proposal is rejected, to be discussed another day. Based on the shareholding ratio, Ms. Ji Yuning will temporarily take over management. Ji Yuning looked at Tang Deming, saying, "Uncle Day, I'm just borrowing it." He was furious. This little brat is pushing it too far. Let her be arrogant for a few days. If she can't solve the information leak, she'll still have to give the position back to me. In the chairman's office, Ji Yuning spoke through a video call. "Hey, how's the investigation going?" The guy replied. "I found it, boss. You have no idea how difficult it was this time, tech company G. They really live up to their reputation. As industry leaders, I almost got shut down in their system by their hacker. Good thing I was fast." Ji Yuning burst out laughing. "Peft, come on, who could be better than you?" the guy said smugly. "Of course. Even though it was short, I got almost all their info." Tech company G belongs to the financial group. Built by an ancient royal family, they're rock solid on the international stage. The only change in recent years has been the internal power handover. Rumor has it the younger generation is being super wild. The person in charge of tech company G's core operations is eldest son, Shi Meng. This is his picture. He's probably in high Shi this time. Ji Yuning looked at the picture on the screen, saying, "This guy looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere." The guy waved his hand. "Whatever. Foreigners all look the same. He looks familiar to me too. But this guy is not easy to deal with, boss. You want to solve it from his side. It's gonna be hard." Ji Yuning stood up, thinking, "I have a plan. I'll have to trouble you to keep monitoring the online rumors about Huangzheng Group." Outside a bakery, a butler said to the baker, "Young master, people from Huangzheng Group in Haishi are sending invitations again. This is the 5th time already. Are we going to decline again this time?" The blonde man said, "Ha, if they're being so enthusiastic, then let's meet." The waiter happily bowed and gestured, "This way." The waiter smiled and turned to the man waiting in the lounge. "Your guest is here." Ji Yuning scrutinized the man. "I know him, it's not that Shimeng guy." But she asked the man, "Mr. Alan?" Alan was also surprised to see Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, you're the head of Huangzheng Group?" This is both unexpected and surprising. Alan stepped forward, smiling and shaking hands with Ji Yuning. "I also didn't expect the representative of tech company G to be the owner of a dim sum shop." Ji Yuning also smiled and replied, thinking, "I guessed it. He really is a big boss worth billions." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Alan modestly smiled. "Just a hobby." Oh, Alan looked at the gift box behind Ji Yuning and said, "You guys even prepared gifts. How thoughtful. Please accept it for me." Quan Mingkai smiled, inwardly wondering, "What's going on? Is this young lady acquainted with this person?" "Not bad. Just the kind of thing my idiot brother would like." Alan looked at the exquisite gift and praised, "Seems like you guys did your homework." Watching Alan hold the gift she prepared, Ji Yuning mused. Judging by his tone, it seems like their relationship isn't that good. Could it be a family power struggle that led him to hide in the city, old Alan, she thought? "You know the purpose of my visit. Can you give me a little time to explain about the secret leak?" Ji Yuning asked. Alan smiled, pulled up a chair, and gestured for Ji Yuning to sit down, saying, "Beautiful lady, I can give you more than enough time." After a while, Ji Yuning began to speak. "So, the case of the secret leak is a conspiracy aimed at Tang Huang Group. I'm very sorry for dragging your company into this," Ji Yuning said softly. Alan continued to fiddle with the gift, smiling as he said, "Miss Ji Yu, I don't care about your internal problems. I only know that this secret leak caused huge losses to G Science and Technology Company." Alan leaned back in his chair and said thoughtfully, "Which gives me a headache. Don't worry, all losses will be borne by Tang Huang." "I don't want to make the relationship with your company awkward," Ji Yuning said with a smile. She thought to herself, "He's willing to listen to my explanation not because of Zhui Ran's sake, but because he needs a closer cooperative relationship to consolidate the family status. Moreover, given your current situation, you don't want to lose a partner like Tang Huang, right?" Ji Yuning continued. "Otherwise, you wouldn't replace your brother by coming here personally." Alan put his hands behind his head and said, "Miss, you're really good at guessing people's minds." Then he intertwined his hands, propped his chin, and said with a smile, "A kindred spirit is hard to find. As a thank you, I'll give you a big gift too." Alan said, "I've heard that the people of Giai country are very serious about their work." But looking at Ji Yuning and the others sitting, Alan rubbed his chin and continued, "I didn't expect the atmosphere to make me so uneasy. A few days ago, I received a short video," Alan said, taking out a memory card. "How about we open it up for everyone to have some fun, Mr. Alan? Please do as you wish." Ji Yuning said with a smile. Tang Diming smiled. Da Sheng thought to himself, "Just wait and cry later. Let's see how you solve this today." The projector was turned on. showing an image of a beach. Tang Diming exclaimed in surprise. This is Yati Bay, another man asked suspiciously. The land at Yati Bay. Another person also looked at the picture, frowning and asking, what does Mr. Allen mean? I want to build a resort in Yantian Bay. Allen propped his chin and said with a smile, I wonder if your group is willing to cooperate. The others were shocked when they heard him say, Mr. Allen, shouldn't we deal with the system leak first? Why are you? Tang Diming couldn't believe it. Trembling in his heart, he thought in confusion, shouldn't this be the evidence of the secret leak case? Why isn't Simon's younger brother following the script? I believe your company can properly resolve the system leak case. Allen acted as if nothing was wrong. He put his hands behind his head and said with a smile, so you won't act emotionally, terminating all new project cooperation. I'm giving Miss Gu face, giving your company a chance to redeem yourself. Shouldn't you be happy? Allen smiled and looked at Tang Diming and asked. He stood up angrily, loudly saying, you! The others hurriedly stopped him. Having just obtained a large compensation from the system leak case, and gaining a reputation for being benevolent, pushing the boat along the water to become a new project, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Ji Yu-ning leaned back in her chair and praised, thinking, this Allen is really not simple in business. Then thank you for Mr. Allen's kindness. Ji Yu-ning smiled and shook Allen's hand, saying, happy cooperation. He also smiled, and replied happily. Tang Diming bit his finger in anger, thinking, good for Ji Yu-ning, you actually colluded with outsiders to tease me. Niece Ji Yu-ning, why didn't you say earlier that you were acquainted with Mr. Allen? Tang Diming's face was black, and he turned to look at Ji Yu-ning angrily, saying, it made everyone worry for so long. Who knows if saying it earlier would cause someone to sabotage from the inside? Ji Yu-ning turned to look at Tang Diming, and said with a cold smile, for example, the kind of person who doesn't have good intentions like Uncle D. No matter what, I am your elder, why do you have to be so thorny in your words? Moreover, Tang Diming's face darkened, and his eyes were evil, saying, I am also wholeheartedly for the good of the group, for the good of the group. Then later, please explain it clearly. As she spoke, she threw a file and a memory card on the table. Tang Diming panicked when he saw them. Ji Yu-ning said coldly, someone. Immediately, many bodyguards ran in, and the others panicked and shouted loudly, what's going on? What does she want to do? The bodyguards closed the door tightly. The outside matter is settled, Ji Yu-ning said in a dignified and cold voice. Now, close the door and beat the dog. The room suddenly became as silent as a graveyard. Tang Diming looked at the file and the memory card, and asked in a panic, Ji Yu-ning, what do you mean by this? Yesterday, Mr. Allen gave me a big gift. As she spoke, she handed the memory card to Quan Mingkai. I would like to invite you to watch this clip. It's a clip sent anonymously to G Science and Technology Company. Ji Yu-ning crossed her arms and said with a smile, this is the person in charge of E Science and Technology Company. They were the ones who preempted the announcement of our system. The other board members exclaimed in shock, is the other one the secret leaker? Which department is he from? Uncle Day, do you recognize anyone in this clip? Ji Yu-ning asked Tang Diming with a smile. He broke out in a sweat, infuriated, and yelled, how could I know this guy? What does this have to do with me, Ji Yu-ning? Stop framing me. Ji Yu-ning smiled coldly and asked, oh really? Bring him up. Ji Yu-ning shouted loudly, and a person walked in, holding another person in his grasp. Ji Yu-ning, why are you arresting my assistant? Tang Diming pointed at the person being held, Chen Jiang, his assistant, and questioned Ji Yu-ning. The secret leaker in the video is Feng Qi, from the R&D department. Your assistant Chen Jiang has been secretly transferring money to him multiple times. As Ji Yu-ning spoke, she held up transaction records and said coldly, the amount has reached 5 million, Uncle D. How do you plan to explain this? Ji Yu-ning smiled, holding up the evidence, and asked. Tang Diming panicked and sweated profusely, but he remained stubborn, feigning anger and shouting, what can this little bit of evidence prove? It only shows that Feng Qi and Chen Jiang are working together. I know nothing about this. Tang, Director Tang. Chen Jiang said in fear, trembling, but Tang Diming gave him a vicious glare. He thought in his heart, terrified, I've been sacrificed. If I cause trouble for him, he will definitely take revenge on me. Chen Jiang, think carefully before you answer, Ji Yu-ning said. Standing in front of him, Chen Jiang was horrified, his forehead covered in sweat, frantically thinking, I can't afford to mess with Ms. Ji Yu. At this crucial moment, I can't stand on the wrong side. The Tang Huang group has lost hundreds of millions. Do you want to take the blame for him and be in prison until you die? Snitch on Tang Diming to redeem yourself? This is your last chance? Remembering the words that man said to him, Chen Jiang muttered to himself, sorry, I really don't want to be on the wrong side. It was Director Tang who instigated me. Chen Jiang pointed at Tang Diming's face and shouted, I'm snitching on Tang Diming. Tang Diming was shocked, unable to believe it, and shouted, Chen Jiang, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you betray me? It really was him. You actually dared to do something like this. The other shareholders shouted angrily. Do you know how much the group has lost this time? Tang Diming panicked, sweating profusely as he looked at the shareholders. Tang Diming, where did your conscience go? You're such a heartless bastard. Curses rang out incessantly. Tang Diming has severely affected the interests of the group. Now, in my capacity as a manager, I recommend to the board of directors that Tang Diming's position in the company be removed, and that he be expelled from the board of directors. Ji Yu-ning said coldly. You dare? Who do you think you are? Tang Deming shouted angrily, his hands clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging. Xiao Ting noticed his unusual behavior. I'll kill you, he yelled, then lunged to attack her. Behave yourself. Xiao Ting reached out, grabbed his face, and slammed it down on the table with a thud, he warned coldly. This isn't something I can handle alone. I'm just asking for everyone's opinion, Ji Yuning said with a cold smile. The shareholders nearby all had angry expressions. She thought to herself, these shareholders are mostly shrewd old foxes. They don't want to offend anyone, but as soon as someone dares to touch their common interests, they will immediately tear the opponent to shreds. I agree, someone shouted loudly, and immediately afterward, another person agreed. I agree too. A person like him doesn't deserve to be kept in the group. Kick him out. Everyone kept talking. Ji Yuning looked at Tang Deming, who was being pinned on the table, and happily thought to herself, dealing with someone like Tang Deming is so easy. Did you hear that? Everyone agrees, Ji Yuning said with a smile. Tang Deming's face darkened as he trembled with anger and said, what's with all the beating around the bush, nice scheme? Tang Deming, don't be impatient. The group still values your contributions over the years. As Ji Yuning spoke, she received a document from Quan Ming Kai. They said they will only give a light punishment on the condition that you use your shares to compensate for the losses of the group's G technology. Ji Yuning held the paper in front of Tang Deming and said, this is the share transfer agreement. Tang Deming straightened his tie, his forehead beaded with sweat, and said coldly, I don't agree. So what are you planning to do? Then we can only send you to prison, right? This is following the law, Ji Yuning said coldly. I guarantee you won't be able to keep a single penny by then, Tang Deming frowned angrily. If I can get my freedom, I'm not afraid of not being able to turn things around, Ji Yuning. Just you wait. He calculated in his heart. He angrily gnashed his teeth and said, I agree. Late at night, a man was standing in front of the gate of a magnificent house. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, Tang Deming said, enter. The lock system is Tang Deming. The gate automatically opened. With continuous clicking sounds, Tang Deming stepped inside. Not far away, a man had observed everything that had just happened. Ning Ning, the place where Tang Weirong is hiding has been found, Xiao Ting said into the earpiece. Ji Yuning replied on the phone. As expected, only you can do it. My boyfriend is indeed the captain of the Scarlet Flame team. Ji Yuning smiled and hung up the phone. The fish has taken the bait. Time to reel in the net, Ji Yuning said with a smile, leaning back in her chair. Outside the dark and gloomy villa, shouting echoed from inside. Worthless, you can't even handle something this simple. Tang Weirong had a heart attack. Due to strong emotions, he clutched his chest and coughed. Cough, cough. Tang Deming patted his back and explained, I was careless for a moment and fell for that little girl's trap. Please calm down. Tang Weirong wiped the sweat from his face with difficulty and said through gritted teeth, well done, Ji Yuning. I underestimated you before. As expected of Tang Yunfei's daughter, she's going against me everywhere. Tang Deming asked, do we need to consolidate our strength? Now that Ji Yuning is on the rise, I'm afraid she'll target the Tang family. Tang Weirong roared angrily. No! The commotion caused by the retreat a few days ago was so big, she must have set her sights on us already. Making a move on me is forcing me to come out of seclusion. Hearing this, Tang Deming asked, do you want to find that person to make a move? Tang Weirong said with a gloomy face. It's time for him to repay the favor he owes me. I don't have much time left. This debt has to be repaid, or I'll die with my eyes open. Deming, get ready. I'm going to meet him in person. Tang Deming replied, understood. Meanwhile, at the Tang family villa, inside Tang Yunfan's study, Ji Yuning handed Tang Yunfan a piece of paper, saying, Uncle, take a look. Xiao Ting just sent this to me. The paper was a photo of Tang Weirong being pushed in a wheelchair by Tang Deming from behind. Beside Tang Deming was another man. Tang Yunfan looked at the photo and said, Tang Weirong has been hiding for so long, now he's showing his face. Looks like he wants to declare war on us. Ji Yuning said, Tang Deming being fired is like chopping off one of his arms. Losing his ability to stir up trouble in the group, what other tricks do they have up their sleeves? Suddenly realizing something, Ji Yuning widened her eyes and said, wait, the person with Tang Weirong is the Mu family head, Mu Shuxing. Ji Yuning asked, how much do you know about the Mu family, uncle? Tang Yunfan replied, not much, only met him a few times at business associations. The Mu family's business is near the city, and their business direction is different from the Tang family, so we've never had any cooperation. Tang Yunfan clenched the photo and continued. But I heard people around me say that the Mu family's waters run deep. He can sit on the position of family head and definitely isn't just some average Joe. Ji Yuning frowned, leaned closer to look at the photo, and said, why does Mu Shuxing's face look so familiar? The more I look at it, it's like I've seen him somewhere before. She took the photo and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Tang Yunfan. I'll send someone to investigate, and I'll give you an answer later, Tang Yunfan replied. Ah, okay. At the Huafu Shan Shui Villa, Ji Yuning said over the phone, bro, help me investigate someone. Bro, who had just come out of the shower and hadn't dried his hair yet, sighed. Boss, what's the matter? Zhu Yu also needs time to rest. I haven't even dried my hair yet and you're already rushing me to work overtime. Hearing this, Ji Yuning said, stop complaining, I'll give you double overtime pay. She continued to ask, by the way, what's the situation in the Jingcheng headquarters recently? How's Shang Yi's injury? Bro threw the towel behind him, proudly saying, With the two of us guarding the fort, what could happen? Shang Yi can run, can jump, and he's been wanting you to come to Beijing to inspect the work. Ji Yuning smiled happily upon hearing this, lol. Wait until I'm done with the high shi stuff, I'll visit you guys. Bro knelt down on the other end and said, thanks for your grace, boss. Ji Yuning suddenly thought to herself. Now that I think about it, Mu Shuxing's face seems a bit similar to Bro's, she said. The files have been sent over. Take a good look at this person. He might be related to you. Bro smacked the table confidently. Don't curse me. My people, my dad, are all the ultimate villains. I don't want to have anything to do with this kind of person. Bro moved the mouse cursor to the latest picture and clicked on it. Suddenly he became stunned, frowned, and stared at what was hitting him in the face. He hasn't come to his senses yet and said, why is it him? Hearing this, Ji Yuning was sure of her thoughts. You really do know him. Bro was still frowning and said with a hateful attitude, even if this person turns to ash, I'd still recognize him. He trembled and clenched his hand into a fist, then said, Boss, Ji, I really thank you. You can even trace my dad to my biological father. Ji Yuning frowned and thought to herself, Bro has never talked about his background. I originally thought they were just distant relatives. I didn't expect him to be his biological father. Bro intertwined his fingers, stretched his arms straight out, and confidently said, This doesn't need to be investigated. I understand Mu Shujing too well. Anything you want to know, I can tell you. Hearing this, Ji Yuning thought to herself, Judging by his tone, their relationship doesn't seem very good. She hesitated, not knowing how to start. Bro, who was too lazy to talk, leaned back in his chair and said, It's just an old story, what can't I tell you? He continued. My original name was Mu Ye, my mother was Mu Shuxing's wife. Mu Shuxing is extremely cold-blooded, and can only see benefits in his eyes. He was able to reach this position entirely based on dirty calculations. Back then, for fame and fortune, he tricked my mom into divorcing, abandoning his wife and child to become the prestigious son-in-law of the Xu family. To show his loyalty to the Xu family, he didn't hesitate to send people to kill his wife and child, and my leg was left with a permanent injury from that escape. Later, he climbed on the foundation of the Shu family, and successfully plotted to seize power, building the now famous Mu Xian family, while the once glorious Shu Xian family eventually vanished without a trace. My mom was deceived by Mu Shujing's feelings until she died, and when she passed away, we didn't even have the money to buy her a coffin. My mom didn't want me to be blinded by hatred, and before she died, she warned me not to seek revenge, but to live a peaceful life, so I've been living in obscurity ever since. Hearing the story about Kaza's past, Ji Yuning felt empathy, and thought to herself, I didn't expect CA to be in the same situation as me. Mu Shuxing and Tang Bingxin, those pieces of trash, really are birds of a feather, she said. If you want revenge, you can use any of the information I have. CA heard this and said, Thank you, Miss Ji. CA smiled contentedly and said, Ha! Just you wait, it's fate that I've run into him now. I've been wanting to make him pay for a long time. He asked Ji Yuning, But Miss Ji, why are you investigating him? Have you guys clashed already? Ji Yuning urged him to sit up. Sit up. CA immediately sat up straight and began his work. CA said, My side has found out that he's colluding with Tang Weirong and Tang Deming. Now that's interesting. Fighting against you, Mu Shuxing is screwed. I'll leak some insider info to you. Ji Yuning said in surprise. What's this? CA explained to her. This is the Mushi family, and the network of underground forces. Mu Shuxing isn't a legitimate businessman. Business can't satisfy his appetite. CA sat with his legs crossed on the table, rambling on. Underground production, countless. Official corruption, assassinations, trading intelligence. As long as they can profit, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Miss Ji, this time you, as a righteous representative, must eliminate this scourge for the people. Ji Yuning replied. Okay, I got it. She pressed the button to end the call with C-A-G-U. Ning thought to herself, Tang Weirong is looking for the Mu family. Looks like he wants to die with us. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoting slowly carried a tray with a glass of milk in, saying, Drink your milk and go to bed early. You've been too tired lately. Ji Yuning took the glass of milk from Xiaoting's hand and casually said to him, I have a bad feeling. It always feels like this is the calm before the storm. Xiaoting put his hand on Ji Yuning's shoulder, brought his face closer to her and said, Don't worry. I believe in your judgment and I can protect everyone. If you have any plans, I'll help you arrange them. Ji Yuning heard this and slowly said, then she suddenly hugged him, looked up, smiled brightly and said coquettishly, Give me a kiss. Xiaoting blushed and said to her, Don't tease me. Auntie is still outside. Both of them blushed and looked at each other with loving eyes. Ji Yuning affirmed. Just one kiss, my mom won't notice. Xiaoting replied to her, You've already said that, how can I refuse you? Then the two of them exchanged a passionate kiss. They stopped. Their lips slowly parted. Ji Yuning leaned on Xiaoting's chest and said reassuringly, As expected, a soulmate can provide excellent emotional value. My heart has stabilized in an instant. Xiaoting gently stroked her head. Ji Yuning looked up and said to him, Xiaoting, find some trustworthy people. Secretly bring Brother Cao and Sister Qiao here from F City. They'll be more suitable for doing confidential things. Xiaoting replied, Okay. The two of them sat on the bed, and Ji Yuning explained her plan to Xiaoting in detail. She held up the glass of milk to her mouth and said, The enemy is in the dark, and we're in the light. As long as we don't overdo it, they will fall into the trap. Step by step, Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning from behind. Ji Yuning also looked up at him. Xiaoting reassured her, "We can definitely get through this storm safely." On a moonless and starless night, at the Tang family, there was a figure wearing all black, covering his entire face. Sneaking into Tang Yunfan's room, he looked at Tang Yunfan lying motionless on the bed, breathing with an oxygen mask, and then compared him to the image he had received. He thought to himself, "Target confirmed, must take out this cripple first." Thinking this, the assassin raised a gun with a silencer attached, pointing it straight at Tang Yunfan. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the gun. She quickly subdued the assassin, making him cry out in pain. Ah! In an instant, the very gun he had just held, ready to kill, was now pointed straight at his own head. Xiaoya raised an eyebrow and said grimly, "Hey, out here doing dirty work late at night? Watch out for ghosts clinging to Ya." With that, Xiaoya kicked the assassin to the ground, making him groan in pain. The room quickly lit up. Ji Yuning stepped out from behind. She approached Tang Yunfan and asked kindly, "Uncle, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Tang Yunfan sat up, removed his oxygen mask, and said, "Good thing I made arrangements early." The assassin stared at Tang Yunfan in shock, seeing him able to move. Noticing his flustered look, Xiaoya pressed the gun to his head and shouted, "Spill it!" The assassin said in a low voice, "Kill me." Hearing this, Ji Yuning exclaimed in surprise, "Crap, he's trying to off himself." Immediately after, she stepped forward and firmly gripped the assassin's chin. Ji Yuning decisively used a move to dislocate his jaw, making him scream in pain, "Whoa!" and spit out the poison pill in his mouth. Ji Yuning snarled at the struggling, groaning assassin on the ground. "Did I say you could die?" Then she turned to Xiaoya and said, "Fix his jaw back. Dying comfortably isn't that easy." "Yes," Xiaoya complied. After giving her instructions, Ji Yuning turned to make a phone call to Leng Xiaoting. She asked worriedly, "Xiaoting, how's it going on your end? It's under control." Leng Xiaoting replied, "This isn't a good place. I'll come find you later." "All right," Ji Yuning answered. "Okay." After Xiaoya fixed the assassin's jaw, she exclaimed in surprise, "You're He Miao." He also said in a daze, "Fei Diao, you're still alive. On the Xuansha list, only death can remove a name." Xiaoya smiled and looked at Ji Yuning, saying, "Our boss helped us erase our info from the Xuansha list. Fei Ying and I are no longer part of the organization." Hearing this, He Miao secretly admired, "You guys are so lucky to live normal lives. Falling into your hands, I accept my fate." Seeing Xiaoya and He Miao talking, Ji Yuning approached and asked, "Sister Qiao, do you two know each other?" Xiaoya replied, He was also on the Xuansha list. We lost contact after being hunted down." Seeing things had come to this, He Miao closed his eyes and resignedly said, "I won't say anything. Just kill me. I've had enough of this kind of life." Ji Yuning secretly praised the dejected man giving up, observing how calmly he faced death. This He Miao really had backbone. In her previous life, she also held such beliefs as an assassin. Someone like him, if used correctly, would definitely be an excellent assistant. Thinking this, Ji Yuning walked over, crouched in front of He Miao, and calmly said, "Do you want to live a normal life? I can help you remove your information from the Xuansha list and give you a place to settle down." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Leng Xiaoting was surprised and wide-eyed, asking her, "Why?" He Miao then said, "I won't tell you anything." Ji Yuning quirked an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "You think I won't know anything just because you don't talk? It's just the Mu family, or Tang Wei Rong." Hearing these names, He Miao broke out in a cold sweat in fear. He exclaimed, "Caught like a fish in a net, you knew all along." Ji Yuning snapped her fingers and laughed. "That's right, otherwise why do you think your mission today failed?" He Miao stared grimly at Ji Yuning. "What do you want from me? If I'm just a killing machine, how is that any different from being with the Mu family? I don't want to be a tool used for slaughter anymore." "Ha!" Ji Yuning let out a cold laugh. She stood up and looked directly at He Miao. "You're pretty good at looking out for yourself. Don't worry, I'm a businesswoman. I don't do illegal stuff. I just want to find reliable help to manage my businesses. That's simple." Hearing Ji Yuning's request, He Miao couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, "This isn't like a trade condition at all. She's practically helping me." Xiaoya, sitting beside him, also cheerfully confirmed Ji Yuning's words. "He Miao, what boss said is true. Fei Ying and I work for her and she treats us very well." Ji Yuning asked He Miao, "So, are you willing to follow me?" He Miao secretly thought to himself, "Given my situation, I have nothing to lose." Thinking this, he happily replied to Ji Yuning, "I'm willing." After that, Ji Yuning turned to leave. Before she went, she instructed, "Xiaoya, Sister Qiao, He Miao is in your hands. Also, help me keep an eye on assassins on the Xuansha list." Hearing this, Xiaoya asked in surprise, "Oh, what do you want to do?" Ji Yuning turned her head back, raised an eyebrow, and replied, "I want to gather some assassins, so we won't be caught so off guard if something like this happens again in the future." Meanwhile, at the Manga family's residence, Tang Deming, after hearing the news reported over the phone, excitedly shouted, "Good news, good news!" He turned to Tang Wei Rong and said with a smile, "They sent word from there. Tang Yunfan is dead, we've succeeded." Tang Wei Rong continued to grimly stroke his cat, then ordered Tang Deming, "Tell He Miao to bring Tang Yunfan's head to me. I must confirm it myself." After speaking, he let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha! This time, the curtain has finally fallen. In the dark room, only a few faint streaks of light emanated from the burning candles. Tang Wei-rong was sitting grimly in a wheelchair, surrounded by a phalanx of bodyguards in black shirts. Tang Deming approached, offering Tang Wei-rong a bowl. The evening medicine is warmed. Drink it while it's hot. Tang Wei-rong waved his hand dismissively. I won't drink it. I'll reek of medicine. How can I meet guests? Today is important. Suddenly, several bullets flew in from outside, causing the guards on the perimeter to collapse. Panic erupted. Ah, bullets! Tang Deming rushed to shield Tang Wei-rong, yelling at the bodyguards, protect the boss! He shoved Tang Wei-rong away, gritting his teeth as he pushed. Looks like this place is compromised. I'll lead them away, but I won't let those two escape. Xiao Ya kicked in a window and stormed inside, booting a nearby bodyguard. Hot on her heels, He Miao entered, taking down 2 more guards. Seeing He Miao, Tang Deming's face turned purple with rage. He Miao, you traitor! Just as they reached the doorway, a figure stepped out to block their path. Tang Yunfan. Behind him stood Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning gave him a cold stare. We came all this way. Where do you think you're running off to? Recognizing Tang Yunfan's face, Tang Wei-rong snarled, Tang Yunfan, how are you still alive? Tang Yunfan frowned. What? Disappointed I didn't die, cousin. Tang Wei-rong flew into a rage, screaming at Tang Yunfan, you killed my wife and children, why haven't you died yet? Tang Yunfan replied icily. Don't try to pin your dirty laundry on me. Your ambition is what killed them. If you hadn't insisted on flying through a storm, the plane wouldn't have crashed. Hearing these accusations, Tang Wei-rong trembled and hissed, Stop with the excuses, it's all because of you. Tang Yunfan continued coldly, exposing him. I never involved my loved ones in our struggles, but you've been hurting my family at every turn 19 years ago and now again. Reaching his limit, Tang Yunfan roared, Tang Wei-rong, you're clearly going too far. Hearing these words, Tang Wei-rong didn't show any remorse, instead taking it for granted and bellowing, They deserved it, you should taste the bitterness of a broken home. What I've lost, you can't have. Seeing Tang Wei-rong's attitude, Tang Yunfan shook his head in disappointment. Unrepentant until death. His voice dropped. Spend the rest of your life atoning, good cousin of mine. Just then, police cars arrived to apprehend the criminals. But suddenly, Tang Wei-rong pulled a pistol from his pocket. He pointed the gun at Tang Yunfan, yelling, The winner is king, the loser is bandit. I don't believe in fate. Tang Yunfan, you'll die with me. With that, he fired a shot straight at Tang Yunfan. Seeing this, Ji Yuning shouted, Uncle, be careful. But the bullet struck Tang Yunfan, who cried out in pain. Ugh. After shooting Tang Yunfan, Tang Wei-rong raised the gun to his temple. He laughed maniacally. No one can decide my fate. Only I can kill myself. Just then, he fired a shot into his own head, his blood splattering all over Tang Deming, who screamed in terror, Boss. Realizing what he had witnessed, Tang Deming trembled with fear. If the boss managed to drag Tang Yunfan down with him, then that's one thing. He shakily raised a gun to his temple to commit suicide, but his trembling hand and fearful voice betrayed his cowardice. Seeing this, Ji Yuning stepped forward and kicked the gun out of Tang Deming's hand, coldly exposing him. You don't have the guts to die, do you? You've done so much wrong, you have to stay and atone for it. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Tang Deming, struggling on the ground, pretended to be menacing as he warned her, If you don't kill me today, be careful, I'll drag your whole family down to hell with me. On the other side, Leng Xiaoting was gently supporting Tang Yunfan. He asked with concern, Are you hurt, uncle? Tang Yunfan frowned. I'm okay. He pulled out a small, glowing blue object, thinking happily, Good thing, Ning Ning installed this new self-defense device on me. Seeing Tang Yunfan unharmed, Tang Deming exclaimed in shock, Tang Yunfan, you're not dead. He frowned in speculation. Then, the boss, after clearly understanding everything, Tang Deming turned and yelled at Ji Yuning in anger. You guys are truly despicable. I won't let you get away with this. Ji Yuning looked at him with contempt. You still have the nerve to call us despicable. You're just running your mouth now. You'll be punished for all your crimes and you won't see the sun again. Immediately afterward, Tang Deming was escorted into a police car, still stubbornly arguing as he got in, Wah, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Tang Yunfan approached the corpse of Tang Wei-rong, lying on the ground, and said softly, Back then, did you ever think that you would push yourself step by step to this ending? Tang Yunfan painfully recalled the days when the two of them were still harmonious. Tang Deming had patted him on the shoulder affectionately and said, Don't worry, with the two of us, the Tang Huang group will definitely become the strongest enterprise in the Dongxia Empire. Tang Deming also recalled the scene of their fallout, with Tang Wei-rong gnashing his teeth, full of resentment, saying to him, Since you were born, why was I born? After today, either you die or I die. Recalling everything he and Tang Wei-rong had gone through, Tang Deming couldn't help but feel sad. He stepped forward and called out one last time, Cousin, the sun is setting. With that, he gently lowered Tang Wei-rong's eyelids. Having done everything, Tang Yunfan stood up, looked towards Ji Yuning and Lang Xiaoting, and said with relief, Ending this nearly 20-year battle, I can finally give my family an answer. Hearing this, Ji Yuning nodded in agreement. She looked towards the rising sun in the distance, happily thinking to herself, The new sun is rising. After everything was over, the Tang family held a celebration. Xiaoting followed Ji Yuning to the door, still worried. Ning Ning, is it appropriate for me to attend your family's banquet? Ji Yuning gently reassured him. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? You've helped with a big matter this time. Xiao Ting was still anxious. Is my outfit not too casual? Will the elders like the gift I brought? Seeing this, Ji Yuning chuckled and teased. You're being a bit chatty today, young Master Lang. Are you scared? Xiao Ting blushed upon hearing this and replied, No, I just want to leave a good impression on your family. Inside the house, Tang Lao was happily joking with two girls. He loudly ordered the servants, Someone, put 2 pots of tetradium outside the door for me, to dispel the bad luck from this time. Then he turned to ask his daughter-in-law, Li Hua, is tonight's dinner menu finalized? Absolutely no mistakes allowed, Li Hua replied with a smile. It's been prepared a long time ago, you should rest. Just then, Ning Ning and Xiao Ting entered. Ji Yuning waved and called out. Li Hua greeted happily. Ning Ning is here. Yunrong then noticed Xiao Ting beside her and asked, Oh, who is this handsome young man? Could he be the friend who helped the Tang family? Ji Yuning introduced without hesitation. He's my boyfriend, Lang Xiaoting. I'm bringing him to meet the elders today. Xiaoting, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, Ning Ning. The two aunts repeated in astonishment. Boyfriend, Tang Lao just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Good thing I knew already, otherwise I would have been as shocked as them. Xiaoting's heart bloomed as he thought. Publicly announcing our relationship in front of everyone, Ning Ning wants to give me a proper title. Tang Yunfan came down from the upper floor at this moment, frowning slightly as he saw them, thinking, Even though I guessed it, why do I still feel a bit uncomfortable? Thinking this, he leaned close to Ji Yu-man and whispered, Man, isn't your daughter dating a bit too early? Ji Yu-man just smiled and replied, As long as Ning Ning is happy, and she knows her limits. A moment later, the whole family gathered at the dining table. Xiao Ting rambled on like a robot. My ancestors are from Jingcheng, with stable positions. I'm 27 years old this year. I don't have any bad habits, and I don't have any romantic experience. Ning Ning is my first love. The great iceberg only had one thought in his head. I absolutely must not embarrass Ning Ning today. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly, not expecting Xiao Ting to put on such a show in front of her family. Truly a peacock showing off its feathers. Tang Lao finally noticed Xiao Ting's words and asked back, The Lang family of Jingcheng. Are you Lang Weihua's grandson? Xiao Ting immediately replied. That's right, Tang Lao thought with great caution. The eldest grandson of the Lang family then? He asked aloud. No wonder I felt you looked a little familiar when I first met you. What's your purpose in being with Ning Ning? Hearing this, Xiao Ting immediately jumped up and declared loudly, I love Ning Ning, I want to marry her. Tang Lao still pretended to be stern and said, Dream on. Is my Tang Haifeng's granddaughter that easy to marry? Seeing this, Xiao Ting could only be determined. I'm serious. I will treat Ning Ning as my life, and love her for life. If the elders don't agree, I'll wait. If it's not her in this life, I won't marry. As he spoke, Xiao Ting unconsciously tightened his grip on Ji Yuning's hand. Ji Yuning was secretly delighted in her heart, hearing Xiao Ting's determination to be chosen so firmly by someone, so this is what happiness feels like. Yunrong then spoke up to dissuade, Baba, what are you doing? All right, you guys stop scaring him. Jia Kai also chuckled and smoothed over the tense atmosphere. Brother-in-law, quickly sit down and eat. Why so serious? Only then did Tang Lao laugh loudly and say, Little brat, I remember your words today. If I find out that you're bullying Ning Ning in the future, I'll definitely beat you to death. Our Tang family isn't afraid of your Lang family. Xiao Ting had only been waiting for this, and his eyes lit up as he asked, So you agree? Hearing this, Tang Lao quickly regained that stern look. Don't get any ideas. What you said about marriage doesn't count. Your grand-uncle must come here in person. Xiao Ting replied without hesitation. Definitely. Then Tang Lao pretended to cough. Ahem. He turned to Yunfan and Ji Yu-man and asked, Ning Ning is settled. What about you two? We can't let our daughter's wedding be before you two. Yunfan blushed and replied, I'm still trying to pursue Man, waiting for her to accept me. Suddenly, Ji Yu-man spoke up. When did I reject you? Haven't I already given you the chance? Hearing this, Yunfan exclaimed in surprise. Man, you, Ji Yu-man continued. Having missed so much time, I don't want to waste any more time. It's just that a wedding or something is a bit awkward at our age now. How about we skip it? Suddenly, Yunfan grabbed Ji Yu-man's hand tightly, and he said seriously, No, I can't do less than all the things I've promised you, and I have to do all of them. As long as you're willing to marry me, I'll give you the biggest wedding. Tang Lao laughed heartily upon seeing this. Haha, this family is finally complete. Yunrong didn't hold back her praise either. That's right, 2 joyful events on the same day is a good omen. Yunfan's wedding with our daughter-in-law must be prepared quickly. Ji Yuning then turned to the 2 elders, raised her glass, and toasted, Mom and Dad, this toast is for you two enduring hardship to find happiness. I'm so happy to be able to attend my parents' wedding like this. You've worked so hard. Zhu Feng smiled brightly upon hearing this, thinking in disbelief. What did Ning Ning just call me? She's finally acknowledged me. Ji Yu-man, seeing him stiffen, reminded him, What are you standing there for? Drink up. Zhu Feng immediately raised his glass and finished it in one gulp, gazing at his little family with a gentle smile. The whole family looked at each other and laughed happily. Ji Yuning couldn't hide her joy. My love by my side, a complete family. This is the happiest time. At this moment, everyone was eating and drinking, having a great time, teasing each other and taking turns offering drinks. Grandpa, I'm offering you one, haha, alright brother-in-law, I admit defeat, I really can't drink as much as a kid anymore. The woman, not seeing the father and daughter Ji Yu Ning, asked in surprise. Hey, where are Ning Ning and third uncle? Tang Lao replied. Maybe the father and daughter have something to talk about, let's just leave them be. On Ji Yu Ning's side, she was talking with her father, handing him a stack of documents, saying, this is the equity I transferred into my hands to deal with Yuanji. Now that the procedures are done, it should be returned to its original owner. He laughed out loud, telling his silly daughter that he didn't want the documents, telling her that she was a member of the Tang family, and to consider this money for her to spend, not something to be returned. Seeing how generous he was, she was surprised. The shares of the Tang Huang Group were an astronomical amount of money and so much of it, but she refused to accept it. She found an excuse to decline. Dad, I appreciate your sentiment, but compared to someone else giving it to me, I prefer to work hard for it myself. Hearing her say that, he was taken aback. How can it not be considered hard work? If you hadn't gone through the ordeal with Tang Huang, the group would have suffered heavy losses. This is the compensation you deserve. She confidently said, Dad, family doesn't talk about compensation. Are you not considering me family if you insist on me accepting it? Hearing her say that, he was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Then he chuckled. You little rascal, you're good at arguing. I'm about to be trapped by your words, he said seriously. Alright, if you say we're family, isn't it normal for me to give something to my daughter? If you don't accept it, you're not sincerely accepting this father? Ji Yu Ning was helpless at how cunning he was. Of course, he seized the opportunity and shoved the documents at her. Then hurry up and take it while I can still make money. Quickly find a chance to scam the old man. Achieve the goal. He showed a sinister smile. Let's go. They're still waiting for us. Ji Yu Ning was left behind, smiling helplessly, and sighed. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier. I'll just wait until mom marries into the Tang family, and then use the excuse of a wedding gift to return it smoothly. At this moment, Ji Yu Ning and her mother were chatting together. Her mother said, Ning Ning, I want to go back to City E in a few days. Ji Yu Ning asked in surprise. Aren't you preparing for the wedding with Zhu Feng? Why do you suddenly want to go back? Her mother replied, the wedding preparations take a long time, and the Shu family won't let me overexert myself. There's no work for me in Haishi, so I want to go back and run the beauty salon. Running a business, even a small one, is still my own career. After getting married, I won't be completely cut off from society. Seeing her mother a little melancholy, she hugged her and encouraged her. I think it's great to maintain an independent career before getting married. I'll book the plane ticket for you, and if you encounter any problems, just tell me. Her mother's melancholy lessened. Ning Ning, thank you for supporting me. What else can I do? Who told you to be my greatest strength? Oh right, Ning Ning. The beauty salon is preparing to update its equipment and beauty products. Recently, I'll make a list of potential partnerships. Can you take a look for me? Ji Yu Ning was a little surprised to hear about new products. Update new products. Kang Luning's spirit-infused skincare product research has passed the testing phase. The next step is a great opportunity for the main character to launch. Thinking this, she took the opportunity to introduce her product. I know a product from a new brand that's very effective. We can handle the exclusive rights. Ji Yu Ning's mother was happy to hear about the new product but was a little hesitant. Will customers accept a new brand? Ji Yu Ning smiled brightly, assuring her. Of course. I guarantee it can earn high profits in the future, becoming a new star in the cosmetics world. Then Ji Yu Ning took a flight back to Jiangcheng right away. As soon as she got off, she stretched her shoulders, looking tired. Haha, it's been a while since I've been back to the capital. Xiaoting, let's go eat at Linjiang Pavilion later. Suddenly, Xiaoting hugged her waist and pressed her against the wall, giving her a surprise kiss, catching Ji Yu Ning off guard. Then the two shared a passionate kiss. After hugging each other for half an hour, the two finally stopped, their faces as red as tomatoes. Xiaoting said, It's rare to have some alone time. Are you sure you want to waste it? Ji Yu Ning replied. You want to get down and dirty in broad daylight? Are you that horny? Xiaoting said tightly. That's right. I was starving crazy during my time in Haishi. You have to make it up to me later. As he spoke, he took off his clothes, revealing a vague six-pack abs. Then the two flew home and started making out on the bed. When things were getting intense, a phone call came. Ji Yu Ning immediately told him to answer the phone first. Xiaoting answered the phone irritably. Hello? The other person said, Damn, it's getting hot. Haven't you two lovebirds enjoyed your time off enough? Xiaoting gritted his teeth angrily and said, Xu Jingsen, if you want to die, just say it. Xu Jingsen quickly explained. Lao da. Spare my life. This time I really didn't mean to bother you and your wife. I regret to tell you that your vacation is over. A foreign criminal force has run to Dipu Dongxia, and the Scarlet Flame team must cooperate with the International Alliance to carry out tracking and arrest, Xiaoting said seriously. I'll go back to Zhuchu now. But Jingsen waved his hand and said, Then there's no need. The International Alliance representative won't arrive until tomorrow, so you can rest for the rest of your last vacation. Hearing the bad news made him sad and depressed. Ji Yu Ning hurried over to comfort him. Xiaoting leaned into her arms like a gentle thing and said softly, I originally wanted to be with you a little longer. Ji Yu Ning coaxed him. Okay, you look like a puppy. Suddenly Ji Yu Ning got wild. She pinned Xiaoting down, raised his chin, and whispered, Besides, didn't you say that spring nights are short? Don't waste them? Why aren't you in a hurry now? Xiaoting said weakly, Don't beg me later. Ji Yuning smiled dangerously and asked, are you scared of me? Then the two started making out, switching to the Kanglai Ning laboratory. Ji Yuning held up a tube of medicine and asked, Uncle Ning, how is the drug inspection going? Uncle Ning replied, it didn't pass, they're all using unqualified quality, return them. It must be because I offended someone before, and they're deliberately making things difficult. If I come forward to manage it, I'll be targeted. Then he suggested, why don't you change to a new representative and don't delay the business? Ji Yuning patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, Uncle Ning, Ji Yuning is not the kind of person to abandon her partners. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Switching to Lao Jiang's place, he laughed excitedly. Ji Yu girl, my treasure, you can even find the Crane Creek, Shang Jade Yan, you are really powerful. Then he turned and shouted, Ji Yuning, name your price, I'll buy it no matter how much money it is. But she said, no need, Jade Yan is just a little token of appreciation from the younger generation. No need to talk about money. Lao Jiang was surprised to hear that. Unbelievable. Then he said, how can that be? How can I take advantage of a little girl? Ji Yuning replied calmly. Ji Yuning is a merchant. Of course she won't do loss-making business. To be honest, I have a matter of speculation, and I need your help to solve a small trouble. Seeing that she was in trouble, he took her hand and asked himself, trouble? Is someone in the capital bullying you? Who is so bold? Ji Yuning explained. It's not bullying, it's a business matter. My wing company is being harassed by someone and can't pass the drug inspection. I want to ask you to help me say a word to the director to solve this matter. Lao Jiang patted his chest. Sigh of relief. Phew, seriously, this girl made such a big fuss over something so small. Don't worry, I'll tell Zheng Hua to take care of it later. But this money is still for you. Not a single penny less. You're the Jiang family's benefactor. If I took it from you for nothing, I'd lose all my honor, Ji Yuning said. You're too kind. Then old Jiang suddenly remembered something and said, oh right girl, I have a buddy who wants to come to your Xiangyun Chuan for a look. I'll introduce you to later. Ji Yuning happily agreed, sure, no problem. The two of them waited together for Lao Jiang's Zihi Yao. But he didn't show up, which made Lao Jiang uncomfortable, and he started complaining. What's with this old man? He's more than half an hour late. Even a snail would have arrived by now. From the gate, an old man's voice rang out. Well, well, old man Jiang, I heard you scolding me from afar. Seeing his close friend arrive, Ji Yuning helped Lao Jiang walk out. He said, Lao Leng, you're not being punctual. You made me and little Ji Yu wait so long, you have to buy something to make up for it to the girl later. Then the old man put his hands behind his back and replied, do I need you to tell me that? Ji Yuning was shocked to see this old man, surnamed Leng. Could this person be Xiaoting's grandfather? Lao Jiang pointed to old man Xiaoting and said, girl, this is my close friend Leng Wei Hua. We share the same interests. Leng Wei Hua asked, so you're the little boss of Xiang Yunchuan? Ji Yuning happily replied, Junior Ji Yuning, greetings old Leng. The old man grunted. I figured it out. I knew little Ji Yu was asking me to bring him over, so why is he acting all aloof and cold?